Yo, what's up guys? This is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Become a member of the channel to access more content, the link is in the description. Pirate inherit the legacy of dead 1LD Chapter 1 System Binding, a big gamble. See Circle Calendar 1519, Grand Line. Above a certain sea area, several huge islands are floating 10,000 meters in the sky. This kind of counterintuitive thing makes it difficult for people to remain calm after seeing it. Rhine looked at the sea beneath his feet, with a terrifying flame of revenge flashing in his eyes. After traveling through time and space, he became a member of the Celestial Dragons. He thought he could enjoy all the rights of the Celestial Dragons as world nobles, but he never expected that he would become one of the abandoned children of the world government. Even more unfortunate was that he was targeted by the governor of the Sky Pirates, one of the legendary great pirates, Golden Lion Shiki, and was captured and brought to the Sky Pirates base camp, where he became a slave doing odd jobs. The Celestial Dragons, who love to enslave others the most, actually become slaves of others in the end. How ridiculous is this? In addition to the Golden Lion, the Flying Pirates, those minion pirates who don't even deserve a name in the original work, usually have the greatest pleasure in bullying the Celestial Dragons themselves. It seems that they really like the feeling of stepping on the world's nobles. Hey, Celestial Dragons brat. At this moment, a drunken pirate noticed Rhine's presence, and with a look of great irony on his face, he said, "The party inside is over. Governor Shiki asked you to go in and clean up the mess. Did you hear me?" Hearing this, Rhine couldn't help but take a deep breath, and his eyes flashed with murderous intent as he looked at the pirates. But in the Golden Lion's territory, 10,000 meters above the sky, Rhine knew very well what would happen if he couldn't help but attack these guys. Although he is a celestial dragon, when Rhine traveled through time, he knew that in addition to the identity of a celestial dragon, he must also possess sufficient strength. After years of training, Rhine's current strength is not much different from that of an ordinary marine major, and he even has some outstanding qualities. Killing these ordinary pirates is naturally easy, but Rhine knows that after killing them, his own fate will definitely not be good. Taking a deep breath, Rhine walked towards the banquet hall. At this moment, a mechanical voice suddenly sounded in Rhine's mind, causing Rhine to pause. Inheritance System Awakening, binding to host, congratulations host, binding inheritance system. Advertisement. Hearing the voice in his mind, Rhine couldn't help but be slightly stunned, and then his pupils shrank, and his expression showed an excitement that could not be concealed. Cheat system. I didn't expect that after traveling through time for so many years, I would actually awaken the cheat system. Resisting the excitement in his heart, Rhine couldn't help but ask in a low voice, "System, can you help me get out of this predicament?" The ability of the inheritance system is to help the host inherit the power of the deceased. If the host wants to get out of the current predicament, he needs to rely on his own abilities. Hearing this, Rhine couldn't help but frown. With his strength as a major, escaping would not be a particularly difficult thing if he was on the sea. But at an altitude of 10,000 meters, at the base camp of the Flying Pirates, Rhine knew very well that he had no room to escape. Thinking of this, Rhine couldn't help but ask again, "What do you mean by inheriting the power of the dead?" When the host comes into contact with the dead, that is, the corpse, it can collect the power that the corpse possessed when it was alive, including physical skills, kendo, hockey, and fruit abilities. After these words were spoken, Rhine's expression couldn't help but change a little. Taking away the power that the dead had when they were alive, what a heaven-defying method. But Rhine reacted and asked again, "But system, kendo, taijutsu and hockey are fine, but won't the power of the devil fruit disappear with the death of the fruit ability user?" Even so, can we obtain the devil fruit ability in the other party? Yes, host. As long as the host touches the body of the deceased, the inherited ability can be triggered and the abilities that the deceased possessed during his lifetime can be obtained. After listening to the system's explanation, Rhine had already arrived at the Golden Lion's banquet hall. He took a deep breath, and a plan quietly began to brew in his heart. Inheriting the power that the deceased had when he was alive, Rhine pushed open the door and his eyes fell on the drunk man who had fallen asleep at the first place. Long golden hair like a lion's mane, a ship's rudder stuck on his head, an orange and yellow striped robe on his body, and two large swords tied to his thighs, all reveal the identity of this man. Advertisement. One of the three legendary pirates, the governor of the Flying Pirates, the man who was able to force the Pirate King Roger into a desperate situation in the past. Golden Lion Shiki. Looking at the drunken appearance of Golden Lion, Rhine took a deep breath and made a decision in his heart. Imprisoned here by the Golden Lion, Rhine will never be able to escape. Even if he awakens the system, he cannot rely on the system's abilities to become stronger. Of course, Rhine may be able to rely on his youth advantage to outlast Golden Lion, but Rhine will not do that. At this moment, Rhine has made up his mind to seize the power of Golden Lion, but there is a very vexing problem. How can he kill Golden Lion and obtain the Golden Lion's legacy by touching his remains? No matter what, we have to take a gamble. Looking at the drunk Golden Lion, Rhine knew very well that opportunities would not always be there, even though Golden Lion was no longer in his peak form, and even because of the influence of the rudder on his head, his hockey was somewhat out of control. But today's Golden Lion can still dominate the world with the power of his fruit, and is not even afraid of any combat power below the Admiral. But Rhine knew very well that the Golden Lion had an extremely fatal weakness, which was the rudder on its head. The rudder on the Golden Lion's head is already connected to the Golden Lion's brain nerves. Once the rudder is violently removed, the Golden Lion's brain will die in an instant. Although the physical constitutions of the people in the pirates' world are extremely terrifying, there is no chance of survival if the brain is dead. The next second, a blade pierced Golden Lion's throat. Feeling the severe pain, Golden Lion opened his eyes immediately and grasped his throat with his hands. Before he could react to what was happening, Rhine's hands had already tightly grasped the rudder on the Golden Lion's head, and with the strength gained from long-term training, he pulled the rudder out of the Golden Lion's head. Golden Lion looked at Rhine in disbelief. This legendary pirates would never have thought that Rhine was so aware of his weaknesses. The governor of the Flying Pirates, one of the 3 great legends of the past, would die in the hands of a little devil like this. Advertisement Chapter 2. Inheriting the Golden Lion, Lion Fruit and Kendo. Congratulations to the host for inheriting the Golden Lion legacy and obtaining Paramecia Lion Fruit. Congratulations to the host for inheriting the Golden Lion legacy and obtaining Golden Lion Kendo. When the voice of the system came from his mind, Rhine couldn't help but take a deep breath and feel the changes happening in his body. The power of Lion Fruit seemed to be innate. As soon as Rhine thought about it, the ability of Lion Fruit was activated. Everything around him that was touched was suspended in the air with the ability of Lion Fruit. A smile appeared on Rhine's face. Is this the ability possessed by one of the 3 legends, Golden Lion Shiki? As expected, it is called the top-level Paramecia Lion Fruit. Having the ability of Lion Fruit is equivalent to controlling the entire sky. But the next second, the noise coming from outside instantly caught Rhine's attention. Without any hesitation, Rhine used the power of Lion Fruit to leave the palace and appeared above the island. This also made Rhine discover that, except for the island under his feet, the rest of the island seemed to have fallen with the Golden Lion. As the Lion Fruit's ability got out of control, they all fell towards the sea surface 10,000 meters below like meteorites. Open black lens bracket host. Lerona Rhine close black lens bracket open black lens bracket age. 20 years old close black lens bracket open black lens bracket conquerors hockey. Unawakened close black lens bracket. Fruit ability. Paramecia Lion Fruit. Kendo level. Top swordsman, Golden Lion Kendo. Physical skills level. Major, overall strength. Naval Headquarters Rear Admiral, Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral level. Looking at the system panel's evaluation of his own strength, Rhine couldn't help but take a deep breath. How unbelievable is this growth rate? You have to know that before obtaining the Lion Fruit and the Golden Lion Swordsmanship, Rhine's strength was at most at the major level. But just by inheriting the Kendo level of Lion Fruit and Golden Lion, Rhine is now comparable to the Naval Headquarters Rear Admiral or even the Vice Admiral. Advertisement. Although it is a pity that he was not able to inherit the Conqueror's Hockey that the Golden Lion possessed from the Golden Lion's old body, for Rhine, inheriting the ability of the Golden Lion Fruit is enough. For Rhine at present, the ability of Lion Fruit will bring many conveniences to his actions. Taking a deep breath, Rhine raised his hand to steady the island under his feet, then looked at the members of the Flying Pirates on the island. Most of them were just a group of pirates who made up the numbers. They were not very powerful, but they could be used to do odd jobs. Similarly, the members of the Flying Pirates group also noticed Rhine floating in the air at this moment. Looking at Rhine floating in the air, all the pirates showed an expression of disbelief. They are not unfamiliar with the Rhine, on the contrary they are very familiar with it. After all, Rhine has the bloodline of celestial dragons and is the target of most of the Flying Pirates' usual entertainment. But now it seems that things have changed a little. Hey, what's going on? That celestial dragons guy is floating in the sky. Isn't this the governor's ability? Why does it appear on this guy? Damn it. Look. All the islands controlled by the governors have fallen. What's going on? Could it be that that guy has acquired Governor Shiki's abilities? After spending so many years in the sky with the Golden Lion, how could the members of the Flying Pirates not understand the power of the Lion Fruit? At this moment, all the islands lost control and fell into the sea, and only the island under their feet was still floating 10,000 meters in the sky. And the Rhine, which is suspended in the air without any external force, can illustrate the problem even more. Rhine looked calmly at the pirates who used to treat him as a joke. If Rhine wanted to, he could have buried all these pirates in the sea in an instant, but Rhine did not do so, because the power required to take revenge on the world government was absolutely beyond imagination. Unfortunately, Golden Lion's scientific research island Rhine has not been contacted. At this moment, the island has sunk into the sea and disappeared without a trace. Looking at the few remaining members of the Flying Pirates, Rhine said slowly with a cold tone. You should all know what the ability I have demonstrated means. Golden Lion has been wiped out by me. Now, the new governor of the Flying Pirates is me, Lerona Rhine. Do you have any opinions? Advertisement. As soon as these words were spoken, all the pirates felt unbelievable. Golden Lion Shiki, one of the 3 great legends, who had forced the Pirate King Roger into desperate situations many times in the past, and even broke into the naval headquarters and caused a riot for 3 days and 3 nights, and who was imprisoned and then escaped from the underwater prison Impleton, actually fell into the hands of such a young kid. Before this, they had never thought that the celestial dragons, who had been abandoned by the world government, would do such an unbelievable thing. Governor. Without any hesitation, these pirates immediately chose to follow Rhine. Since Rhine had the power to kill the Golden Lion and now had the Golden Lion's Lion Fruit, even if they were unwilling to surrender, the final result would probably be being abandoned and thrown down from a height of 10,000 meters. Such a height is enough to kill anyone. They don't have the ability to fall from a height of 10,000 meters and remain safe and sound. Surrender is the best option. Very good. Bump. Just as Rhine finished speaking, a gunshot rang out, causing Rhine to frown instantly. I saw a bullet appeared in front of Rhine. Rhine dodged slightly and looked in the direction where the bullet came from. Are you kidding me? The pirates who fired the gun showed an expression of disbelief on their faces. They stared at Rhine and said in a bad tone, how can such a B************ D be qualified to be a captain? I don't know why you got Governor Shiki's ability, but after eating the devil fruit, it will take some time to adapt to the ability. I don't believe you can fully master the power of the fruit so quickly. As soon as he finished speaking, another group of people stood up, all of them looking at Rhine viciously. It seems that these people are not willing to sacrifice their lives for revenge for the Golden Lion, but because they cannot accept that Rhine's identity has changed so quickly. You have to know that before today, Rhine was just an ant that could be bullied by anyone, but now this ant has actually climbed onto his head. How can he endure this? Listening to the other party's words, Rhine couldn't help but sneer, and then slowly said, you have the courage to attack me because you think I just ate the lion fruit, so I can't fully master the power of the fruit? Since you are so loyal to Golden Lion, I will use the power of Golden Lion to send you to the west. Lion Majesty. Earth Coiling, Chapter 3 Pirates Hunter, 3 Swordsman? East Blue has always been known as the weakest sea, but it has produced many world-famous top masters. Marine hero, Monkey D. Garp. Leader of the Revolutionary Army, Monkey D. Dragon. The Pirates King, Gold D. Roger. Even the protagonist of this future world, the man who inherited Joy Boy's will, Straw Hat Boy Luffy, was born in this weakest sea. The reason why Rhine chose to come to East Blue was to find the tomb of the former Pirates King. Even though nearly 20 years had passed, given the physical strength of the Pirates King's world, even if the corpse had long since decayed, there would not be any problems with Roger's skeleton. Rhine has also learned through the system that as long as one touches the deceased, no matter how long the other person has been dead, he can gain some of the abilities that the other person possessed when he was alive. As the most famous man on the sea in the past, dubbed the King of Pirates, Roger's strength is absolutely needless to say. If Rhine can obtain Roger's ability, his revenge plan will be implemented more smoothly. However, just as Rhine arrived at Loguetown and was about to go to the tomb of Pirates King Roger, a figure not far away suddenly attracted Rhine's attention. He has short green hair, a white shirt and black trousers, and 3 long swords are hung around his waist, one of which is the Wado Ichimonji, one of the 21 great swords. There is still half a year left until Sea Circle Calendar 1520, and there is still more than half a year before the Straw Hat Boy goes to sea. I didn't expect to meet Roronoa Zoro in this place. If I can intercept him and make him join my team, then he will definitely be a top-level fighter in the near future. After all, in the original work, after 3 years of joining the Straw Hat Pirates, Roronoa Zoro's achievements reached an astonishing quasi-emperor level. An existence that can rival the emperors and vice-emperors under the 4 emperors, and even suppress them. For the sake of revenge, Rhine doesn't mind letting the future Straw Hat Pirates fall apart, and he will not cause such a person with huge room for growth to join someone else's team because of some sentimental reasons. With this thought, Rhine did not hesitate at all. He blocked the opponent's way and said calmly, Pirates Hunter, Roronoa Zoro. Oh, Zoro narrowed his eyes and glanced at Rhine, then noticed the 2 long swords at Rhine's waist. Are you here to challenge me? Advertisement at this time. Zoro had already made a strong reputation in East Blue, and would often encounter swordsmen who came to challenge him. At this moment, Rhine had 2 swords hanging from his waist and directly announced his identity. Naturally, Zoro would misunderstand Rhine's intentions. But upon hearing this, Rhine couldn't help but raise his lips and said, challenge you? It's not impossible. How about a bet? Hearing this, Zoro couldn't help but grin and replied, are you planning to add some excitement to the contest? I have no objection. What are you betting on? Watching Zoro take the bait step by step, Rhine did not hesitate at all, drew out the 2 swords from his waist, and said slowly, except for the Wado Ichimonji, your other 2 swords seem to be very ordinary. If you can defeat me, the 2 famous swords, Sakura Ten and Kuki, which are as great as Wado Ichimonji, will be yours. How about that? As soon as these words came out, Zoro's eyes lit up. Looking at the 2 famous swords in Rhine's hands, Zoro almost drooled at this moment. But after a moment, Zoro calmed down and asked, the stakes are so high, I don't have anything valuable to bet with you. If you want to defeat me and get my Wado Ichimonji, then this bet is unnecessary. I'm not interested in your knife. Rhine looked calm and continued, if I lose, I will give you 2 famous swords, Sakura Ten and Kuki. If you lose, how about getting on my ship? Are you pirates? Zoro narrowed his eyes and looked straight at Rhine, but it seemed that he had never seen Rhine's face on the bounty poster. Pirates? Adventurers? Pirates? Rhine sneered and said, it doesn't matter what those people outside call me. I just want to fulfill my ambition. I don't have any big ideas about being a pirate. Zoro spoke calmly, then looked at the 2 famous swords on Rhine's waist and grinned, but I am very interested in your 2 swords. That's enough. Rhine chuckled, then waved his hand, and the lion fruit ability was activated. The ground beneath the 2 people's feet rolled up instantly, carrying the 2 people towards the coast. This method instantly made Zoro's eyes widen, with a look of disbelief flashing in his pupils. Advertisement, what? Is this a trick? Looking at the ground beneath his feet constantly churning, the 2 of them were directly lifted up into the sky by the mud. Zoro couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Zoro had never heard of such a method at this moment. You don't even know about devil fruit? Arriving at the coast, Rhine looked at Zoro calmly and said calmly, but this is normal. For East Blue, which has the title of the weakest sea, this sea area has been cleared by the marine and is too safe. The ability I possess is the lion fruit among the Paramecia devil fruits. I can make any inorganic matter I touch float in the air. Devil fruit? Zoro's eyes flashed with surprise, and then he looked straight at Rhine and said solemnly, it seems that this battle will not end so easily. No, this battle will be over soon. Rhine smiled calmly, and then said, then, you go first, roar Noah Zoro. Are you looking down on me? Zoro didn't have any anger on his face when he said this. Instead, he smiled and looked at Rhine and said seriously, then you better be prepared. Don't let me kill you with one blow. Rhine drew out Sakura 10, looked at Zoro calmly, grinned and said, that's right, I'll show you how big the world is. Demon slaying. Zoro moved with amazing steps and instantly arrived in front of Rhine. The two blades blocked Rhine's way to dodge, and the blade on his mouth made it impossible for him to choose a position to parry. Of course, the premise is that Rhine wants to dodge. Clang. Seeing Rhine's calm expression and blocking his attack with just one hand holding the sword, Zoro's eyes lit up. Is he an opponent worth fighting? But the following scene made Zoro feel a little bit unbelievable. Facing his continuous attacks, Rhine was just like teasing a child, parrying them casually. It seems like there are flaws everywhere, but why can't I do it? Chapter 4. Zoro's opportunity. Feeling Zoro's crazy slashing, Rhine couldn't help but nodded. Zoro's swordsmanship during this period was practiced entirely according to these 4 words. The force and power are so strong that it would be difficult for an ordinary opponent to resist. However, for a strong person, such crazy and random attacks will only reveal more and more flaws. The next second, Rhine blocked Zoro's slash, and when Zoro attacked again, he seized the opportunity and chopped Zoro away with the back of the knife. You should be capable of more than this, right? Rhine continued in a calm tone, I don't want to recruit such a fool who only knows how to attack recklessly. Are you kidding me? As Rhine spoke, Zoro felt a little more angry. Without any hesitation, he raised both blades high over his back and assumed the posture of a tiger. The next second, with a loud shout, Zoro rushed towards Rhine again. Tiger hunt. Clang. There is no doubt that even if Zoro only uses kendo, he cannot fight against Rhine. After all, Rhine has inherited most of the kendo abilities of the Golden Lion. Even if he did not rely on the kendo of the Golden Lion to reach the level of a great swordsman, he is still at the level of a top swordsman. Being knocked away by Rhine again, Zoro no longer hesitated. He took a deep breath, and held the 2 swords, one facing forward and the other backward. He gradually turned them in his hands, like a windmill. If you can block this knife, then I will admit defeat. Zoro's eyes narrowed and he shouted, 3 sword style secret, 3,000 worlds. As Zoro's strongest slash, 3,000 worlds is indeed not weak, but relying on Zoro's current strength, it is still a little bit insufficient to perform it. Rain easily lifted Sakura 10 and slashed with his sword. The 2 blades in Zoro's hands were broken, leaving only the Wado Ichimonji in his mouth. Zoro looked at the 2 swords in his hands, an incredible look on his face. But after a moment, Zoro accepted his defeat, looked straight at Rhine, and said solemnly, I accept the defeat, Captain. Advertisement. Although Zoro seemed to have accepted his defeat, Rhine still noticed a hint of unwillingness in Zoro's eyes. Do you think that the reason for your failure is that the 2 swords in your hands cannot compete with a word and cannot exert the strongest power in the 3,000 worlds? Zoro was stunned when he heard this, and looked at Rhine, wondering what Rhine wanted to say. The next second, Rhine slowly raised his hand, and the sword intent of a swordsman level surged out, and the huge sword force suppressed Zoro. Look carefully, what a true swordsman is. Slash wave. Through Sakura 10's swing, a terrifying flying slash brushed Zoro's ear and slashed towards the sea behind. The amazing flying slash extended for thousands of meters, leaving a terrifying gap of tens of meters wide in the sea, with no end in sight. How is this possible? Zoro turned around and looked at the cut-off sea. He couldn't help but take a breath, with an expression of disbelief in his eyes. Can a true swordsman achieve such a level? Can this person really be considered a human being? Your horizons are limited by East Blue, and your growth will be limited as well. Rhine said calmly, when you come with me to the Grand Line and see the methods of those powerful people, you will understand why the world is so big. Are those people as powerful as you? Zoro stared at Rhine, waiting for his answer, but Rhine shook his head and said in a serious tone, in Grand Line, there are many people who are stronger than me. After saying this, Rhine also noticed Zoro's slightly trembling body. Then Rhine couldn't help but raise his eyebrows and ask calmly, why are you scared? It's excitement. Zoro looked serious and said solemnly, the world is so big, but I am trapped in this East Blue. My horizons cannot be expanded. If this continues, when will I be able to become the world's greatest swordsman and fulfill my promise to Kuina? I will follow you and become your crew member, but, Captain, if you try to stop me from becoming the world's greatest swordsman. Advertisement, don't worry. Rhine spoke slowly and calmly, I will not hinder your growth. On the contrary. If you follow me, you will grow faster and become the world's greatest swordsman sooner. Loguetown, knife shop. Zoro looked confused and asked, what are you doing here? Of course I'm going to choose 2 good swords for you. How can the future world's greatest swordsman not have a weapon that suits him? Rhine looked calm, glanced at the Wado Ichimonji on Zoro's waist, and said calmly, "You are good at the three swords style. With only one sword, you can't exert your full strength." "Understood." Zoro nodded and followed Rhine into the store. The shop owner noticed the arrival of Rhine and Zoro but did not greet them, as if he did not particularly care about the business of the shop. However, when the shop owner saw Rhine pull out the good knife from the garbage blades beside him, he immediately said, "I can't sell that knife to you." Zoro also noticed that the blade in Rhine's hand was very extraordinary, and there was a gleam in his eyes. Although this sword is placed among a bunch of ordinary swords, it is undoubtedly a precious sword, the third-generation Kitetsu, one of the 50 best swords. The shop owner looked serious and said in a very solemn tone, "This is an extremely evil demon sword. Anyone who tries to conquer this sword will be killed by it. None of its past owners have had a good ending. If you want to buy a knife, I recommend you look at other ones, but I will not sell this knife and let it continue to carry the sin of killing." However, Rhine didn't care at all and handed the blade to Zoro, saying calmly, "The demon sword third-generation Kitetsu is also a very good blade for you at the moment. Conquer it." After hearing this, Zoro took the blade from Rhine without any hesitation and grinned, "A demon sword that can kill its master?" The next second, Zoro threw the blade into the air, then raised his arm and placed it on the path where the third-generation Kitetsu was falling. Under the shop owner's incredulous eyes, the blade of the third-generation Kitetsu that was about to cut Zoro's arm suddenly turned around inexplicably the next second, passed over Zoro's arm, and stabbed in front of Zoro. "Very good," Zoro grinned and said, "Captain, I like this knife." Chapter 5. Entering the Admiral class, East Blue Cocoa Village. After leaving the knife shop, Zoro now has 3 knives on his waist. In addition to Wado Ichimonji and third-generation Kitetsu, there is also a good and fast sword called Yukizo. It seems that the owner of the knife shop is also a sentimental person. After witnessing Zoro conquering the demon sword third-generation Kitetsu, he chose to give the store's treasure, Snowsu, to Zoro without any hesitation. "Where are we going next?" Zoro followed Rhine, and Rhine did not deliberately walk in front, perhaps because he was worried that this guy might get lost if he accidentally followed him. After all, Zoro's lack of direction is absolutely beyond imagination. The place where the old times are buried, that is where the tomb of Roger, the pirate's king, is located. Rhine's answer made Zoro a little puzzled, but since he chose to follow Rhine, Zoro would not doubt any of Rhine's decisions. This is also the charm of Zoro. Once the captain is identified, there will be no changes. Where the pirate's king Roger was buried is actually a secret to most people in the world. They don't know where the man who once conquered the Grand Line was buried after his death. But don't forget that Rhine once had the identity of celestial dragons, so he naturally knew that Roger's body was actually buried in Loguetown by Marine Vice Admiral Garp. For ordinary people, even if they knew where Roger was buried, it would not have much impact. But for Rhine, who can inherit the abilities of the deceased, even if Roger has been dead for nearly 20 years and his body has long been reduced to a skeleton, it will not affect Rhine's acquisition of Roger's abilities. Arriving in front of Roger's grave, Zoro looked at the overgrown grave with no one paying attention to it. He raised his eyebrows and said, "I'm afraid no one would have thought that the man who conquered the Grand Line in the past, who was dubbed the King of Pirates, would be buried in a place like this." Then Zoro looked at Rhine and asked, "Are you preparing to worship the former King of the Sea?" However, upon hearing this, Rhine grinned, then touched the ground with his palm and activated the lion fruit ability. The next second, as the surrounding soil rose completely into the air, a skeleton appeared in the grave where Roger was buried. Seeing this scene, Zoro couldn't help but be stunned for a moment, and was somewhat unable to react to Rhine's behavior. However, Rhine did not explain and his palm touched Roger's bones. Dead body detected. Identity: Gold D. Roger, advertisement. The current deceased's corpse can be inherited, whether to inherit the deceased's abilities during his lifetime. Without any hesitation, listening to the voice in his head, Rhine directly chose to inherit. The next second, as invisible energy entered Rhine's body through the mobilization of the system, Rhine couldn't help but take a deep breath, with excitement flashing in his eyes. Congratulations to the host for inheriting the legacy of Pirates King Roger and receiving the reward. Top-level Conqueror's Hockey. Congratulations to the host for inheriting the Pirates King Roger's legacy and receiving the reward. Roger Ultimate Kendo Moves. Divine Avoidance. Captain. Zoro was a little puzzled, although he was not dissatisfied with Rhine's actions. At this moment, seeing Rhine digging out other people's corpses and touching them, he couldn't help but wonder if Rhine was a pervert. Hearing Zoro's voice, Rhine couldn't help but chuckle, and then slowly said, "Even the king who conquered the sea in the past could only end up like this in the end. So my goal has never been this sea, but the throne above the void." After hearing these words, Zoro couldn't help but widen his eyes and looked at Rhine in disbelief. "The Void Throne? Captain, your ambition is much greater than mine." Rhine smiled calmly and said, "Why, are you afraid of my ambition?" "No." However, what Rhine did not expect was that Zoro raised his lips and said excitedly, "If the Void Throne is the goal, what kind of challenges will we encounter along the way? Just thinking about it makes me tremble with excitement." Open black lens bracket host. Lerona Rhine close black lens bracket open black lens bracket age. 20 years old close black lens bracket, Conqueror's Hockey. Observation Hockey, top level hearing everything, Armament Hockey, top level internal destruction, Conquerors, top level King's Domain. Fruit ability. Paramecia lion fruit, advertisement. Kendo level. Ordinary great swordsman, ordinary, intermediate, advanced, top, peak. Physical skills level. Major, overall strength, alternate admiral, ordinary admiral. Evaluation. Although the host already has the strength comparable to that of an ordinary admiral, due to the lack of physical strength and physical skills, there is a slight gap compared to the real admiral. The lack of physical strength is currently the biggest problem of the host. If the physical skills and physical strength are supplemented, the host will steadily step into the admiral level of combat power. Looking at the information that popped up on the system panel, Rhine couldn't help but think about this problem at this moment. If you rely on training, it is not easy to improve your physical strength and skills to the same level as the admiral. Therefore, I still have to rely on the system's inheritance ability, but where should I go to find the deceased who can bring about a qualitative change in my physical skills and physique, and inherit their abilities? In just a moment, Rhine already had a goal in his mind. That is the corpse of the demon Oz from 500 years ago in the hands of Gecko Moria, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. But before heading to the Terror Triangle, Rhine still had to prepare to fill the vacancies in the Flying Pirates. The first thing that needs to be found is an outstanding navigator. Although Rhine can rely on listening to the observation hockey of all things to predict the impending crisis of nature in advance, a qualified navigator is also indispensable for daily navigation. But after a moment, Rhine reacted, doesn't East Blue have a perfect navigator? Although Nami was less than 18 years old at this stage, he was already able to complete the voyage of the entire East Blue on his own, which was enough to prove his talent for sailing. Thinking of this, Rhine did not hesitate at all. After taking a look at the map, he immediately activated the lion fruit ability and flew the island towards the sky above Kokoazi village. Feeling the movement of the island, Zoro, who was training not far away, was stunned and asked, "Are we going to enter the Grand Line?" "Before that, we still need to find a navigator." Zoro was puzzled by Rhine's answer and asked, "But Captain, we are flying at an altitude of 10,000 meters, so we don't need a navigator, right?" "Who can say for sure?" Rhine chuckled and replied calmly, "Golden Lion had the same idea during his heyday, but the price was that Roger escaped and became the king of pirates, and Golden Lion began to go downhill because of it. I don't want to repeat the same mistakes and go down the same path as Golden Lion." Chapter 6 Arriving at Kokoa West Village and heading to Dragon Paradise. East Blue, Kikia West Village. As soon as they set foot on the island, the residents of the island were instantly panicked because of the foreign faces of Rhine and Zoro. When they noticed the arrival of Rhine and Zoro, they all looked tense, as if something bad was about to happen. After a while, a man with scars all over his face and a windmill on his head appeared in front of Rhine and Zoro. Seeing the two of them coming to Kokoyasi village, Aegean couldn't help but say, "Are you tourists passing by here? Sorry, Kokoyasi village is not a good place to rest now. Please leave as soon as possible. Are you the sheriff of this island?" Looking at the clothes on Aegean, Rhine said calmly, "We came here to find someone." Hearing this, Aegean said without any hesitation, "If you are looking for someone, maybe I can help you keep an eye out, but it is best for you to leave Kikoyasi village as soon as possible." Hey you guy. Zoro frowned and said in an unhappy tone, "We didn't do anything, did we? Why do you have to chase us away?" Looking at the 3 blades hanging from Zoro's waist, Jien knew that Rhine and Zoro were not easy to mess with. But even so, Jien still said, "If you are not afraid of death, you can stay, but..." "I heard there's a new person coming?" Only a voice was heard, interrupting Aegean's words, and the faces of the residents around him all showed expressions of fear. Aegean's expression instantly tensed up and he looked in the direction where the sound came from. "Lord Kruby, they're just passing by. What are you talking about?" Jien tried to say something, but was interrupted by Kruby without any courtesy. He looked at Rhine and Zoro and said with contempt, "It's not easy to come to our territory and just leave like that." "Kruby?" Zoro frowned, then as if he had thought of something, he slowly said, "I seem to remember this name." "Advertisement? Oh." Kruby couldn't help but grin. His eyes fell on Zoro, and he said, "Have you heard of my reputation? When I passed by Orangetown, I saw the bounty for this guy." Zoro crossed his arms in front of his chest and said calmly, "The guy with a bounty of 9 million Baileys, a member of the Dragon Pirates, Kruby. The captain of the Dragon Pirates seems to be a pirate with a bounty of 20 million berries." "Ha ha ha ha." Kruby laughed, his eyes fell on Zoro, and then he seemed to have thought of something, and couldn't help but say, "With the way you are dressed, you must be the 3 sword pirates hunter, right?" "Roranoa Zoro. I heard that countless pirates have died at your hands, so, are you here to hunt lousy?" Rhine glanced at Kruby, interrupted him, and said, "Is this the only bunch of rotten fish and shrimp under the command of that evil dragon guy?" As soon as these words were spoken, Kruby's expression changed slightly, and the expressions of the residents around him also became extremely panicked. This guy actually dared to provoke the cadres of the Dragon Pirates. You know, Kruby is a pirate with a bounty of 9 million Baileys. Such a bounty is even higher than that of some pirate captains. In addition, the Dragon Pirates' rule over the waters near the Cocoa Village over the years has made it impossible for them to muster any desire to resist. After all, in their view, the Murlocs possess power 10 times greater than that of humans. Mermaids are naturally stronger than humans, and if humans rebel against mermen, they are defying the laws of nature. Rhine's rude ridicule of Kruby at this moment will definitely make Kruby angry. Who knows, because of Rhine's behavior, the fishmen may even vent their anger on the entire Kokoaxi village. Lowly human. Kruby stared at Rhine fiercely and said in a violent tone, "Are you looking for death?" Advertisement, however, Rhine did not respond, but just stomped his feet slightly, and the ground shook terribly. Under the power of lion fruit, countless pieces of mud gathered into a huge lion head, which opened its bloody mouth towards Kruby. When the huge lion head of tens of meters appeared, Kruby couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat, with an expression of disbelief in his eyes. How could such a monster appear in a place like East Blue? The next second, the lion head suddenly fell down and swallowed Kruby directly, and was crushed into nothingness by countless mud. What a ridiculous fellow. I never thought that one day, a fishman who was not even qualified to lick my feet would dare to say such words in front of me. Rhine looked calm, and then he said, "Where's the headquarters of the Dragon Pirates?" After listening to Rhine's words, the surrounding residents finally came back to their senses from their shock. At this moment, they had no intention of dissuading Rhine from going to the Dragon Park, because in their opinion, the huge lion head that Rhine had just condensed was a force that was enough to destroy everything. Such a strong man must also come from the Grand Line. Who knows, he might be able to deal with those guys from the Dragon Pirates. Ajien took a deep breath, looked at Lai Yin, and said solemnly, "We can't afford to take you to the Dragon Park, but you can go in this direction, and you will see the buildings of the Dragon Park in a few minutes. But I still want to remind you that fishmen are born to be superior to humans and have more than 10 times the strength of humans. If you want to fight the dragon and exchange its head for a bounty, you still have to think about it. Let's go, Zoro." Listening to Ajian's words, Rhine had no intention of talking to him and said calmly, "The village has been imprisoned by the pirates for so many years. Let's act as the heroes who saved the village. You are the captain anyway, you have the final say." Following Rhine's footsteps, the two of them moved towards the location of the Dragon Park one after the other. However, just as the two of them left, a small boat docked at the shore of Cocoa West Village. After noticing the expressions on the faces of the surrounding residents, Nami couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. "What's wrong, everyone? What happened?" Looking at Nami who had returned, Ajian couldn't help but take a deep breath and said, "Nami, it seems that our Kokoyasi village is about to escape from the hell of the past." Chapter 7. The dragon is destroyed and Nami joins the gang. Bump. As the gate of the Dragon Park was kicked away, dozens or even hundreds of fishmen in the park all looked towards the gate at the same time. The evil dragon, in particular, noticed the presence of Rhine and Zoro at this moment and couldn't help but narrow his eyes. When the dragon noticed the blade on Zoro's waist and the green hair, he couldn't help but ask, "Lowly human, are you planning to hunt Lousie's head for the bounty?" Over the years, the evil dragon has been entrenched in the waters of Kokoazi village, ruling over more than 20 villages, and naturally there are many bounty hunters who come to cause trouble. But there is no doubt that facing the evil dragon pirates from the Grand Line, those bounty hunters paid the price for their actions. The most famous pirates hunter in East Blue recently is undoubtedly Roronoa Zoro. His iconic green hair and three-sword swordsmanship also made the dragon guess that the two came to take his head in exchange for the bounty. "I'm not interested in trading your head for a bounty, but..." Rhine looked at the dragon and said calmly, "The navigator I value was born in this village. Before inviting my navigator to go out to sea, helping her solve the troubles of the entire village will help me gain her loyalty, right? Navigator." Oh. The evil dragon looked at Rhine with cold eyes, his tone filled with murderous intent, and slowly said, "It's Nami, right? What a ridiculous and pathetic fellow. He hasn't even made a name for himself yet, and yet he comes to trouble me." As if he didn't care about Rhine and Zoro at all, the evil dragon said in a very cold tone, "Faced with fishmen who are 10 times stronger than humans and are superior to humans, how can you compete with us? We are naturally stronger than humans, and it is our duty to rule over those lowly humans. If they resist, it would be tantamount to defying the laws of nature." Hearing this, Rhine couldn't help but raise his lips, looking at the evil dragon and saying, "Lowly human? So, you think your identity as a fishman is very noble? Isn't it?" The evil dragon looked at Rhine, then shook his head and said to Xiao Ba and Ju who were not far away, "Deal with these two arrogant guys and let them see how noble the fishmen are. Facing us, these lowly humans have no ability to resist at all." After hearing the evil dragon's words, Xiao Ba and Ju stood up immediately and walked towards Rhine and Zoro. Advertisement Ju looked at Rhine and said in a very cold tone, "Lowly human, I will let you see how huge the gap is between you and this noble fishman." However, in the next second, Rhine's figure appeared in front of Ju, and slapped his head to the ground, causing him to fall unconscious. "Noble? Stop kidding." Rhine then kicked the unconscious Ju away, his eyes fell on the evil dragon, and said in a very calm tone, "It seems that you have forgotten what the mark of the sun pirates on your body is covering up. You actually call yourself noble in front of me? You are ridiculous." Upon hearing this, the pupils of many fishmen shrank and they stared at Rhine. How could this guy know about this? The evil dragon also stared at Rhine and said in a bad tone, "What nonsense are you talking about?" As the evil dragon finished speaking, the opponent rushed towards Rhine like a sharp arrow. It seems that these fish people don't want their past experiences to be mentioned again. However, Rhine just sneered, even though he was abandoned by the world government, and vowed in his heart that he would ignite the fire of revenge in the entire holy land of Mariejois. But this does not prevent Rhine from having the most noble bloodline in the world flowing in his body. Bloodline of celestial dragons. How ridiculous, back then, you guys were just commodities in front of me. You didn't even qualify to be slaves. He slightly turned sideways to avoid the dragon's attack, then Rhine drew the Sakura 10 from his waist and cut off the dragon's proudest nose with one blow. As a saw-toothed shark man, the dragon's sharpest parts are its teeth and nose, which are also the weapons it is most proud of. But now, after just a brief encounter, Rhine cut off his nose. The dragon was even more furious. He immediately took out his regenerable teeth and punched Rhine. However, with Sakura's 10 swings, the dragon's arms were easily cut off. Rhine is now strong enough to deal with the Marine Admiral, and even if his physical strength is insufficient, he can still fight against him safely. Advertisement: it is ridiculous for a small evil dragon to want to fight with the Rhine. Who the hell are you? Looking at the appearance of the evil dragon, the surrounding fishmen also understood one thing at this moment. The man in front of him seemed different from those humans in East Blue. This guy's strength could definitely occupy a place even in the Grand Line. I have no interest in explaining anything to a dead man. Rhine looked calm as he cut off the dragon's head with one sword. He then looked at the other members of the dragon pirates around him. After committing evil deeds in this sea for so many years, perhaps you have forgotten what real hell is. But it doesn't matter. Next, you should pay the price for what you have done. Lion Majesty. Earth coiling. As the Lion Fruit's ability was activated, the entire dragon park was shaken violently. The next second, countless mud on the ground surged up and turned into a terrifying earth dragon covering hundreds of meters, directly swallowing up dozens or hundreds of fishmen around it. And just at this moment, figures appeared outside the gate of Dragon Paradise. When they saw that Rhine destroyed the entire dragon pirates so easily, the residents were filled with disbelief. Hey, Captain, it's okay to deal with the others, but why do you have to involve my opponent as well? Zoro said somewhat unhappily. This is a rare opportunity to practice. There will be many opportunities like this in the future. Zoro didn't say much after hearing this, but just put away the blade helplessly. It was at this time that the residents surrounding outside all cheered with excitement and joy. In an instant, the entire dragon park was filled with residents of Cocoa West Village. They smashed and looted everything in the dragon park, as if they were venting their hatred towards the dragon pirates. Rhine noticed Nami in the crowd and came up to him. My ship is short of a navigator, are you interested? Chapter 8. Where are the flying pirates? The god of Sky Island. Captain. Are you sure you need a navigator? On the huge floating Sky Island, the former palace of the Golden Lion has now been taken over by Rhine. Listening to Nami's words, Zoro nodded and said seriously. We are flying in the sky, so we don't need a navigator at all. Even if we have to look for someone, we should look for astronaut? Hearing this, Rhine smiled calmly and explained in a very calm tone. Have you heard of the name of Golden Lion Shiki? After these words were spoken, both of them nodded at the same time. Nami was even more blunt. He was one of the 3 legendary pirates on the sea back then. How could we not have heard of such an existence? Although I have never heard of him, I have heard of the great name of Golden Lion Shiki. Although for Zoro and Nami, they have only heard of the name of a big man like Golden Lion, it can also be said that the reputation of Golden Lion in its heyday is definitely not inferior to that of Whitebeard and the Pirates King. Rhine spoke slowly and calmly. The devil fruit ability I possess is the same fruit ability that Golden Lion possessed back then, the Paramecia lion fruit. At the time, Golden Lion also believed that the flying pirates he led could conquer the Grand Line without the need for a navigator by sailing in the sky. However, during an operation against Roger pirates, Golden Lion paid a heavy price for his decision. The existence that was able to force the Pirates King Roger and his gang into desperate situations one after another. Because of the consequences of that incident, Golden Lion directly withdrew from the stage of history. At this point, Rhine's eyes fell on Nami and he continued, as someone who has inherited the legacy of the Golden Lion, I will naturally not choose to follow the old path of the Golden Lion. Even if we rely on the floating Sky Island to sail at an altitude of 10,000 meters, the existence of the navigator is still indispensable. The two were silent for a moment, and they understood Rhine's thoughts. It is quite normal that Rhine, who possesses the power of Golden Lion, is unwilling to follow the old path of Golden Lion. Grand Line over Gaia Island. At this moment, the huge island, under the control of Lion Fruit's ability, was flying thousands of meters in the sky. Advertisement: the reason why it maintains such a high altitude is entirely because of Nami's dream, which is to draw nautical charts of the whole world through sailing. If it is too high, there will be some problems with the nautical charts drawn by Nami. Although I often sneaked out to make money before, this is the first time I've gone so far away from Kikoyasi village. Rhine was basking in the sun not far away, listening to the sounds around him with the help of observation hockey. Zoro was practicing hard, as if he didn't feel tired at all, but this was normal. After seeing the sword slashed by Rhine, Zoro also understood the gap between himself and the world. He wanted to seize the time to practice hard and improve his strength. As for Nami, after drawing the nautical chart here, he had nothing to do. After all, sailing in the sky is different from sailing on the sea. On the sea, he needs to pay attention to the movement of the ocean currents and monitor all changes. But flying in the sky is not that troublesome. You just need to pay attention to the upcoming weather changes from time to time. Captain, where are we going next? Nami looked at Lai Yin, feeling a little bored, and continued, it's been almost half a month, I'm a little bored. Hearing this, Rhine couldn't help but smile, looked up, and slowly said, Sky Island, Arpayado. Sky Island. After hearing what Rhine said, Zoro and Nami both became interested. Apart from the captain's ability, is there any other way in this world to make the island fly? Zoro asked curiously, and even Nami looked at Rhine curiously, waiting for Rhine's answer. Rhine picked up the wine glass beside him, looked up into the sky, and said calmly, "You may be unfamiliar with the name Arpajato, but this island had another name hundreds of years ago. That is the Golden Country, Shandora." After saying this, Zoro was still thinking about what place that was, but Nami's eyes turned into Bailey's and asked excitedly, "Captain, is it the Golden City of Rolando, the liar?" Rhine nodded and explained, 400 years ago, everyone thought Rolando had told a big lie, but in fact, the Golden City was not fake. It was just that Rolando was unlucky. When he returned with his fleet, the Golden City had been washed up into the sky by the rising current. As time passed, it became the present-day Sky Island Arpayat. Nami immediately asked, "If the Golden Country really exists, then wouldn't it have countless gold on it?" Advertisement. Nami looked extremely excited, his eyes had long been replaced by countless golden Baileys. Even though he hadn't seen the gold yet, it seemed as if Nami had already made plans to collect all the gold together and deposit it into his own small treasury. "Our next destination is Sky Island Arpayat." Rhine spoke slowly and calmly, "The next crew member of the Flying Pirates will be in Arpajato, Sky Island. And on Sky Island, that guy deserves it. God of Sky Island." Naval Headquarters Marineford, in the Justice Building, in the Marshal's office, a meeting was going on. Dozens of photos were placed in front of the Marine senior executives on the conference table. Marine Marshal Buddha Sengoku looked solemn and said slowly, "According to our latest information, those islands did not appear out of thin air, but fell from a height of 10,000 meters. As soon as these words were spoken, many Marine executives present immediately thought of a certain guy. After so many years of escaping from impelled down, is there finally any movement?" Kizaru Borsellino, one of the 3 admirals and the most powerful fighter in the naval headquarters, slowly said, "After hiding for so many years, why did the Golden Lion suddenly reveal its whereabouts? I'm afraid it's not to expose my tracks." Looking at the fragments of the islands in the photo, Marine hero Garp said very seriously, "This doesn't look like Golden Lion's action, but rather like, these islands have lost the effect of the fruit's power." Upon hearing this, the Marine Chief of Staff, Vice Admiral, he frowned and said, "Is there a possibility? Did these islands fall down because the Golden Lion died? If Golden Lion is really dead, then how can we find the devil fruit ability that Golden Lion once possessed? After all, once that fruit appears again, it will probably create a monster that is no weaker than the original Golden Lion. It will be a huge trouble for the Marine again. After all, even we are helpless against Lion Fruit's aerial capabilities." Chapter 9. Thunder Fruit User, Thunder God Enel. Rhine naturally had no idea about the content of the Naval Headquarters meeting at this moment. But even if Rhine knew the content of the meeting, he would not care too much. After all, Rhine, who inherited the ability of Golden Lion Fruit, has a level of control over Lion Fruit that is not much inferior to that of Golden Lion at his peak. Marine was absolutely right about one thing, that is, Lion Fruit's air superiority is basically an unsolvable means for this world. The Golden Lion, who were at their peak at the time, stormed into the naval headquarters and wreaked havoc for 3 days and 3 nights, while fighting against Sengoku, who was still admiral at the time, and the hero Garp. If Golden Lion had not been exhausted, he would not have been imprisoned and impelled down. Even if Golden Lion wanted to leave, even if he was exhausted, Garp and Sengoku would not be able to do anything to him. However, as if because of the loss of an opponent like Roger, Golden Lion did not choose to escape after being exhausted, but sat on the wreckage of Marineford and allowed Marine to imprison him. The fact is, just as Marine Vice Admiral Crane guessed, Golden Lion is dead. It is already impossible to find Lion Fruit, but it is not impossible to find new Lion Fruit users. Sky Island Arpajato. This island, which was once known as the Golden Land, became a legend due to Rolando's lies. With the washing of the rising ocean current, the island came to an altitude of 10,000 meters, and only a few people knew of the existence of this island. When the flying pirates floating Sky Island appeared in the sky above Arpajato, the Sky Island god on the island at this moment was filled with anger. "How dare you fly above God? Is this a disrespect for me?" Without any hesitation, after locking onto the figures of Rhine and the other 2 floating on Sky Island through his mind network, Enel, without any hesitation, activated the power of Thunderfruit and directly summoned a terrifying thunder with a diameter of 10 meters. God's judgment. A terrifying lightning bolt with a diameter of more than 10 meters fell from the sky. The next second, Rhine activated the Lion Fruit ability without hesitation. The earth's soil and stones mixed together to form a stone wall to block the thunder's attack. Nami and Zoro finally reacted and looked at the clear sky. Both of them had puzzled expressions on their faces. In such weather, how could such terrible thunder suddenly appear? And what a coincidence, was it aimed at the 3 of them? Advertisement, it seems. The god of this island does not welcome our arrival. After hearing what Rhine said, Zoro and Nami showed an expression of surprise on their faces. "Captain, are you saying that the thunder just now was man-made?" Logi, a Thunder Fruit ability user. Rhine spoke calmly, looking to a place not far away, and continued, "Thor Enel. This is really surprising. A monkey from Shanghai has actually heard of my name?" Accompanied by a flash of lightning, Enel's figure instantly appeared not far from the crowd, with a naked upper body, a white headscarf wrapped around his head like a trumpet, black and yellow pants, and a golden stick in his hand. The contemptuous eyes stared at the 3 Rhines, and said in a very calm tone, "You came here without passing through the gate of heaven, right? This means, you broke into Sky Island without paying the fee. As an illegal intruder, it would be fine if you didn't hide, but you actually showed up above my head in such a blatant way. Looking at the three people from Rhine, Enel's free palm was already flashing with blue arcs of electricity. As one of the most powerful devil fruit in Logia, the destructive power of thunder fruit is absolutely amazing. It has a speed comparable to the sparkling fruit and a destructive power comparable to the lava fruit. Even if the host dies, it can use electric current to shock the heart and open the eyes again, and through the combination of thunder magnetic field and observation hockey, it can easily cover hundreds of miles with observation hockey. This is a devil fruit that has almost no weaknesses. Illegal entry into this god's territory is a capital crime. A tyrannical look flashed across Enel's face, and he whispered, 30 million volt thunderbeast. As soon as he finished speaking, endless terrifying thunder suddenly appeared around Enel. Sizzle. Sizzle. The next second, thousands of thunders transformed into a terrifying thunderbeast that was tens of meters in size. Advertisement as the thunderbeast gathered, in the blink of an eye, it opened its bloody mouth and pounced towards Rhine and the other two. Along the way, thunder was raging. Wherever the thunderbeast passed, it was covered by the terrifying thunder. The road where the thunderbeast galloped past was turned into a scorched earth. In the blink of an eye, the huge thunderbeast had arrived in front of the three people. Nami and Zoro's eyes were filled with disbelief. A huge thunderbeast tens of meters tall, is it really possible for humans to do such a thing? As expected of the top devil fruit in Logia, its power is truly astonishing. Rhine chuckled, then drew out the Sakura 10 in the dead tree from his waist. In order to bring Enel under his command, Rhine must suppress Enel thoroughly from beginning to end. Otherwise, such an arrogant person would never surrender easily. Watch out, Zoro. This is what a true swordsman slash looks like. As soon as he finished speaking, Rhine gathered armament hockey with his arms, and the huge pressure dissipated instantly, accompanied by the dark armament hockey wrapped around his arms, covering the two famous swords, Sakura 10 and Karaki. Rhine also swung both blades and launched a slashing attack. Slash wave. The terrifying slash that was powerful enough to cut through everything was filled with unimaginable power, and in an instant it split the thunderbeast into two. Enel, who saw this scene, showed an incredible look and was shocked. How is it possible? How can a sword cut through the thunder? There was a gleam of disbelief in Enel's eyes, but he reacted after a moment, and the golden stick in his hand struck the thunder drum with 4-3 Magatama on its back. 60 million volt thunder dragon. The enormous thunder force contained in the thunder drum was drawn out by the power of the thunder fruit, and then a terrifying thunder dragon hundreds of meters long was condensed, as if it was enough to tear everything apart, and it attacked Rhine again. Fall in the hands of this god, monkey from Shanghai. Enel roared, and the huge force of thunder was enough to destroy an island. However, Rhine grinned, instantly wrapped the armament hockey around him, and allowed the thunder dragon to hit him. That's it. Chapter 10 200 million volts Thunder God, Conqueror's Entanglement Divine Avoidance? As the most powerful force in the human body, hockey is the biggest asset for the second half of the Grand Line and the New World to measure strength. In this world, there are many kinds of devil fruit. Zone Demon Fruit Power. After eating the fruit will greatly increase the physical strength. Paramecia ability users will gain a variety of strange abilities, and Logia ability users, after eating the fruit, will master certain natural element abilities and can make their bodies enter an elemental state, making all physical attacks ineffective. This is why among the three devil fruit abilities, the Logia ability user is known as the strongest ability user. It's really because the elemental ability is a bit too tricky. But Logia users are by no means invincible. The devil fruit's natural nemesis, seawater and sea stone grown in the ocean, can all attack the physical bodies of Logia users and even cause them to lose control of their own abilities. But besides the sea and sea stone, there are other ways to deal with Logia users. That's hockey. Through practice, one can activate and awaken the energy in one's body. In the beginning, this energy is like invisible armor that can greatly increase the power of attack. The most important thing is that armament hockey is also the means for most strong people to deal with Logia users and attack the opponent's entity. In addition, after mastering a strong enough hockey, you can even use the powerful hockey energy to make devil fruit lose its effect. Just like at this moment, Rhine used the ultimately powerful armament hockey to stop Enel's method. The Thunder Dragon with a voltage of up to 60 million volts fell on Rhine, but it just kept flashing arcs and did not cause Rhine any trouble. How is it possible? Enel looked at Rhine in disbelief. From the time Enel got the Thunder Fruit until now, this was the first time that the Thunder Fruit had lost its effect. Before this, no matter who the enemy was, facing the terrifying power of thunder, they would be defeated instantly, and the lightest outcome would be fainting. However, after enduring the bombardment of a 60 million volt Thunder Dragon, Rhine did not suffer any injuries. How could Enel not find this unbelievable? Snort. Not long after, Enel came back to his senses, looked at Rhine and said in a bad tone, "Although I don't know how you stopped my attack, but it's not so easy for me too." Advertisement however, before Enel could finish his words, Rhine's figure had already appeared in front of Enel. Sakura 10 in the dead tree, wrapped in the amazing armament hockey, slashed towards Enel's abdomen. Originally, Enel wanted to use elementalization to render Rhine's attacks ineffective, and eliminate the possibility that Rhine could attack God's body. But with the constant warnings of his observation hockey and his eyelids twitching as if some heaven-defying crisis was about to come, Enel also reacted quickly, turning into a bolt of lightning to avoid the knife. But even so, the extremely sharp sword energy still left a wound on Enel's arm. This situation made Enel gasp in shock, and he looked at Rhine in disbelief. How is it possible? You can actually attack this god's body. However, Rhine just replied calmly, for a guy like you who calls yourself a god on Sky Island, how can you possibly know how vast the world is? It's clear that Tiansheng has mastered advanced observation hockey, but he can't master the same armament hockey. Do you think that just one thunder fruit is enough to make you truly invincible? Ridiculous. The lion fruit ability was activated, and with the amazing Conqueror's hockey bursting out, black and red lightning instantly filled the entire floating Sky Island. In an instant, dozens of huge lion heads made of mud and rocks all opened their bloody mouths towards Enel. The tactics that cover the sky and the sun are so wide that they can even sink an island in an instant. Looking at Rhine, who was like a devil in the air, Enel also felt a look of fear in his heart at this moment. From the time he gained the power of Thunderfruit until now, Enel hasn't known what fear feels like for a long time. But at this moment, the aura emanating from Rhine makes Enel deeply aware of the deadly danger. Before he obtained the power of Thunderfruit, Enel once fought with a terrifying beast. An experience that nearly killed him. Enel will never forget it for the rest of his life. At this moment, the feeling that Rhine gave Enel seemed to be dozens of times more terrifying than that experience. Lion Majesty. Earth coiling. Advertisement. Faced with the attack of dozens of huge lion heads, Enel's expression changed drastically. Enel didn't hesitate at all. He swung the golden stick in his hand and hit the thunder drum behind him. Through the power of Thunderfruit, the terrifying thunder force contained in the thunder drum was mobilized. In an instant, arcs of electricity flashed around Enel, and huge thunder instantly covered him. You must be kidding. I'm a god. Along with Enel's roar, at this moment Enel has completely transformed into terrifying thunders. As the power of thunder and lightning around Enel merges, Enel at this moment seems to have entered an extremely terrifying state. As the endless power of thunder gradually entangles, Enel continues to release the destructive power of Thunderfruit. In the blink of an eye, Enel's body rose several meters, and a terrifying thunder giant with blue arcs wrapped around his body appeared in the air. 200 million volt thunder god. Perhaps sensing the threat from Rhine, Enel did not even plan to continue any further probing, but instead directly used his best skills. Enel's development of Thunderfruit's abilities is absolutely amazing. The Thunderblade that once destroyed Sky Island Burka, and the 10,000 thunders summoned through the power of natural thunder, can be said to be the means mastered by Enel, which are enough to destroy an island in an instant. The 200 million volt Thor was developed by Enel and is the strongest form that can be possessed through the power of Thunderfruit. Under the power of God, turn into charcoal. With a roar, thunder flashed all around Enel, and thunder with the power to destroy everything instantly smashed dozens of huge lion heads around him. However, at this moment, Rhine held Sakura 10 and wrapped Conquerors around Sakura 10. Thor then tried to block this blow. Rhine grinned, a red light flashed in his pupils, and Conqueror's hockey instantly scattered. The powerful Conquerors wrapped around Sakura 10 and suddenly swung it out with a slash. God avoids. Chapter 11. The terrifying divine avoidance. The Thunderfruit ability user joins the group. Conqueror's hockey is a type of Conqueror's hockey, but unlike observation hockey and armament hockey, Conqueror's hockey symbolizes a special meaning. It is the qualification of a king that is born only once in a million people. Conqueror's hockey cannot be acquired through acquired learning, nor can it be inherited from generation to generation. It can only be determined by fate. In the New World, although there are countless people who possess Conqueror's hockey, the number of people who can actually destroy Conqueror's hockey, or even wrap Conqueror's hockey like armament hockey, can be counted on one hand. If the proficiency of Conqueror's hockey is divided according to the level of armament hockey, then the elementary Conqueror's hockey can only burst out from time to time depending on the changes in emotions. The medium Conqueror's hockey, on the other hand, is able to control the release of the Conquerors with one's own will by increasing one's mental power. As for the advanced Conqueror's hockey, it is able to destroy the opponent with powerful pressure and defeat the opponent on the spiritual and psychological level. As for more advanced methods, Conqueror's physical destruction and Conqueror's entanglement, they are at a level that only a handful of people can master. The King of Pirates, Gold D. Roger, the former King of the Sea, the man who conquered the Grand Line. It's not the power of demon fruit. He stands at the top of the world just by relying on Conqueror's hockey, kendo and taijutsu. Rhine inherited the Conqueror's hockey from the Pirates King Roger and mastered Roger's Conqueror's skills. Now his control over Conqueror's hockey is definitely among the best in the world. Divine evasion is the most powerful entanglement technique in the hands of Pirates King Roger. By wrapping Conqueror's hockey around the weapon, it can unleash a power dozens of times more terrifying than ordinary moves even from a distance. At this moment, Enel's whole body is gathered in thunder, and the huge thunder giant exudes a terrifying thunder force of up to 200 million volts. But even so, facing Rhine's sword attack called Divine Avoidance, Enel had almost no means of resistance. Looking at the scarlet flying sword that seemed to be able to cut through all objects in the world, Enel felt extremely desperate at this moment. Can I really defeat this guy? Advertisement sizzle, sizzle. With the full power output of Thunderfruit, Enel couldn't care less at this moment. The terrible power of thunder continued to gather. In Thor mode, Enel was like holding a thunder spear in his hand. Lousy is a god. Enel shouted loudly, and at the moment when the divine shield was about to fall, Enel suddenly burst out with amazing thunder power and shouted again. 200 million volts, the spear of the thunder god. Seeing this scene, Rhine couldn't help but show a look of surprise on his face. In the original work, Enel never used this move against the Straw Hat Pirates. But when the spear of Thor, which seemed powerful enough to break through all obstacles, collided with the divine sword that could cut off everything, it ultimately did not cause much of a wave. The slash containing Conqueror's Haki passed through Enel's chest with incredible precision. Even though he was in Thor mode and had entered full power at this moment, Enel still lost consciousness instantly when faced with this knife. The power of thunder gradually lost control, and even Enel could no longer maintain the stability of the Thor mode. But in just a moment, the huge god of thunder disappeared without a trace, and only Enel with a huge gash on his chest could be seen falling from mid-air. It can be seen from his rolled-back eyes that Enel has completely lost all consciousness in the face of Rhine's divine dodge. "Hey Captain, isn't this guy going to invite companions to join us?" Looking at the half-dead Enel, Zoro said in a strange tone. "We don't have a doctor with us, right? What if this guy is really dead?" After the battle between Rhine and Enel, Zoro realized the weakness of his own strength, and planned to practice harder to improve his strength. But at this moment, noticing Enel's half-dead posture, Zoro couldn't help but feel suspicious. If the goal is to recruit Enel to join, there's no need to fight like this, right? This guy is the god of Sky Island. He is very proud. If you don't achieve a truly overwhelming victory and shatter his pride, how can he be willing to submit to someone else? Advertisement facing Rhine's answer, Zoro seemed to understand something. Nami picked up a branch from the ground and poked it towards Enel's head. After a moment, she said, "Captain, I'm afraid we need to find a doctor for this guy." "Don't worry, this guy has enough vitality to last for so long." Rhine's tone was quite calm. He looked at Enel's chest, which was gradually recovering its heartbeat, and said slowly, "After all, a Thunder Fruit user can be revived by electric shock even if his heart stops beating. It's just the wound outside. Nami, you bandage this guy." "Eh? Me?" Nami was a little scared, and then she said, "Captain, aren't you afraid that he will suddenly wake up and kill me with a bolt of lightning? There are sea stone shackles in the room where Zoro practiced before. Just lock this guy up. Under the power of sea stone, this guy will not be able to mobilize the ability of his fruit." Nami heaved a sigh of relief after hearing this, and then she and Zoro lifted Enel up and walked towards the room where Zoro was training. Watching Zoro and Nami leave, Rhine looked at Sakura 10 and the dead tree in his hands. Although they are two large swords, Golden Lion has tied the two swords to his legs over the years, and the flesh and blood have gradually corroded the handles. Rhine could also notice when using it that Sakura 10 and Kumyu were not so easy to hold, and the handle was also quite loose. "Maybe we should think of a way, either replace the handles for Sakura and Kuki, or just replace them with two new famous swords. But where can I find a suitable famous sword to use as a weapon?" Rhine shook his head and stopped thinking about the weapons for the time being. Now Enel is in our hands. Although Enel has not yet expressed its willingness to surrender, it is almost time to make the next plan. His own shortcomings still exist. The defects in physical skills and physique allow Rhine to crush those weaker than himself, but if he encounters a being of the same level, then Rhine's winning rate will definitely be pitifully low. It's time to head to the Dread Drake for a meeting with Gecko Moria, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Chapter 12 Arrival at the Desert Kingdom, Meeting with Crocodile. World Government, Holy Land Mariejois. Located at the top of the Red Line, where the center of Pengu City is located. Between powers, this is the hall where the 5 elders, the highest leaders of the world government, hold their meetings on weekdays. The god of finance, Isambaren V. Nasujiro, the martial god of agriculture, Shepherd 10 Peter Saint. The god of law, Topman Vokulishung. The god of environment, Marcus Moshe Saint. The god of science defense, Jagolucia Sartan Saint. At this moment, 5 martial gods, who symbolize the highest ruling level of the world government, arrived at the center of power and sat in their seats. According to the latest intelligence obtained by the Marine and CP organizations, the governor of the Flying Pirates, one of the 3 great legends of the old times, Golden Lion Shiki, is confirmed dead. The god of agriculture, Shepherd 10 Peter Saint, said slowly, "According to the photos sent back by CP, those islands did fall from a height of 10,000 meters because the effect of the lion fruit's ability disappeared." After these words were spoken, the other 4 old stars all narrowed their eyes, obviously realizing the seriousness of the matter. It doesn't matter whether Golden Lion is dead or not. What needs to be confirmed is whether Lerona Rhine, who fell into the hands of Golden Lion, is dead or not. The god of law, Topman Vokuli Saint, spoke slowly and solemnly. "If the celestial dragons of the Lerona family had not died, it would have a huge impact on us. In addition, after the death of Golden Lion, the lion fruit must also be recovered. We cannot let such a powerful devil fruit continue to wander around." Hearing this, everyone nodded, agreeing with Saint Washuli's words. Whether it is the celestial dragons of the Lerona family, or the lion fruit once held by the Golden Lion, they all symbolize extremely important significance. Advertisement: the celestial dragons of the Lerona family must die, otherwise it will cause an unimaginable impact on the world government. The lion fruit must also be recovered and in the hands of the world government, otherwise the lion fruit's air control ability, no matter who gets it, has a huge possibility of giving birth to a second Golden Lion Shiki. In the sea area where the Golden Lion fell, look for the possible rebirth of lion fruit. The god of science defense, Jagolucia Satan, spoke solemnly. "In addition, we must confirm whether the celestial dragons of the Lerona family also died with the Golden Lion. If he is not dead, we must locate his traces and eliminate him." We can't allow the descendants of King Lorona to have any chance of turning things around. Naturally, no one knows the content of the world government's high-level meeting. However, the CP organization received the latest order, which is to investigate whether there are any reborn lion fruits near the sea where the Golden Lion fell. As for Lorona Rhine, the 5 elders did not let the CP organization investigate Rhine's life or death, but instead dispatched the Knights of God. It seems the 5 elders are unwilling to allow Rhine, who bears the surname Lorona, to continue living in the world. Even though he was abandoned by the celestial dragons and became a discarded child of the world government, barely surviving in a corner of the world government still seemed unwilling to let Rhine go. But the 5 elders would never have thought that the fall of the Golden Lion was directly related to Rhine. Moreover, even the lion fruit ability that the world government was worried about had already fallen into Rhine's hands. The first half of the Grand Line is an area of sea called Paradise. Compared to the second half, New World, the first half of Grand Line can indeed be regarded as a paradise. Even for pirates who come from all over the world, there are endless dangers in the first half of Grand Line. It is a sea area that is difficult to navigate and is called the Graveyard. But, compared to the second half, the conditions in the first half are already very good. Advertisement Desert Kingdom Alabasta. This is the island with the largest land area in the world. It cannot even be called an island, but an entire continent. But, because this continent is basically covered by yellow sand, even though it has the largest land area in the world, the country of Alabasta is not rich at all. Even a few years ago, after Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, came to this country, despairing things began to happen one after another in this country. Except for the royal capital of Arubana, the other major cities of Alabasta, such as Yuba, Rainland, Rapeseed, etc., have not seen any rain for several years. And it is rumored that King Cobra of Alabasta used something called dancing powder, which caused the country to have no rain for 3 years. Due to the existence of this rumor, Alabasta is now facing internal and external troubles. Rainy land. Although there has been no rain in this country for 3 years, as the base camp of Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, this city is more prosperous than you might imagine. The Baroque Works maintains the operation of the city and continues to collude with the rebels in secret. Crocodile maintained his identity as the savior of the kingdom, while secretly colluding with the rebels to try to carry out a long-planned plan to steal the country. But today, the flying pirates arrived in this city. The moment the floating sky island appeared over the rainy land, ordinary people had no idea what it meant. But for Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, he understood what a terrible symbolic meaning the island floating in the sky had. Why did that be ********** D Golden Lion come to Lousy's territory? Although Crocodile is just a youngster to an old monster like the Golden Lion, Crocodile, who once challenged Whitebeard, doesn't seem to take the Golden Lion's arrival to heart. Next to Crocodile, the woman who was only 8 years old and was offered a bounty of 79 million berries by the world government and was dubbed the Devil's Child, Nico Robin smiled and said slowly, "Who knows, Golden Lion is here to seek cooperation." I don't believe that Golden Lion would look down on anyone other than Roger and Whitebeard. Crocodile snorted coldly. Although Crocodile was rather arrogant, he knew very well that for a being of Golden Lion's level, the only people he could cooperate with were Whitebeard and the former pirate's King Roger. Crocodile stood up, extinguished the cigar in his mouth, and slowly said, "The old monster from the old times didn't hide and become a legend, but ran to Lousy's territory. What on earth do you want to do?" Chapter 13 Thunderfruit vs Sand Fruit, a collision of Logia. This place is really hot. Nami took a sip of the drink, then looked at Zoro who was still training in the hot sun not far away, and asked with some doubt, "Why are you working so hard?" Facing Nami's doubts, Zoro answered without turning his head, "I want to be the world's greatest swordsman. If I don't work hard, how can I close the gap with the world?" Zoro took a deep breath, wiped the sweat off his head, and said, "As a navigator, the captain and the crew will protect you, but I'm a combatant." Nami didn't say anything, but just looked at Rhine not far away and Enel standing behind Rhine. The god of Sky Island, who was so proud that he reached the ultimate level, seemed to have been completely conquered by Rhine in the last battle. Now he follows Rhine every day, and it seems that his former status as the god of Sky Island has been completely abandoned. "Boss, is this the place where the guy with the same Logia devil fruit ability as me is located?" Looking at the rainy ground beneath his feet, Enel couldn't help but marvel at the prosperity here. After all, under Enel's rule, there was no possibility for Sky Island and White Sea Town to prosper. "Your observation hockey didn't detect that guy approaching?" Rhine looked calm. After glancing at Enel, he said calmly, "Do you know what to do?" "Certainly." Enel nodded, and through observation hockey also noticed the presence of Crocodile. Not far away, Zoro and Nami also slowly walked over. Looking at Enel who was eager to try, Zoro couldn't help but say, "As the 7 pirates recognized by the world government and with the legal right to plunder, do we really want to invite them to join?" Hearing this, Nami couldn't help but say, "If they join us, doesn't that mean we will be against the world government?" Having joined the Sky Pirates for some time, Zoro and Nami naturally have some understanding of the current situation of the Grand Line. 7 warlords of the sea, one of the 3 major forces in the world, on par with the naval headquarters and the New World 4 emperors, they are also big pirates recognized by the world government and have the legal right to plunder. Would a guy like this really give up his identity and join the flying pirates? Crocodile is not willing to stay in the 7 warlords of the sea forever. Advertisement Rhine spoke slowly and calmly. As for opposing the world government, don't take it for granted. When you stand on the same side as me, it means that you have already chosen to stand against the world government. You know, the world government is probably eager to catch me and kill me directly. After these words were spoken, both of them fell into silence. Enel, however, had no idea what this meant. He just finished eating the apple in his hand and then turned into a flash of lightning. Not far away, Crocodile, who was approaching the floating sky island, also sensed a breath approaching. Crack. Crackle. Crocodile's pupils shrank, and he saw a bolt of lightning falling not far away and suddenly turned into a human form, with a pair of dead fish eyes looking at Crocodile calmly. Is there such a person under the command of Golden Lion? Crocodile couldn't help but feel a little shocked in his heart. The elemental movement method, coupled with the astonishing power of thunder. There is no doubt that this long-eared guy in front of me is definitely a user of the Logia Thunderfruit ability. Crocodile couldn't help but sigh at the other party's good luck, to be able to get such a powerful devil fruit. Even though they are both Logia demon fruit powers, Crocodile is very clear that Thunderfruit is definitely superior to Sand Fruit. Where's the Golden Lion? Why isn't he coming over? Crocodile looked solemn, staring straight at Enel, and Enel frowned upon hearing this, and said in an unhappy tone, Golden Lion? Who is that? My boss's name is Rhine. Crack. A lightning column as thick as a bucket condensed and fell directly on Crocodile. After sensing Enel's ill intentions, Crocodile narrowed his eyes. If he hadn't transformed into an element quickly, he would have been in trouble at this moment. Nico Robin, who was not far away, noticed this scene and couldn't help but be frightened. Having been with Crocodile for many years, Nico Robin naturally understands how terrifying Crocodile is. Advertisement, but it seems that the long-eared man standing in front of Crocodile is also a Logia demon fruit power, and is the strongest thunderfruit among Logia. Did you avoid my lightning strike by transforming into an element? Enel showed some interest in his eyes and then grinned and said, Come, let me see if you are qualified to board the boss's ship. The next second, Enel's body had completely turned into lightning. When Crocodile reacted, Enel had already appeared in front of him. 10 million volts. Discharge. Enel pointed his palm at Crocodile's head, and the amazing power of thunder was released instantly. The terrifying lightning of up to 10 million volts instantly fell on Crocodile's body, leaving Crocodile no chance to resist. Hello. Crocodile's eyes were cold, and half of his body had turned into sand, but he still stared at Enel, and said in a murderous tone. You be *****************, D. Are you here to die? Cut. Enel snorted coldly, then said in annoyance. It's just like what the boss said. The Logia users in Qinghai are really a headache. It seems that we have to master the armament hockey that the boss mentioned as soon as possible. Seeing that Enel did not answer him and just kept talking to himself, Crocodile did not hesitate at all. He raised his hand and condensed a blade. In the blink of an eye, he split Enel's body into two. Desert Sword. However, facing Crocodile's method, Enel returned to normal after a moment. Crocodile narrowed his eyes and said, Stay away, Nico Robin. It doesn't look like it's going to be easy to win against this guy. Enel tilted his head, his eyes flashing with sarcasm, and responded, Hey, don't you think too highly of yourself? Even though we both have the power of Logia demon fruit, I am not comparable to a guy like you who plays with sand. As soon as he finished speaking, lightning flashed around Enel, and a huge thunderbird dozens of meters long was formed. 60 million volt thunderbird. This little kid is unknown, and his strength is not that great. Crocodile just snorted coldly when he saw this, then he waved his hand, a tornado condensed between his palms, and then threw it out directly. Sha Lan. Chapter 14. A close fight, Zoro's strong heart. Thunder and yellow sand continued to collide. At this moment, Zoro and Nami, who were floating on Sky Island behind Rhine, looked at Enel and Crocodile who were constantly colliding under their feet, with disbelief flashing in their eyes. Is this the terrifying thing about Logia users? It's like a natural disaster? Whether it is Enel's terrifying sea of thunder that covers hundreds or even thousands of meters, or Crocodile's terrifying sand tornado that can be easily launched. This is enough power to destroy a city easily. Logia demon fruit power, no wonder it can be called a walking disaster. Captain. Zoro took a deep breath, his eyes became serious, and he said, I want to ask you how to become stronger. Originally, Zoro was going to join the Sky Pirates, and then he would go through repeated experiences and training to make himself stronger. But after seeing the gap between himself and these fruit ability users, Zoro's desire for power has become even stronger. Listening to Zoro's words, Rhine couldn't help but raise his eyebrows and said, I thought you wouldn't ask me. I want to gain more power. Zoro's tone was extremely serious. He glanced at the collision between Enel and Crocodile and continued, as the future world's greatest swordsman, the gap between me and the world is really too big. I want to know how to catch up with these Grand Line monsters. At this point, Zoro actually knelt down in front of Rhine without any hesitation and said in a very serious manner, Captain, please teach me. Seeing Zoro's serious look, Rhine couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. After a moment, Rhine turned around and said in a serious tone, Wait until you can sense the breath between all things and have the strength to cut through steel. Hearing this, Zoro didn't hesitate at all. He glanced at Enel and Crocodile who were still fighting, then turned around and started practicing. Cutting through steel was something that was impossible for Zoro in the past. However, after witnessing Rhine's actions many times, Zoro understood that he could not cut through steel only because of his own lack of strength. Advertisement: when your strength is strong enough, not to mention steel, even diamonds, can be cut through. Nami looked at Zoro, who was going to practice, and couldn't help but ask, "Can you really do it? Cut through steel? Feel the breath of all things." Hearing this, Rhine couldn't help but chuckle, and said in a calm tone, "Don't underestimate the top masters of this world. Cutting through steel is only the level of a third-rate swordsman. When you can truly rely on slashing to swing your sword and create a flying slash with a diameter of more than 10 meters, you can be considered to have truly reached the level of a third-rate swordsman." At this point, Rhine looked at Zoro, who was not far away, and said in a more serious tone, "Zoro's talent will never stop at being a third-rate swordsman. In the future, the title of the world's greatest swordsman will definitely belong to him. But before he reaches that throne, there will be countless challenges waiting for him to conquer. Only by cutting off everything in front of him can he truly reach the level of the world's greatest swordsman." After hearing this, Nami couldn't help but look at Zoro. Does this guy really have such determination to reach the top position step by step? But after a moment, Nami looked at Rhine again and said, "Captain, if I also want to become stronger, is there any way?" After feeling Rhine's suspicious gaze, Nami quickly spoke up, "But oh, I don't want to end up with a muscular body. Instead of becoming that, I might as well be a vase and be my navigator honestly to fulfill my dream. If you want to become stronger, I will try my best to find a devil fruit suitable for you later." Rhine said calmly, "Since you have joined the Sky Pirates and become a member of the same ship, then as a companion, how can I stop you from wanting to become stronger? On the contrary, if your strength reaches a certain level, I will still need your help in the future. After all, my enemies are far beyond what you can imagine now." Desert Diamond Sword. Crocodile pressed his palm on the ground, and endless yellow sand gathered together. The next second, a terrifying sand blade with a diameter of hundreds of meters instantly passed in front of Enel. But because Crocodile's pride was shattered after his defeat to Whitebeard, the two-color hockey has not been able to recover until now. Therefore, even the Desert Diamond Sword that could easily cut off a warship could not cause any damage to Enel. In comparison, Enel, who was born with the high-level observation hockey and created the Heartsuna with the Thunderfruit, is far ahead of Crocodile. Enel can detect Crocodile's many methods at the first time and take counterattacks. Advertisement: with the advantage of Shinkansen and Thunderfruit's speed, Crocodile already had some wounds on his body in front of Enel, who was unharmed at this moment. Damn it! Crocodile had a bad look on his face, and his eyes were full of murderous intent. Since becoming one of the 7 warlords of the sea, this is the first time that Crocodile has encountered such a Waterloo. As both were Logia demon fruit powers, Crocodile had no way to defeat the opponent at all. Enel can rely on the speed of Thunderfruit and, with the help of Shingen, seize certain opportunities of Crocodile and leave wounds on Crocodile's body before Crocodile can react. At this moment, Crocodile couldn't help but wonder, if his two-color hockey hadn't disappeared, would it be necessary to go through so much trouble to deal with a guy like Enel? After fighting for a while, Enel narrowed his eyes, as if he had noticed something. "You seem to be afraid of the water around you." Crocodile's heart skipped a beat when he heard this. Did this guy actually realize his weakness? The next second, Enel reached the golden stick in his hand into the bucket beside him, and then, holding the golden stick, his body turned into a flash of lightning and appeared in front of Crocodile. Looking at the golden stick covered with water droplets coming towards him, Crocodile's eyes also showed a bit of solemnity. Once you are hit, if the opponent is aware of your physical body, the lightning power of the Thunderfruit will be enough to make you lose the ability to resist in an instant. "I've really found your weakness, the sand-playing guy." Enel grinned. Although his attack missed, he found the opponent's weakness. Wouldn't the next battle be more interesting? "Haha, if you want to defeat me just like this, don't you take me too seriously?" There was a cold light in Crocodile's eyes. As Sand Fruit pushed forward with all his strength, Crocodile's palm was already pressing on the ground. "I want to see how you get water to use against me." Erosion Reincarnation. Chapter 15. Hockey is above everything, with Rhine having admiral-level combat power. For Crocodile, there are some differences between Sand Fruit and other Logia Devil Fruit. Other Logia Devil Fruit, in their elemental state, are difficult to fight with any means other than hockey. But the Sand Fruit is different. The elemental state of the Sand Fruit is that it can condense sand and stone through liquid. In other words, as long as it is touched by liquid, the Sand Fruit will not be able to turn into an element, but will emerge as an entity. Enel's fighting talent is indeed not weak. In a very short collision, he has already found Crocodile's weakness. Even without armament hockey, sea stone and other means to deal with the elemental transformation of Logia users, it is still possible to rely on liquid to attack Crocodile and prevent it from continuing its elemental transformation. But at this moment, as Crocodile launches the erosion cycle, the truly terrifying side of Sand Fruit is revealed. However, after just a few breaths, Enel realized that all the water sources under his feet had been turned into desert. In just a blink of an eye, the surrounding area had completely turned into sand. The weaknesses of the Sand Fruit ability users are indeed very obvious, but over the years, Crocodile has developed the Sand Fruit ability and has already brought the Sand Fruit to a level close to awakening. In the desert, the user of the Sand Fruit ability was able to display extremely powerful strength. As a sandstorm hit, Enel couldn't help but show a look of surprise on his face. In order to prevent himself from attacking entities with liquid, Crocodile drained all the water around him in an instant. Is this the devouring power of sand fruit? It's really terrifying. The two sides collided with each other unexpectedly, with electric arcs and dust colliding continuously. It seemed that neither side could do anything to the other in a short period of time. But as time went by, Enel gradually discovered something. Under the constant bombardment of his thunder, the sand of crocodile turned into a large piece of white crystals. Lightning with tens of millions of volts naturally carries unimaginable and terrifying high temperatures. In addition to water, sand has another less obvious weakness, which is high temperature. When sand is dissolved under high temperature, it becomes a glass-like object. After realizing this, Enel's mouth curled up a little. Crocodile also sensed the crisis instantly and looked straight at Enel. 60 million volts, discharge. Advertisement along with Enel's roar, the terrifying power of thunder, carrying an astonishingly high temperature, appeared directly in front of Crocodile. Crocodile didn't hesitate at all. He immediately condensed terrifying sand and dust, raised his hand and condensed a sand blade, slashing towards Enel's abdomen. Desert Sword. Just when Enel was about to rely on the high temperature of lightning to deal with Crocodile's sand, Crocodile unexpectedly seized the opportunity and rushed up with an amazing sand blade covered in his palm, like a crescent moon, directly cutting off Enel's body. Crescent-shaped dunes. Enel, who was split in two, did not panic, but just frowned and opened his palm towards Crocodile. 80 million volt Thunder Dragon. Bump, sizzle, sizzle. Sha Lan. Neither side could do anything to the other for a moment, and the constant clash of moves seemed to be in vain. Even though Enel noticed another weakness of the sand, it seemed unlikely that he could grab Crocodile's body and cause damage by relying on the high temperature of the lightning. Sure enough, if you want to deal with Logia demon fruit power, the most direct method is armament hockey. Time passed bit by bit, and the battle between the two had already gone through thousands of collisions, constantly releasing powers that were comparable to natural disasters. It was also a great test for the physical strength of both of them. Among the three types of demon fruit power, the Logia ability user's moves are definitely the most energy-consuming. The Logia demon fruit power, known as the humanoid disaster, unleashes destructive power that covers the sky and the sun, and the physical strength consumed is definitely several times more than that of Zone and Paramecia ability users. At this moment, Crocodile and Enel were both a little out of breath, and their physical strength had almost reached the limit. There was no close combat, because both sides knew that close combat would not cause any physical damage and would only be a waste of effort. Advertisement with the help of long-range elemental attacks, both sides' physical strength is constantly consumed, and the competition is to see who has longer endurance. Even in the battles between the top monsters in the New World, the biggest factor that determines victory or defeat is who has longer physical strength. Have you reached your limit so soon? Looking at the panting Crocodile, Enel couldn't help but sneer and said, I haven't had enough fun yet. Hearing this, Crocodile looked at the sweaty Enel and said sarcastically, how many times can you use lightning with tens of millions of volts like that? Just as the two were preparing to continue attacking and each was concentrating on their moves, a figure suddenly appeared beside Enel, put his hand on Enel's shoulder, and said in a very calm tone, now you understand why I told you that only hockey is the power that transcends everything, right? Hearing this, Enel couldn't help but take a deep breath. After sensing Rhine's arrival, he replied somewhat helplessly, got it, boss. I will start practicing armament hockey as soon as I get back. For Enel, who was born with high-level observation hockey awakened, it is not difficult to master armament hockey. Considering Enel's physical strength, even if he can't reach the hardened level in a short period of time, it will not be a problem to reach the invisible armor. For Logia users, even if it is just the level of invisible armor, it has a huge deterrent power. Crocodile also noticed the appearance of Rhine. He stared at Rhine and said calmly, you are the one behind this little thunder devil, right? So, can you represent Golden Lion? Apparently, until now Crocodile believed that Rhine and Enel were just crew members under the Golden Lion. However, upon hearing this, Rhine couldn't help but chuckle, and then responded, why should I represent the Golden Lion? Oh, do you think that the island in the sky was created by the power of the Golden Lion? Crocodile frowned and looked at Rhine in confusion. But the next second, as Rhine drew out the two famous swords, Sakura 10 and Kurumi, and the earth around him continued to rise into the air, Crocodile realized that he was wrong. The one who is looking for trouble with me is not the Golden Lion at all. Chapter 16, Sand Crocodile's Spirit, using Divine Avoidance as normal attack. The Lion Fruit ability, which symbolizes the identity of the Golden Lion, now appears on Rhine. In addition, the two famous swords that originally belonged to Golden Lion, Sakura 10 and Deadwood, are now also held in Rhine's hands. This inevitably made Crocodile confirm one thing in his heart. The Golden Lion, one of the three great legends of the old times, no longer had any possibility of being alive. If the Golden Lion was still alive, the ability of the Paramecia Lion Fruit would not be manifested from Rhine. Golden Lion's Devil Fruit ability, and the two large swords that Golden Lion used in the past. Crocodile took a deep breath, looked straight at Rhine, and said solemnly, I am very curious, how did you get the Lion Fruit ability of Golden Lion? Although in the pirate's world, after the demon fruit power dies, there is a certain probability that the fruit power it possesses will be regenerated on the nearest fruit. But Crocodile couldn't believe that the kid in front of him had such good luck to get the lion fruit of the Golden Lion. Haven't you already guessed it? Rhine smiled, his eyes fell on Crocodile, and continued. Let me introduce myself. My name is Rhine, the governor of the Flying Pirates, and the heir of the Golden Lion legacy. Crocodile, you wouldn't be content to sit at the 7 warlords of the sea and stagnate, would you? Listening to Rhine's words, Crocodile narrowed his eyes and said with contempt, I see, are you planning to invite me to join? Little boy, do you think Crocodile, I'm the kind of guy who would put myself down? As the yellow sand condensed, a cloud of sand formed again between Crocodile's palms, as if he would take action in the next second. Seeing Crocodile's expression, Rhine smiled calmly and responded in a rather calm tone. After New World was defeated by Whitebeard, you lost your former ambitions and can only rely on the identity of 7 warlords of the sea to hide in Alabasta and survive? Snort. Hearing Rhine's words, Crocodile showed an unfriendly expression, and there was a hint of murderous intent in his eyes. I don't believe that after experiencing a failure, a guy like you would be willing to become one of the 7 warlords of the sea and hide in this desert to survive. Rhine looked calm and continued, you came to this kingdom probably because of that weapon, right? After saying this, Crocodile did not hesitate at all and released the sand in his hand directly towards Rhine. Advertisement. The terrifying sand haze formed an unimaginable sandstorm in an instant. Each grain of sand was like an extremely sharp fragment. Any object that it touched would be swallowed up in an instant. Seeing Crocodile suddenly attack, Rhine couldn't help but raise the corner of his mouth, and then the lion fruit's ability was activated, and a sandstorm that was no less powerful than Crocodile's ability was formed under the control of lion fruit. Seeing this scene, Crocodile's eyes showed a look of disbelief. He actually relied on the ability of lion fruit to create a sandstorm similar to the ability of sand fruit. Is this guy's development of devil fruit so terrifying? At the moment when the 2 sandstorms collided, Crocodile keenly sensed that a deadly danger suddenly struck. Even though he lost his 2-color hockey, Crocodile's foresight of danger is still amazing. Sensing the fatal crisis, Crocodile responded immediately. Clang! As Crocodile raised his hand and swung the long hook of the yellow scarf, the famous sword Sakura 10 with armament hockey wrapped around it in Rhine's hand also collided with it at this moment. It seems that even though you lost control of your 2-color hockey after the failure with Whitebeard, your ability to predict danger is no less than that of observation hockey. Rhine chuckled, and seeing the smile on Rhine's face, Crocodile became even more annoyed. Just a little brat. Erosion Sandblade. With the help of sand fruit's ability to corrode everything and combine it with the diamond sword, the power contained in this attack is definitely not to be underestimated. Among the 7 warlords of the sea, although Crocodile's strength is not in the first tier, it is definitely not at the bottom of the ranking. Logia sand fruit, with superb fighting talent, top-notch brain thinking, and strategic wisdom to command the overall situation. This is also the reason why Crocodile, who had finally figured things out after leaving the underwater prison during the Summit War, was able to have a second spring. Seeing Crocodile's anger reaching ultimate, Rhine no longer hesitated. With the entanglement of armament hockey, Rhine also decided to try to see if he could force out Crocodile's true ability again. Lion. Thousand Slice Valley. Facing the incoming corrosive sand blade, Rhine simply swung Sakura 10 in Deadwood, a terrifying slash at the level of a great swordsman, and destroyed the sand blade in an instant. Feeling the hockey contained in the slash, Crocodile did not dare to take a head-on and could only dodge in a hurry. Advertisement. A great swordsman. There was a hint of disbelief in Crocodile's eyes. Rhine looked to be only about 20 years old, but he had already reached the level of a great swordsman. Even if he has just entered the level of a great swordsman, at this age, even Hawkeye wouldn't be able to break through to the level of a great swordsman, right? Paramecia lion fruit, great swordsman. This combination made Crocodile think that he was facing the Golden Lion in his prime. Lousy never remembers having any conflicts with you. Crocodile knew at this moment that he could not defeat Rhine. After taking a deep breath, he looked at Rhine and asked again, why did you come to trouble Lousy? Hearing this, Rhine stopped slashing and looked at Crocodile. That's because you were qualified to be a member of the Sky Pirates. A-hole. Crocodile's eyes were sharp, and he gritted his teeth and said, Lousy doesn't intend to become anyone's crew member. Even Whitebeard can't do it. Do you think you can? Who can say for sure about this kind of thing? Rhine continued in a calm tone, join the flying pirates and become one of us, Crocodile. This is your only choice to survive today. After he finished speaking, Rhine didn't seem to intend to delay any further. The amazing Conqueror's hockey exploded, such a terrible Conqueror's impact, even Crocodile felt tremendous pressure at this moment. Join or die, what will you choose? As Rhine spoke, the amazing Conqueror's hockey had already wrapped around the 2 famous swords, Sakura 10 and Kuki. Looking at Rhine's actions, Crocodile couldn't help but shrink his pupils. At the age of 20, has he mastered such amazing Conqueror's hockey, even to the extent of performing Conqueror's entanglement? This is even more terrifying than the monsters in the New World. Chapter 17. Baroque Studio joins in the surrendered sand crocodile. Today, Rhine possesses one of Paramecia's top devil fruit abilities, the lion fruit. Plus the great swordsman level kendo and the top level Conqueror's hockey. It can be said that the only gap between Rhine and those strong men who are truly at the admiral level is the lack of physical strength. But Crocodile was not aware of this. Feeling the Conqueror's slash that seemed to be able to cut through the sky, Crocodile also understood one thing. The Rhine in front of him was definitely not joking. If he refused to join the flying pirates, then the only fate waiting for him would be death. Lousy's ambition has not been fulfilled yet. How can he die like this? Crocodile's eyes turned red, and he gritted his teeth to activate the ability of the sand fruit ultimate. It seemed that even in the face of the threat of death, Crocodile was unwilling to surrender. Seeing this, Rhine did not hesitate any longer. God avoid. The strongest slash under Conqueror's entanglement instantly broke the sand and dust formed around Crocodile. The idea of using the ability of sand fruit to reduce the power of the slash was obviously completely futile. However, the next second, accompanied by Crocodile's roar, the dark armament haki broke out at this desperate moment. The powerful armament haki instantly wrapped around Crocodile's entire body. Rhine was a little surprised when he saw this scene. He didn't expect that Crocodile would regain control of armament haki in such a desperate situation. In terms of quality, Crocodile's armament haki has almost reached the level of high-end application. Invisible armor, hardening, high-level entanglement, internal destruction. By wrapping the whole body with armament haki to form a layer of extremely dark armor, Crocodile seems to have a slight chance of survival when facing Raine's divine dodge, which is not swung at full strength. Enel, who was not far away, felt the powerful Conqueror's haki on Rhine and couldn't help feeling excited. This is the man who can make even gods tremble. A man who can become the king of the world and possess such a Conqueror's haki can make even gods follow him. Puff. As blood spurted out of Crocodile's mouth, under the huge force of the slash, Crocodile's body flew backwards in an instant. Advertisement: when Crocodile's body hit the buildings in the rain, it actually crashed into dozens of buildings before it barely stopped. Armament haki dissipated, leaving only a huge scar on Crocodile's chest that spoke of the horror of the god's aversion. Even though Crocodile regained control of armament haki at the last moment and hardened his entire body, the huge scar on his chest shows how terrible this attack was. However, Crocodile did not die. Instead, he gasped for breath and stared at Rhine in the air in the distance. Can those guys in New World still hold the position of Emperor? As soon as he finished speaking, Crocodile fainted in an instant. Nico Robin, who was hiding in the dark, saw this scene and realized that his umbrella of protection was gone. No one knows whether Crocodile can survive this, but Nico Robin knows that he will have to return to his old days of fleeing. But just as Nico Robin was about to turn around and leave, a bolt of lightning struck in front of him, stopping him from leaving. Hey, little girl. Where are you going? When Enel appeared in front of him, Nico Robin couldn't help but feel despair in his heart. Having witnessed the terrifying power of the Enel Thunder Fruit, Robin naturally knew that he had no hope of escape. A day later, Crocodile opened his eyes and looked at the familiar ceiling. He couldn't help feeling a little dazed. Could it be that I survived? When Crocodile propped himself up and sat up, he found himself in the headquarters of the Rainy Baroque studio. Boss. Noticing that Crocodile had awakened, Daz Bonus approached him immediately. Crocodile looked around and saw that except for Daz Bonus, all other members of the Baroque studio were present. Crocodile couldn't help but wonder, had he fallen into the hands of the new governor of the Flying Pirates? But as he turned his eyes, Crocodile discovered that Rhine and his group were enjoying delicious food at the banquet table. When Bonus told Crocodile many things, Crocodile finally understood the cause and effect of the matter. His eyes fell on Rhine. Crocodile took out a cigar from the bedside and said, "Man who inherited the power of Golden Lion, what is your name?" Hearing this, Rhine wiped his mouth with a napkin and responded calmly, "Lerona Rhine, remember this name. After all, in the future, you will carry this name with you." Advertisement, cut. Crocodile was a little unhappy, but he didn't say much. He just said, "When Lousy finds out one day that you can't help Lousy fulfill his ambitions, then Lousy will definitely leave you without hesitation." After these words were spoken, everyone in the Baroque studio fell into silence. Boss, then we. In addition to Bonus, the other cadres of the Baroque studio were also looking at Crocodile. Paramecia clone fruit ability user, Baroque studio manager, Mr. 2 Bentham. The user of the Paramecia candle fruit, a manager of Baroque studio, Mr. 3 Mr. Point 3. As well as the rest of the Baroque studio's executives, they were all waiting for Crocodile's answer at this moment. Hey, the man who inherited the power of the Golden Lion. Crocodile's eyes fell on Rhine, and he said solemnly, "What are you going to do with these people under Lousy?" "Whatever." Rhine took the red wine handed over by Nico Robin and replied calmly, "If they want to continue to follow you, then joining the Flying Pirates would be a good choice. It's just that in the future they will no longer bear the name of Crocodile, but my name. Do you understand?" After taking a sip of red wine, Rhine continued, "Besides that." As the amazing conquerors suppressed the entire hall, Rhine's eyes flashed red as he stared at Crocodile. "Sand Crocodile, now that you have been defeated and become a member of the Flying Pirates, please change my name to Captain from now on." Feeling the amazing conqueror's pressure, Crocodile's face was very heavy at this moment. This conqueror's is even scarier than Whitebeard. Snort. Crocodile snorted coldly, and just when everyone thought Crocodile would refuse, Crocodile spoke. "Lousy understands, Captain." Chapter 18: The terrifying Flying Pirates encounter the Marine's strongest force. Baroque Studio is a very powerful organization under Crocodile. However, after elimination, there were only 3 members of the Baroque Studio who were qualified to join the Flying Pirates. They are Mr. 1 from the former Baroque Studio, the user of Paramecia Dice Fruit ability, and Daz Bonus. Former Baroque Studio Mr. 2, Paramecia clone fruit user, Bentham. Former Baroque Studio Mr. 3, Paramecia candle fruit user, Mr. 3. Apart from these 3 people, the rest of the Baroque Studio members, even the Demon Fruit Power, are not qualified to join the Flying Pirates and can only become peripheral members of the Flying Pirates. Of course, Rhine did not let go of the existence of Nico Robin, the son of the devil. Although Rhine can also interpret the historical text by listening to the observation hockey of all things, but as one of the most powerful queens among the pirates, and with good room for growth in the later period, there is nothing wrong with keeping her to dazzle the eyes. In addition to the above-mentioned characters, the current Flying Pirates group has already gathered a strong and powerful force. The owner of the strongest Logia fruit, Thunderfruit, the god of thunder, Enel. One of the former 7 warlords of the sea, user of the Logia sand fruit, world-famous pirates, Crocodile. 8 years old, bounty of 79 million berries, user of the Paramecia flower fruit ability, son of the devil, Nico Robin. The user of the Paramecia dice fruit, Daz bonus. Paramecia clone fruit ability user, Bentham. The user of Paramecia candle fruit, Mr. 3, Navigator Nami. Swordsman Zoro. From the above, the power gathered by the Flying Pirates cannot be underestimated. It has 2 Logia demon fruit powers, Thunderfruit, the strongest Logia, and Crocodile, one of the former 7 warlords of the sea. In addition, there is the new governor of the Flying Pirates, Lerona Rhine, who inherited the Golden Lion's legacy. Advertisement. Now the power of the Flying Pirates is gradually approaching the level of the 4 emperors. Naval Headquarters Marineford Ideographic period. As the sound of Den Mushi rang out, Sengoku stopped what he was doing and looked at Garp, who was sitting on the sofa next to him. Garp, Sengoku said in a very unhappy tone. This is the marshal's office, not a place for you to eat donuts and drink afternoon tea every day. After interrupting Garp's action, Sengoku picked up the Den Mushi and said in a very unhappy tone, this is Sengoku. Marshal Sengoku, this is the Grand Line G2 branch base. Hearing this, Sengoku couldn't help but frown, wondering why Jimil called him suddenly. Vice Admiral Jimir, what happened in the first half? Upon hearing this, Jimil immediately responded. According to the latest intelligence we have obtained, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, Crocodile, has announced that he has withdrawn from the 7 warlords of the sea camp and joined the Flying Pirates. As soon as these words came out, Sengoku suddenly slammed the table and stood up, shocked, and asked hurriedly, what did you say? Is the news confirmed? The source of the information is Crocodile's Baroque studio. Jimil's face was heavy, and he said with certainty, so basically there won't be any problems. In addition, in order to confirm the authenticity of the matter, I have already sent people to investigate the Rhineland. I learned that a floating sky island did appear above the Rhineland some time ago. Obviously, such a capability must belong to the governor of the Flying Pirates, Golden Lion Shiki. After hanging up the Den Mushi, Sengoku couldn't help but slump in his chair, a look of shock and disbelief on his face. Garp, our previous speculation was wrong, the Golden Lion guy is not dead. Hearing this, Garp couldn't help but feel a little confused, and then asked, why do you say that? According to the latest news, one of the members of the 7 warlords of the sea, Crocodile, has left the 7 warlords of the sea camp and chose to join the Flying Pirates. Sengoku looked extremely unhappy, and continued, after being silent for so many years, has Golden Lion finally lost his patience? Advertisement. But what is puzzling is, even Whitebeard failed to recruit Crocodile, so why did Crocodile choose to join the Flying Pirates? Garp's face showed a hint of surprise as he listened to Sengoku's words. The Golden Lion is not dead, and has also recruited Crocodile, one of the members of the 7 warlords of the sea? This is simply unbelievable. Crocodile is definitely a being that should not be underestimated, and the Logia sand fruit that he possesses is an ability that can absolutely be called a disaster. In addition, Crocodile is also a person with great wisdom. When such a guy colludes with Golden Lion, no one knows what kind of major events will be triggered. Garp stood up and said solemnly, although I don't know why Golden Lion showed up at this time, but his move to subdue Crocodile is definitely proof that Golden Lion's ambition has not aged. But the problem is that Lion Fruit's ability to control the air means we can't locate Golden Lion at all. Is it possible for us to warn him by offering a bounty? Sengoku rubbed his head with a headache, and after a long while he spoke. Let's not worry about the Golden Lion for now. Since Crocodile has left the 7 warlords of the sea, let's restore the previous bounty on Crocodile. In addition, there is a vacancy in the 7 warlords of the sea, and we need to find someone to fill it. Do you think there are any suitable candidates recently? Garp couldn't help but pick his nose when he heard this. He said calmly, those B***************** D pirates. As long as they have ambitions, few of them would even consider the position of 7 warlords of the sea. If you ask me, there should be no such organization. However, Sengoku shook his head and sighed. After all, this is the decision of the world government. What can we do? Brew brew brew. Brew brew brew. Just when Sengoku and Garp were discussing how to deal with this matter, another voice of Den Mushi rang out, causing Sengoku to frown again. Is there going to be some bad news again? This is Sengoku. The front half of the Grand Line is located in the waters in front of the Alabasta Sea. On the sea, a man with his left foot on the ice and the other foot on a bicycle pedal was looking at an island that appeared above his head. He said in a very serious tone, Marshal Sengoku, I think I met that guy called Golden Lion. Chapter 19. Marine Admiral in his prime, the gap between his combat power and that of the Admiral class. Because Rhine has the ability of Lion Fruit, the current Flying Pirates group does not have a fleet of ships, and there is still some gap between them and the top Flying Pirates group created by Golden Lion. After all, in his prime, Golden Lion led a terrifying fleet of more than 50 ships. Strong World. The name of this island was given by the Golden Lion, symbolizing the Golden Lion's strong heart that will never be erased. And now, the flying pirates led by Rhine are flying over the Grand Line relying on the Golden Lion base. It's time for us to have our own fleet, Captain. Crocodile lit a cigar and said calmly, mastering the power of lion fruit doesn't mean you don't have to sail the ship. After hearing this, the others also became interested. Bentham, Mr. 3 and Daz Bonus, who were playing poker, all looked towards Rhine. Indeed, as a pirate, if you don't have your own pirate ship, it will inevitably make people feel a little weird. Although this island is sufficient as a base camp, there must be a difference between a base camp and a ship, right? Hearing Crocodile's words, Rhine couldn't help but chuckle, then stretched and said slowly, don't worry, we will reach the world-famous shipbuilding holy land of 7 waters on the way. Can't we just build new ships in the 7 water city? Crocodile nodded, and at that moment, Enel's figure turned into a flash of lightning and appeared in front of everyone. Boss, someone broke in. Hearing this, everyone looked towards Enel, somewhat doubting the truthfulness of Enel's words. This is nearly 3,000 meters high. Who can run to such a high place? But in the next second, a voice was heard, making everyone in the Flying Pirates group look gloomy. Alara. This is really surprising. As soon as these words came out, Crocodile bit off the cigar in his mouth, and Nico Robin beside him was trembling all over. Except for Nami, who was a little puzzled, the rest of the people showed their weapons and looked at the newcomers with their eyes wide open. Admiral Aokiji, one of the 3 admirals and the most powerful fighter in the naval headquarters, actually has time to come to my territory. Rhine looked at Ching-Ji, who suddenly appeared, and a serious look flashed in his eyes. Advertisement to a height of 3,000 meters, it would be easy for a monster like Ching-Chi to use moonwalk to get up there. However, Rhine did not expect that he would encounter the strongest fighter of the naval headquarters by such a coincidence. After all, it's related to the Golden Lion, so I have to come up and take a look. Ching-Ji spoke calmly, his eyes fell on Lai Yin, and continued. Fortunately I came up, otherwise I'm afraid the whole world would still be kept in the dark. A new lion fruit ability user has already been born. As for the Golden Lion, I'm afraid he has already died somewhere in the ocean. The yellow sand condensed, and Crocodile had already entered the elemental state, with half of his body turning into sand. You are not welcome here, Ching-Chi. Hearing this, Ching-Ji also looked towards Crocodile, and then said in confusion. As one of the offline Shichibukai, even Whitebeard did not accept you as a member of his corps. How could you be willing to follow such a young pirates? Is it just because of lion fruit? Ching-Ji looked very confused, but Enel on the side sneered and said, what Whitebeard? Is he qualified to compete with the governor? The highest combat power in the naval headquarters, right? Does that mean you are the most powerful group of people in the world? As the words fell, thunder flashed on Enel's body. The flashing arcs made Ching-Ji's pupils shrink. The current Flying Pirates group is probably more terrifying than the Golden Lion. Are they being followed by 2 Logia users? There is no need to say much about Crocodile. He was one of the former 7 warlords of the sea and a user of the Logia sand fruit. He is definitely a world-famous pirate. This long-eared creature has never appeared on the sea before, but it also possesses the ability of the Logia devil fruit. Even through the terrifying power of thunder, Ching-Ji could easily detect that the other party possessed the ability of Logia's strongest devil fruit, thunder fruit. What does this mean? Is the current strength of the Flying Pirates so terrifying? Just as Ching-Ji was looking at the members of the Flying Pirates, he saw a familiar figure among the crowd. When Nico Robin appeared, Ching-Ji couldn't help but frown, with a hint of surprise in his eyes. Is it possible to run into these monsters? The user of Paramecia lion fruit, the user of Logia sand fruit, the user of Logia thunder fruit. There is no doubt that even in the eyes of Marine Admiral Ching-Chi, these are equivalent to a group of monsters. Advertisement. What made Ching-Chi feel unbelievable was that Nico Robin could actually mingle with these monsters. It seems that the companion you chose this time is a bit scary. Ching-Ji scratched his head, then his eyes fell on Rhine, and continued. I guess. You are the new governor of the Flying Pirates after Golden Lion? Naval Headquarters Top Combat Force, what advice do you have for me? Listening to Rhine's words, Ching-Ji couldn't help but emanate an astonishing chill from his entire body. In just a blink of an eye, the horrifyingly low temperature even caused everyone around him to shiver at the same time. Logia frozen fruit ability user. One of the strongest fighters in the naval headquarters, Ching-Ji, who possesses admiral-level combat power, can freeze hundreds or thousands of kilometers of ocean in an instant after activating the frozen fruit ability, and it will take a week for the frozen sea to melt. Sensing Ching-Ji's intention to attack, Rhine slowly drew out the Sakura 10 in the dead tree from his waist, and said calmly, it seems that if we don't fight today, I'm afraid we won't be able to leave safely. Half of Ching-Ji's body was covered in frost. He exhaled a breath of cold air and said calmly, although you are not a wanted criminal, but you have inherited the lion fruit from Golden Lion and have gathered such a group of monsters under your command. I don't believe that you will be honest and not do anything to harm the world. Besides that, Devil's son Nico Robin, since you took this guy in, you must have made plans to become an enemy of the government. Rhine chuckled, and with the instant entanglement of armed color, the terrifying slash was instantly launched. Slash wave. Ice skates. Bump. The moment he collided with Ching-Chi, Rhine realized the gap between himself and the other party. Such strength is probably just the tip of Qingzi's iceberg, but he has already used all his strength. It seems that it is not so easy to force Qingji to retreat. At such a young age, has armament hockey reached such a level? Feeling the armament color coming from the Rhine double blades, it actually flowed into his body. Qingji didn't dare to continue the contact and stepped back immediately. It seems that the new governor of the Flying Pirates will not be so easy to deal with. Chapter 20. Forcing back the strongest combat force, the physical improvement is in urgent need. For Rhine's age, it was hard for Qingji to imagine that he had actually reached the level of internal destruction with armament hockey. You know, even among the Marine high-level officers, there are only a few who have cultivated armament hockey to a high level. Rhine looks to be only about 20 years old, but he can cultivate such an amazing armament hockey. But as the number of fights and collisions increased, Qingji gradually realized that something was wrong. It seemed as if every time he made a move, Rhine could seize his opportunity, as if he could hear his inner voice, but it was clear that only one person mastered the mind-reading observation hockey. But as time passed, Qingji gradually reacted and his expression became extremely solemn. Listen to everything. Observation hockey is exactly the same as the former Pirates King Roger. Are all the young pirates who have just set out to sea so terrifying? Qingji couldn't help but secretly think in his heart. The swordsmanship of a great swordsman, the ability of Paramecia lion fruit, the armament hockey that can destroy the inside beyond the high level, and the observation hockey that can listen to everything like the former Pirates King Roger. This guy is probably far more dangerous than the Golden Lion of the past. At least the Golden Lion didn't master such terrible methods when he was 20 years old. Hey, hey. Bump. As an astonishing slash passed by, Qingji's expression couldn't help but become a little more solemn. Don't be distracted, Marine Admiral. Rhine also did not dare to relax at this moment, even though he had inherited the Golden Lion, mastered the Paramecia lion fruit, and obtained the swordsmanship of a great swordsman. Plus the top-level conqueror's hockey obtained from Roger's corpse. But Rhine was still very clear that before his physical strength was replenished, it would be difficult for him to truly compete with these admiral-level monsters. I'm just amazed that at your age, you already possess such terrifying strength. Qingji's tone was solemn as he continued, if this is not dealt with, there will probably be another Sea Emperor in the future. If you want to stop me, go ahead and try. Advertisement. Rhine looked calm. He waved his hand, and with the activation of the lion fruit's ability, the entire island seemed to come alive. Lion Majesty. Earth coiling. Feeling the movement under his feet and looking at the scene behind Rhine that blocked out the sun and sky, Qingji's face was also very heavy, and he thought to himself, this is no different from facing that guy Golden Lion, right? Ice cube, violent mouth. Bump. The collision of ice and earth and the powerful air currents rushed in all directions. The terrifying pressure was irresistible to the other members of the Flying Pirates. Only Enel, Crocodile and Daz Bonus can barely resist this pressure. People like Zoro, Bentham, Mr. 3, Nico Robin and Nami were already unable to move at this moment because of this terrifying pressure. This is the horrifying scene caused by the battle between the strongest men in the sea. Even the mere pressure he exuded basically made them lose their ability to move. Crocodile lit a cigar, then his eyes fell on Enel and he said, aren't you going to help? Hearing this, Enel picked up an apple from the side, took a bite and said calmly, the boss doesn't need our help. After all, the boss hasn't even used Conqueror's hockey yet. Hearing this, Crocodile exhaled a puff of smoke and nodded. This is a good opportunity to see what level Rhine's true strength has reached. Although Qingji neither fell into a disadvantage nor gained the upper hand in the clash with Rhine, as the fight lasted longer, Qingji couldn't help but pay attention to other members of the Flying Pirates. If Crocodile and the Thunder Fruit user suddenly attack in the subsequent battle, it will not be easy for me to escape even as a Marine Admiral. Ice Cube Polar Spear. Bump. Rhine cut off the attacking spear with one sword, and then swung with the great swordsman level slash in an instant. The powerful flying slash was unstoppable, as if it was enough to cut through everything, and attacked Qingji's figure. But Qingji was able to become a Marine Admiral not only because of the Devil Fruit ability. Be it taijutsu, hockey, or combat experience, Qingji is among the best in the world. Advertisement and with the help of the ability of Logia Frozen Fruit, he became the strongest combat force in naval headquarters. Therefore, facing Rhine's slashing attack, it was not difficult for Qingji to deal with it with his hockey and physical skills, not to mention the assistance of the Frozen Fruit's ability. However, at this moment, Rhine seemed to know that he had no capital to delay any further, and his figure instantly appeared in front of Qingji. Just when Qingji was surprised and wondered why Rhine suddenly made such a choice after dozens or hundreds of long-distance collisions with him. Inside Rhine's body, the Conqueror's hockey, which could be called the king of crushing everything, erupted. As the top fighter in the naval headquarters, I want to see if you can block this blow. A red light flashed in Rhine's eyes, and the black and red lightning affected everything around him. Even a lightning condensed by Conqueror's hockey easily shattered a huge rock not far away. The powerful conquerors then gathered on Sakura and the dead tree. Qingji, who saw this scene, took a breath of cold air, his eyes full of disbelief. This is Conqueror's Entanglement. Qingji was certainly familiar with the special skills of the New World's Sea Emperors, but he never expected that Rhine, so young, could actually perform Conqueror's Entanglement. Mastering the Conqueror's Entanglement proved that Rhine could at least gain the upper hand against any Marine Admiral in a one-on-one situation. But before Qingji had time to think, Sakura 10 and the dead tree in Rhine's hand came to chop down. God avoids. What a joke. Qingji's heart suddenly skipped a beat. The moment he heard these two words, along with the black and red slash, Qingji's memory also emerged of the sea more than 20 years ago. The man named Roger escaped from Vice Admiral Garp countless times with the slash called Divine Avoidance. Ice Age. Without any hesitation, Qingji immediately unleashed the power of frozen fruit. In the blink of an eye, the entire island was completely frozen, and Qingji's figure turned into a piece of broken ice, which fell on the island and merged with the ice created by the Ice Age. The attack missed, and just as Rhine's face darkened and he was thinking about how Qingji would attack, he suddenly noticed that a figure appeared on the sea at some point. Well, you haven't done anything harmful to the world yet. In that case, let's end the battle today. Qingji looked at Rhine deeply and said in a very relaxed tone, "What's your name, the guy who inherited the power of Golden Lion?" Rhine couldn't help but narrow his eyes when he heard this, and said slowly, "Lerona Rhine." Chapter 21 attracted worldwide attention, the amazing configuration of the flying pirates. Looking at Qingji's receding figure, Rhine couldn't help but narrow his eyes, and felt relieved in his heart. Fortunately, the person I met today was Aoki. If it was Akainu Sakazuki or Kizaru Borsellino, it would not be so easy to resolve. Needless to say, Akainu, if they had met Sakazuki today, then there would be no doubt that what awaited the Sky Pirates would be a series of magma fists. With Sakazuki's character, he would definitely be able to fight against the Sky Pirates on his own. If it was Borsellino, he would probably choose to leave when he couldn't gain any advantage, but he would definitely not be like Qingji, who chose to leave without even getting any information. I can only say that I was lucky. Although Rhine is now able to compete with Admiral in terms of combat power, it will eventually reveal its flaws over time. It's time to head to the Horror Triangle and inherit the power of the Demon Oz. With a gleam in Rhine's eyes, he activated the Lion Fruit ability, breaking the ice on the surface of the island, and headed towards the territory of Gecko Moria, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Naval Headquarters Marineford. As an organization that maintains order and balance in the world's oceans in the name of absolute justice, it is known as one of the 3 major forces in the world along with the New World 4 emperors and 7 warlords of the sea. Marineford is the headquarters of all Marines in the world. The Marines who can come to this headquarters are the elite among the elite. Naval Headquarters has the highest combat power, and the 3 admirals are always there. This symbolizes the central brain of the Marine, mobilizing Marines all over the world to carry out stabilizing activities. And at this moment, in the Naval Headquarters Justice Building, an unprecedented meeting is being held. The Supreme Commander of the Naval Headquarters, Marshal Buddha Sengoku, took the lead and presided over this meeting. The participants of the meeting are the 3 most powerful fighters of the Naval Headquarters and 16 elite Vice Admirals of the Naval Headquarters. Advertisement. In addition, the Naval Headquarters Special Vice Admiral, Chief of Staff Vice Admiral Crane, and the Marine hero Vice Admiral Garp, who has refused to take the Admiral position many times, were also present at this meeting. Sengoku looked heavy-hearted. He looked at the seated Marines and said solemnly, "Today's meeting is only to discuss one thing. According to the news brought back by Admiral Aokiji, Golden Lion is confirmed dead, but there is a 20-year-old monster who inherited Golden Lion's legacy, mastered the ability of Lion Fruit, took on the name of Flying Pirates again, and started his journey." Listening to Sengoku's words, it was obvious that the Marines had not yet realized the seriousness of the situation. Except for Qingji, who was fighting with Rhine, and Vice Admiral Suru, who was in a serious state all the time, the rest of the Marines did not take it too seriously. However, after hearing Sengoku say that the Golden Lion's Lion Fruit ability was actually obtained by someone, everyone looked a little surprised, but that was just surprise. After all, in their opinion, even if they obtain the Lion Fruit ability of the Golden Lion, they may not be as threatening as the former Golden Lion. Qingji, please tell me about what happened after you encountered that man. Hearing this, Qingji couldn't help but take a deep breath, and said with a serious look in his eyes, "I'm afraid that this time our Marine will face an unprecedented enemy." How horrible. Even young people would give such an evaluation. Kizaru Borsellino, one of the 3 admirals and the highest combat power in the Naval Headquarters, spoke frivolously. His eyes fell on Qingji, and asked, "I really want to know how the other party escaped from Qingji." "Maybe you misunderstood something." Qingji looked serious and said solemnly, "It's not that the other party escaped, but I was forced to retreat." After hearing this, everyone's expressions changed slightly. Even Akainu Sakazuki, one of the 3 admirals and the Marine's strongest fighter who had kept his eyes closed, opened his eyes at this time. Although the relationship between Sakazuki and Aoki has not always been harmonious, as both are Marine admirals, Sakazuki understands Aoki's strength very well. Since Qingji said such words, it is enough to prove that the other party is extraordinary. Liana Rhine. Advertisement. Qingji looked serious and continued, "He is only 20 years old, and he has inherited everything that Golden Lion once had, and he controls the Flying Pirates. In the battle with Lerona Rhine, I have already found out through fighting that his control over the Lion Fruit is no less than that of the Golden Lion. In addition, the observation hockey that listens to everything, just like the former Pirates King Roger, and the armament hockey that has reached the level of internal destruction. Even Conqueror's Haki can be easily entangled like those sea emperors in the New World, and after Conqueror's entanglement, Rhine performed a slash that was once the unique skill of Roger, the king of pirates, and is now only mastered by one of the four emperors, Red Hair Shanks. God avoid. Listening to Ching Ji's description, the expressions of everyone present became more serious. Conqueror's Haki have all reached the top level, and they also have top-level Paramecia Devil Fruit and Lion Fruit. Such guys should not be underestimated. Looking at the silent Marines, Ching Ji continued, except for Conqueror's Haki and Lion Fruit, through our fight, I have already realized that Rhine's swordsmanship has already reached the level of a great swordsman. Everyone, don't think this is a joke. The current governor of the Flying Pirates is definitely a terrifying existence that is no less terrifying than the Golden Lion. A great swordsman who is only 20 years old, possesses the Lion Fruit, and has cultivated Conqueror's Haki to the top level. Once such a monster enters the New World, it will definitely break the existing situation and even give birth to the fifth emperor in the pirates' camp. After hearing Ching Ji's words, without waiting for everyone to speak, Marine Marshal Buddha Sengoku said, in addition to their own strength, the current strength of the Flying Pirates is definitely not to be underestimated. There were photos on the table, and Sengoku continued, Logia Sand Fruit ability user, former member of the Seven Warlords of the Sea, Crocodile. The user of the Logia Thunder Fruit, his past is unknown, and he is said to call himself the Thunder God Enel. In addition, the three former Crocodile-led Baroque studio executives, the user of the Paramecia Quick Slash Fruit, Daz Bonus, the user of the Paramecia Clone Fruit, and Bentham, the user of the Paramecia Candle Fruit, Mr. 3. And among the traces of the Flying Pirates, we found the Demon Son who was offered a bounty of 79 million berries by the world government in the past, the Paramecia Flower Fruit user, Nico Robin. With the addition of Navigator Nami, Pirate Hunter, and Rorano Azoro, the current configuration of the Flying Pirates is not much worse than those sea emperors. Plus Rhine, who has the potential to become the Emperor of the Sea at the age of only 20. Everyone, this will be the most terrifying monster born in the pirates' camp since the Roger era. Chapter 22 Big news that shocked the world, terrifying bounty. New World, on an unknown island, in a very strange-looking building, a group of journalists are processing news gathering from all over the world. And in the first position, a bird in a suit and a top hat is directing the work of the people under his command. This birdman is none other than the intelligence emperor of the underground world and the president of a major news agency. Big news more goes. The sea seems to be particularly calm recently, and there has been no eye-catching news for a while. Morgan's tone was somewhat helpless. As the transmission machine moved, photos appeared from the machine one after another. Morgan's thought it was just some ordinary news. After picking up the photos and information to check them, he was stunned for a moment. A moment later, Morgans laughed so loudly that the entire news agency was startled. Ha 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 ha. Big news. Big news. Morgans was holding the photo and information in his hands, his eyes full of shock and disbelief, and he kept shouting, the strongest fighter in the naval headquarters has fled. He single-handedly defeated the strongest fighter in the naval headquarters, the heir of the three legends of the old times, the Golden Lion Shiki. Rhine, the man who holds all the power of Golden Lion. Crocodile, one of the former seven warlords of the sea, has quit the Shichibukai camp and joined the Flying Pirates to follow the Golden Lion's successor. As Morgans continued to read out the information, at this moment in the big news agency, the eyes of the other journalists also sparkled. Just by listening, you can tell that this is news that will shock the world. Ha 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 ha. Those idiots from Marine thought Golden Lion was not dead. Bump. Morgan slapped the photo on the table and said in a serious tone, get to work, guys. We must spread this news to the whole world in the shortest possible time. Advertisement. The title has been chosen as The Man Who Inherited the Golden Lion's Legacy, the Golden Lion 2, defeats the Marine's strongest fighter. Crocodile, a member of the seven warlords of the sea, one of the three major factions, has quit and joined the Flying Pirates. I want this news to spread to the whole world instantly. A new monster is about to be born in the pirates' camp. The first half of the Grand Line, the Seven Water City, Gold Exchange. What Crocodile said before was very correct. Now the Flying Pirates can only rely on islands for navigation, which is really unqualified. As pirates, how can they survive without their own ships? However, building a ship requires a lot of money, so before building the ship, you need to exchange the gold collected in Sky Island Arpela. However, after hearing Rhine say that all combat officers need to have a ship of their own, Enel immediately ran back to Sky Island Arpaiado. Even Rhine forgot that Enel had already built an Arc Proverbs for himself on Sky Island. That ship is made of pure gold and can move freely in the sky with the help of Enel's Thunder Fruit ability. However, for the rest of the Sky Pirates, they do not have the qualifications to build ships now. Except for Enel and Crocodile, it seems that none of the other members of the Sky Pirates are worthy of owning their own battleships. That's a crazy idea. Crocodile lit a cigar and said solemnly, purchase a shipyard and designate it to build warships for the Flying Pirates. You should know that in the world today, the only ones who can designate a shipyard to build warships, besides the Marine, are the world government. Only you, Captain, can come up with such a crazy idea. Rhine did not respond to Crocodile's words, but said calmly, the Gold Exchange exchanged 1 billion Baileys, so Enel doesn't need to build a new battleship, so only 2 battleships are needed this time. One of them will be the main ship of the Sky Pirates, and the other one will be your ship, Crocodile. Hearing this, Crocodile couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly, and then said, then I won't be polite. 1 billion Baileys. Even if more than half of the money is needed to build the main ship of the Flying Pirates, the remaining money is enough for Crocodile to build a battleship of his own. Advertisement. Although Crocodile knew what it meant after being touched by the lion fruit user, but, after all, Rhine is the boss. However, after hearing Rhine's words, Nami, who was not far away, showed a very painful look on his face. Captain, that's 1 billion Baileys. After feeling Nami's somewhat painful gaze, Rhine couldn't help but shook his head helplessly. If all the gold owned by the Flying Pirates was replaced with Bailey, it might be enough to cover the total amount of sky gold collected by the celestial dragons at one time. But even with such a mountain of gold in his arms, Nami still felt the pain of spending 10 billion berries to build 2 battleships. At this moment, newspapers fell from the sky, attracting everyone's attention. Crocodile, cigar between his lips, grabbed a stack of newspapers and unfolded them to examine them. A bounty. Hearing this, everyone in the Flying Pirates group cast their eyes over. Even Rhine narrowed his eyes and said, it seems that after Qingji went back, the naval headquarters has already noticed our existence. This is the first bounty offered, and it's already this amount. The Marine really thinks highly of you, Captain. Crocodile looked shocked, and then said, the governor of the Flying Pirates, Lerona Rhine, dead or alive, bounty, 1.296 billion berries. As soon as these words came out, Nami instantly looked at Rhine, and his eyes transformed into Bailey's, as if he couldn't wait to tie Rhine up and go to exchange for the bounty. Except for the captain, it seems that everyone in our Flying Pirates has been noticed by the naval headquarters. Crocodile handed the bounty order to Rhine and said solemnly, I'm afraid, those guys in Marine are getting really anxious about us. Looking at the bounty order for the Flying Pirates members in his hand, Rhine's eyes flickered with a hint of amusement. I'm afraid Marine hasn't figured out his identity from the world government yet, right? Maybe the 5 old men from the world government don't want anyone else to know their identities except themselves. Crocodile continued, compared to the Golden Lion who lost his legs after escaping the prison and whose fighting power was greatly reduced, you, the captain who was only 20 years old and was able to force back one of the strongest Marines, are more frightening. Chapter 23. Over 2. 5 billion bounty for all members, the terrifying triangular sailboat. Lerona Rhine, user of the Paramecia lion fruit ability, Governor General of the Flying Pirates, dead or alive, bounty, 1.296 billion berries. Crocodile, user of the Logia sand fruit, member of the Flying Pirates, dead or alive, bounty, 681 million berries. Enel, the god of thunder, the user of the Logia thunder fruit, a member of the Flying Pirates, dead or alive, bounty, 540 million berries. Devil's son Nico Robin, user of the Paramecia flower fruit, member of the Flying Pirates, dead or alive, bounty, 79 million berries. Daz Bonus, the user of the Paramecia quick fruit, a member of the Flying Pirates, dead or alive, bounty, 70 million belly. Bentham, user of the Paramecia clone fruit, member of the Flying Pirates, dead or alive, bounty, 45 million berries. Mr. 3, the user of the Paramecia candle fruit, a member of the Flying Pirates, dead or alive, bounty, 22 million belly. Pirates Hunter, Rorno Azoro, member of the Flying Pirates, dead or alive, bounty, 17 million berries. Nami, the thief cat, is the navigator of the Sky Pirates. She lives or dies, and her bounty is 8 million berries. Today's Flying Pirates are not an old group, but a new pirates group that just appeared in the first half of the Grand Line. But even so, the bounty for all members of the Flying Pirates group combined has exceeded 2.5 billion Baileys. This is almost impossible for a group of pirates who have just arrived at the Grand Line and have not yet entered the New World. But if you just pay a little attention to the bounty order, you can find that in the Flying Pirates, except for Zoro and Nami, all the other people are demon fruit power without exception. There are even 2 major Logia demon fruit powers, Crocodile, the former 7 warlords of the sea, who controls the sand fruit, and Enel, the god of thunder, who controls the most powerful Logia devil fruit. With such top-notch configuration, plus inheriting the Golden Lion legacy, possessing the lion fruit ability, and having reached the level of a great swordsman in swordsmanship, Conqueror's Haki are all top-level Rhine. Now the Flying Pirates only need to complete the voyage into the New World, which will even have a significant impact on the situation of the New World 4 emperors. The Devil's Triangle, the terrifying triangular sailboat. Advertisement. It is called a ship, but in fact the size of this ship is even larger than an island. Because the zombie army created by Moria's ability is afraid of sunlight and will be completely destroyed once exposed to sunlight, Moria has to dock the Terror Triangle in the Devil's Triangle. Rhine did not bring the rest of the Flying Pirates on this trip, but left them in the 7-water city to train and grow. Except for Crocodile who came with Rhine, no other members of the Flying Pirates appeared in the Terror Triangle. This is Moria's territory. Crocodile held a cigar in his mouth, looked at the terrifying Dao in front of him, and asked in a very puzzled tone, Captain, is he planning to recruit Moria to join the group? One of the 7 warlords of the sea, Gecko Moria. Reward. 320 million Baileys. Paramecia is the user of the Shadow fruit and one of the former New World's great pirates. She also has the experience of facing the 4 emperors Kaido. Even though he returned to the first half of the Grand Line after the failure, Moria is definitely one of the best pirates. Crocodile would not be surprised if Rhine was planning to invite Moria to join. However, Rhine just smiled indifferently when he heard Crocodile's question, and replied in a very calm tone, "The trauma that Moria suffered in the New World is much greater than yours. Moria has lost his former spirit and is now not qualified to join the flying pirates and become our companion." Hearing this, Crocodile just exhaled a puff of smoke, with a hint of indifference in his eyes. Whether Rhine invites Moria to join the flying pirates or not has nothing to do with him. Crocodile thinks very clearly that now that he has joined the flying pirates and become Rhine's follower, Crocodile will not influence Rhine's decision until he is sure that he has surpassed Rhine or is capable of standing shoulder to shoulder with Rhine. But, if Moria can come out of the shadow of the past, then he will definitely be qualified to join the Sky Pirates, but the premise is, he can come out of the shadow of the past. After checking through the observation hockey, Rhine determined the direction of Moria, and then walked towards the palace where Moria was with Crocodile. As one of the most powerful pirates on the sea in the past, Moria's strength has declined to an unimaginable level due to the shadow of the past. Advertisement. But, Moria was not unable to react to observation hockey's snooping. When Moria sensed the emergence of observation hockey, he stood up and looked towards the periphery of the Dao. Moria, adult. Looking at Moria, who looked a little serious, Absalom, one of the three weirdos and the user of the Paramecia transparent fruit, asked in confusion, "What happened?" "Someone has intruded into Laozi's territory." Moria looked calm, but there was confusion in his eyes. Judging from the power of Grandmaster Observation Hockey, the newcomer is definitely not a weakling, but why did he break into the terrifying triangular sailboat? Who in this sea doesn't know that this is Gecko Moria's territory? An intruder. Absalom frowned and said immediately, "Please wait a moment, Master Moria. I will go check it out." After saying this, Absalom entered stealth mode and walked out of the palace. Seeing this scene, Moria felt a little uneasy for some reason, so he said, "Perona, stop playing with your zombie doll and follow them in spirit form. I feel like they have bad intentions." Perona, who was interrupted from playing, curled her lips and said in a very unhappy tone, "You can obviously let the zombies go. Stop making a fuss, Perona, follow and see." Moria looked serious and continued, "I'm afraid the people who came this time won't be so easy to deal with." Although he had lost observation hockey and armament hockey, Moria's perception of danger was still very strong. After the two people went out one after another, Moria did not stay there, but immediately activated the ability of the fruit to wake up the large group of sleeping zombie soldiers. It had better not be looking for trouble. Chapter 24 World Government's Attention, Perona suddenly takes action. The top of the red line, the holy land of Mariejois. The center of power of the world government, Pangu City, between power. The 5 people who symbolize the highest power in the world have already appeared in the power room at this moment, and looking at the newspapers on the table, their expressions are all ugly. Ultimate. It is hard to imagine what could have happened to make beings of the 5 elders level look like this. I said at the beginning that it is best to keep this guy in the holy land and not let him leave alive. One of the 5 elders, the god of finance, Azamburn v. Nasujuro, said in a bad tone, "Okay now, Paramecia lion fruit ability users, tell me, how should we deal with this guy?" Hearing this, Topman Vochulasheng, one of the 5 elders, the god of law, also replied with an unpleasant expression. Who would have thought before this that this guy would be so lucky that he actually got the ability of the Paramecia lion fruit after the death of the Golden Lion? The god of science defense, Jagolucia Satan, said solemnly, "It is meaningless to talk about this now. The ability of Paramecia lion fruit is enough to make the many methods of the world government become empty talk. Lion fruit has absolute air superiority. Even if we find Rhine, we won't be able to do anything to him." For a moment, the 5 elders fell into silence. As a descendant of the Lerona family, Rhine's existence has always been like a knife hanging over the heads of the 5 elders. If Rhine is not eliminated, even the 5 elders may not be able to rest well. Let's not talk about how to solve it first. If Rhine is prepared to hide Lion Fruit's ability, then even the power of the world government will not be able to find the other party. Marcus Mazane looked serious and continued, "Now, the kid from the Lerona family has obtained the power of the Golden Lion, inherited the Flying Pirates, and recruited Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, under his command. If we allow a guy like this to continue to grow, the consequences will be unimaginable. After talking so much, why don't you tell me the solution?" Topman Vochulasheng looked grim and interrupted, "We all know that letting the descendants of the Lerona family continue to live will cause huge troubles for us and Lord Yim. But the question now is, do we have any solution?" Everyone stopped talking. It was obvious that they all knew how difficult it was to find and kill the lion fruit user. Advertisement. Let Kizaru come to the world government. Among the 3 strongest fighters, only Borsellino can fight in the air and exert his full strength. Marcus Moshe Saint continued, "Although the little brat of the Lerona family has shown strength that rivals the Marine's highest combat power, Xingji, it is absolutely impossible for him to fight against 2 admiral-level combat powers on his own. Let the angels of the CP go out. As soon as they get any news about any of the little devils of the Lerona family, immediately let Borsellino cooperate and make sure to wipe them out completely." After hearing this, everyone fell into silence, but it seemed that this was the best solution. It's only been a short time, and they've already reached a level of strength that rivals that of an admiral. It would be great if they weren't D-class. Nasu Shoro Saint sighed. If it was just the surname of the Lerona family, the 5 elders would not have made such a big fuss. But, the descendant of the 20 kings has the blood of D. What does this mean? This is an existence that is enough to shake the foundation of the entire world government. We must do our best to erase it. The first half of the Grand Line, the Devil's Triangle, where the terrifying triangular sailboat is located. At this moment, Rhine and Crocodile were heading towards the palace where Moria was. But on the way, Rhine suddenly stopped and looked towards the corner of the wall. Crocodile also stopped following Rhine, put out his cigar, and said calmly, Moria, that B****************, D, is he planning to let this guy test us? Rhine didn't say anything, just stared at the corner. But in fact, with the naked eye, you can't see anything in the corner, but Absalom, the user of the Paramecia transparent fruit and one of the 3 monsters under Gecko Moria, is standing in the corner at this moment, sweating as he looks at Rhine and Crocodile. Although Moria's men will not leave the Terror Dao easily, it does not mean that they cannot get news from the outside world. Recently, Lerona Rhine, who inherited the power of the Golden Lion and carried the title of Golden Lion II, has caught the attention of all the bigwigs. Advertisement. And according to the information from New World News Agency and Morgans, Lerona Rhine has already fought against Aoki Kuzan, one of the 3 admirals and the strongest fighter in the naval headquarters. And in a one-on-one situation, he was able to force back the strongest force of the naval headquarters. The bounty of 1.296 billion is the first time it's offered. Absalom certainly couldn't have never heard of such a terrifying existence. As for the guy standing next to Rhine, Absalom is even more familiar with him. A member of the 7 warlords of the sea along with Captain Moria, a user of the Logia sand fruit, whose bounty skyrocketed to 681 million berries after he left the Shichibukai. Crocodile. Why did these 2 guys suddenly run to the Terror Dao and come to Moria's territory? Aren't you planning on coming out yet? Rhine's tone was exceptionally calm, his eyes fixed on where Absalom was, his right hand already on the hilt of the sword. Seeing this scene, Absalom did not hesitate at all. He put away the power of the transparent fruit and looked at Rhine and Crocodile with extreme vigilance. Absalom is very clear about the power of observation haki. Rhine and Crocodile are both powerful people who control observation haki. Facing someone who controls haki means like invisibility will not have any effect at all, but will make others feel uncomfortable. If things go wrong, the other party might just kill you. Excuse me, are you 2 here at the horror trireme to meet with Lady Moria? Absalom's tone was a little polite, and he seemed to understand that he could not be a match for the 2 people in front of him. But at this moment, a voice came that instantly made Absalom's heart chill. Before he could stop them, he saw countless zombies rushing towards him. Absalom, why are you nagging at them? Why don't you just catch them and bring them to Master Moria? Ha 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 ha. Catch these 2 intruders, my zombie toys. Chapter 25 Disappointing Moria, the Gathering Place of Shadows. As one of the 3 monsters under Moria, the Ghost Princess Perona naturally also has the authority to control zombies. Along with Perona's voice, hundreds of thousands of zombie soldiers rushed towards Rhine and Crocodile with sharp blades in hand. Seeing this scene, Crocodile's face darkened and he slowly raised his hand. However, before Crocodile could make a move, Rhine grabbed Crocodile and said calmly, they are just a group of zombies without souls who have come back to life with the help of their shadows. Don't be so cautious. Crocodile's brows relaxed slightly after hearing this, and he asked, what should we do? Hearing this, Rhine couldn't help but chuckle and said, do you even need to ask this? With the amazing Conqueror's haki bursting out instantly, the terrifying aura swept across the entire terrifying triangular sailboat, and even Moria, who was still in the palace, couldn't help but widen his eyes. Just knock them all down. For the owner of Conqueror's haki, releasing Conqueror's haki to clear out the miscellaneous soldiers is the simplest method. All you need to do is use Conqueror's haki to suppress them slightly, and those weak miscellaneous soldiers will fall to the ground in an instant. Although these zombies had no souls, they could still feel the Conqueror's haki soaring into the sky thanks to the will of the shadows. They fell to the ground one by one with their eyes rolled up. Seeing this scene, Perona couldn't help but be horrified. At this moment, Perona was in ghost state, and the impact from Conquerors was not that strong, but it didn't mean that Perona didn't know what it meant. Conqueror's haki. Among the pirates of the Grand Line, there are very few who don't know what haki is. Seeing hundreds of zombie soldiers falling to the ground with their eyes rolled back in an instant, even a pig could realize that it was because of the impact of Conqueror's haki. Absalom looked grim, and said in a very heavy tone, you are too impulsive, Perona. If these 2 were guests, wouldn't you have disturbed them? If it was the Perona before, he would definitely argue with Absalom, but at this moment, under the impact of Conqueror's haki and watching countless zombie soldiers fall to the ground, Perona couldn't help but feel a little scared. Advertisement. The next second, Rhine appeared in front of Absalom, grabbed Absalom's neck with one hand, and asked in a very calm tone, where is Moria? Perhaps it was because he had felt the ultimate Conqueror's haki of Rhine, and the 1.296 billion burly bounty on Rhine, that even though Absalom felt that he could break free from the strength of Rhine's hand, he did not do so. Moria adult. Absalom. At this moment, Moria's figure also appeared. Seeing the real boss appear, Rhine ignored Absalom and threw him aside. His eyes looked at Gecko Moria, who looked like a devil not far away. D. Looking at the zombie army lying on the ground, Perona with a stiff face, and seeing Rhine grabbing Absalom's throat just now, Moria was extremely angry at this moment, and the ability of the Shadow Fruit was activated instantly. Shadow Horn Gun. Countless shadows gathered in Moria's hands, and then turned into a spear flashing with cold light, stabbing straight towards Rhine. Rhine couldn't help but raise his eyebrows, then he drew out Sakura 10 slash and easily destroyed Moria's move. He said in a very calm tone, as one of the 7 warlords of the sea, is this the only strength you have? A-hole. Moria looked grim. Feeling the aura emanating from Rhine, Moria was not afraid at all. Instead, he activated the ability of the Shadow Fruit. Moria cut the scissors in his hand into 2, and under the power of the Shadow Fruit, he suddenly rushed towards Rhine. Looking at the attacking Moria, Rhine couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. After the defeat in the battle with Kaido, Moria lost his haki and his former ambition. But it seems that this guy did not lose his strong heart as a great pirate because of the failure that year. As the sharp scissors chopped down, Rhine just swung Sakura 10 slightly, and a terrifying flying slash easily forced Moria back. Advertisement. You should be able to realize that in your current state, you can't be my opponent. Rhine looked calm, staring straight at Moria, and continued, I'm curious, why did the man who used to be able to compete with Kaido in the New World end up like this now? When Moria heard Rhine mention the name Kaido, she seemed even angrier. When she heard the name Kaido, it seemed as if she was ignited. Little brat. UPD off lousy. As the power of the Shadow Fruit spread, the shadows of the surrounding zombies also continued to converge towards Moria's body at the same time. For Moria, the development of the Shadow Fruit might not be that bad, and he could even increase his own power by absorbing the shadows of others. Even Moria's limit is that he can absorb shadows within 1,000 and improve his strength in all aspects. However, seeing Moria's crazy attitude, Rhine felt a little puzzled. It was obvious that he had not done anything yet. But for Moria, after experiencing the tragic experience of losing a companion, Moria can no longer tolerate his companion's suffering trauma. Feeling the increasingly stronger aura of Moria, Rhine narrowed his eyes, with a hint of surprise in his eyes. If Rhine believed that Moria's original strength was just at the Vice Admiral level, then with the help of the Shadow Gathering Place, Moria, who had absorbed hundreds of zombie shadows at this moment, had almost reached the peak of Vice Admiral's strength. However, it seems that Moria cannot break through this limit and improve his strength further. Seeing this, Rhine did not hesitate any further. Armament haki instantly wrapped around Sakura and the dead tree. Looking at Moria, whose growth had stopped, Rhine looked calm and continued, even if you reach your limit, your strength is only at the elite Vice Admiral level. To be honest, as one of the 7 warlords of the sea, and someone who was able to compete with Kaido the Beast in the past, the power you are showing now is really a bit disappointing. Lion. Thousand Slice Valley. As Sakura 10 and the dead tree continued to swing, a series of intersecting flying slashes rushed towards Moria. The terrifying slash even cut through the black fog that covered the sky in the Devil's Triangle, revealing the sunlight that never appeared in this sea area. Chapter 26 An Unexpected Gain, the Demon Oz from 500 years ago. Looking at the fallen Moria, Rhine's face showed a bit of helplessness. In Rhine's opinion, Moria is also a good candidate for crew member, but the problem is that Moria is now too dependent on external forces. Once upon a time, when Moria was still sailing in the New World, he was full of confidence in his own strength and was ambitious. However, since he was defeated by Kaido and lost his partner, Moria suffered a heavy blow and began to believe that it was crucial to have excellent subordinates. He only needed to sit back and enjoy the fruits of others' labor and rely on their abilities to become the king of pirates. This kind of thinking caused Moria's strength to decline rapidly step by step, and even now he cannot master the 2-color haki. He can only rely on devouring the shadows of others to improve his combat power in a short period of time. Even if he devoured the ultimate, Moria's combat power could not compare to the real elite Vice Admiral. He was only comparable in strength. After all, those elite Vice Admirals in the naval headquarters are all top-tier masters of Grandmaster 2-color haki, Marine 6 styles, and even sword masters. Moria's current strength seems to be extremely far behind the elite Vice Admiral of the naval headquarters. Even with the help of the Shadow Assembly Ground, Moria's strength is definitely not enough to defeat any of the Marine elite Vice Admirals. The Marine and world government's vision does not look very good. Crocodile's eyes fell on Moria, and he said in a very cold tone, a bounty of 320 million berries for one of the 7 warlords of the sea turned out to be just a fake like this. Hearing this, Rhine chuckled and said, you who wanted to carry out the plan to steal the country in Alabasta are actually not much different from Moria. It's just that you are a Logia user, so your deterrent power will be stronger. Crocodile's face darkened, but he didn't say much in the end, because Crocodile also knew that the time he spent in Alabasta was indeed the lowest point in his life and his strength was at its lowest. Today, the 2-color haki has been restored, and even the mastery of Sand Fruit has been further improved. Crocodile is now definitely able to remain undefeated against 1 or 2 Marine elite Vice Admirals. Moria is an adult. Looking at Moria lying on the ground without a breath, Absalom couldn't help but flash with an extremely painful look in his eyes. If he could be stronger, he could help Moria deal with these intruders. As one of the three weirdos under Moria, Absalom is definitely the most loyal to Moria. Seeing Moria being beaten like a dead dog, Absalom at this moment only hated himself for being so weak. Not far away, Perona also looked over slowly, and finally recovered from the terrifying pressure displayed by Rhine. His eyes fell on Rhine, and then he looked at Moria who was lying on the ground. Taking a deep breath, Perona couldn't help but grit his teeth. Seeing that Rhine and Crocodile's attention was not on him, he immediately activated his fruit ability. Advertisement. 4 little white ghosts appeared behind Perona and attacked Rhine and Crocodile at an incredible speed. There are 2 ghosts in front that have the ability to travel through all objects, attracting the attention of Rhine and Crocodile. There are also 2 ghosts in the back, ready to attack Rhine and Crocodile from behind. Negative ghost. Rhine slightly turned sideways to avoid the attack of the negative ghost, but Crocodile didn't seem to take Perona's ability seriously. After all, Logia users are unaware of the power of armament hockey and seastone, and can become immune to any means by elementalization. But Crocodile seemed to underestimate the horror of negative ghosts. When the negative ghost passed through Crocodile's body, a bad feeling instantly filled Crocodile's whole body. The next second, Crocodile was seen kneeling on the ground with his palms pressed on the ground, and the long hook made of gold was digging deep into the ground. That look of extreme negativity made people feel weird. I am just a former loser, but I am still walking on the same ground as everyone else. I am really sorry. Seeing this scene, Rhine couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly. To be honest, Crocodile, who was wearing a black mink cloak and exuding hockey all over his body, actually made such a move after being penetrated by the negative ghost. Rhine couldn't help but marvel at the ability of the ghost fruit. Although the ghost fruit does not have a very strong attack power, it has auxiliary capabilities that can be called bug level. Just think about it, in a fight of the same level, if Perona's negative ghost seizes the opportunity to launch a sneak attack, how many people can withstand the negative ghost's terrifying power? Of course, this fruit is not truly invincible. In addition to Conqueror's Hockey, some naturally pessimistic beings can also resist the power of negative ghosts. After a while, Crocodile stood up from the ground. Crocodile looked calm as he slowly lit a cigar and looked towards Perona who was not far away. As the sand blew in the wind, Crocodile's eyes became full of murderous intent. Advertisement. You actually made me do such a thing and say such words. Are you ready to die? The wind and sand gradually condensed and turned into an extremely sharp blade, which slashed towards Perona. But unfortunately, even though armament hockey was covered and attacked angrily, facing Perona who was in a non-physical state, the attack only passed through Perona's body and split the palace not far away into 2. All right Crocodile. Rhine spoke calmly, then glanced at Crocodile and said calmly, this little girl's ability is very interesting, isn't it? Cut. Crocodile felt very unhappy when he heard this, but since Rhine wanted to recruit him, Crocodile naturally didn't say much. Because with Crocodile's resourcefulness, it's not hard to see how crucial Perona's devil fruit ability can be in battle. Paramecia, the user of the ghost fruit, the ghost princess Perona. Rhine slowly raised his foot and walked towards Perona, saying in a very calm tone, joining the flying pirates is the only option that can guarantee the survival of Moria and the other members of the Moonlight Pirates. Perona looked at Rhine with blank eyes. He had just mustered up the courage to cast negative ghost on Rhine and Crocodile, but this was almost Perona's limit. It was impossible for Perona to face Rhine who was emitting amazing Conqueror's Hockey. UB**************, D, are you trying to take away Lousy's partner? However, at this moment, Moria, who was lying on the ground not far away, actually stood up while enduring the severe pain. The next second, countless shadows gathered from all directions towards the palace behind Moria. Don't think you have defeated Lousy. Lousy hasn't given his all yet. Let me show you the power of the demon from 500 years ago. Come out, Oz. Chapter 27 Inheriting Oz's physique and finally reaching the Admiral level. About 500 years ago, an unprecedented berserker appeared among the giants. The terrifying height of nearly 70 meters is 3 or 4 times that of an ordinary giant. And because he likes to move away the countries and islands he likes, he got the name of the country-stealing giant. The Devil Oz. Along with a noise, a huge figure appeared behind the palace. That guy Moria actually stuffed his own shadow into Oz's body, forcibly reviving the berserker from 500 years ago. However, Moria did not know that the real purpose of Rhine's trip was for the berserker from 500 years ago, the demon Oz. No matter who it is, if they want to take away Lousy's partner, Lousy will never tolerate it. With a roar coming out of Oz's mouth, the demon Oz, driven by Moria's shadow, swung his huge fist and smashed down at Rhine. The airflow generated by just swinging a fist actually caused an astonishing gust of wind. This is enough to prove how terrible the power contained in this punch is. Rhine couldn't help but narrow his eyes when he saw this. Oz's power was even more terrifying than he had imagined. Once Rhine is able to inherit Oz's physical strength and power, he will have no disadvantages compared to those monsters who have been at the Admiral level for many years. The best Conqueror's Hockey, the swordsmanship of a great swordsman, and the best lion fruit in Paramecia. If Rhine could obtain the physical strength and power of the demon Oz, he would become one of the most powerful monsters in the sea. It can even be compared with Charlotte Linlin, the 4 emperors, who are famous throughout the world for their numerical monsters. The shadow fruit already possesses very powerful power, but Moria, you are developing it in the wrong direction. As the words fell, the Sakura 10 and the dead tree in Rhine's hands were instantly wrapped with an amazing layer of armament hockey. He swung both blades suddenly, and the terrifying slash landed on Oz's fist in an instant. What surprised Rhine was that the great swordsman's slash using armament hockey was not able to cut off Oz's fist, but only left some wounds on Oz's hand. Advertisement. This also made Rhine admire Oz's physical strength even more. Stop talking big. Defeat me thoroughly if you can. You be ******************. Moria kept punching down like a madman. Due to his lack of physical strength and endurance, Rhine could only use his observation hockey to predict Moria's actions and keep dodging. But Oz, who was forcibly resurrected by stuffing his own shadow into his body, has a huge flaw. The huge size comes with unparalleled strength, but it also makes Oz's body, which is not very agile to begin with, look even more cumbersome. Realizing this, Rhine immediately held Sakura 10 and the dead tree, and his body suddenly rose into the air under the power of the lion fruit, appearing at the same level as Oz's head. Slash wave. Bump. Although he reacted, he was too slow to raise his hand, and the knife landed directly on Oz's face. The huge impact force instantly made Oz lose his balance, and his body fell backwards. Rhine continued, if you can regain the ambition you once had to compete with Kaido in the New World, Moria, there will be a place for you in the Flying Pirates. But for you right now, you are far from qualified to join the Flying Pirates. As he said that, Rhine activated the ability of Lion Fruit, and countless objects on both sides fell towards Oz's body. Seeing that Oz still had the intention of standing up, Rhine raised Sakura 10 and the dead tree again, and the terrifying sword intent instantly broke through the sky and dispersed the fog. Lion. Thousand Slice Valley. The Golden Lion in his prime was once the world's greatest swordsman in the previous era. Although Rhine did not inherit such pinnacle swordsmanship, he also successfully broke through to the level of a great swordsman through trial and error. Now, with the help of hockey, Rhine's slashing attack will definitely not be weaker than any first-class swordsman. The terrifying slashing blows continued to slash Oz's body without any defense. Even though he had an incredibly amazing defensive ability, Rhine swung his sword again and Oz's right arm was completely cut off by Rhine. At the same time, Rhine's figure instantly fell on Oz's abdomen, and his palm touched Oz's body. The ability of the lion fruit is to make any inanimate object fly into the air, so corpses are naturally no problem. Advertisement. Although Oz was revived with the help of Moria's own shadow, this was not a true resurrection at all, so Rhine was able to use the power of lion fruit to easily lift Oz's nearly 70-meter-tall body into the air. When the distance reached nearly 1,000 meters, Rhine did not hesitate, pressed his palm down suddenly, and whispered, "Wake up, Moria. If you persist in doing this, it will only make me despise you even more." Lion Majesty, Lion Majesty. The next second, Oz's huge body lost the influence of the lion fruit's ability and fell to the ground at an incredibly fast speed. Rhine held Sakura 10 and dead tree, swung both blades violently, and once again launched an astonishing flying slash. Lion. Slash the sky. Under the entanglement of armament hockey, this attack could even easily split the island. The powerful sword intent cut through the dark clouds in the sky, and the entire terrifying triangular sailboat seemed to be cut in half by this attack. After Rhine launched this attack, he couldn't help but slowly close his eyes. Congratulations to the host for inheriting the legacy of the demon Oz and gaining the physical strength of Oz. Rhine put Sakura 10 and dead wood into the scabbard, and then his fist was covered with a thick layer of armament hockey. Then, Rhine's body, like a bullet, suddenly rebounded through the power of the lion fruit and quickly attacked Oz, who was falling to the ground. Without any surprise, Rhine's fist suddenly smashed into Oz's chest. The huge force even made Oz's chest dent. What is even more incredible is that under the influence of this powerful force, Oz's body was forced to hit the ground, and the entire terrifying triangular sailboat shook extremely violently, as if it was about to sink completely into the sea under this force. Admiral-level combat power, finally achieved. Feeling the strength in his body increase hundreds and thousands of times, Rhine couldn't help but reveal an uncontrollable excitement on his face. Finally arrived at this step. Today, Rhine is qualified to say that even the strongest force in the naval headquarters, when facing him alone, can only choose to flee. Are you ready to meet the most fearsome Avengers ever? World Government. Chapter 28. Another Shichibukai joins the gang. The Emperor of the Sea pays attention. Open black lens bracket host. Lerona Rhine close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket age. 20 years old close black lens bracket. Conquerors hockey. Observation hockey, top level hearing everything. Armament hockey, top level internal destruction. Conquerors, top level king's domain. Fruit ability. Paramecia lion fruit. Kendo level. Ordinary great swordsman ordinary, intermediate, advanced, top, peak. Physical strength. Quasi-admiral level. Comprehensive strength. Ordinary admiral, intermediate admiral level combat strength. Evaluation. Congratulations to the host for having fully reached the admiral level of combat power, and for not having any obvious flaws. However, there are countless top-level warriors in the pirates' world. Please continue to work hard, inherit more abilities, and constantly improve yourself until you reach the top of the world. A quasi-admiral level physique. Rhine couldn't help but grin. He had thought that Demon Oz's physique was at most at the Vice Admiral or Elite Vice Admiral level, but he never expected that he could actually reach the Quasi-Admiral level. As expected, he is worthy of being called Oz, the most terrifying demon among the giants. When a giant reaches adulthood, he can reach the level of Vice Admiral. So it does not seem unacceptable that Oz, the most terrifying demon of the giants 500 years ago, has a physique that reaches the Quasi-Admiral level. For Rhine, a Quasi-Admiral level physique is enough to deal with most situations. In the pirates' world, apart from the top Admiral level fighters who majored in physical skills, the only ones who can crush the current Rhine in terms of physical strength are the 4 Sea Emperors of the New World. His own strength has already reached the Admiral level and is almost reaching the level of a mid-level Admiral. But this does not mean that Rhine cannot compete with the top Admiral and 4 Emperors. Although the Admiral level combat power is divided into 5 levels by the system, Rhine has only reached the 2nd level now. But in fact, the difference in Admiral level combat power is very small. Except for the top Admiral level combat power standing on the 5th floor, there is no obvious difference in strength among the other 4 levels. Rhine, who possesses the ability of Lion Fruit and masters the top-level Conqueror's Haki, and now has the physique of Demon Oz, can more fully exert the power of Lion Fruit and the Great Swordsman level slashing. Even if he really meets the top Admiral, Rhine will not be afraid. Advertisement. What's more, there are only a few Admiral-level fighters in the entire world who are at the top level. Apart from Sakazuki, who was promoted to Marshal after the Summit War, only the 4 Sea Emperors of New World have reached this level. As the body of Demon Oz was destroyed, Moria's shadow had to return to his own body. Seeing this, Rhine did not continue to attack Moria. Instead, he looked at Moria, who was silent and did not make any move, and said, "I can give you a chance, Moria. Join the Sky Pirates and become one of us, but I have one condition. For you who once had at least Quasi-Admiral level combat power, it shouldn't be difficult to restore the 2-color Haki you once mastered. If you can regain the 2-color Haki within 3 months and establish your own strong heart, then you will be qualified to truly join the Flying Pirates." Rhine's tone was very calm. He looked at the silent Moria and continued, "On the contrary, if you can't remaster the 2-color Haki within 3 months, then..." I said. But before Rhine could finish, Moria interrupted him and asked, "Why should I join your Flying Pirates? Has Lousy admitted defeat?" Hearing this, Rhine couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. His eyes fell on Moria, and he said in an extremely calm tone, "Of course, whether to choose to join the Flying Pirates is your own decision, but I value Perona's fruit ability very much. If you want to stay with your friends, joining the Sky Pirates is the best choice. Besides, the Sky Pirates is the only place where you can regain your former peak ambitions." Hearing this, Moria fell into silence and did not speak anymore. Moria, who had lost too many companions in the past, had already vowed not to trust anyone anymore and would only place his hopes on dead bodies. But even so, after so many years of getting along with Absalom and Perona, it is impossible for Moria to say that he doesn't care. Speaking of which, Moria, you are such a pathetic fellow. Rhine looked calm. After noticing the departure of a mouse with his observation Haki, he slowly said, "Unlike Absalom and Perona, who are loyal to you, the other guy who is one of the 3 weirdos under your command seems to have escaped from the horror triangle long ago." As soon as these words came out, Moria immediately raised her head and looked at Rhine in disbelief. After a long silence, Moria took a deep breath and said solemnly, "Lousy, just join the Flying Pirates." Advertisement. The second half of the Grand Line is the graveyard of countless ships and pirates. This place is named New World. In a sea area at the front of New World, an extremely huge whale sailboat is sailing freely with the ocean current. The man sitting on this huge whale sailboat is one of the 4 emperors of the New World, the man who is crowned as the strongest in the world. Emperor of the Sea, Whitebeard, Edward Newgate. Hulalala. On the deck of the Moby DK, Whitebeard sat on his throne, pouring wine from the flagon while holding a newspaper in his hand. Who would have thought that of the 3 great legends who stood shoulder to shoulder with Lousy, now only Lousy is still alive in the world? After listening to Whitebeard's words, the captains of each division under his command also showed surprise on their faces. The 3 legendary pirates who could stand shoulder to shoulder with Whitebeard in the old days were the late pirate king Gul D. Roger, and the governor of the Flying Pirates, Golden Lion Shiki, who disappeared after escaping from the Undersea Prison. Dad. Marco frowned and said uncertainly, "Could this be fake news released by Morgans? Even if he got the lion fruit of the Golden Lion, he was only 20 years old and was able to force the strongest fighter of the naval headquarters to retreat. Doesn't this sound a bit too exaggerated?" As soon as this was said, the other captains all showed expressions of approval. It was hard to imagine that a 20-year-old kid actually had the strength to challenge the strongest force of the naval headquarters head-on. Moreover, he was able to force back Aoki Kuzan, one of the strongest fighters in naval headquarters, in a one-on-one situation. This was no easy task. Even the Phoenix Marco, the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates' first squadron, asked himself if he could contend with the 3 strongest Marines for a long time, let alone force them to retreat. However, after hearing Marco's words, Whitebeard grinned and said, "Don't underestimate the world, Marco. The kid who inherited the Golden Lion's legacy is probably not fake news released by that guy Morgans. Otherwise, given Marine's reputation, he would have come out and clarified it long ago, right? I'm really looking forward to it." What will happen to this era created by Roger? Chapter 29. The actions of the New World Emperor will surely sweep away the storms of the old era. New World is an area that looks very different from ordinary seas. The sea water here has a height difference of nearly 1,000 meters. And this is the Wano-Kuni Sea, a country famous for its abundant seastone production. Wano-Kuni was so powerful in the past that it could even be said that without joining the world government, it possessed seastone resources and seastone mining technology that made the world government jealous. But even so, the world government does not dare to attack this country rashly. In addition to the production of seastone, Wano-Kuni is most famous for the samurai group they own. The current Wano-Kuni is controlled by the former retainer of the Kazuki clan, the patriarch of the Kurozumi clan, Kurozumi Orochi. Of course, this is just on the surface. The Kurozumi shogunate seems to control all of Wano-Kuni, but in fact, the real master of Wano-Kuni is someone else. The man who controls the entire Wano-Kuni is one of the 4 sea emperors of the New World, the man with the title of the strongest creature. Captain of the Beast's Pirates, Kaido. The outer island of Wano-Kuni, a reef island that looks like a devil, is the headquarters of the Beast's Pirates, Ghost Island. At this moment in Onigashima, Kaido took a big gulp of wine and then smashed the wine gourd in his hand. Are you kidding me? How could that old fellow Golden Lion die so quietly? Kaido said with a sullen face and an angry tone. Given the character of the old fellow Golden Lion, even if he knows that he doesn't have much time left, he will definitely do something big that will shock the whole world and show his existence. Laozi doesn't believe that Golden Lion would die quietly like this. As for this kid who inherited the power of Golden Lion and has the ability to challenge the Marine's highest combat power head-on and force back one of the 3 admirals, is Morganus kidding me? What can a 20-year-old kid do to confront the Marine admiral? Listening to Kaido's angry words to Ultimate, the other members of Beast's Pirates remained silent. Even the 3 disasters of Beast's Pirates did not dare to speak easily at this moment when Kaido was drunk. Advertisement. Arguing with a drunk Kaido would be a suicidal move. Todo Land. This sea area was founded by the Big Mom Pirates, the only female group among the 4 emperors. It was originally created when Charlotte Linlin and Baguette came here to build the country of peace in Charlotte Linlin's heart. There are more than 30 islands in Wangguo Todo Land, each ruled by more than 30 ministers of Charlotte Linlin, and Charlotte Linlin is in charge of Cake Island in the central area. Normally there wouldn't be any big waves on Cake Island, but today, due to the outbreak of Charlotte Linlin's bulimia, the entire Cake Island was already in chaos. Seeing Charlotte Linlin falling into madness, Charlotte Katakuri, one of the 4 desert generals, had to throw away the newspaper in her hand and rushed forward to try to slow down Big Mom's steps. If Big Aunt is allowed to continue her madness, all of her children on the entire Cake Island might be eaten. As for why they are the 4 desert generals, it is naturally because the current Charlotte Snag has not yet been defeated by the captain of the pirates, the weird Monk Rouge, and the position of the 4 generals has not been removed by Charlotte Linlin. As the entire Cake Island was busy, Charlotte Linlin finally regained consciousness after eating half a year's worth of desserts for the entire Cake Island. However, at this moment, the newspaper that was originally going to be handed over to Charlotte Linlin had already been torn into pieces. Although Katakuri wanted to tell Big Mom about the fall of the Golden Lion and Rhine who inherited the power of the Golden Lion, he held back when he saw Big Mom's expression. The terminus of the first half of the Grand Line, the island of failure and restarting. This place has a more familiar name, Sabayati Archipelago. The island is formed by the trunk of a giant mangrove, and it is also an island that countless pirates must stop at if they want to reach the New World. At this moment, on the 13th island of Sabayati, in a bar called Ripoff. The youngest of the Sea Emperors, red-haired Shanks, unexpectedly appeared in this bar. Shaki, the former captain of the 9 Snakes Pirates, looked at Rayleigh who was drinking with the red-haired man and said calmly, "You've drunk so much. If you don't pay, I won't give you face even if you're the 4 emperors." Advertisement. After these words were spoken, all the red-hair pirates fell into silence, and even Shanks couldn't help but look up. But the next second, the entire red-hair pirates burst into laughter, mocking their captain for not having enough face and being attacked even by 4 emperors. After a while, Shanks finally talked to Rayleigh, and the topic of their conversation was about the most popular man on the sea today. The inheritor of the Golden Lion's legacy, the governor of the Flying Pirates, Lerona Rhine. Who would have thought that the Golden Lion, who was as famous as Roger and Whitebeard, would die quietly after so many years? It's incredible. Rayleigh took a sip of wine and said calmly, "I thought that according to Golden Lion's character, he would make a big fuss before dying. I never thought it would be so quiet." Shanks nodded after hearing this, and then said, "Let's not talk about Golden Lion for now. I care more about the man who inherited Golden Lion's legacy. An admiral-level fighter at the age of 20. With such talent, I can't imagine what a terrible impact he will have on the current situation of the 4 emperors balancing each other after he enters the New World." Shanks' face was serious, with a twinkle in his eyes, and he continued, "I don't believe that the man who inherits the Golden Lion's legacy will be an honest and calm guy. Who knows?" Rayleigh looked calm. After taking a sip of wine, he said casually, "I am already a retired old man. What happens on the sea now has nothing to do with an old man like me." Shanks shook his head and said, "If they come to Sabayati Archipelago, there might be some contact. I just hope Mr. Rayleigh can explain to him when the time comes. The current situation in New World should not be broken so early." Dot 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 dot. To the Sea Emperors of the New World, it seems that the news about Morgan spreading around the world is known only to the captain of the Whitebeard pirates, Whitebeard Edward Newgate, and the captain of the Red Hair pirates, Red-haired Shanks. The other two were very skeptical about whether Rhine, who inherited the power of the Golden Lion, had the ability to force back Aoki Kuzan, one of the three strongest fighters in the marine. But this is also a very normal thing. At the age of only 20, even Charlotte Linlin, who has the most terrifying talent among the four emperors, cannot confront the admiral-level combat power head-on, and may even force it to retreat. It's just that the storm of youth will eventually sweep over and affect the new world, and those old guys who rose up in the old era are destined to make way for the emperor of the new era. Chapter 30 Ragnarok, 3 months of training. The first half of the Grand Line, the City of Seven Waters. A huge warship, 129 meters long and 27 meters wide, was docked at the port of the Seven Water City. The entire body is made of the precious tree atom. Even a random piece of floor or even a door handle is made of the hardest precious tree atom in the world. The huge body docked at the port looks like a towering palace. The large sailboats around it are only of average size in front of this ship, not to mention the small sailboats. Is this the main ship of our flying pirates? Crocodile was holding a cigar in his mouth and said with great excitement, "It's even bigger than the Moby DK operated by the Whitebeard pirates." The front end of the ship, carved by the shipwright, looks like a demon from hell sitting on a throne. In addition, there are many gorgeous yet not vulgar decorations on the ship's deck. Logically speaking, the manpower required to sail such a huge three-masted sailing ship is absolutely unimaginable, but Rhine has mastered the ability of Paramecia lion fruit. This battleship basically does not spend too much time sailing on the water. Most of the time, it will be driven by the power of lion fruit, sailing in the vast sky, even at an altitude of 10,000 meters. Is this the future flagship of the Sky Pirates? It's really hockey. Enel's eyes flashed with great excitement, and he asked, "Governor, what will this ship be called from now on?" Ragnarok. Rhine had already thought of a name for the ship, and said calmly, "One day, we will charge towards that supreme holy land and pull all those guys who claim to be gods off the altar. The Ragnarok will witness the arrival of that day." After these words were spoken, everyone showed expressions of shock and disbelief. This was the first time that Rhine told them that he wanted to fight against the world government and bring the holy land down from the altar. Crocodile couldn't help but drop the cigar from his mouth, and looked at Rhine in disbelief. Advertisement. I thought Rhine's ambition was at most like that of the Pirates King, but I never expected that Rhine's real ambition would be so terrifying. Pulling the Holy Land down from the altar will definitely mean that the future flying pirates will need to face the world government countless times. That was a behemoth that ruled the world for 800 years. For a moment, Crocodile couldn't help but feel his whole body trembling. But Crocodile's trembling was not because of fear, but because of excitement. For a man like Crocodile who dares to steal the 20 kings, Rhine's crazy ambition can only make Crocodile feel immense admiration. At least Crocodile has never thought of confronting the world government head-on. In addition to Crocodile, the other members of the Flying Pirates all showed expressions of shock and excitement. A ship that carries the Rhine ideals and will be the future flagship of the Sky Pirates. From today on, this battleship will reveal the terrifying ambitions of the Flying Pirates to the whole world. In addition to the Ragnarok, Crocodile's ship has also been built, but compared to the Ragnarok, Crocodile's ship seems a little small. Of course, this is only compared to the Ragnarok. With a length of nearly 40 meters, the warship belonging to Crocodile is already a behemoth compared to ordinary ships. Name your ship, Crocodile. Rhine spoke calmly and slowly. As a senior member of the Flying Pirates, I have my own car, so I should make it famous all over the world. After listening to Rhine's words and thinking for a moment, Crocodile relit a cigar. The Baroque Gustav. Crocodile looked serious and continued, "When I was in New World, my ship sank in a certain sea. Now I have a qualified ship again. I hope this ship can inherit the name of that year and continue to sail in this world." Advertisement. Grand Line, Northern Calm Belt, an island infested with wild beasts. There are a large number of ferocious beasts on this island, which is not much different from the Beast Island where Straw Hat Boy Luffy practiced after the Summit War. Similarly, the most terrifying beast on the island has reached the astonishing Vice Admiral level. At this moment, 3 ships and a floating island appeared in the sky, indicating that the Flying Pirates had arrived at this uninhabited island. Is this the island where we will be training for a short period of time? Zoro's face was solemn. He looked at the countless ferocious beasts on the island and listened to the roars everywhere on the island. At this moment, Zoro couldn't help but feel excited. Becoming stronger is Zoro's only thought. Only by constantly becoming stronger and improving himself step by step, can he become the world's #1 swordsman one day in the future and make his name resound throughout the world, even so loud that even heaven will hear his name. Amid the puzzled looks of the crowd, Rhine said calmly, 3 months from now, it will be the year 1520 of the Sea Circle calendar, and that is when our flying pirates will march into the new world. But, we have to admit that the flying pirates still have too many shortcomings. This island is a perfect place for training. Except for Nami, Robin and Perona, everyone else will have to go through a hellish training on this island. Listening to Rhine's words, Crocodile asked in confusion, "Do you want me to come too?" Crocodile thought that his two-color hockey had recovered, and even the ability of sand fruit had improved, so there was no need to continue training here. However, Rhine said calmly, don't be complacent just because your hockey has recovered, Crocodile. In the future, there will be more and more monsters belonging to the flying pirates. If you don't want to be surpassed and left behind, you'd better stay and practice for 3 months. My goal for you is simple. In 3 months, it shouldn't be a problem for you to train your two-color hockey to a high level, right? Crocodile said nothing more, and Rhine looked at the rest of the people. I don't ask you all to master the power of two-color hockey, but Enel, Moria, Zoro, and Daphne, the 4 of you must master the power of hockey within 3 months. Especially you, Moria, as a person who was once famous in the New World, it shouldn't be difficult for you to master the two-color hockey again. After finishing speaking, Rhine looked at the remaining people and continued, besides that, the rest of you can't be lazy. 3 months later, I hope you can at least be able to suppress your current selves without any effort. I will personally test you in 3 months. If you don't want to embarrass yourself in the test, you'd better do your best to improve yourself. Do you understand? Listening to Rhine's words, everyone's expressions gradually became serious. The flying pirates will not leave any place for the weak. Chapter 31 Pirates Queen, Amazing Harvest in 3 months. Grand Line, Calm Belt. There are countless large sea kings living beneath this sea area. Some people have even seen giant creatures over 3 kilometers in size on the outskirts of the Calm Belt. In addition, for ships that need to rely on wind and waves to sail, this sea area has no wind or waves and the water is calm to the ultimate level. It is basically a restricted area that no one dares to set foot in. Even the marine can only rely on specially built warships to avoid being attacked by sea kings and make a short voyage in this sea area. But even in such a restricted sea area, there is actually a huge sailing ship at this moment, slowly moving towards the depths of the Calm Belt. At the bow, 2 huge snakes nearly 100 meters long serve as the ship's power, pulling the ship for daily voyages in the Calm Belt. On the sails, a huge skull pattern shows that this ship also belongs to the pirates' camp. This is the Calm Belt Nation, the official pirates of Amazon Lily. 9 Snakes Pirates. What's even more interesting is that the captain of the 9 Snakes Pirates is also the Emperor of Amazon Lily. As the only country in the world that only exists of women, Boa Hancock, the Emperor of Amazon Lily, is even dubbed the most beautiful woman in the world. In addition, almost all citizens of the country possess the power of hockey, and the world's most beautiful woman, the 9 Snakes Emperor, Boa Hancock, was also recruited by the world government and became a member of the 7 warlords of the sea. Just as the 9 Snakes pirates were sailing through and preparing to return to Amazon Lily, Boa Marigold, one of the 3 Gorgon sisters, suddenly noticed the Beast Island in the distance. Oni-sama, an outsider has entered the Calm Belt. Hancock opened his eyes upon hearing this, and his pet snake Pamelo followed Hancock to the bow of the ship. By looking around, Hancock also noticed the 3 warships that appeared at some point on the outskirts of Beast Island. Pirate's flag. I've never seen a pirate's flag like this. Advertisement. Hancock frowned slightly, but didn't say much. He said in a very cold tone, they are just a group of pirates who came to the Calm Belt to seek death. Perhaps they are afraid of the sea kings below the Calm Belt, so they took refuge in the Beast Island. Don't pay any attention to them. After this, Marigold didn't say anything. Sandersonia, who was standing by, looked at the ship in the distance, but couldn't help but frown and said in a doubtful tone, Sister, the flag of that pirate ship seems familiar. Hancock couldn't help but frown when he heard this, and then he looked over. When he noticed the pirate's flag hanging on the mast, Hancock couldn't remember any information about the other party. I remember now. At this moment, Sandersonia's face became more serious, and she said solemnly, Isn't that the flag of the Flying Pirates? The Flying Pirates. Hearing this name, everyone else showed a little surprise. The Flying Pirates were created by Golden Lion Shiki, one of the 3 great legends of the old times. According to the news released by the world government and the news from the New World major news agency Morgans, after the death of Golden Lion, a man who inherited Golden Lion's legacy led the Flying Pirates to continue sailing on the sea. Moreover, many powerful people have been recruited in a very short period of time. Even Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, was recruited to join the Flying Pirates. Will they threaten 9 Snake Island? Marigold's expression also changed a little. She looked at Hancock, waiting for Hancock's order. Hancock frowned upon hearing this. If it were just ordinary pirates, it would be enough to let them seek their own death in the Calm Belt. However, for the Flying Pirates, who have the power of the lion fruit, the Calm Belt is not a restricted area or graveyard for them. Even after the other party discovers the 9 Snake Island, will they attack it? Hancock said without any hesitation, Get ready for battle. Since we are not sure whether the other party will pose a threat to 9 Snake Island, we should eliminate the possible threat in advance. Yes. Advertisement. After 3 months of training on the Beast Island, the strength of everyone in the Flying Pirates group has improved incredibly. First, there was the Logia Thunder Fruit user, Enel. After 3 months of training, he developed the Thunder Fruit ability to enhance his own physique. He finally mastered armament hockey and was able to harden it to the point where it could be hardened. With the help of Advanced Observation Hockey plus Armament Hockey, and Two-Color Hockey, and with the help of Thunderfruit and Enel's current physique, he can win against any elite Vice Admiral, and can even fight 2 at once without losing. Next is the user of the Sand Fruit, Crocodile. 3 months ago, Crocodile returned to his heyday and his strength has reached the peak of Vice Admiral. However, it seems that taking the next step is not so easy. 3 months have passed, and Crocodile has only managed to improve the quality of his hockey a lot, but his strength is comparable to Enel. Moria is a bit surprising. In just 3 months, he has managed to fully recover his previous hockey strength. His use of dual-color hockey is no less than any veteran Marine Vice Admiral. Coupled with the development of the Shadow Fruit, Moria can now be said to have reached the peak combat power of a Vice Admiral. At present, Enel, Crocodile, and Moria are the 3 strongest forces of the flying pirates besides Rhine. In addition to the 3 major combat powers, Zoro's improvement is absolutely incredible. During these 3 months, Zoro almost gave up all his rest time and devoted himself to practice. After constantly fighting with ferocious beasts and competing with Das Bonus, Zoro has now completely reached the realm of a swordsman and can cut through steel. And relying on his increasingly powerful body, Zoro finally mastered armament hockey. By stepping into the swordsman's listening to the breathing of all things, he naturally mastered observation hockey. Today, Zoro has grown into the number 1 among the 3 major combat forces. The same is true for Das Bonus, the user of the dice fruit. Although his observation hockey has not been fully awakened, with the help of armament hockey and the power of the Paramecia dice fruit, Das Bonus is definitely the 5th most important person in the flying pirates at this moment. As for Absalom, Mr. 3, and Bentham, the improvement in the strength of these 3 people is not so amazing, but it is definitely a significant improvement compared to before. Perona, Nico and Robin have made a lot of progress in their fruit abilities in the past 3 months. The only one who is still standing still is probably Nami. As the team's navigator, Nami didn't need overly strong strength, but in order not to fall behind, Nami still practiced hard for a period of time. It's just that the room for improvement is not particularly obvious. Just as Rhine was preparing to conduct an assessment to see how everyone had improved over time, observation hockey suddenly noticed an approaching ship, causing Rhine to narrow his eyes. We have guests. Chapter 32 Conflict breaks out, the terrifying thunder fruit. When the boat pulled by the water snake docked at the shore of Beast Island, everyone in the flying pirates looked over, their eyes flashing with excitement and fighting spirit. It seemed like after 3 months of training, everyone was now looking forward to a hearty battle to show their strength to Rhine. With the current strength of the flying pirates, even if they enter the new world, they will be able to compete on par with the 4 emperors. The 9 snake pirates. Crocodile narrowed his eyes and said in a somewhat surprised tone, "It's been a long time since I last saw their flag. I almost forgot that the 9 snakes pirates live in the Calm Belt, and Amazon Lily is the only country that exists in the Calm Belt." Listening to Crocodile's words, everyone except Moria was curious. What is the 9 snakes pirates? Is it a famous group? It's actually the 9 snakes pirates. Moria laughed her trademark laugh and continued, "I just wonder if the world's most beautiful woman, Boa Hancock, is here." The most beautiful woman in the world. As soon as these words were spoken, curiosity emerged on everyone's faces, especially Perona, Nami and Robin, who were even more curious about the most beautiful woman in the world as Moria mentioned. After all, as women, none of the 3 think that their looks will lose to anyone else. As for the most beautiful woman in the world mentioned by Moria, perhaps you will only know what she looks like after seeing her. One of the 7 warlords of the sea. The most terrifying woman in the world besides the 4 emperors, Charlotte Linlin. She rules the only country in the Calm Belt, the Emperor of Amazon Lily. Crocodile lit a cigar and explained calmly, "When the world government held a meeting, I did meet the pirates' queen. She is indeed the most beautiful woman in the world, but her bad personality makes people dislike her." Moria nodded in deep agreement. Although her appearance was indeed the best in the world, the pirates' queen's personality was really annoying. Soon, more than 30 members of the 9 snakes pirates, led by the 3 Gorgon sisters, came in front of the flying pirates. Rhine looked calm as he looked at the 3 Gorgon sisters not far away and said in a very calm tone, "The Queen of Pirates, Boa Hancock. I've heard of your name for a long time, but I'm very curious. Do you look like you're going to go to war with us?" Boa Hancock frowned slightly, listening to Rhine's words, his eyes fell on the members of the flying pirates. Advertisement. "I have no intention of starting a war with you, but, you suddenly broke into the Calm Belt and got so close to Amazon Lily that I had to prepare for war." Hancock regained his composure and looked at Rhine, continuing, "Governor of the Flying Pirates, Lerona Rhine, right? If you don't want your pirates to perish in this Calm Belt and sink to the bottom of the sea to be devoured by the Sea Kings, you'd better leave here quickly." After hearing this, Rhine couldn't help but laugh. He said curiously, "I want to know how you are going to destroy the Flying Pirates. Is it just relying on these small fry behind you? Or is it relying on your reputation as the 7 warlords of the sea?" Crocodile and Moria stood up immediately, their eyes flickering as they stared at Hancock. It was as if they could attack and tear each other to pieces in the next second. Feeling the pressure coming from the flying pirates, Hancock couldn't help but narrow his eyes. "My charm seems to have no effect on these guys from the flying pirates. I'll give you the same thing if you don't want the 9 snakes pirates to become history and the entire Amazon Lily to sink into the sea." Rhine paused, and gradually exuded an amazing aura, and continued, "Take your people and go as far as you can. I can't guarantee that these guys under my command can withstand the charm of the world's most beautiful woman and force a move on you. It's ridiculous." Feeling the aura of Rhine, Hancock was not afraid at all, but chose to take action directly. Hancock just touched his red lips with his fingers, and then a huge pink heart appeared in front of everyone. The next second, Hancock pulled the peach heart, and countless arrows shot out from it, turning everything they touched around into stone. Capture arrow. Seeing this, Rhine did not hesitate at all, and the ability of lion fruit was instantly exerted. The ground surged, and a huge lion blocked all the arrows in front of it. Then Rhine looked at Boa Hancock with unfriendly eyes, and slowly drew out the Sakura 10 and dead wood from his waist. If you do this, aren't you worried that the members of the 9 Snakes pirates behind you will lose their lives? However, seeing her move being blocked, Hancock sneered and responded calmly, no matter what I do, I will be forgiven, because... Hancock suddenly looked up at the sky with his belly button, pointed his finger at Rhine, and said in a very natural tone, I am so beautiful. Advertisement. Ridiculous woman. Rhine sneered, and without any hesitation, he swung Sakura 10 and the dead tree, and a terrible slash instantly attacked Hancock. Sensing Rhine's attack, Hancock did not hesitate at all. He dodged the attack and at the same time, his right leg struck towards Rhine's face. Perfume Femur. Hancock is the user of the Paramecia sweet fruit. He can cast Marrow Mellow, which petrifies all the people he likes. After being petrified, they turn into stone due to their will. The petrification ability of the sweet fruit cannot be forcibly removed by Haki. However, for those who cannot be moved, Hancock will use more direct means. Although it looks like a physical move, in fact, anything touched by Hancock will turn into a stone statue. Because of this, Rhine did not hesitate at all, and the armed color instantly covered Sakura 10 and the dead wood. After being rebuilt, the rotten handles of Sakura 10 and the dead wood had already been replaced, and they have become Rhine's most handy weapons now. Clang! The blade wrapped in armament Haki collided with Perfume Femur, making a sound of metal clashing, and the violent impact swept in all directions. At the same time, when Rhine and Boa Hancock collided for the first time, Enel did not stand by and watch. Since it has been confirmed that the other party is an enemy, Enel naturally will not have any thoughts of showing mercy. Arcs of electricity flashed on Enel's body, and his figure turned into a flash of lightning, instantly appearing in front of the 9 Snakes pirates. 30 million volts. Discharge. The lightning moved so quickly that it touched the bodies of the 9 Snakes pirates before they had time to react. In just a moment, the terrifying power of thunder brought down all the crew members of the 9 Snakes pirates. This even includes the other 2 of the 3 Gorgon sisters of the 9 Snakes pirates, Boa Sandersonia and Boa Marigold. After clearing out the people from the 9 Snakes pirates, Enel crossed his arms over his chest and watched the fight between Rhine and Boa Hancock with a calm expression. A guy like this wouldn't make Rhine need assistance from the rest of the flying pirates. Chapter 33 The defeated 9 Snake pirates, Blackbeard teach. Sandersonia. Marigold. Seeing the members of the 9 Snakes pirates being suppressed instantly by Enel, as well as Sandersonia and Marigold whose eyes rolled back and lost consciousness, Boa Hancock's eyes showed an extremely angry look. UB*************** D. Boa Hancock's attack became a little more fierce, and the powerful Haki was constantly attacking. But even so, facing the power that Rhine now possessed, Boa Hancock's strength was still not worth mentioning. Didn't you say that no matter what you do, the members of the 9 Snakes pirates will forgive you? Rhine sneered and said, this will be a lesson, Boa Hancock. If you don't want all the members of the 9 Snakes pirates to die here, I advise you to take your people and leave quickly. However, Boa Hancock seemed to be blinded by anger and had no intention of stopping the attack for a moment. He continued to use physical skills and the ability of the sweet fruit to try to make Rhine pay the price. But no matter what means Hancock uses, he seems so weak in front of Rhine today. Admiral-level combat power is a world apart from that of ordinary strong men. Even the quasi-admiral strength and the vice-captain strength of the 4 emperors can only slightly compete when facing the admiral's strength alone. Once faced with the admiral's full-strength attack, they will be suppressed in an instant. Seeing Boa Hancock getting more and more crazy, Rhine shook his head. He dodged Hancock's attack by moving sideways, and with the Sakura in his hand wrapped with the amazing armament Haki, he blasted Boa Hancock away with the back of the knife. Upon seeing this scene, everyone in the flying pirates looked at Rhine in surprise. Was their captain showing sympathy for the pirate queen because of her beauty? Looking at Boa Hancock who was struggling to get up, Rhine looked calm and said in a very calm tone, you should have understood from the beginning that we were never opponents of the same weight class. You think you are strong enough to face everything, but in fact, in the eyes of the truly strong, you are so weak. Take your people and leave this island. Looking at the members of the 9 Snakes pirates and his 2 sisters lying not far away, Boa Hancock's eyes were red and he stared straight at Rhine. If looks could kill, this gaze would probably be enough to kill Rhine countless times over. Advertisement. But in the end, Hancock made a decision, which was to evacuate. Although Hancock still has conquerors to use, as the captain of the flying pirates and the man called the 5th Pirates Emperor by the news, would he not have conquerors Haki? Therefore, all Boa Hancock can do is accept his failure. Looking at the departing 9 Snakes pirates ship, Crocodile walked up to Rhine and asked in a puzzled tone, Captain, I don't think you are a kind person. Hearing this, the other members of the flying pirates looked at Rhine with great curiosity. After all, in their opinion, given Rhine's character, anyone who is hostile to the flying pirates will have only one end. That means being directly destroyed. But Rhine forgave the Nine Snakes pirates and allowed Boa Hancock to leave. Isn't this a little different from Rhine's personality? However, upon hearing this, Rhine smiled calmly and explained, don't you think that if a country where everyone, young and old, controls hockey can become our helper, how amazing will the power of the flying pirates be? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's eyes were flashing with horror. Except for Crocodile and Moria, the rest of the people had no idea of the existence of the country of Amazon Lily, and naturally they had no idea that this was a terrifying country where everyone, young and old, possessed the power of hockey. The combination of Amazon Lily and the Nine Snakes pirates is definitely a powerful force in the fight against the world government. If Enel hadn't suddenly attacked, and his speed was so fast that the people of the Nine Snakes pirates couldn't react, it would probably take some effort for Enel to end the battle. I'm afraid that's a difficult idea to implement, Captain. Crocodile blew out a puff of smoke, looked at the ship where the Nine Snakes pirates were leaving, and said very seriously, given the character of that evil woman, it will not be easy to get Amazon Lily to help the flying pirates. Crocodile was not the only one who thought so. Moria on the side also said, although Amazon Lily has a very strong combat power, if she can join the Sky Pirates and become our companion, it will definitely be a huge improvement for the entire Sky Pirates. But the question is, how can we make that evil woman willing to bring the entire country to be loyal to you, Captain? Advertisement. Rhine listened to the two people's conversation without answering. He just watched the Nine Snake pirates leave, and a smile appeared on his face. Instead of thinking about how to make Amazon Lily surrender, you should think about whether you can pass the next test. As the words fell, everyone's expressions changed, and they looked at Rhine seriously. After 3 months of training, everyone wanted to know how big the gap between themselves and Rhine was. At the same time, the first half of the Grand Line, the island of failure and restarting. In the Sabayati archipelago, 5 people and 1 horse are walking on island number 1, heading towards the information exchange. Ha 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 ha. I haven't been here in years. A middle-aged man with a rough appearance, thick hair and a burly figure walked in front. He looked at the surrounding scenery and grinned and said, do you want to find a place to eat some sakura peach pie first, and then go to the information exchange? Hearing this, the gentleman behind him who looked particularly polite touched his hat with his hand and chuckled, Captain Teach has made the decision, and we just need to comply with it. Thief ha ha ha, let's go. Blackbeard grinned and said while looking at the tavern not far away, after leaving the Whitebeard pirates, Lousy hasn't had delicious sakura peach pie for a long time. The man walking at the front of the team is the trader of the New World 4 Emperor's Whitebeard pirates, Blackbeard, Marshall D. Teach. Now that Blackbeard pirates has been established, Blackbeard has 4 followers, Lafitte, Van Oka, Poison Q and Badgers. And at this moment, the Blackbeard pirates have already set their sights on the throne of 7 warlords of the sea. The departure of Crocodile and Moria left a vacancy in the throne of Shichibukai. In order to fulfill his ambition, Blackbeard needs to obtain the throne of 7 warlords of the sea first. By capturing pirates with high bounties and trading with marines, this is the current direction of the Blackbeard pirates. Chapter 34. Collision with Blackbeard, arrival at Sabayati archipelago. East Blue, Orange Town, has become a deserted town due to the arrival of the pirates. However, because of this, Buggy the clown who leads the Buggy Pirates has occupied the town and made it his own territory. But today, a strange guy arrived in Orange Town. He was wearing a red vest and a pair of slippers, but what really caught Buggy's attention was that he saw a very familiar straw hat on the other person's head. Shanks, has the man who allowed you to risk your arm finally decided to go to sea? The first half of the Grand Line, the Calm Belt Sea area. As the ship took off, it also indicated that the flying pirates, which had been silent for 3 months, were about to give the world a little shock. Where are we going next? Crocodile looked at Rhine with some curiosity. After completing 3 months of training, he thought that his strength would be much closer to Rhine's. But during the assessment, Rhine didn't even try his best, he defeated everyone just by relying on his powerful kendo and hockey. This also made them realize that their own improvement might be insignificant compared to Rhine. However, following a man with such qualifications is not necessarily a bad thing. At least the ambition in this man's heart is worth following. Looking at Crocodile, whose hand was still wrapped in bandages, Rhine thought for a moment before speaking. Although your strength has improved a lot and you have reached the conditions to enter the New World, it is still a little too early to enter the New World now. The flying pirates need a qualified doctor. Besides, I have a plan in mind that needs to be carried out in the first half of the Grand Line. Crocodile narrowed his eyes immediately after hearing this. If they were looking for a ship doctor, it would be a critical matter for the flying pirates. After all, the flying pirates basically had strong combat capabilities, but knew nothing about treatment. A qualified ship doctor can give them powerful late-stage capabilities in the many conflicts that will arise later, but what Crocodile really cares about is the plan that Rhine is about to carry out. Naval Headquarters Marineford. Advertisement. Looking at the many documents on the table, Marine Marshal Buddha Sengoku felt an immense headache. So many things have happened on the sea during this period of time that Sengoku, the Marine Marshal, has not had any rest time for half a year. The situation in the sea is about to be disrupted. Looking at the document in his hand, it contained information about the flying pirates. Today, the flying pirates have become a powerful group, and it is no longer an easy task to deal with them. The captain of the Sky Pirates, Rhine, who was able to fight against Aoki without losing. The user of the Logia Thunder Fruit, Enel. Crocodile, one of the former 7 warlords of the sea. One of the former 7 warlords of the sea, Gecko Moria. Now the flying pirates seem to have reached the level of the 4 Emperor's pirates. Such a terrifying pirates group has not yet entered the New World and has disappeared for 3 months. What on earth are these guys trying to do? There was a puzzled light in Sengoku's eyes, as if he was wondering why the flying pirates clearly had the power to compete for supremacy in the New World, but had not yet entered the New World. Don't think so much, Sengoku. Garp, who was eating donuts, said calmly, that guy has grown up anyway. It won't be easy to deal with him. Just treat that little brat the same way you treated the Golden Lion. The one that should be worrying is the world government. Sengoku couldn't help but sigh when he heard this, but Garp continued, but you never know, maybe one day that guy will bring an island over Mariejois and drop it down. As soon as these words came out, Sengoku's face suddenly turned dark and he cursed. Garp. Why haven't you left yet, you B*****************. The outside world naturally had no idea what happened at the naval headquarters, but just as Sengoku was wondering, the whole world was very suspicious about the fact that the flying pirates did not enter the New World but disappeared for 3 months. Some even believed that it was because of Morgans's previous hype that the flying pirates were elevated to an untouchable level. Advertisement. After all, Rhine was touted as the 5th Sea Emperor of the New World in the news in Morgans. Such a name will make Rhine famous all over the world and will also attract the attention of the 4 Sea Emperors of the New World. When Rhine enters the New World, it may face the threat of the other 4 Sea Emperors. In the eyes of many ordinary people who cannot understand how vast the world is, Rhine and his flying pirates group have been reluctant to enter that sea area because they are afraid of the New World 4 Emperors. But no one knew that at this moment, the flying pirates had already completed 3 months of training and arrived at the island of failure and relaunch. Island number 1, in an ordinary tavern. Looking at the 5 people sitting in the corner, Rhine couldn't help but show surprise on his face. Blackbeard, Marshal D. Teach, was a member of the 2nd squad of the Whitebeard pirates. In order to seize the Logia Dark Fruit, he killed the captain of the 4th squad, Thatch, and defected from the New World. It's just that Rhine was a little surprised. He didn't expect to meet this guy here. Hey, this is a world-famous person. Blackbeard also noticed the arrival of Rhine and his group. He grinned and asked, did you really inherit the power of the Golden Lion? Hearing this, Rhine couldn't help but chuckle and responded, are you interested? Ha 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 ha. After all, that is the legacy left by the legendary pirates Golden Lion Shiki. Lousy will naturally be interested. Looking at the flying pirates following behind Rhine, Blackbeard couldn't help but feel extremely envious. However, Blackbeard knew that as long as he was given some time, he would be able to form a terrifying lineup like the flying pirates sooner or later. Suddenly, Blackbeard seemed to have thought of something, and couldn't help but grin and said, Lousy still has things to deal with. Thief ha ha ha, I hope that next time we meet, you won't become Lousy's enemy. Thief ha 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 ha. With arrogant laughter, Blackbeard and his crew left the tavern immediately. Looking at the silent Rhine, Nami asked in confusion, who was that guy just now? He is an ambitious guy. If nothing unexpected happens, he will have a place among the 4 emperors in the future. Chapter 35. The existence that enjoys all privileges, the world's nobles, celestial dragons. The sudden encounter with Blackbeard was just an accident for Rhine, not a big deal. However, Rhine was very curious as to why Blackbeard had not shown any intention of taking away his lion fruit ability. After all, the power of lion fruit is no less than that of shock fruit. But Rhine didn't know that Blackbeard didn't leave any room for the lion fruit to be seized, because the only devil fruit abilities that Blackbeard was targeting were the Paramecia munch fruit and the Paramecia shock fruit. Although Blackbeard has a special physique that allows him to master the power of 2 or even more devil fruits at the same time, the only abilities that really excite Blackbeard are the Paramecia munch fruit and the shock fruit. Needless to say, shock fruit is the ability of the world's strongest man, Whitebeard Edward Newgate. It can easily cause earthquakes, seaquakes, and airquakes. The destructive power it possesses is definitely able to crush most devil fruit abilities. Moreover, over the years, Blackbeard has witnessed the horror of shock fruit countless times, so naturally he has more special ideas about shock fruit. As for the Paramecia munch fruit, it was entirely because Blackbeard had seen the devil fruit encyclopedia and knew how terrifying the power of the munch fruit was. If possible, Blackbeard would rather obtain the power of the munch fruit before taking the shock fruit. After all, munch fruit is a terrifying devil fruit that can devour the ability user and gain the power of the devil fruit in the ability user's body. Blackbeard, Marshal D. Teach, a member of the Whitebeard pirates, killed his companions, stole a devil fruit, and then defected. Nico Robin spoke calmly and slowly, I didn't expect that you, Captain, would have such an opinion about a guy like this. After these words were spoken, everyone in the Flying Pirates group showed a thoughtful look. It was obvious that they were also curious about why Rhine would comment on a traitor like this. That guy is a true hero. He was able to endure for 20 years just for an illusory devil fruit. Do you think you can do it? Rhine chuckled and said calmly, I'm just saying it's possible. Who can predict the future? But, that guy does have the qualifications to become a 4 emperor. The devil fruit ability he obtained by killing his companions is known as the most vicious ability. Logi, a dark fruit. With its vicious abilities and Blackbeard's special body, it might shock the world when it returns. Just as everyone was pondering the meaning of Rhine's words, a commotion occurred, instantly attracting everyone's attention. Advertisement. What's going on outside? Nami was a little confused, and then looked at Enel and asked, "What happened, Enel?" Hearing this, Enel also unfolded his heart rope and said in confusion, "They are not powerful people, just three weirdos without any strength." When these words were spoken, everyone couldn't help but feel a little surprised. But at this moment, a figure suddenly entered the tavern, looked around, and then quickly hid in the corner. "Hey, what's going on?" Enel frowned and immediately prepared to go out and check. However, Rhine smiled and said calmly, "So that's it. Are those guys who claim to be gods showing up?" Hearing this, Crocodile and Moria both looked serious. In addition, Daz Bonus, Bentham and Mr. 3 also changed their expressions, and a heavy look flashed in their eyes. Nico Robin immediately asked, "The guy who calls himself a god, is the captain talking about?" Rhine nodded, but this state of communication made Nami, Perona and Zoro feel extremely confused. "So, what's going on out there?" Nami looked at Lai Yin in confusion, but Lai Yin slowly stood up and said calmly, "Go out and see." Crocodile and Moria's expressions suddenly changed, and a heavy look flashed in their eyes. They asked, "Captain, you don't want to?" "Who knows?" Rhine chuckled, with a hint of anger flashing in his eyes, but he replied calmly, "Aren't you interested? The celestial dragons, the world's nobles who claim to be descendants of the creator of God and enjoy all the privileges in the world." Advertisement. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's faces turned extremely ugly. Even Nami and Zoro, who came from the remote area of East Blue, showed surprised expressions at this moment. Celestial dragons. It is said that those guys enjoy all the privileges in the world, and the first time they are attacked, they will attract the highest combat power of the naval headquarters, the Admiral. I just don't know what the difference is between those guys who call themselves gods and ordinary people. ... What a bunch of untouchables. On the street not far away, three celestial dragons dressed in strange costumes and wearing fish tank masks on their heads were riding their slave mounts and rushing towards the auction house. If it weren't for the rumor that there would be rare species at this auction, I really wouldn't want to come to a place where these untouchables live. As the world's noble celestial dragons, they live at the top of the red line and enjoy all the privileges of the world. They would feel very uncomfortable staying in a place like Sabayati Archipelago even for a short time. Okay, Shah Lulia, learn from your brother. Although these untouchables pollute the world, as the descendants of the noble gods, we really need these untouchables to become laborers, don't we? Celestial Dragon Saint Rosward glanced at the Shalulia Palace and said calmly, "After the auction is over, leave here as soon as possible." "Father, can I not return to the Holy Land as soon as possible?" With a lewd smile on his face, Saint Charles said, "I plan to stay here for a day or two and take a few wives back. After all, I have used all my previous wives and have lost interest in them." "Whatever makes you happy." Saint Rosward was not angry at Saint Charlot's words. Instead, he said calmly, "CP is following us anyway. Besides, these untouchables dare not attack the God clan who are descendants of the Creator." "Thank you, Father. By the way, Shah Lulia, do you want to stay and take a look, and find some husbands to take back?" Looking at Saint Charlos with an obscene smile, Shah Lulia Palace could not help but frown and said with a tone of disdain, "What qualifications do these lowly people have to serve me? Don't be ridiculous, Charlos, you are the only one who likes those lowly guys." But at this moment, Saint Roswald suddenly noticed that a group of people suddenly appeared in front of the road and approached the celestial dragons, who were the world's nobles. Chapter 36 Waiting for the arrival of the highest combat power, the fainted celestial dragons. Saint Rosward narrowed his eyes, looking at the group of people blocking the street, and couldn't help but step hard on the slave under his feet, making him stop. "What is this? How can it stand in the way of God?" Saint Rosward spoke in a cold tone, then looked at Saint Charlos and said, "Charlos, where is the gun from before? Kill them." "Of course, Father." The next second, Saint Charlos slowly took out the golden pistol from his waist and looked at the group of people in front of him with a cold expression. "No matter what your reasons are, if you stand in the way of God, you will end up dead." Shah Lulia Palace did not speak, but just watched the scene with indifference, as if this scene was just commonplace for celestial dragons. However, at this moment, the CP member who was responsible for escorting celestial dragons on their trip couldn't help but change his expression. After seeing the faces of that group of people clearly, he immediately tried to stop Saint Charlos' actions. Bump. Shave. The bullet was fired instantly, but at this moment, a member of the CP organization used shaving skills and came to the front to block the shot. Iron body. Clang. As the bullet hit the CP member's chest, St. Charles's eyes became even more angry. As for St. Rosward who was standing beside St. Charles, his eyes were filled with murderous intent. "You lowly fellow, do you think that because of your status as a CP, you don't have to bow your head when facing God?" As soon as these words came out, the CP quickly said, "Honorable St. Charles, I don't mean to stop you, but if you provoke these guys, I'm afraid they will suddenly attack and hurt the descendants of God." "Shut up." However, St. Charlos interrupted CP's words and said with cold eyes, "Get out of the way, don't block my view." Upon hearing this, CP gritted his teeth and glanced at the members of the flying pirates not far away. He knew very well that there were some guys in the world who would not take celestial dragons seriously at all, and these guys from the Flying Pirates were definitely one of them. Advertisement. If you don't dodge, you will have to bear the wrath of the celestial dragons. If you dodge, the celestial dragons will attack the people of the Flying Pirates, and the situation will be very difficult to resolve. With this thought in mind, the member of the CP organization found it difficult to make a decision for a moment. But at this moment, Saint Rosward had a calm expression and slowly said, I would like to see if these daring lowly people have the courage to attack the noble god. Not far away, the Flying Pirates who were listening to the conversation between celestial dragons and the CP members, also set their sights on Rhine at this moment. Crocodile was smoking a cigar and asked solemnly, do you really want to do that? Certainly. Rhine looked calm and continued, they are just 3 celestial dragons. They are essentially no different from ordinary people. The only special thing about them is that they were born into a good family. Enel. Hearing Rhine's voice, Enel swallowed the apple in his hand immediately, and then a look of disdain flashed in his eyes. Understood, boss. Sizzle. With the flash of electric arcs, Enel's figure seemed to teleport, and in the blink of an eye he appeared in front of the 3 celestial dragons. Enel slapped the CP member of the guard and blew him away. Then he released thunder at the guards who were preparing to act in the back. In just a blink of an eye, more than 20 people who were originally surrounding celestial dragons fell to the ground. But what Enel didn't know was that when one of the CPs fell, the emergency dial button had already been pressed, and the highest combat force of the naval headquarters would arrive at Sabayati Archipelago in less than half an hour. Is this the god of Qinghai? Enel looked sarcastic, staring straight at Saint Rosward who was in the lead. However, looking at the arcs flashing on Enel's body, Saint Roswald did not realize the seriousness of the matter at all, not to mention Saint Charlos and Pallas Shalulia beside him. The 3 celestial dragons had no idea what the situation was at the moment. When he saw Enel attacking the guards of God, Saint Charlos did not hesitate at all and pulled the trigger at Enel's head. The bullet made of gold passed through Enel's brain. Saint Charlos said disdainfully, what a lowly thing, how dare you stand in front of God? It's a pity for these CP members. When you go back, Father, you have to find a way to explain it. Advertisement. However, at this moment, Enel suddenly reached out and grabbed the collar of Saint Charlos, then slapped the fish tank-like hood to pieces and grabbed Saint Charlos' throat. You are so brave to attack me, you are so brave. Enel grinned, his eyes filled with murderous intent, and continued, I heard that if you provoke celestial dragons anywhere in Qinghai, you will be hunted down by the highest combat power of the naval headquarters. If this god directly wiped out your life, what would Marine do? This is really curious. Following Enel's sudden action, the residents who had not yet reacted and were kneeling on both sides, all widened their eyes, looked extremely panicked, and stood up and fled in all directions. Obviously, they knew that Enel had already taken action against the celestial dragons, and what terrible things would happen next. A-hole. Saint Charlos raised his pistol as if ready to put a few more bullets at Enel, but Saint Rosward had already noticed that Enel was a Logia user. But before Saint Rosward could open his mouth, a shocking arc of electricity came from Enel's arm the next second. Discharge. Just a burst of electricity from the thunder fruit caused the 3 celestial dragons, who were originally extremely arrogant, to lose consciousness without exception, their eyes rolled back and they fainted on the ground. Then Enel brought the 3 celestial dragons to Rhine as if he was carrying a chicken. Boss, how do we deal with these 3 guys? Crocodile and Moria both looked at Rhine crazily. They knew that one day they would become enemies with the world government, but they never expected that it would happen so soon. The symbolic significance of taking action against celestial dragons is even more terrifying than directly declaring war on the world government and tearing down the world government's flag. Rhine looked calm, looking at the 3 celestial dragons at his feet, with a hint of disdain in his eyes. How could he be of the same race as these trash pigs? This was truly a stain that was difficult to erase for him. However, Rhine was very curious if he, as the admiral who came to support the Marine, could wipe out these 3 celestial dragons. How will the world government and naval headquarters react? Of course, we are waiting for the top combat force of the naval headquarters to come to support us. Chapter 37 The leader of the Revolutionary Army. The highest fighting force has arrived. Naval Headquarters Marineford. As the emergency Den Den Mushi rang, Sengoku's face showed a touch of emotion. This is the emergency Den Den Mushi that the celestial dragons are attacking, damn it. Sengoku's face was gloomy, and he said, can't those world nobles just stay in Mariejois? Why do they have to come down to trouble our marine? If nothing unexpected happens, those world nobles have probably gone to the Sabayati Archipelago and caused some trouble again. Seeing Sengoku's rather annoyed expression, Kizaru Borsellino, one of the 3 strongest fighters in the Marine Corps, who was drinking tea nearby, put down his teacup and said calmly, then I'll go there myself. Go, and ensure the safety of the celestial dragons as soon as possible. Borsellino slowly stood up, pushed open the door of the marshal's office and walked out. A flash of light passed through the window, and Borsellino's figure had already disappeared in Marineford. For an ordinary marine, it takes half an hour to reach Sabayati Archipelago from Marineford, but for a Logia sparkling fruit user, this time will be infinitely shortened. After watching Borsellino go away, Sengoku also dialed another Den Den Mushi and said, mobilize 2 marine fleets and immediately go to Sabayati Archipelago to cooperate with Admiral Kizaru to complete the mission. After hanging up the Den Den Mushi, Sengoku looked in the direction of the Sabayati archipelago. At this point in time, who would be so bold as to offend the celestial dragons? Sabayati archipelago, island no. 1. The entire Sabayati archipelago from Island 1 to Island 19 is a lawless place, especially Island 1, which is filled with all the darkness you can imagine. But at this moment, the entire Island number 1 seemed to be fleeing. Advertisement. But this is normal. After all, Rhine and his team have captured 3 celestial dragons here, and the Marine Admiral is about to kill them. If they don't escape, they might become cannon fodder in the battle between the Marine and the pirates. But even so, there were still some guys who thought they were quite strong and were ready to see what kind of power the Marine Admiral possessed, and they did not leave. At this moment, Rhine's observation Haki suddenly sensed a powerful aura approaching, and Rhine immediately prepared to draw out Sakura 10 and Dead Tree, but when he saw that figure appear, Rhine couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly. Revolutionary Army. The relationships in the pirates' world are extremely complicated, including the world government, marine, pirates and the Revolutionary Army. What Rhine did not expect was that he would actually meet the leader of the Revolutionary Army in the Sabayati archipelago. Not far away, a cloaked figure appeared silently on the trunk of a huge mangrove tree, looking at Rhine and his group calmly. Rhine made eye contact with him. Just like the last time he met Marine Admiral Qingji, the 2 strong men had not yet met, but observation Haki had already started the confrontation. He was wearing a green coat, with his entire body hidden under the cloak. There was a strange red tattoo on his left cheek and he looked ferocious. He was very impressive at first sight. Dorag, who was also looking at Rhine, couldn't help but narrow his eyes at this moment, and was secretly surprised in his heart. The governor of the Sky Pirates, Lerona Rhine, is this guy so bold as to attack the world nobles, the celestial dragons? Monkey D. Dragon, the leader of the Revolutionary Army, is called the world's most vicious criminal by the world government. I didn't expect to meet you here. Hearing Rhine's voice, Dorag couldn't help but take a deep breath, with a strange light flashing in his eyes. You didn't leave after attacking the celestial dragons. Are you planning to fight the Marine Admiral and announce to the world the power of your flying pirates? Rhine couldn't help but grin, and said calmly, this has nothing to do with you. Instead, why are you running to the Sabayati archipelago instead of stirring up revolutions around the world? No comment. He took a deep look at Rhine, and the next second, the leader of the Revolutionary Army disappeared above the red trees like a gust of wind. Watching the other party leave, Crocodile couldn't help but ask, why did the Revolutionary Army appear in Sabayati archipelago at this time? Advertisement. Who knows what kind of plan that guy has in mind, but it has nothing to do with us. Rhine looked calm and answered in a leisurely tone, although we are both fighting against the world government, we are destined to not cooperate with the Revolutionary Army, and there is no need to have any intersection with them. Everyone nodded. At this moment, Enel suddenly raised his head and looked towards the distant sea. He said in a very serious tone, someone is coming. This speed, I'm afraid it's much faster than me. Upon hearing this, everyone in the Sky Pirates felt a little bit unbelievable. Is there anyone in this world who can catch up with Enel, the user of the Logia Thunder Fruit, in terms of speed? Are you here? Rhine's mouth curled up, and then he slowly said, the user of Logia Sparkling Fruit, one of the 3 most powerful fighters in the naval headquarters, the man who masters the speed of light, Admiral Kizaru Borsellino. Bew. Bump. At the same time as the words fell, a terrifying laser had already struck, and passed through the gap between the flying pirates and landed under a huge red tree not far away. The horrific explosion instantly caused the entire island number 1 to tremble, and the violent flames instantly swept through the surrounding residential areas. If it were somewhere else, Borsellino might have considered the impact on residential areas, but island number 1 was made up entirely of criminals gathered together, so it would not be a big deal if such a place was destroyed. The next second, a golden light gradually gathered in the air and stopped in front of the flying pirates. The figure of Kizaru Borsellino, the strongest fighter of the naval headquarters, also gathered. Did it go astray? Borsellino looked at the flying pirates in surprise, then squinted at the 3-bound celestial dragons at Moria's feet. Celestial dragons Saint Rosward, Saint Charlos, and Pallas Shalulia, I didn't expect you to be so bold that you kidnapped 3 celestial dragons and didn't run away. Instead, you are waiting for my arrival here. Borsellino's eyes then fell on Rhine, and he asked calmly, Lerona Rhine, the governor of the flying pirates, can you give me the 3 celestial dragons in your hands? Chapter 38 The terrifying highest combat power, the real collision breaks out. The highest combat power in the naval headquarters, it seems that his brain is not in good condition. Rhine wrapped the Sakura and the dead tree in his hand with armament Haki, raised his eyebrows, and said, you attacked celestial dragons, offended the world government, and provoked the highest combat power of the naval headquarters. Do you think I stayed here and didn't leave because I wanted to return the celestial dragons to you to make amends? Seeing Rhine preparing to take action, Borsellino's eyes also showed a bit of solemnity. As for Rhine's ridicule of Marine's highest combat power, Borsellino pretended not to hear it. The flying pirates are not something that can be easily dealt with. There is Lerona Rain, an admiral-level fighter. In addition, Crocodile, one of the former 7 warlords of the sea, and Moria are not weaklings either. Not to mention that there are people with Logia Thunder Fruit abilities following him, so he might not be able to gain the upper hand in a fight. But as one of the strongest fighters in the naval headquarters, Borsellino did not hesitate at all when he saw the aura bursting out from Rhine. Even if you want to avoid fighting, you have to take action at this moment. At the same time as Rhine attacked, a long sword emitting golden light instantly condensed in Borsellino's hand. Sky Cloud Cloud Sword. Clang. As the two famous swords in Rhine's hands were both stopped by Borsellino, a hint of surprise appeared in Rhine's eyes. Although Marine Admiral Zephyr has said countless times that Borsellino is a guy who doesn't pay attention to hockey and physique, but only focuses on improving devil fruit. But we have to admit that sparkling fruit does have the qualification to allow Borsellino to ignore the improvement of hockey and physique for a short period of time. After all, the power of this fruit is too terrifying. But even so, the physique and hockey displayed by Borsellino at this moment are definitely not something that an ordinary vice admiral or even a quasi-admiral can match. Borsellino's hockey and physique are indeed average compared to his fruit ability, but that is only true for an opponent at the admiral's level. The governor of the Sky Pirates, the guy who inherited the Golden Lion's legacy, is really awesome. Advertisement. Borsellino had a normal expression. After blocking Rhine's attack, he said in an extremely vulgar tone, "He is so young that he can even compete with the admiral. He is simply a monster." Hee. In response to Borsellino's words, Rhine also used the force to retreat, using the lion fruit's ability to float in the air. The next second, Rhine activated the ability of Lion Fruit, and the entire island number 1 seemed to come alive. On the ground, countless soil, stones, and surrounding houses were mobilized in an instant, turning into huge lions, opening their bloody mouths towards Borsellino. Lion Majesty. Earth coiling. Looking at this scene, Borsellino narrowed his eyes and said solemnly, not only did he get the devil fruit ability of Golden Lion, but even the fruit development is as terrible as Golden Lion. Borsellino suddenly jumped up, and countless laser beams shot out from his fingertips, instantly destroying those huge lions. The flames that shot up into the sky triggered a series of explosions, and the entire island number 1 was filled with smoke and dust. However, the next second, Rhine's figure suddenly emerged from the smoke and dust, and the Sakura 10 in his hand slashed directly towards Borsellino's abdomen. This is no joke. Borsellino's figure turned into a flash of light, and his attack on Rhine missed. The terrifying sword energy flew out in an instant and split the huge mangrove tree in the distance into two. Just as Rhine locked onto Borsellino's position with observation hockey, a voice suddenly rang out from behind him. Speed is power. Have you ever been kicked at the speed of light? Rhine reacted quickly. Sakura 10 and the dead tree were entangled with the powerful armament hockey, and turned around in an instant and collided with Borsellino's light speed kick. But even so, the huge force contained in Borsellino's kick actually kicked Rhine directly from midair, causing Rhine's body to crash into the foot of the huge red tree. Then, Borsellino condensed countless laser flashes with his hands, and after observation hockey locked onto Rhine behind the smoke, he launched an attack directly. Asa Kamino Magatama, Yashikani no Magatama. Countless flashing lasers attacked Rhine behind the smoke and dust one after another like raindrops. With terrifying power, any one of them was enough to easily destroy more than 5 warships. Countless laser beams pierced through the smoke and fell accurately on Rhine. When the explosion dissipated, Borsellino looked at the smoke and couldn't help but wonder, as the governor of the flying pirates only this powerful? Advertisement. It seems that the information that Qingji brought back was a bit wrong. Boss. Enel frowned, and terrifying thunder flashed on his body, but at this moment, Crocodile stopped Enel with a slap. Do you want to interrupt the captain's fun? Hearing this, Enel couldn't help but curl his lips, and the lightning emanating from his body disappeared. Indeed, at this moment Rhine did not exert his full strength. Bump. The next second, black and red lightning appeared out of nowhere, and the terrifying conquerors gathered all over island number 1 in an instant. The powerful breath blew away the smoke and dust in an instant. The amazing conquerors was like a substance, even shattering everything it touched. Borsellino, feeling this powerful pressure, couldn't help but narrow his eyes and said in a serious tone, I knew that a monster that inherited the power of the Golden Lion could not be solved so easily. The terrifying conquerors swept in, and Rhine slowly walked out. After some movement, Rhine's eyes also looked at Borsellino in the air. The Marine Admiral is really scary. If you don't pay attention, you'll be beaten up. But, the real battle has just begun. A red light flashed in Rhine's eyes, and his figure appeared in front of Borsellino. Borsellino obviously did not expect that Rhine would approach so quickly. The next second, accompanied by the conqueror's hockey, the terrifying slash made Borsellino's heart jump. The sword of Aim Murasaki was condensed in an instant, and it was swung violently to stop Rhine's slash, but under Conqueror's blessing, the sword of Aim Murasaki was actually shattered and flew out directly, which also caused Borsellino's eyes to change drastically. Hey Borsellino, you're not at your wit's end, are you? Rhine grinned, then gathered Conqueror's energy and attacked again, saying, Don't bore me, Marine Admiral. Chapter 39. The Terrifying Divine Avoidance and the Escape of the Marine Admiral. Borsellino, one of the 3 admirals and the strongest fighter in the naval headquarters, is so powerful that it can be said that he is infinitely close to the peak admiral. The reason why he didn't reach the peak of admiral combat power was simply because Borsellino neglected the training of physique and hockey because of the power of sparkling fruit. But even so, Borsellino, who relies too much on the ability of sparkling fruit, can also use the power of sparkling fruit to be as good as any peak admiral. And Rhine, after inheriting Golden Lion, Roger and Demon Oz, has now reached the mid-level admiral level. Although there is a slight gap with Borsellino, Conqueror's entanglement can help Rhine make up for this gap. This is the terrifying thing about Conqueror's Haki. Once you have mastered it to the level where you can entangle, then no matter how weak your own strength is, you can burst out with combat power that exceeds your own level by several levels in a short period of time. It's just like a monster. Borsellino's expression gradually became serious. If he didn't take seriously the power that Rhine had unleashed at this moment, even Borsellino, who was one of the 3 strongest fighters in the Marine, thought that he would be seriously injured. It's like facing the Emperor of the Sea in New World. Seeing Borsellino constantly maneuvering with the help of sparkling fruit's speed, Rhine's brows gradually furrowed. If the delay goes on, Rhine knows very well that with his own background, he will definitely not be able to outlast Borsellino. And no one knows whether Borsellino has any hidden strength. This guy looks unfathomable no matter who he faces. With this thought in mind, Rhine did not hesitate any further and immediately activated the Lion Fruit ability. Lion Majesty. Govern Place Earth Coiling. Developed by Golden Lion, Govern Place Earth Coiling is the Lion Fruit's most powerful move with the largest coverage and the most terrifying influence. It can even bring an entire island to life and suppress the enemy in the user's mind. The next second, dozens or even hundreds of lions, each nearly 100 meters tall, opened their bloody mouths towards Borsellino. Seeing this scene, Borsellino couldn't help but gasp. This guy's development of Lion Fruit is definitely not inferior to Golden Lion in its heyday. Advertisement. However, Borsellino didn't know that what Rhine inherited was the Lion Fruit ability of the Golden Lion at its peak. The rudder on the Golden Lion's head will affect Haki, but it will not have any effect on the fruit's ability. Yashikani no Magatama. Countless lasers burst out instantly, and countless lasers fell on the lions condensed by the power of Lion Fruit. After the explosion and flames, dozens of lions shattered instantly, and the lasers emitted by the remaining Yashikani no Magatama also turned into the appearance of Borsellino. Light clone. Rhine couldn't help but narrow his eyes. He really couldn't underestimate any admiral-level fighter. The next second, the clones of Light all held the Kusanagi sword in their hands and attacked Rhine one after another. Marine's highest combat power is indeed worthy of its reputation. But even so, it is still impossible to defeat me and rescue the celestial dragons. Rhine grinned, and with the amazing explosion of Conqueror's Haki, the terrifying slash instantly destroyed dozens or hundreds of light clones, leaving behind Borsellino as a physical body. As the amazing Conqueror's Haki wrapped around Sakura 10 and the dead tree, the terrifying sword energy instantly broke through the sky. The terrifying sword force that seemed to be able to cut the sky and cut off the sea made Borsellino gasp. What the hell, are all the young kids of this era so scary? Not only did he inherit the Lion Fruit ability from the Golden Lion, he also possessed the top-level Conqueror's Haki, possessed an extremely strong physique, and was able to perform Conqueror's Entanglement. Now, the sword swung by Rhine allowed Borsellino to clearly sense the terrifying sword force that was no weaker than any top swordsman in the world. Try to see if you can take this move, Borsellino. Rhine's eyes flashed with red light. The shocking Conqueror's Haki had already affected the entire Sabayati archipelago. Except for island number 1, the other islands were also affected by the Conqueror's Haki. The terrifying impact could even be seen from the distant sea. The entire Sabayati archipelago was surrounded by the black and red Conqueror's air pressure. Advertisement. God avoid. Under the fierce Conqueror's attack, Rhine swung Sakura 10 and dead wood in his hands instantly, and a flying slash formed by the Conqueror's Haki, carrying enough power to tear everything apart, rushed straight towards Borsellino not far away. Faced with such a terrifying blow, even Borsellino, one of the 3 strongest fighters in the naval headquarters, did not dare to take it head-on. Faced with such an amazing blow, Borsellino did not hesitate at all, and immediately condensed rays of light between his palms. 8-foot mirror. Following Borsellino's roar, the next second, the figure of Marine's strongest fighter turned into a golden light and disappeared into the distance. It wasn't that Borsellino felt a fatal threat from Rhine's sword, but that Borsellino knew very well that Rhine, who possessed admiral-level combat power, was not so easy to deal with. What's more, if he suffered any injuries, the entire flying pirates group might rush over. Borsellino can ignore the others, but Crocodile, one of the former 7 warlords of the sea, and Gecko Moria. These 2 people, plus a Logia Thunder Fruit ability user, form the 3 top combat forces and an admiral-level monster captain. Borsellino knew very well that if he continued to delay, he might become the first Marine to be besieged and beaten badly in history. As for celestial dragons, let Marshal Sengoku worry about that kind of thing and find a way to explain it to the world government. On Sabaody Island number 1, Rhine couldn't help but narrow his eyes as he watched Borsellino escape. If his forces continued to drag on, Borsellino would not be without a chance of winning. Although the divine dodge is amazing, it is not easy to hit Borsellino, who has the speed of light. Borsellino could just turn into flashes of light and dodge continuously. The reason why he chose to leave is probably because he was afraid of the attack of all members of the flying pirates. Of course. Maybe there are other reasons, because at this moment, Rhine, whose battle was over, had already noticed the man approaching not far away with his observation Haki. The only deputy king on the sea today, Pluton Silver Rayleigh. Chapter 40. A major event that shocked the world. The 9 Snake Queen was shocked. It's amazing, the man who inherited the power of the Golden Lion. Silver Rayleigh's eyes flickered as he stared at Rhine, and he said solemnly, "If I remember correctly, according to the news exposed by marine and major news agencies, you are only 20 years old, right? Even that B********** D. Roger couldn't have done what you did when he was 20 years old. It turns out that this era belongs to the young." Looking at Prudent Rayleigh, who was lost in thought, Rhine couldn't help but narrow his eyes. Rayleigh lived on the 13th island in Sabadi. How could he suddenly come to the first island? But after a moment, Rhine figured it out. It was probably because the noise he made when he used Divine Evasion was too loud. Divine Evasion was also the strongest attack of the pirates' King Roger. Currently, only red-haired Shanks could use it in the world. Therefore, Rayleigh was attracted here, most likely because he was curious about why he could display the unique skills of the former pirates' King Roger. However, before Rhine could speak, Enel suddenly frowned and looked at Rayleigh unkindly. "Who are you, old man?" Hearing this, Moria and Crocodile looked at Enel at the same time, and then their expressions became a little strange. "Me? I'm just a retired pirate, now coating ships in the Sabadi archipelago to earn money for drinking?" Rayleigh didn't care at all. Instead, he touched the back of his head and smiled. "If you want, just call me Old Ray." "Don't be ridiculous, Prudent Rayleigh." Crocodile lit up his cigar, stared straight at Rayleigh, and said solemnly, "As the vice-captain of the former pirates' King Roger, a guy like you would appear in the Sabadi archipelago. Aren't you afraid of a sudden siege by the Marines?" "You don't need to worry about that. I'm just a retired old guy anyway. There's no reason for the Marine to waste all that time dealing with a useless retired old man like me, right?" Rayleigh smiled, and then continued to look at Rhine, asking, "I'm actually very curious about one thing. Why is Roger's slash in your hands?" It's clear that Shanks was the only one who learned this move back then. If possible, can you clear up the confusion in the old man's mind? Looking at Rayleigh, who had a calm expression and curious eyes, Rhine did not hesitate and said very naturally, "At the beginning, Golden Lion told me that his opponent Roger mastered an extremely powerful Conqueror's slash. After I learned Conqueror's entanglement, I tried it according to what Golden Lion said. Advertisement, maybe it's because of my talent. I easily mastered the skills that made the former pirates' King Roger famous." Talent? Listening to Rhine's words, Rayleigh did not doubt that Rhine was lying. After all, at the age of 20, he was able to directly challenge the strongest force of naval headquarters and even make them flee in defeat. Such strength would be impossible without sufficient talent. However, Rayleigh didn't know that the talent Rhine mentioned was a joke, because all the powers Rhine possessed came from the biggest secret in his body. Plug-in inheritance system. Similarly, in the eyes of outsiders, it was already amazing that Rhine, at the age of 20, had combat power comparable to that of an admiral. However, only Rhine knew that an even more outrageous guy had already set sail. "I only acquired admiral-level combat power by cheating at the age of 20. But the Straw Hat Kid in East Blue, at the age of 19 and less than 20, defeated the strongest creature on land, sea and air, Kaido the Beast. In comparison, it seems that Rhine's current strength is not worth mentioning. After all, if you are not a top-level admiral, it would be difficult to compete with a guy like Kaido. In any case, you have become famous again this time." Rayleigh looked at the newsbird that was leaving in the distance, and then looked at the celestial dragons tied up by the sky pirates. He changed the subject and chuckled. This incident may be enough to make the sky pirates really noticed by those super monsters. If nothing unexpected happens, you will face real challenges after entering the new world. I'm really looking forward to it. In the era pioneered by Roger, more young blood has flowed into the sea. Can the man who was crowned the 5th Emperor of the Sea at the age of 20 turn this title into reality? New World, a major news agency. At this moment, there was a brand new newspaper in Morgan's hand. Advertisement: The 5 emperors are born. The new Sea Emperor, Rhine, defeats one of the 3 strongest forces of the naval headquarters, the fallen world nobles, celestial dragons. Morgan's was very satisfied with the contents of the newspaper and said immediately, "Send the newspaper to the whole world immediately. I want the whole world to know that the 5th Sea Emperor is not joking." If it was just luck that caused Shinji to retreat last time, then this time the Marines' top fighter Kizaru Borsalino was defeated in a head-on battle. His terrifying slash almost cut off the Sabadi archipelago. A monster like this is definitely worthy of the title of the 5th Emperor of the Sea. Hearing Morgan's words, the entire news agency became busy. In a short while, countless newsbirds were carrying a large number of newspapers and flying towards all parts of the world. It is estimated that the news of the Sabadi incident will cover the entire world in less than 2 or 3 days. The first half of the Grand Line, the Calm Belt Sea area. Amazon Lily, also known as the Kingdom of Daughters and 9 Snake Island. 10 days have passed since the last encounter with the monsters from the flying pirates in the Calm Belt. And it has been 2 days since the Sabadi incident broke out. At this moment, in the 9 Snake Island Palace, the pirate's queen, Boa Hancock, had a solemn expression, her eyes filled with disbelief, staring straight at the events described in the newspapers. But there is no doubt that although the article is long, it mainly explains one thing. The celestial dragons were attacked, and one of the strongest fighters in the naval headquarters, Admiral Kizaru Borsalino, was defeated by the Governor-General of the Sky Pirates, making Rhine eligible to sit on the throne of the 5th Emperor of the Sea before entering the New World. However, for the pirate's queen, there was only one item in the newspaper that was worth her attention at this moment. After the flying pirates attacked the celestial dragons, they did not release them, but kidnapped 3 of them. No one knows what will happen to the 3 celestial dragons that fell into the hands of the flying pirates. Those guys. How dare they do such a thing? Chapter 41 Attracting the world's attention, the plan of the flying pirates. World government, Holy Land Mariejois. The St. Roswald family has now fallen into the hands of the flying pirates. Sure enough, we should have just killed that guy at the beginning, and we wouldn't have caused so much trouble. One of the 5 elders, Jagalucia Satan, spoke solemnly. It is useless to regret your decision now. Satan Sama held the Den Den Mushi in his hand and said seriously, contact naval headquarters and ask them to find the traces of the flying pirates as quickly as possible and ensure the safety of Celestial Dragons Roseward Sama and his family. Do your best to rescue the Celestial Dragons. Also, destroy all of the guys from the flying pirates without sparing a single one. How can this be possible? Naval Headquarters Marineford, in the conference room of the Justice Building. Marine Marshal, Buddha Sengoku's face was livid. After hanging up the Den Den Mushi, he slammed his hand on the conference table. His eyes were filled with anger, and he shouted. The brat who inherited the power of the Golden Lion is even more vicious than the Golden Lion back then. How dare they kidnap the Celestial Dragons St. Roseward family? Now, the world government wants us to rescue the Celestial Dragons St. Roseward family safely at all costs, and we must completely wipe out the Golden Lion too, Lorona Rhine. Listening to Sengoku's words, everyone in the conference room frowned, with a heavy look in their eyes. We don't need to worry about the Celestial Dragons. It has been 3 days since the St. Roseward family fell into the hands of the flying pirates. No one knows whether the Celestial Dragons are still alive. Admiral Aoki Kuzan, one of the 3 strongest fighters in the naval headquarters, said, compared to saving the Celestial Dragons, I think it is more important to find the flying pirates and give them a heavy blow. Judging from the way Golden Lion 2 behaves, he is probably unwilling to become the second Golden Lion. He definitely has more terrifying ambitions than the former Golden Lion. The fact that he dared to kidnap Celestial Dragons shows how ambitious he is. Advertisement. As Chinchi finished speaking, Admiral Akainu Sakazuki, who was also the highest-ranking officer in the naval headquarters, also spoke up. Although I don't like Chinchi very much, I have to admit that what Chinchi said makes the most sense. The life and death of Celestial Dragons is uncertain now, but suppressing evil is inevitable. But the problem is, how do we find each other? Borsellino took a sip of tea nonchalantly and said calmly, you know, the other party has the power of lion fruit. It's not easy to find him. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire conference room fell silent. It was obvious that Borsellino's words had touched upon the core of the problem. How can I determine the location of a guy who possesses the power of Paramecia lion fruit? This is a very difficult question. However, at this moment, Marine Vice Admiral of the Staff Crane slowly raised his head and said solemnly, since the Sky Pirates have chosen to kidnap Celestial Dragons, they will definitely not keep them and waste their resources. It is highly likely that the Sky Pirates will take the initiative to appear soon and use the Celestial Dragons in their hands as bargaining chips. Either have an equal dialogue with the Marine or the world government, and make a deal. Perhaps we can then offer to exchange what the other party wants for the return of the Celestial Dragons, and with the cooperation of the 3 admirals and the high-end combat power of the world government, we can suppress the flying pirates in one fell swoop. But we still need a more detailed plan. Listening to Vice Admiral He's words, everyone else's eyes lit up. They had to admit that what Vice Admiral He said was the most likely thing to happen. If Celestial Dragons were not used as a means of trade, then why did those guys from the flying pirates kidnap Celestial Dragons? Completely offending the world government and the Marine Corps? That doesn't make sense. However, at this moment, the Marines could never have imagined that Rhine really had no intention of using Celestial Dragons as a trade. Grand Line, Combelt Waters. At this moment, the flying pirates have still not entered the New World, because there is still one thing Rhine has not done before entering the New World. Advertisement. When the members of the flying pirates heard Rhine's plan, they all gasped, with disbelief flashing in their eyes. Crazy. Everyone looked at Rhine with any expression except madness. They had never imagined that someone could be so bold. Crocodile took a puff of his cigar and couldn't help shaking his arms. He said solemnly, so, Captain, our future plans need to revolve around these 3 Celestial Dragons? Rhine nodded, glanced at the Celestial Dragons who were stunned by Enel again, and said calmly, find a place far away from the naval headquarters and announce that our flying pirates will publicly execute the Celestial Dragons St. Roseward family. The world government will never tolerate such a thing, so at that time, the naval headquarters will definitely send out the 3 highest forces, and even the Marine heroes and Marine marshals may go to the place of execution. This will be a great opportunity for us. When the Marine finds out that the Celestial Dragons have already become corpses, we will have completely entered the underwater prison, Impleton, and released those monsters from the old times. Because of the long distance, the Marines will not be able to support the undersea prison in the first place. By the time they return, we will have already used the Lion Fruit's ability to leave from an altitude of 10,000 meters. Rhine grinned, his eyes full of excitement, and said, how about Crocodile? How do you think of luring the tiger away from the mountain? Listening to Rhine's words, Crocodile couldn't help but take a deep breath, and said with a very moved expression, if this is the case, the success rate of the plan will definitely increase significantly. Moria couldn't help but take a deep breath, with a hint of excitement in his eyes. We have to admit that Rhine's crazy plan is extremely tempting to those guys who once lost the battle for supremacy on the sea. Even Mr. 3, Daz Bonus, Bentham and others felt extremely excited. After all, The next plan means that they, the flying pirates, are about to take on the whole world. For these pirates who are not particularly strong, being able to board the ship of the flying pirates is a great fortune. Such a careful plan. It's worth a try. Chapter 42 Shocking the World, Public Execution of Celestial Dragons. New World, Dressrosa. As the largest import and export trade island at the entrance of New World, it is also a tropical island with a holiday style, and is known as the country of love, passion and toys. What is puzzling is that the person in power in this country is actually a pirate. That's right, it's one of the 7 warlords of the sea, the young master of the Don Quixote family, one of the underground emperors of the Dark World, the man nicknamed Joker. Heavenly Yaksha Don Quixote Doflamingo, a very dangerous person. FFFFFFFFFFF, Dressrosa King's Highland. Doflamingo held a newspaper released by a major news agency in his hand, with an extremely arrogant smile on his face. The guy who inherited the power of the Golden Lion is countless times more arrogant than the Golden Lion back then. Doflamingo threw the newspaper aside and looked towards the front half of the Grand Line, the top of the red line, with a sharp light flashing in his eyes. Those 5 old guys probably never thought that someone would dare to do such a thing. Public execution of celestial dragons. FFFFFFFFFF. What kind of arrogant and ambitious person would dare to do such a thing? Doflamingo's eyes were hidden behind his orange sunglasses. The people from the Don Quixote family behind him were all shocked by the contents of the newspaper and couldn't say a word. According to the big news agency, what Morgans reported, the governor of the Sky Pirates, Rhine, will publicly execute the 3 kidnapped celestial dragons in 3 days. The world's nobles, celestial dragons, Saint Roseward, Saint Charlos, and the Palace of Charulia. Previously, he was high and mighty, enjoying all the privileges in the world and being able to summon the highest combat power of the naval headquarters at any time, but at this moment, he was being treated like this. Advertisement. I've only heard that the Marines publicly executed pirates in order to intimidate the pirates and prevent other pirates from being too presumptuous. This is the first time I've heard of such a bold thing as publicly executing celestial dragons. Dover. All the Don Quixote family members looked at Doflamingo, but Doflamingo grinned and said, if those guys can survive the world government and the Marines and enter the New World, I might have a lot to talk about with the governor of the Flying Pirates. Hey, is this true? New World, in an unknown sea area, on the Red Verse. This ship belonged to the pirates group led by red-haired Shanks, one of the 4 emperors. They were drifting aimlessly in the New World waters, and they had no idea where they would end up next. On the mast, Usopp's voice was filled with disbelief. Upon hearing the noise, the red-haired pirates couldn't help but look up at Usopp. What's wrong, Usopp? Any news? Laluji, who was as fat as a ball, looked curious, and the others also set their eyes on Usopp. However, the next second, Usopp jumped down from the mast with a serious expression and came in front of Shanks. Shanks, something big has happened. After these words were spoken, everyone stopped laughing. Even Shanks frowned and took the newspaper from Usopp. According to the World Economic News Agency, the guys from the Flying Pirates have announced to the world that they will publicly execute the 3 celestial dragons in their hands in 3 days. Usopp looked serious and continued, this has never happened before in history. Would those guys from the Flying Pirates really dare to do this? The Red Hair Pirates vice captain, Ben Beckman, took a puff of his cigarette, his eyes fell on Shanks, and he said solemnly, if it were anyone else, I would doubt the authenticity of this news, but those guys from the Flying Pirates are all dangerous people when they gather together. It's not impossible for them to do something like that. I thought they would use the celestial dragons in their hands to trade with the world government to gain benefits, but now it seems they have no such thoughts or intentions at all. They're determined to go all the way and become the enemy of the world government and declare war. Shanks couldn't help but sigh when he heard this, and responded solemnly. This era is about to become uneasy. I feel that the captain of the Flying Pirates, the guy who inherited the Golden Lion's legacy, definitely has ambitions beyond just this sea. Let's go. We have to go to the first half again. Advertisement. Without any hesitation, the rest of the Red Hair Pirates also got busy at the first opportunity. After the navigator took out the compass, he turned the bow of the ship and headed towards the front half. Onigashima is the territory of Kaido, one of the 4 emperors, and is also the headquarters of the entire Beast's pirates. However, at this moment, in Onigashima, there was a figure who, even with shackles on his feet and hands, continued to swing an iron rod and was fighting with Kaido, one of the 4 emperors. You still haven't woken up after all these years. Looking at the figure in front of him, Kaido didn't have any intention of holding back. He swung the mace in his hand fiercely, even wrapping it with the amazing haki. Thunder 8 trigrams. Seeing Kaido's moves, Yamato didn't hesitate at all and shouted angrily. I'm not your daughter, I'm Kazuki Oden. Thunder 8 trigrams. The same haki coverage, the same striking method. The ken in Yamato's hand directly collided with the mace in Kaido's hand, and as the haki of both of them exploded at the same time, a terrifying airwave swept across, even blowing away the ordinary pirates in Onigashima. However, at this moment, a figure suddenly appeared in front of the 2 of them. It was one of the 3 disasters of Beast's pirates, the fire disaster, Ashes. Director Kaido. Glancing at Kaido and Yamato who were still fighting, Jin said without any hesitation. The latest news is that the Flying Pirates are going to publicly execute 3 celestial dragons in the first half of the Grand Line in 3 days. After hearing this, Kaido felt a little bit unbelievable, and then he slapped Yamato who was attacking him and sent him flying, showing his true strength as an emperor. Public execution of celestial dragons. Kaido frowned at first, then he couldn't help laughing and said, interesting, really interesting. How dare a kid who inherited the power of the Golden Lion be so courageous? Publicly executing the world's noble celestial dragons. This has never happened before. After saying this, Kaido looked at Yamato, who was not far away, and said calmly, lock this rebellious son back. Laozi will go to the front half in person to see what the situation is. Watching Kaido transform into a dragon and disappear on Onigashima, Jin's gaze also fell on Yamato not far away. I'm sorry, Master Yamato. Chapter 43. The Place of Execution, Enies Lobby where sins are judged. New World, Whitebeard's sea area, Moby DK. When the news of the public execution of celestial dragons reached Whitebeard, this sea legend of old times could not help but feel a little bit unbelievable. The world's noble celestial dragons have fallen into the hands of the flying pirates, and the other side is so bold that they are preparing to publicly execute the celestial dragons. What does this mean? This is equivalent to directly offending the world government. Don't leave yourself any way out. Even Whitebeard himself wondered if he would attack those celestial dragons. Although those pigs were indeed disgusting, Whitebeard thought that provoking those celestial dragons was completely irrational. Unless those celestial dragons attacked the families of Whitebeard pirates, Whitebeard would never do such a thing. What a daredevil you are. Whitebeard's tone was somewhat serious, and he continued, Ace is still in the first half, I hope he won't be involved in this incident. Hearing this, the rest of the Whitebeard pirates also showed very heavy expressions. In order to hunt down Teach, who killed his companions and betrayed the Whitebeard pirates, Ace set out alone to capture Teach. Basically all members of the Whitebeard pirates were against this matter, but no one could stop Ace from doing what he wanted because of his personality. Now everyone can only pray that Ace will not be caught up in this chaos. The first half of the Grand Line is located above one of the islands in the triangular sea area. Looking at the island below his feet, Moria couldn't help but take a deep breath. This island is not an ordinary place, but one of the three major forces under the world government, the Island of Judgment, Enies Lobby, which stands alongside the naval headquarters and the Undersea Prison. Are you choosing Enies Lobby, one of the three major forces under the world government, as the place for the public execution of celestial dragons? Moria continued, isn't this a bit too ostentatious? Advertisement. Is there something wrong? Rhine just smiled calmly, his expression unchanged as he said, since the world government believes that all beings escorted to Enies Lobby are guilty, then, isn't it the most appropriate place for us to publicly execute celestial dragons, inform the world of their past deeds, and announce their crimes? Besides this, the captain should have other purposes, right? Crocodile lit a cigar and listened to Rhine's words. Crocodile said with certainty, because Enies Lobby can only reach two islands when it goes out to sea. One is the naval headquarters, which symbolizes the maintenance of order in the sea and is known as absolute justice, and the other is the Undersea Prison, the final resting place for all criminals. The reason why we chose Enies Lobby to publicly execute celestial dragons is that the captain wants to use the ocean currents caused by the three gates of justice to prevent the marine warships from returning quickly. In addition, we can also reach the underwater prison implement at the fastest speed. Listening to Crocodile's words, everyone else looked at Rhine in surprise, waiting for Rhine's explanation. However, Rain chuckled and said calmly, Crocodile, compared to your strength, your ability to lead is even more amazing. You were able to figure out the general idea of my plan so quickly, it is indeed just as you said. This triangular sea area, which is composed of the Enies Lobby, naval headquarters, and the Undersea Prison, has very unstable currents due to the existence of the Gate of Justice. Even if the marine warships want to pass through, it will take a long time. This will be a great opportunity for us. We will have more time to break into the underwater prison impleton. After these words were spoken, everyone took a deep breath. Nothing like this has ever been done before. Zoro spoke slowly and solemnly, I thought that even if I became pirates, I would at most be enemies with the Marines. I didn't expect that now. I would actually attack Enies Lobby and declare war on the world government. Are you afraid? Daz Bonus glanced at Zoro, but in response to Bonus' words, Zoro just grinned and said, I'm so excited. What a bunch of reckless guys. Nami said with a headache. We can obviously find a farther place to execute. We can rely on the ability of Lion Fruit to move in the sky and have a lot of time. The captain must have a reason for doing this. Listening to Nami's words, Robin chuckled and said, things like attacking Enies Lobby may sound crazy, but it may not be that difficult to do. Advertisement, after all, we have three top combat forces besides the captain. Thunder God Enel, Crocodile, Gecko Moria. During this time, the strength of the three of them has been infinitely close to the admiral level. Although Enies Lobby is one of the three major forces under the world government, there is a huge difference between Enies Lobby and naval headquarters and the Undersea Prison. Nico Robin had no doubt that Enies Lobby was merely a symbol of judgment and did not have a very strong guarding force. The only difficulty in attacking Enies Lobby is that the towering Gate of Justice is simply impossible for ordinary pirates to break into. But, don't forget where the word, flying, in the flying pirates came from. For the rest of the people, Enies Lobby, which is impossible to break into, let alone attack, is like a back garden for the flying pirates, where they can come and go as they please. The defense of Enies Lobby is very weak. The only opponents on this island who can be considered rivals are probably the two giants guarding the gate. Enel looked at Enies Lobby under his feet. The powerful heart network had already covered the entire island. Then Enel looked at Rhine and asked, shall we start now, boss? Hearing this, the eyes of the rest of the people also fell on Rhine. Rhine's mouth corners turned up and his eyes fell on Eni's lobby. What are we waiting for? Take over Eni's lobby and let the flying pirates give the world some shock. Enel suddenly grinned, and then terrifying lightning flashed around Enel. Then let me start. The next second, Enel's figure had teleported above Eni's lobby. The terrifying power of Thunder Fruit actually gathered all the dark clouds in the sky together. 80 million volt Thunder Dragon. 2LD Chapter 44, Public Trial of Celestial Dragons to the Whole World. Compared to the naval headquarters or the undersea prison, the defense of Eni's lobby is definitely very weak. But it is only compared to the naval headquarters and the undersea prison. Even though the permanent garrison force is very strong, there are also more than 10,000 elite troops stationed. In addition, the three most powerful garrison forces of Eni's lobby are the Eni's lobby First Guard, the Law Dog Team, the Guilty Jury, and the World Government's Special Spy Force stationed in Eni's lobby, CP9. When the 80 million volt Thunder Dragon attack condensed by Enel landed on the Tower of Justice, the alarm that resounded throughout the island instantly attracted the attention of all the garrison forces in Eni's lobby. They couldn't believe that someone would attack Eni's lobby, one of the three major forces under the world government. What is even more suspicious is how the other party passed through the Gate of Justice and came to Eni's lobby. At the base of the World Government Spy Organization CP9, CP9's top commander Spandam woke up from the shock, and listened to the alarm ringing throughout Eni's lobby with a frown, and a very unhappy look appeared in his eyes. What the hell are these bastards doing? But when Spandam opened the window and saw that the Tower of Justice not far away had been attacked and was emitting thick smoke, Spandam couldn't help but gasp, with an expression of disbelief in his eyes. Someone attacked Eni's lobby. For Enel, Thunder Fruit gives Enel the speed second only to sparkling fruit in the world, and also controls the extremely powerful power of thunder. Combined with the improvement of physical skills and the mastery of hockey in the past few months, Enel, with the assistance of Thunderfruit, has now firmly stepped into the quasi-admiral level of combat power. Eni's lobby did not have any high-end combat forces guarding it. Facing Enel's constant attacks of terrifying thunder, those defending forces were completely suppressed in an instant. In the original novel, the Straw Hat crew didn't even have the combat power of the Rear Admiral, yet they were able to break into the Eni's lobby and cause a ruckus, let alone the flying pirates who had so many monsters. Is this one of the three famous forces under the world government? It's so weak and pitiful. Enel grinned and thunder continued to fall from the sky, accurately landing on the stronger Eni's lobby guards. In just less than 10 minutes, the entire Eni's lobby was completely breached by Enel alone. Advertisement Spandam hid in the dark, looking at Enel who was wrapped in thunder and lightning flashing in the sky. Spandam didn't even dare to breathe. A member of the Flying Pirates, a user of the Logia Thunder Fruit ability. Thor Enel. Why would such a guy take the initiative to attack Eni's lobby? Spandam was afraid that he would be exposed, but in order to protect himself, Spandam dialed the emergency dial bug as soon as possible, trying to call back all the CP members of Water 7. In addition, Spandam directly dialed Buster Call's Den Den Mushi, wanting to use the power of Marine Buster Call to fight against the Flying Pirates. Hey, is there a little mouse hiding here? When Enel's voice came, Spandam's eyes suddenly widened, looking at Enel in disbelief that appeared in front of him out of nowhere. Just when Spandam was about to kneel down and beg for mercy, trying to get Enel to let him go, Enel did not hesitate at all. Lightning flashed between his palms and the terrible power of thunder burst out instantly, turning Spandam into charcoal. Now, we just need to wait for the Marines and world government to arrive. At the top of the Tower of Justice, on a huge platform, the members of the Flying Pirates looked at the Eni's lobby at their feet very calmly. The next second, 3 celestial dragons of noble status, dubbed as world nobility, were sent to the platform under the escort of Moria's zombies. The things I prepared before just happened to come in handy now. Crocodile grinned and handed the Den Den Mushi in his hand to Rhine. Live Den Den Mushi. We have reached a cooperation agreement with the guys from World Economic News. We can use the live broadcast screen of World Economic News to show the details of the public execution of celestial dragons to the whole world. Hearing this, Rhine couldn't help but smile and said slowly, Morgans is probably eager to see whether the celestial dragons, who are world nobles, will die in our hands. Hee. After all, they're celestial dragons, with noble status. Even the New World 4 emperors would not easily attack these guys before. Advertisement. As Moria spoke, the zombies were already fixed on the platform by 3 celestial dragons. Saint Roseward, Saint Charlos, Palace of Charulia. The 3 world noble celestial dragons had their hands and feet bound, and towels stuffed into their mouths to prevent them from saying anything disgusting. In that case, let's give the world a little shock. As Rhine spoke, he also activated the live broadcast Den Den Mushi. At the same time, Naval Headquarters Marineford. As the Buster Call Den Den Mushi rang, the 5 Buster Call Vice Admirals were ready at this moment and were about to board the warship and rush to Eni's lobby. Naval Headquarters Marshal Buddha Sengoku looked at the Buster Call battleship that was about to set sail, but couldn't help but frowned. Why did Spandam launch Buster Call at this time? However, the next second, a figure rushed into the Marshal's office. Before he even had time to salute, he spoke directly, Marshal, something terrible has happened. Golden Lion 2 led the monsters of the Flying Pirates into Eni's lobby, and at this moment they have completely occupied Eni's lobby. The 10,000 garrison troops at Eni's lobby, as well as the rest of the combat escort, have all been wiped out. Sengoku's pupils shrank when he heard this, and he looked at the messenger marine in disbelief. What did you say? This is not the most important thing. The messenger marine looked serious and continued. They got the live broadcast Den Den Mushi from somewhere. Right now, the flying pirates have appeared on live broadcast screens all over the world. And the 3 celestial dragons that were previously kidnapped by the flying pirates are now appearing on live broadcasts around the world. The other party seems to be preparing to publicly execute celestial dragons in front of the whole world. Sengoku was stunned for a moment, and slumped in his chair in disbelief, but he recovered in a flash, and then said with a heavy face, "Notify Borsellino, Sakazuki and Shinchi. Tell them to get ready and rush to Ini's lobby immediately. No matter what, we cannot let the celestial dragons be executed live in front of the whole world." Chapter 45 Shocking the World. The celestial dragons are about to fall. Sabaody Archipelago, where island number 13 is located. The huge live broadcast screen suddenly lit up, instantly attracting the attention of many residents and pirates around. Island number 13 belongs to the lawless area of Sabaody Archipelago. At this moment, the island is naturally home to countless criminals, slave traders, pirates, bounty hunters, etc. But when they saw what appeared on the live broadcast screen, they all widened their eyes, with expressions full of disbelief. What is that? I haven't heard that there will be a live broadcast recently. Is this Ini's lobby? The Tower of Justice, it is indeed Ini's lobby, no doubt about it, but who are these people in the picture? Hey, isn't this the governor of the Flying Pirates, the second Golden Lion who is said to have inherited the Golden Lion's legacy, Rhine? Don't be ridiculous. Why would a big pirate with a bounty of 1.296 billion appear in Ini's lobby? Look. Those 3 kneeling on the ground, are they the celestial dragons that appeared in Sabaody Archipelago before? Hiss. St. Charles of Rizvar. St. Charles of Rizvar. Shalulia Palace. Oh my god. They really are celestial dragons. What are they going to do? Are they really going to publicly execute the world's noble celestial dragons in front of the eyes of the whole world, as the rumors said some time ago? Does anyone really dare to do something like this? Outside the rip-off bar, Pluton Rayleigh, who was holding a bottle of rum, also noticed the scene on the big screen at this moment. Did Shiki find such a terrifying successor as his successor? Rayleigh's eyes were also flashing with surprise and uncertainty. Even Ray himself, when facing those celestial dragons, would most of the time only choose to take a detour or use conquerors to make the opponent unconscious. But Rhine actually did such a terrible thing. He used the live broadcast of Den Den Mushi to publicly execute the world's nobles, the celestial dragons, in front of the whole world. What a crazy move this is. This is going to be interesting. How can the world government and naval headquarters sit still? Advertisement Rayleigh smiled and shook his head. It seemed that it was just as Rayleigh had said before, he was retired now, so he didn't care about many things happening on the sea. East Blue, Windmill Village, where the square is located. As the pictures appeared on the huge live broadcast screen, many residents of Windmill Village stopped what they were doing and looked towards the screen. They were very curious. Was there any big news that required the use of the live broadcast screen to announce it to the world? Hey Makino, stop cleaning the glasses, the live screen is showing a picture. Hearing this, Makino couldn't help but feel a little curious. After putting down her glass, Makino walked out of the tavern, but when she looked at the picture on the screen, she couldn't help but show an expression of disbelief. The world's nobility, celestial dragons. Even in the remote and inconspicuous villages of East Blue, the residents here are very clear about what celestial dragons mean. However, at this moment, the live broadcast was aimed at the 3 celestial dragons, and outside the screen, someone was explaining the identities of these 3 people. New World, Dressrosa. Inside the King's Highlands, the members of the Don Quixote family gathered together, staring intently at the images transmitted by the live Den Den Mushi. At this moment, the world's noble celestial dragons were tied up like pigs, and Den Den Mushi was facing 3 celestial dragons. Saint Roseward, Saint Charlos, and the Palace of Charulia? Looking at the 3 celestial dragons that appeared on the screen, Tobal said in disbelief, these 3 are considered the biggest guests of the Sabaody Archipelago auction. I didn't expect that those guys from the Flying Pirates would dare to attack the celestial dragons and capture them. But there is more. Pika looked serious, and continued in a sharp and funny voice. Wasn't there a rumor on the sea a while ago that the Flying Pirates were preparing to publicly execute celestial dragons? Could it be today? FFFFFFFFFFF. Doflamingo raised the corners of his mouth, and the twinkling light in his eyes was obscured by the orange sunglasses, making it impossible to see Doflamingo's eyes clearly. But the strange laughter emitted by Doflamingo at this moment seemed to indicate that he was in a very good mood. Advertisement. Those guys who claim to be gods and descendants of the Creator, has anyone finally dared to take action against them? Doflamingo couldn't help but continue, I'm afraid those 5 old guys from the world government can't hold back any longer. If they just killed the celestial dragons, it would be fine, but those guys from the Flying Pirates would actually do such a thing. Use Den Den Mushi to publicly execute 3 celestial dragons to the whole world. The whole world will go completely crazy because of this incident. From now on, everyone in the world will know that celestial dragons are nothing more than mortals who can be easily killed. The prestige of the world government, which has been established for 800 years, is in jeopardy. Foo. Interesting guy. If he survives, Lousy would really like to have a chat with him. The first half of the Grand Line, Ini's lobby. Among the 3 major forces under the world government, Naval Headquarters symbolizes absolute justice, and the Undersea Prison symbolizes the inescapable destination of sin. The Enies Lobby symbolizes the place of judgment for all sins. But at this moment, a group of pirates broke into Enies Lobby and were about to publicly execute the world's nobles, the Celestial Dragons, in Enies Lobby. In addition to the live broadcast, everyone around the world who saw this scene felt their blood boiling and their hearts trembling with fear. My blood is boiling because I have been bullied by celestial dragons and world government countless times over the years, and now I am excited to see celestial dragons about to fall from the altar. They are terrified because they are afraid of the powerful force of the world government and the naval headquarters. At this moment, on the platform of the Tower of Justice, behind the 3 celestial dragons, the members of the Flying Pirates seem to have made all preparations. Here I come. Enel frowned slightly and said solemnly, "It seems that the direction of today's ocean currents will help Marine reach Enies Lobby from the headquarters. How could they arrive so quickly?" Hearing this, Rhine smiled calmly and said, "Isn't this just right? It was smooth sailing when they came here, but it won't be that easy for them to go back and support the Undersea Prison." The next second, Rhine pulled out Sakura 10 and Kuki from his waist and came to the direction where the live broadcast Den Den Mushi was facing. When Rhine's figure appeared on the live broadcast screen, viewers from all over the world took a deep breath. Is it time to start? The pirates are clearly evil, but at this moment they are standing on the Tower of Justice in Enies Lobby, conducting a public trial of the Celestial Dragons in front of the whole world. Chapter 46. Death of Celestial Dragons, the real plan begins. Everyone around the world, I'm sure you are all very curious about the identities of these 3 pigs kneeling before me. Rhine's face was calm, and he spoke in a very indifferent tone. Just as you guessed, these 3 pigs are the world nobles that appeared in the Sabaody archipelago before, the Celestial Dragons. Roseward, Charlos, and Shalulia, among the Celestial Dragons, they like to add a holy, or palace, character after their names to show their differences from ordinary people. It seems that over the years, everyone around the world has subconsciously accepted that Celestial Dragons are the supreme gods in this world. No one can question the authority of Celestial Dragons. Even the Marine Admiral, who claims to be absolutely righteous and maintains order and peace in the ocean, is nothing more than a running dog in front of the Celestial Dragons. No matter where in the world, as long as the lives of the Celestial Dragons are threatened, the Marine Admiral must rush there immediately to protect the Celestial Dragons and accept the Celestial Dragons' orders. As Rhine spoke, residents all over the world who heard these words through the live broadcast fell into silence. If you could see the scene at the top of the red line, the holy land of the world government, Mariejois, then perhaps you would understand that these Celestial Dragons are simply the largest termites in this world. They compress all resources from all over the world and absorb everything in the world. The damage they cause to this world is simply unimaginable. But even if you haven't seen the scene in the holy land of Mariejois, you probably know how many illegal things the Celestial Dragons have done openly. Adding these things together, even if they were exterminated thousands of times, it would still be far from enough to make up for their past sins. Looking at the marine warship that had already arrived at the Gate of Justice in the distance, Rhine said calmly without any hesitation. So today, I stand at the top of Enies Lobby, one of the 3 major institutions under the world government, which judges all the sins in the world, and declare the 3 Celestial Dragons guilty. And 5 elders, this is just the beginning. As soon as he finished speaking, Sakura 10 in Rhine's hand instantly launched an amazing flying slash, and the heads of the 3 Celestial Dragons flew into the air almost at the same time. Everyone around the world who saw this scene gasped. Celestial Dragons, really dead. World government Mariejois is located. Between the powers that be, the 5 elders watched the content on the live broadcast screen, their eyes also flashing with unbearable anger. Advertisement: the damn kid from the Lerona family actually swung the blade towards the world government. Trying to pull Celestial Dragons down from the altar? Did he forget that he also has the blood of Celestial Dragons flowing in his veins? But the 5 elders forgot that they personally drove Rhine out of the Holy Land and refused to acknowledge the blood of the 20 Celestial Dragons kings flowing in Rhine. They believed that Rhine was an evil being who inherited the blood of the D clan. If Rhine had not been kidnapped by the Golden Lion who passed by, he would have been wiped out by the world government with thunder and lightning. No matter what, this B************* D must pay the price. The Celestial Dragon's status cannot be shaken in any way. Once the Celestial Dragon's status is shaken, even the prestige of our world government will suffer. Jago Lucia Satan looked grim, and said slowly, "We must do our best to stabilize the situation. As for the flying pirates, let the Marines hurry up and don't give them any breathing space. At this point, even if we have to send out the Knights of God, we must completely wipe out this guy." The 5 elders all looked extremely ugly. It was obvious that Rhine's action of beheading 3 Celestial Dragons in front of everyone in the world through the live broadcast of Den Den Mushi. This kind of thing has completely touched the bottom line of the world government. They are not afraid of imitators, but if they don't deal with the flying pirates and arrest the thugs of the flying pirates, then the whole world will know that the world government is unable to respond to the criminals who killed the Celestial Dragons. Therefore, no matter what, the flying pirates must be destroyed, even if it means sending out the Knights of God to cooperate with the naval headquarters. Naval Headquarters Marineford. At this moment, the 3 strongest fighters of the naval headquarters and 16 elite vice admirals have been mobilized to the Enies Lobby to rescue the Celestial Dragons. But when Sengoku saw the heads of the 3 Celestial Dragons flying into the sky, he knew it was too late. Advertisement. But at this moment, 5 elders called and informed Sengoku that he must try every possible means to eliminate the existence of the flying pirates. In addition to the 3 highest combat forces of naval headquarters, the world government has mobilized all CPs for cooperation. Even in order to deal with the flying pirates, the world government has already dispatched the Celestial Dragon's highest guarding organization, the Knights of God, who actually have the power to judge the Celestial Dragons. This is going to be troublesome. It's easy to say, wipe out the flying pirates. Sengoku held his forehead with a headache and muttered, Lion Fruit's ability is in the hands of Rhine. Unless we find a person with the same level of flying ability, how can we deal with the flying pirates? Forget it, just do your best. The Island of Justice. For an ordinary pirates group, facing the almost all-out siege by the naval headquarters, there is basically no room for escape. But for the flying pirates, as long as you can't occupy the sky, you will not be able to stop the flying pirates from leaving. Go ahead and start the fight. Rhine made a blunt announcement to the world government and naval headquarters through the live broadcast of Den Den Mushi. If you can catch me, just try. I'm in the Eni's lobby now. It depends on whether you have the means to do so, Marine. World government. After he finished speaking, Rhine hung up the Den Den Mushi without any hesitation. Seeing this scene, everyone in the Sky Pirates group smiled. Now, the real plan of their Sky Pirates group can be carried out. The monsters of the old times imprisoned in the underwater prison Impleton will become the most powerful force for the flying pirates to fight against the world government. By the time the Marine and the world government react, they will probably have already reached the underwater prison, released many monsters from the old times, and left safely. Chapter 47. The Iron Wall and the underwater prison were breached. Located deep in the calm belt, it is known as the most impenetrable and difficult to escape wall in the world. Impleton, the great undersea prison. There are 7 floors in the underwater prison, but only 6 of them are used to hold prisoners. They are the first level Crimson Hell, because there is a large forest-like area outside the cell. The trees are sword trees as sharp as blades, and the grass is needle grass that can pierce the human body like needles. The prisoners will run back and forth because of the pursuit of poisonous spiders and jailers, and finally be cut by these leaves and grass and bleed, suffering constant pain and torture. The second underground level is called Wild Beast Hell. Various ferocious beasts and monsters are placed here, including chicken snakes, human-faced lions, poisonous scorpions, etc. The boss is the Sphinx. The prisoners imprisoned on this floor know that they will become food for the beasts sooner or later, and they don't even have the strength to be afraid. The third underground level, Starvation Hell. Because this place is connected to the 4th layer, Blazing Hell, the terrible heat also makes the 3rd layer, Starvation Hell, extremely hot. In addition, the mortals here cannot get any food or water, so they are basically in a half-dead state. The 4th underground floor, Blazing Hell. The office of Magellan, the director of the underwater prison, is located on the 4th floor. In addition, there are kitchens and granaries. The temperature on the entire floor is very high, just like a huge iron pot, full of boiling blood and sea of fire. For the prisoners, staying here is almost a state of life worse than death every day. The 5th underground floor, Freezing Hell. The prisoners imprisoned on this floor are in an environment colder than a large ice storage room, and their bodies suffer from severe frostbite until death. There are also a large number of military wolves raised in the forest of Freezing Hell, which are more ferocious and powerful than the huge beasts on the 2nd floor. However, due to the extremely low temperature here, there are no surveillance Den Den Mushi installed on this floor. And finally, it is the most mysterious area of the underwater prison. The 6th underground floor, Eternal Hell. The criminals imprisoned in Eternal Hell are all pirates, monsters that were wiped out from history because they were too vicious. In other words, even the weakest prisoners in the 6th layer of Eternal Hell were basically legendary figures back then. Their fate is either death or life imprisonment, and because most of them possess powerful devil fruit abilities, the prisoners here can be said to be the most comfortable existence. After all, the world government is unwilling to let them die simply, causing the abilities they possess to reappear in the outside world and be obtained by certain lawless elements, continuing to cause huge harm to the world. Advertisement. Because the prisoners on this floor committed many evil deeds, some of the extremely cruel incidents were covered up by the government and even deliberately concealed in the newspapers. And here is the ultimate goal of the flying pirates. The first level above sea, where the underwater prison platform is located. Now the world's attention is attracted by the Eni's lobby incident, and even the undersea prison has received the news. Originally, there would be at least 5 warships stationed in the undersea prison, but at this moment, there are only 3. It seems that the intention is to capture all the flying pirates in one fell swoop, so even the warships stationed here are dispatched to Eni's lobby. In addition, because the distance between Eni's lobby and the undersea prison is not particularly far, the undersea prison is not worried that someone will seize this opportunity to attack the iron wall of the undersea prison. However, Slash Wave, accompanied by an astonishing flying slash, the guards on the first platform on the sea who were distracted by looking at the calm sea surface lost their lives without even having time to react. Then, the alarm sounded, letting the entire underwater prison know of the invader. On the 4th underground floor, in Magellan's office. At this moment, Magellan, the director, was squatting in the toilet. He was startled when he heard the alarm and had a bad feeling in his heart. He stood up and rushed out of the office, but in such a short period of time, the warship of the Flying Pirates group has already hovered above the platform of the undersea prison, and all members have already landed on the 1st floor platform of the undersea prison. Is this the underwater prison called Impleton, which is said to be impenetrable and impenetrable? Moria couldn't help but grin and said, we were able to break in so easily. Don't waste your time. Advertisement Crocodile said solemnly. The Marine and world government's attention is now drawn to Eni's lobby. We have to hurry and get everything done before they react. Tisk. You think you are the captain? You're giving orders to Lousy? Moria glanced at Crocodile unhappily. Even though they were all members of the Flying Pirates and were willing to follow Rhine, that didn't mean they felt they were weaker than anyone else on the ship. Hearing this, Crocodile glanced at Moria, frowned and said, are you going to quarrel at this time, Moria? Not far away, countless jailers and guards had arrived and noticed the Flying Pirates on the platform. Damn it, why are these guys here? Aren't they supposed to be fighting Marine in Eni's lobby? Deputy Director Hannibal of Impel Down had an unsightly expression on his face, holding the famous sword Bloodsucking in his hand, and looking at those world-famous monsters, he couldn't help but tremble all over. Okay, let's get down to business first. Rhine looked calm as he looked at the jailer guarding in front of him. Without any hesitation, the powerful conqueror's haki swept over in an instant. The jailers were just ordinary soldiers. How could they withstand the impact of Rhine's conqueror's haki? In just a blink of an eye, countless jailers fell to the ground. Seeing this, Crocodile snorted coldly and followed Rhine's footsteps. Moria was not to be outdone and followed suit. The rest of the Flying Pirates also quickly took action. Breaking into the underwater prison was something that had just happened before, and they could never imagine it. But at this moment, they arrived at Impelton, which was known as an iron wall, so easily. Damn pirates, if you want to get into Impelton, you'll have to step over my dead body. Hannibal suppressed his blurred consciousness and waved the bloodsucker in his hand. Rhine glanced at Hannibal, who was pale and seemed to be a little confused in his mind because of his efforts to resist his conqueror's attack, then drew out the Sakura 10 from his waist and swung it out. The powerful sword pressure instantly chopped it away, trying to stop the Flying Pirates from moving forward. Stop joking, a guy with this strength is not even qualified to be taken seriously by Rhine. Chapter 48. The Fallen Magellan arrives at Eternal Hell. How terrifying is the combat power of the Flying Pirates today? In addition to Rhine, who possesses Admiral-level combat power, he also has a quasi-Admiral-level combat power, Thunder God Enel. Elite Vice Admiral Forces, Crocodile, Gecko Moria. Rear Admiral Combat Power, Rorano Azoro, Daz Bonus, Bentham. Commodore Combat Power, Mr. 3, Nico Robin, Absalom. In addition to Perona who possesses the Ghost Fruit and can cast Negative Ghost, except for the Navigator Nami who does not have overly strong strength, the Flying Pirates have now reached the level of the New World Sea Emperor. You should know that even the 4 Sea Emperors of New World only have such a configuration under their command. If Rhine is the Emperor of the Sea, then Enel, Crocodile and Moria are like the 3 disasters of Beast's Pirates. However, compared with the 3 disasters of Beast's Pirates, these 3 still have some shortcomings. As for Rhine, as long as he can complete the plan of this trip, Rhine's strength will instantly skyrocket to the peak Admiral-level combat power. Even compared with those veteran 4 Emperors, there will be no gap. For the Flying Pirates, the entire underwater prison seemed to have no obstacles and they could pass through it freely. Be it the jailers and guards or the ferocious beasts that appeared along the way, to the members of the Flying Pirates, they were just existences that could be easily destroyed. Finally, when they reached the stairs to the 4th floor, a figure blocked everyone's way. The powerful aura emanating from the other person made the Flying Pirates encounter the first existence that could stop their progress for a moment. Magellan, director of the Great Undersea Prison. Rhine's face was calm. He told the other party's origins and said in a very calm tone, "Can you please move aside and not block the road?" Magellan frowned and said in a bad tone, "Are you kidding me? Pirates. Where is Hannibal?" Hearing this, Rhine couldn't help but chuckle and said calmly, "Hannibal. He's the guy holding a bloodsucker and looks like a devil, right? If he had survived that blow, you might have had a chance to meet him again." However, the moment Rhine finished speaking, Magellan did not hesitate at all, and the power of the poison fruit instantly erupted, and the horrible venom instantly attacked the Flying Pirates. Advertisement. Poison Dragon. Facing the terrifying poisonous dragon, Rhine did not take any action. Crocodile suddenly flashed, and countless yellow sand emerged, turning into a shield to block all the venom. Then, grains of yellow sand floated and condensed into a sharp sword, attacking Magellan. Desert Sword. Bump. The haki of both sides collided, and one had to admit that Magellan's strength was definitely magnified several times in this underwater prison. It was merely the aura of a vice admiral, but the ability he displayed at this moment had reached a level that could barely compete with the admiral. However, Rhine had no intention of letting Crocodile and Magellan fight one-on-one, as that would only be a waste of time. Shadow Horn Gun. 80 million volt Thunder Dragon. Moria and Enel instantly appeared beside Crocodile, and they both used their moves at the same time and rushed towards Magellan. Seeing this, Magellan first forced Crocodile back, and then activated the ability of the poison fruit again. The terrible dark purple venom instantly gathered all over Magellan's body, wrapping Magellan in it. Poison Giant Soldier. Hey, this guy looks quite capable. Enel frowned and said in a bad tone, "What's the story?" Crocodile lit up his cigar and replied calmly, "The director of the Undersea Prison, a man who is said to have Admiral-level combat power, Magellan. Admiral class." Enel also frowned, and then looked at Magellan's body wrapped in venom, as if he understood something. If that's the case, then watch me. Advertisement. The next second, lightning flashed in Enel's hand, and grains of golden sand were condensed into a long stick, which suddenly hit the thunder drum behind him. Boom! A terrifying force of thunder was drawn out from the thunder drum, followed by a loud roar from Enel, and a powerful aura instantly swept across the entire passage. How can this flowing venom stop the high temperature possessed by thunder? 200 million volts, Thunder God's gun. The golden staff in Enel's hand turned into a terrifying spear. The astonishing force of thunder was wrapped around the spear. With the help of the terrifying power of thunder and lightning, it instantly pierced through the poisonous giant soldier and passed through Magellan's abdomen. How is it possible? Magellan covered his abdomen in disbelief, somewhat surprised at the strength that Enel possessed. Rhine chuckled and said, although the ability of the poison fruit allows you to exert a terrifying combat power comparable to that of an admiral in a narrow space, let me ask you, in such a space, how can you avoid the thunder fruit's terrifying move of 200 million volts? Enel appeared in front of Magellan again, his figure completely transformed into a startling blue thunderbolt, and shouted, 100 million volts. Discharge. The terrifying power of thunder instantly surged out of Enel's body and touched Magellan. Looking at Magellan, who had completely turned into charcoal and passed out, Rhine shook his head. A lot of time had been wasted here. If the Marine reacted quickly, they would have to hurry up. Without Magellan's obstruction, the group was able to move forward smoothly and soon arrived at the passage to Eternal Hell. Crocodile didn't hesitate at all, pressed his palm on the gate to Eternal Hell, and activated the Devil Fruit ability. With the terrifying sand-making ability of the sand fruit, the gate was easily dissolved into sand. The group passed through the hole made by Crocodile and finally arrived at the Eternal Hell where countless monsters from the old times were imprisoned. When the observation hockey came towards everyone, Rhine couldn't help but smile. Nice to meet you, old-time bastards. As Rhine's amazing conqueror's hockey swept across the entire Eternal Hell, the monsters opened their eyes one after another and looked towards where Rhine was. Before they could say anything, they heard Rhine say, now, is there anyone who wants to go out with me and turn this world upside down? Chapter 49 Monsters from the old times inherit the Momo fruit. Impelton, the great undersea prison. The 6th floor, Eternal Hell. At this moment, accompanied by Rhine's powerful conqueror's hockey and the words spoken by Rhine, the monsters who had been imprisoned in this prison for who knows how many years could no longer contain their excitement and banged on the iron doors of the cells with all their strength. Hey, kid, if you can let me out, I will follow you and become your subordinate. Don't believe his lies. Let Lousy go, and Lousy will tell you where Lousy's financial report from that year is. Boy, do you need a devil fruit? As long as you are willing to let me out, Lousy will tell you the location of a Logia devil fruit. Suddenly, the entire Eternal Hell became bustling with activity, but it was obvious that Rhine's real target was not these thugs on the periphery, but the powerful monsters in the deepest part of Eternal Hell. Although in the old days, these pirates who were able to be imprisoned in Eternal Hell were also well known, but after being imprisoned for so many years, their own strength has already regressed to an unimaginable level. Even if they go out and become a member of the Flying Pirates, the role they can play will be minimal. In other words, from the very beginning, Rhine set foot in Eternal Hell not for these guys, but for those legends of the old times hidden in the deepest part of Eternal Hell, whose names had long been completely erased by the world government. When the members of the Flying Pirates passed the outer cells and appeared deeper in Eternal Hell, those real monsters opened their eyes and looked at Rhine calmly. Hey, the guy playing with sand, are you following this little devil now? Hearing this voice, Crocodile frowned immediately, and looked through the cell door, seeing a man in a cell not far away. What a surprise. I can actually see old acquaintances here. Crocodile grinned, and under the curious gazes of the rest of the Flying Pirates, Crocodile said the other party's name. The man from the former Roger Pirates, who could be called Roger's right-hand man along with Pluten Rayleigh, the descendant of the devil, Douglas Bullet. Hearing this, everyone in the Flying Pirates took a deep breath. This is a real monster. Crocodile continued to ask, I heard that you fought against Buster Call alone. I thought you died in that battle. I didn't expect that you were imprisoned in Eternal Hell. What is the situation in the sea outside now? Advertisement. As he spoke, Bullet's gaze fell on Rhine, with a hint of surprise in his eyes. Is this kid your captain? The Conqueror's hockey he showed just now was just like Roger in his prime. Bullet. Crocodile had already formed streaks of yellow sand in his hands. He looked at Bullet unkindly and continued, show some respect to my captain, or I will personally teach you how to respect others. Hearing this, Bullet couldn't help but sneer, but didn't say anything else. Rhine looked at Bullet in front of him and narrowed his eyes. He then said, Devil's descendant, Douglas Bullet, the user of the Paramecia fusion fruit, I heard that you were once evenly matched with Pluten Rayleigh. Hey, kid, are you saying that you will release Lousy and make him submit to you? Bullet grinned and said in a rather arrogant tone, who do you think you are? Me. Rhine chuckled, but did not continue to answer. He just walked through Bullet's cell and headed deeper into the cell. This guy is not someone who can be easily subdued. For nearly 20 years, Bullet has never given up on improving his strength. Even though he is bound by seastone chains, Bullet's current combat power has definitely reached the quasi-admiral level, and he has even truly begun to step into the admiral level. In the original book, Blackbeard gave up on recruiting this guy, but Rhine would not do that. For Rhine, the first thing he needs to do is to gain more powerful strength, and then come back to completely conquer Bullet. After all, to outsiders, it seems that Rhine's goal this time is to recruit crew members, but only Rhine knows that his real target is a man who has been frozen in the deepest part of eternal hell by the world government for 30 years. World Destroyer. Burn World. If it was a head-on fight, Rhine might have a hard time killing this guy, but this guy is now completely frozen and has no ability to resist. You only need to pierce the heart and brain to inherit the opponent's abilities. Rhine's eyes flashed with excitement. When the huge piece of ice appeared in front of him, Rhine did not hesitate at all and directly pulled out Sakura 10. With the amazing Conqueror's entanglement, he sent Sakura 10 directly into the heart of the world. Seeing this, Crocodile asked in confusion, "Captain, what are you doing?" World Destroyer. Burn World. I have been dreaming of his abilities for a long time. Advertisement. Rhine did not hide it from everyone. He broke the ice with a slap and then caught the fallen world imprisoned in the sea stone. The body of the deceased has been detected. Should we inherit it? Close black lens bracket. Inherit. Congratulations host, inheriting the World Destroyer Burn World legacy and obtaining the Paramecia Momo fruit. Congratulations to the host for inheriting the legacy of World Destroyer Burn World and obtaining a top-level physique. The next second, a powerful force was transferred from World's body to Rhine's body. At this moment, Crocodile and others are still thinking about the meaning of Rhine's words. Clearly Rhine has already mastered the ability of Lion Fruit, so why would he still be interested in the fruit ability of Burn World? Could it be that? Amidst everyone's incredulous gazes, Rhine slowly pulled out Sakura 10, and then swung it at the monsters, cells not far away. Momo, 10 times slash. The already terrifying flying slash, amplified by the Momo fruit, instantly became as powerful as if it could destroy the world. The terrifying aura even made Crocodile think that even if Rhine used divine evasion, the power could only reach this level. As this, World Destroyer's Momo fruit, those in the cells who knew about the existence of the world name more than 30 years ago looked at Rhine in disbelief. Why did this guy get the ability of the world's devil fruit? The members of the Flying Pirates gasped and looked at Rhine in disbelief. Their captain was actually able to master a second devil fruit ability. Become the first person in history to possess the ability of two fruits. However, before anyone could think, Enel's voice came, shouting, "Captain, hurry up." Those guys in the marine seemed to have realized what was happening. There are already warships approaching the underwater prison. Chapter 50 Monsters from the Old Times, Admiral-level collision. Naval Headquarters Marineford. When watching the celestial dragons fall, Sengoku had only one thought in mind at this moment, which was to have the three admirals destroy the flying pirates. Sengoku knew very well that if the flying pirates were not eliminated, it would only cause more and more headaches. Although the captain of the Sky Pirates, Lerona Rhine, possesses the lion fruit ability of the former Golden Lion, in Sengoku's opinion, if Borsalino can hold the opponent back, then Sakazuki and Aoki will assist, and even the CP organization of the world government will come to support. The flying pirates will definitely be destroyed. Even Lerona Rhine will be suppressed and imprisoned and impelled down like the Golden Lion did back then. But at this moment, a Den Mushi suddenly called, causing Sengoku to frown. This is Sengoku, how is the battle going? At this moment, Sengoku thought that the marine fleet had arrived at Eni's lobby and collided with the guys from the flying pirates. However, they didn't expect that the Den Mushi was not sent by the marine fleet, but by the underwater prison Impelton. Ahem. Marshal Sengoku. I'm the deputy director of the Undersea Prison, Hannibal. On the other end of the line, Hannibal endured the discomfort and said solemnly, the governor of the Sky Pirates, Lerona Rhine, led the many monsters of the Sky Pirates to break Impel down. At this moment, the other party may have already entered the eternal hell and came into contact with those monsters that were eliminated by the era. After saying this, Hannibal seemed to be exhausted. He resisted the urge to fall asleep and continued, Marshal Sengoku, please support the Undersea Prison immediately. Those monsters from the old times cannot be released. Beep beep beep. As the Den Mushi was disconnected, Sengoku's eyes became solemn, and he already knew the real plan of the flying pirates. Those guys actually used celestial dragons as bait to draw the attention of marine and world government to Eni's lobby. Then the real purpose was revealed, was it to attack the underwater prison and release those super monsters from the old times. Damn it, this is going to be a big trouble. Impelton, the great undersea prison. In eternal hell, as the cell doors opened one after another, the monsters from the old times set their sights on Rhine. However, Rhine didn't pay attention to the monsters' gazes, and carefully felt the changes in the power in his body. Open black lens bracket host. Lerona Rhine close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket age. 21 years old close black lens bracket. Conqueror's hockey. Observation hockey, top level. Listen to everything armament hockey, top level. Internal destruction conquerors, top level. King's domain. Fruit ability. Paramecia lion fruit, Paramecia momo fruit. 377 kendo level. High level great swordsman normal, intermediate, high level, top level, peak. Physical strength. High level admiral. Comprehensive strength. Peak admiral level combat power. Evaluation. Congratulations to the host for successfully obtaining the second Devil Fruit ability, and with the addition of the World Destroyer legacy, his combat power has remained at the top Admiral level. However, the host's combat power is still slightly behind the world's top level, so please continue to work hard. Closing square bracket. Looking at the system panel, his strength in all aspects has even reached the limit, but the system's evaluation says that there is still a gap between the real peaks in the world. This inevitably made Rhine frown. Could it be that it was different from what he had guessed? Wasn't the peak Admiral level combat power equal to the 4 Emperors level combat power? The peak Admiral level combat power is equivalent to the 4 Emperors level combat power, but it is slightly different from the world's true peak. This means that the host is still half a step away from super monsters such as Rox, Roger, peak Whitebeard, and peak Kaido. Looking at the answer given by the system, Rhine finally reacted. Indeed, compared to those super monsters at their peak, I might still have some shortcomings. But these shortcomings will be completely eliminated with the end of C Circle Calendar 1520. Because Rhine is very clear that the big event that will happen in the future will be enough to make Rhine touch the corpse of the strongest person in the world in the past, adding even more terrifying power. But right now is not the time to think about these things. Enel, where are those guys from Marine? Hearing Rhine's question, Enel couldn't help but take a deep breath and said solemnly, we have arrived at the platform. First guess those Marine masters are waiting for us to fall into their trap. Upon hearing this, the faces of the many crew members of the flying pirates changed. Even the pirates who opened their cell doors in Eternal Hell looked solemn. If going out means facing the strongest Marine force, then why go out? However, upon hearing this, Rhine simply grinned and looked calmly at the monsters imprisoned in Eternal Hell. Any of you who want to leave can follow me. As for whether or not to follow me, you can make a decision again after you have thought it through. After saying that, Rhine walked directly out of Eternal Hell. Rhine knew very well that it was very difficult to make these monsters truly submit, but, as long as these monsters saw his current power, Rhine had the confidence to make these monsters willingly submit to him. Interesting. They clearly came here to gather the crew, but in the end they gave us this choice. The Devil's descendant, Douglas Bullet, grinned and followed first, saying in a very calm tone, I'm curious, what qualifications do you have to become my new captain? Advertisement. Seeing that Bullet took the initiative to follow, some of the monsters imprisoned in Eternal Hell hesitated. But in the end, most of the beings chose to stay in Eternal Hell and did not move. In their opinion, just because Rhine and his gang were able to come to Eternal Hell, it didn't mean they had the strength to leave. From what Enel said just now, we can know that if we go out now, the top combat forces of Marine are blocking the door outside, how can we escape? Instead of wasting time, you might as well just lie down and take a nap. However, there is still a group of branch house guys who are unwilling to stay in this Eternal Hell and are ready to follow and try to see if they can leave this so-called ironclad underwater prison. As for following the Rhine, to be honest, unless Rhine truly demonstrates enough strength for them to follow him, they will not be willing to submit to a kid who is only in his 20s. The Undersea Prison, where the first platform on the sea is located. At this moment, the Marine's peak combat power has arrived. Led by 16 elite vice admirals from the naval headquarters, including Huo Shaoshan, Doberman, Ghost Spider, Flying Squirrel, and Stallo Berry, they are standing at the entrance of the first platform of the underwater prison at this moment. The 3 top admirals of the naval headquarters, Akainu Sakazuki, Kizaru Borsellino, and Shinji Kuzan, also arrived at the first floor platform at this moment, standing in the middle, waiting for the flying pirates to come out. And located outside the underwater prison, more than 30 warships have surrounded the underwater prison from beginning to end, with 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. In order to completely destroy the flying pirates, the world government CP0 member, a man with admiral-level combat power, codenamed Angel, has already arrived above the undersea prison. 4 admiral-class fighters, more than 16 elite vice admiral-class fighters, and 30 Buster Call-class warships to cover. This is enough to destroy any transcendent force. Here I come. Sakazuki raised his head slightly. Among the 3 strongest fighters, only Sakazuki had not yet come into contact with the flying pirates. In addition to Sakazuki, both Shinji and Borsellino have experience fighting against Rhine. Use celestial dragons to attract the world's attention, break into the underwater prison Impelton, and release the monsters of the old times. Shinji continued, to be honest, this guy's methods and strategies are simply beyond belief and terrifying. Borsellino was grinding his nails with a nail clipper in a bored manner, and said calmly, although the power of the flying pirates is quite amazing, facing the lineup we put out today, even if the 4 emperors of the New World came, they would definitely be captured. They have no possibility of escape. Boom. As the powerful aura continued to spread, it covered the entire underwater prison. A large number of dark clouds gathered in the sky, and suddenly there were lightning, thunder, and heavy rain. It seems to indicate that this battle will be extremely sensational. With a thunderous roar, the next second, Rhine's figure was the first to appear from the entrance. Here comes the governor of the flying pirates, Golden Lion 2, Lerona Rhine. A Marine Rear Admiral looked solemnly, Sifa feeling the breath emanating from Rhine, and couldn't help swallowing his saliva. It is said that even the admirals can't do anything to this guy's strength. Don't underestimate the strength of the admirals. This guy was just lucky before. With a lineup like this today, even if the 4 emperors come, they will die. As Rhine walked out, the crew members of the Flying Pirates group also appeared in Marine's sight one by one. The user of Thunder Fruit, Thunder God Enel. One of the former 7 warlords of the sea, Crocodile. Formerly one of the 7 warlords of the sea, and Moria. The 3 strongest fighters of the Flying Pirates. The rest are just a bunch of weaklings who are not worth noting. But even so, the opponent's strength cannot be underestimated. Pirates Hunter, Rorno Azoro. Mr. 1, Daz Bonus. Devil's Son, Chuan Yi. As the members of the Flying Pirates appeared one after another, the Marines present couldn't help but gulp. Their powerful aura was even stronger than that of the admirals. Hey, someone else is coming out. What, aren't all the guys from the Flying Pirates here? That's the Devil's Descendant, Douglas Bullet. The King of Evil, Avalo Pizarro. Why, Impel Down Warden, Rain Shiryu is also in such a camp. No, look, advertisement. When the last figure walked out, even the Marine Admiral couldn't help but gasp. That guy, isn't he still alive after all these years? Borsellino looked solemn, and Sakazuki and Shinji beside him also had heavy expressions on their faces. As this guy also released. The former commander-in-chief of the army fell with empty hands. Level Strong. A super monster who stands alone against the Whitebeard Pirates and Roger Pirates. The Lone Red, Baloric Redfield. I didn't expect you to come out. I thought you'd be completely accustomed to the environment in Eternal Hell after being in it for so long. Listening to Bullet's words, Redfield said calmly, I just want to see how a guy with such horrible means will grow up. Same level. Terrorist tactics. Bullet glanced at Redfield in confusion, but Redfield's eyes were fixed on Rhine. Feeling the other party's gaze, Rhine couldn't help but chuckle. He hadn't blocked the other party's observation hockey from probing his inner thoughts before. It seemed that the other party already knew that he could get more devil fruit abilities. Although I don't know why I can't read your mind anymore, but Lion Fruit and Momo Fruit are definitely not your limit. Ji Yu Gao Ji Hong looked at Rhine and said calmly, I will follow you and become your steward. Rhine glanced at Redfield with some surprise, but he didn't care too much. An admiral-level warrior who was even close to the top level after recovering to his peak. If someone is willing to follow, Kai Yin will naturally not refuse him. Are you the only ones out? He glanced at the Lone Red, then at Bullet and the King of Evil and Shiryu of Rain standing beside him. It seemed that the other guys had no intention of leaving the underwater prison. But Rhine didn't think it was a big deal. Apart from these guys, the rest were just a bunch of rabble. When Bullet, the Evil King and Shiryu of Rain behind him all said that Rhine possessed the 2 top Paramecia abilities of Lion Fruit and Momo Fruit, they were all shocked. He showed an expression of disbelief. Is there really someone in this world who can master multiple devil fruit abilities? What can the other small fish do even if they come out? Bullet took a deep breath and said calmly, can even small fry get on your boat? Shiryu of Rain and the King of Evil government did not speak, but just looked at Rhine, feeling the astonishing sense of oppression from Rhine, and were speechless for a moment. This is not the place for you to have casual conversations, pirates. Suddenly, a figure came over and shouted, go back to the underwater prison. After Bullet detected the opponent's attack with his observation hockey, he couldn't help but grin and said, as the current Marine so brave just because he is a rear admiral. Fit. Bullet's fist wrapped in armament hockey had easily wiped out the attacking Marine rear admiral. He looked at the Marines with a bad look and said, if you want lousy to return, go to eternal hell, then let Garp and Sengoku try it themselves. Boom. The amazing conquerors swept out from Bullet and pressed down on the Marine above. Rain Shiryu and the Evil King did not think too much about it. For them, the most important thing was to deal with these Marines first and then consider whether to join the Flying Pirates. Affection. Get out of the way. Just as Shiryu of Rain and the King of Evil government were about to attack, the voice of Baloric Redfield came, causing the two to freeze involuntarily. This guy is a true legend from the old times, don't mess with him. As Baloric Redfield's powerful conquerors burst, the opponent couldn't help but say, Bullet boy, use the dominance color to disperse them. Bullet grinned and responded, no problem. The two conquerors cooperated instantly, and the suppression power was even more terrifying, and even the vice admirals found it difficult to resist. If Rain Shiryu and the Evil King are only vice admirals or elite vice admirals, then Bullet and Lone Red, even though they have been imprisoned for so many years, are still. It's an admiral level combat power. Bullet's aura should be that he has just entered the admiral level. It seems that he has never given up training in the underwater prison and has just made a breakthrough in recent years. As for the Lonely Red, it was because of the restrained blood. Although he was old, the aura he exuded still reached the level of a high-level admiral. The conqueror's impact caused by the combined efforts of the two even required the 3 admirals to take action and gather armament hockey together to stop the conqueror's pressure from the two. Chapter 51. The power of the dual fruit is revealed. A terrifying 50-fold slash. He looked at the members of the Flying Pirates who had not yet taken action, and then looked at the Devil's Descendant and the Lone Red in front of Rhine. The 3 admirals were extremely solemn at this moment. Now it's not so easy to solve the problem. Rhine, who is already an admiral-level fighter, now has the help of the Lone Red and the Devil's Descendant. Add to that the 3 great forces of Rain Shiryu, the King of Evil Government, and the Flying Pirates. To be honest, this seems to be a mesh group that has surpassed the level of the 4 Emperor's Pirates. The words that the Lonely Red, Baroric Redfield said just now, were not said behind the backs of the Marines. The super legend of the old times, the terrifying monster who could rival the two legendary pirates on his own, Baroric Redfield, actually announced that he would follow Rhine and become the butler. What a joke. Once the flying pirates leave safely, their strength will skyrocket, and they will even surpass the red hair pirates, who are known as the two emperors. It seems that Marine pays special attention to you. Bullet glanced at Rhine, and then said calmly, these three guys were the famous monsters vice admirals in the Marine before I was escorted to the undersea prison. After so many years, these three people should have become Marine admirals, right? Three monster admirals holding Logia devil fruit, this year's Marines are really powerful. After Bullet finished speaking, his eyes fell on Qingji Kuzan, and then he narrowed his eyes and said slowly, the kid who followed Garp back then, has he become a Marine admiral who can stand on his own now? How about letting me handle this guy? Rhine chuckled and said, just do as you like. This is your first battle as a descendant of the devil returning to this world, so don't embarrass yourself. Is it embarrassing? The next second, Bullet's figure rushed forward, and dark purple energy surrounded Bullet. Lousy doesn't even take Garp seriously now. The power of the fusion fruit was activated, and many of the turrets and ships that were originally destroyed on the platform of the underwater prison were wrapped in this energy and merged with Bullet. Medium Bullet form. Fit. The terrifying fist almost hit Qingji, and his huge size was even more incredible. This is the man that former Vice Admiral Garp had to team up with Buster Call and exhaust his energy to suppress. Devil's descendant, Douglas Bullet. Hello, frozen imp. The huge body suddenly swung its fist, and the amazing hockey instantly wrapped around it. Seeing this, Qingji did not hesitate at all, and jumped up. Countless ice blades condensed out of thin air kept attacking Bullet's head. Seeing this, Borsellino also crossed his arms and immediately planned to use Yasukani no Magatama to help Qingji suppress Bullet. But at this moment, a red dagger stopped Borsellino's attack. Although Bullet has not yet admitted that he will join the Flying Pirates and become a follower of Rhine, it does not mean that he will not change his mind in the future. Looking at the person who made the move, Borsellino's expression gradually became serious. The Lone Red, Baroric Redfield. A monster of this level was actually released from eternal hell. The aura was so terrifying that it made people tremble all over. It looks like it will be very troublesome to resolve the battle this time. Borsellino said as he condensed the Kusanagi sword in his hand. He looked at Redfield with sharp eyes and said with a heavy face, let me see how much strength this monster who was once able to rival the legendary pirates has left now. Just give it a try. Redfield sneered, his eyes full of contempt for the Marine Admiral. Possessing the mind-reading observation Haki, one of the top swordsmen of the old times, possessing the extraordinary Conqueror's Haki blessing. Even though he is a little old, it is still enough to delay the progress of a Marine Admiral. In an instant, two of the three strongest fighters in the naval headquarters were delayed. These monsters from the old times are incredible. Moria couldn't help but say, the Devil's descendant Douglas Bullet, plus the Lone Red, Baroric Redfield, these are two Admiral-level fighters, Captain. But, why would that fellow, Lone Red, be willing to submit to you, Captain? Crocodile also looked at Rhine in confusion. It was rumored that Lone Red could once stand shoulder to shoulder with the Whitebeard pirates and Roger pirates on his own. Even if such a super monster had been imprisoned for many years and his strength had declined, the pride in his heart would not be so easily subdued, right? However, Rhine smiled calmly and said, perhaps it was because of his observation Haki that he noticed the difference between us that he was willing to board the flying pirate's ship. Hearing this, everyone looked at the distance with puzzled expressions. At this moment, Baroric Redfield was fighting with Marine Admiral Kizaru Borsellino. The battle between the two was very shocking. Borsellino did have the advantage in speed, but it seemed that no matter how fast Borsellino was, Redfield could react and find a place to fight back. For a moment, both of them were in a stalemate. Advertisement. Meanwhile, the naval headquarters top fighter, the young Kuzan, is battling the Devil's descendant, Douglas Bullet. Bullet relies on the terrifying improvement of the fusion fruit, and his size and strength can be said to have increased several times. At this moment, facing a supreme warrior, he was not at a disadvantage. Crocodile, who saw this scene, couldn't help but recall what happened many years ago. At that time, Bullet had not yet entered the New World, and he was just a pirate who had just set sail. The two of them had a battle. But after that, Bullet joined the Roger pirates, while Crocodile was defeated by Whitebeard, and the gap between him and Bullet seemed to be getting bigger and bigger. That guy, has his strength grown to this level? Crocodile put out his cigar and said solemnly, but it won't take too long. I will definitely catch up with that guy. Although the battle back then ended in a draw, now, I don't want to lose to anyone other than the captain. However, at this moment, a flame filled with holiness suddenly struck, causing everyone to frown. 60 million volt Thunderbird. Enel reacted quickly, and released his powerful heart anytime and anywhere, reacting almost immediately. The Thunderbird collided with the holy flame, and the violent explosion also attracted the attention of many Marines. Rhine looked up and squinted his eyes at the other person's attire. He slowly said, I didn't expect the world government would even send this guy out. Who is this guy? This aura, isn't it any weaker than the Admiral class? Moria looked serious and continued, if we want to deal with this guy, Crocodile and I might have to work together to fight him. CP0 Supreme, codenamed Angel. Rhine's face was calm, and then his eyes fell on Enel, and he said, relying on Thunder Fruit, you can show a combat power comparable to that of a quasi-admiral. Aren't you always curious about how far your strength is from that of a true admiral? Upon hearing this, Enel's eyes suddenly lit up, and he immediately turned into a bolt of lightning and rushed up into the sky. Leave it to me, boss. Looking at Enel charging into the sky, Crocodile couldn't help but frown and said, can Enel do it alone? An admiral-level fighter. Trust your companions, Crocodile. Moria grinned and said, although I don't think I am weaker than others, but, as companions on the same ship, I must fully trust my companions, Crocodile. Crocodile said nothing, and looked at the 16 elite vice-admirals not far away. Divide them. After saying this, Crocodile rushed forward, and the vast dust instantly gathered into a sharp blade. It is Crocodile's signature feature, the crescent-shaped sand dunes. Anyone hit by this attack will not only have their head and body separated, but all the water in their bodies will be sucked dry by the sand, turning them into a dried corpse. Seeing this, Moria couldn't help but grin and said, don't steal Lousy's opponent, Crocodile. As Crocodile and Moria attacked, Shiryu of Rain could not help but hold the blade at his waist, with a somewhat unhappy look on his face. He said, it seems that there are no opponents left for us. The King of Evil Government shrugged, and then his eyes fell on Rhine. Captain Rhine, right. Hearing this, Rhine couldn't help but glance at the King of Evil Government, and then asked, what? I want to join the Sky Pirates. At this moment, the King of Evil saw very clearly that whether it was Enel, Crocodile, or Moria, they were all monsters with outstanding talents and amazing strength. These people are willing to follow Rhine, absolutely, because Rhine has the qualifications to make them submit. In addition, Lone Red also said that he would become Rhine's butler, which was enough to prove Rhine's extraordinariness. Therefore, the King of Evil Government thought very clearly that after leaving this underwater prison, he would not be able to find a place to go in a short time anyway, so he might as well join the Flying Pirates directly. It's just right, let's see how terrible Rhine's ambition is. Hearing this, Rhine did not refuse, and said very calmly, want to join? It's very simple. A Marine Vice Admiral's head does not need to be an elite Vice Admiral. Hearing this, Yuji Shiryu couldn't help but grin, and the famous sword Leiyu in his hand was already unsheathed. Is this our token of allegiance? If so, then there is no need to hesitate. The head of a Marine Vice Admiral. The Evil King also took a deep breath, and after the two looked at each other, they both looked at their opponents not far away. For a moment, it seemed that the competition between the Marine and the Flying Pirates had reached a stalemate. I have to admit that in a fight of this magnitude, except for the top fighters, the rest of the Flying Pirates, even Zoro and Daz Bonus, find it difficult to intervene. Although the two of them were able to fight against those rear admirals, winning was not an easy task. After we return this time, we must hurry up and improve our strength. Zoro said in a serious tone, and Bonus, who heard this, also said, the number of monsters is increasing. I don't want to be the last one on the ship. Mr. 3 and Bentham cooperated with each other. Although their fruit abilities did not have a particularly huge killing power, at this moment, with the cooperation of the two, they were able to hold back 4 Marine rear admirals. Advertisement! Exclamation mark. Absalom was much simpler. Facing those Commodores who did not master the observation hockey, Absalom entered the invisible state throughout the whole process, and from time to time, he would face those Marine Commodores. A blow to the vital point. In a short period of time, he actually defeated many opponents. Seeing this scene, Rhine's expression was quite satisfied. At this moment, the only ones from the Flying Pirates who had not taken action were Rhine and the 3 people behind him. They are Nami, Robin and Perona. Nami naturally needs no introduction. As a full-time navigator, although his strength has improved, he is only able to deal with some ordinary Marine soldiers. Robin is much stronger, and with the development and coordination of flower fruit abilities, he should have no problem dealing with some Marine colonels. As for Perona, pure bug. Although he did not rush forward to deal with the Marines, Perona would occasionally activate the negative ghost to deal with the Marines and generals surrounding him. He just fell to the ground and entered a state of self-negativity for a few seconds. I just don't know if Perona can still use his passive ghost ability when facing those beings whose strength far exceeds his own. But at this moment, a red figure appeared in front of Rhine. His cold eyes stared at Rhine as if he was looking at a dead person. Your biggest mistake was leaving S** X to yourself. Do you think I am some kind of rabble? As the words fell, Sakazuki's entire right arm turned into boiling magma. The next second, Sakazuki suddenly swung his fist and smashed it hard on Rhine's head. Dark Hound. Suddenly, a terrifying impact force like a volcanic eruption came, carrying with it the rolling magma and the strong man's hockey. Seeing this, Rhine did not hesitate at all. He dodged and activated the Lion Fruit ability, lifting a piece of ground and 3 women with low combat power into the air. He suddenly pulled out the Sakura from his waist. 10. He slashed at Sakazuki with his sword. However, the slash wrapped around hockey collided with Sakazuki's fist, and a terrifying impact broke out. Even the distant sea was hit by this shock, causing a terrifying tsunami of tens to hundreds of meters. The blow was successful. Rhine looked at Sakazuki, who attacked again, and couldn't help but sneer. You are worthy of being the most loyal lackey of the world government. How? Because I killed you. So now you are angry and want revenge. Hearing this, Sakazuki's face turned dark and he replied with an extremely cold expression. You have no chance of escaping today, you will definitely die. However, Rhine sneered and mocked. If you have such ability, why don't you show it to me instead of just barking at me? Oh, I forgot, aren't you a vicious dog? Red dog. You deserve to die. Sakazuki's eyes were red, and his amazing haki immediately burst out and entangled, and his terrifying magma fist gathered, and with the help of the terrifying propulsion force of the magma eruption, he instantly came in front of Rhine. Great eruption. Just this kind of momentum is far from enough, red dog. Rhine sneered, and without any hesitation, he activated the Lion Fruit ability in the face of the attacking Sakazuki. Lion Majesty Flowing Water. The raging tsunami in the distance was actually controlled by the Lion Fruit's ability, slowly wrapping around Sakazuki. In order to dodge, Sakazuki had to move sideways, but this also missed the best time to attack. If it was before, even before entering the Undersea Prison, facing Sakazuki who was at the peak of Admiral level, Rhine would not have been so relaxed. But, who is not at the peak Admiral level? Sakazuki attacked again, and Rhine immediately swung Sakura 10 and Deadwood, and the powerful haki entangled and instantly stopped Sakazuki's attack. However, just when Sakazuki was about to mock Rhine for being too weak and unable to shake him, Rhine's sudden words made Sakazuki's pupils shrink. As expected of the top fighter in the naval headquarters, this explosive power is truly amazing. Rhine couldn't help but chuckle, and he exerted force with both arms to force Sakazuki back, and continued, if you keep it, it won't be so fun. In that case, let me show you my latest power. Rhine lifted up Sakura 10 and the dead tree, swung them violently and shouted, Momo, 50 times / 8. Chapter 52. The strongest fighter fell. Terrifying 100 times divine avoidance. Momo, 50 times / As Rhine finished speaking, the ordinary flying slash instantly exploded with astonishing power as Conqueror's entanglement. The sword intent soaring into the sky even made everyone on the battlefield stop attacking and stare at Rhine. The clouds split and the oceans dried up. With one strike, it was as if the entire world was split in two. The terrifying power was so great that even Conqueror's divine protection could not match it. This is the power of the Paramecia Momo fruit. The great swordsman level slash, coupled with the terrifying amplification granted by the Momo fruit, at this moment Sakazuki's eyes were flashing with disbelief. Are you kidding me? Sakazuki unleashed armament haki all over his body without hesitation, condensing it to ultimate and wrapping his entire right arm around it. He then swung his fist violently, using the amazing explosive power of magma to create a terrifying force like a volcanic eruption. Great eruption. Facing the 50-fold amplification of the Momo fruit, even as a top admiral and one of the strongest fighters in the naval headquarters, Sakazuki had to go all out at this moment to block the attack. But at this moment, all the other marine commanders looked at Rhine in disbelief. Because at this moment, Rhine completely broke the rules and showed his second devil fruit ability. How is this possible? Isn't this guy a Paramecia lion fruit user? There is absolutely no mistake. All the abilities this guy used before were Paramecia lion fruit abilities. There is no difference from the Golden Lion back then. What's going on here? How can one person use two different devil fruit abilities? And they're both top-level Paramecia devil fruit abilities. Many marine commanders showed disbelief on their faces. They all felt suffocated by the sudden display of the power of the Momo fruit by Rhine. How on earth did this guy do that? Kizaru Borsellino, one of the strongest fighters in the naval headquarters, was filled with horror as he watched Rhine unleash the power of the Momo fruit. It is no secret in the world that a person can only master the power of one devil fruit. Anyone who wants to eat the second devil fruit and master the second devil fruit ability will explode and die due to the conflict of power in the body. No one can master two devil fruit abilities at the same time, not even Marine Admiral or four emperors. It can even be said that no one has been able to do it from ancient times to the present. But at this moment, Rhine did it. World Destroyer. Burndy World's Momo fruit, why did it appear on this guy? Borsellino's eyes flashed with solemnity. For the first time, he felt a little afraid of Rhine's existence. This is no joke. The lion fruit, which has absolute air superiority, now has the Paramecia Momo fruit. With the support of two top-level Paramecia devil fruits, Rhine's strength is definitely able to surpass the admiral level. Not far away, Xingji, who was fighting with Bullet, also had an incredible look on his face. Xingji was also present when Burndy World was suppressed. He felt the power of the Paramecia Momo fruit. The power that once belonged to Burndy World was now in Rhine's body. Xingji's eyes were filled with shock and disbelief, and he was also filled with great doubt. How on earth did this guy manage to master two devil fruit powers at the same time? Not to mention Xingji, even Bullet couldn't help but gasp at this moment. The one with double fruit ability. This has never happened in the entire history of the world, and now, it's standing in front of him. Sakazuki, who was fighting with Rhine, looked even uglier. Ultimate. Paramecia lion fruit, plus Paramecia grass fruit. Two devil fruit abilities, and both are top-level Paramecia abilities. At this moment, Sakazuki couldn't help but feel pressured. But even so, Sakazuki had no intention of stopping. Sakazuki looked at Rhine with a serious expression, but said in a cold tone, even if you master the abilities of two devil fruits, it won't change the situation you are facing today. Or do you think that you can escape by relying on the abilities of two devil fruits? Rhine couldn't help but raise his eyebrows, then chuckled and said, I never said that I would choose to run away. As the words fell, Rhine activated the Lion Fruit ability, and two muskets not far away fell into Rhine's hands. Rhine wrapped the armament hockey around the bullet and then pulled the trigger at Sakazuki. I'm just using you Marines for experiments. Blanket. As the bullets were fired, Rhine did not hesitate at all and shouted, double the force. Advertisement. The original bullet instantly turned into the size of a cannonball, wrapped with the amazing armament hockey, and attacked Sakazuki again with a force far beyond comprehension. However, Sakazuki was prepared. He raised his hand and blasted out a stream of lava, easily stopping the two bullets from approaching. With the power of the Momo fruit, these two bullets could easily destroy more than 5 warships. However, at this moment, they were easily blocked by Sakazuki. I have to admit that Sakazuki's strength is definitely at the top level among admirals. Perhaps just as Rhine said, at this moment Rhine was just doing an experiment, trying out the various amplifications of the Momo fruit to see what kind of power it actually had. Looking at the attacking Sakazuki, Rhine did not hesitate at all. He dropped the gun and suddenly pulled out Sakura 10. The amazing hockey was wrapped around it, blocking Sakazuki's fist. Then the ability of the Momo fruit was activated instantly. Momo, 10 times the power. But in an instant, Rhine realized that his strength seemed to have been increased tenfold. The terrifying power even blasted Sakazuki away at the moment of collision. Then Rhine seized the opportunity and leapt towards Sakazuki's flying figure. Momo, 10 times the speed. Boom. Sakazuki was like a cannonball, smashing several warships and almost falling into the ocean. Just as Sakazuki stood firm and looked up, he found that Rhine was already waiting there. Then, Rhine held Sakura 10 and the dead tree in his hand, which was entangled with the amazing armament hockey, and suddenly swung the double blades towards Sakazuki. Momo, 10 times slash. Sakazuki's face darkened. Facing Rhine's continuous attacks, he was unable to defend in time and was almost seriously injured by this attack. Is this the horror of the Momo fruit? Back then, World did not show such a huge oppressive force as Rhine. However, Sakazuki forgot that World's own strength back then was not particularly formidable. If it were only taijutsu and hockey, World's strength would be at most at the vice admiral level. But with the power of the Momo fruit, World is able to contend with admiral level warriors. Today, Rhine is already at the peak of admiral level combat power. With the boost from the Momo fruit, his strength may have already surpassed this limit. Damn it. Sakazuki looked unhappy. Since becoming a Marine, Sakazuki had never had such an embarrassing day. No matter what opponent he faced, Sakazuki had never been suppressed like this. Rhine seemed to have sensed something, and the next second, Sakazuki had fully released the power of the Logia lava fruit. The boiling red magma came into contact with the seawater, but even the seawater was unable to extinguish the magma. Looking at this scene, Rhine couldn't help but narrow his eyes. Sakazuki is the most destructive of the 3 admirals, and can be said to be the strongest force on the Marine side in the future. The power displayed now has definitely not reached its limit. The next second, half of Sakazuki's body turned into boiling magma, and with the help of the huge impact force, he rushed straight towards Rhine in midair. Damn it, what do you think Marine Admiral is? Dark Hound. The terrifying magma condensed into a terrifying hellhound, which opened its bloody mouth towards Rhine, as if it wanted to swallow Rhine into the magma. However, facing this attack, Rhine could not help but sneer, and then slowly raised the Sakura 10 and the dead tree in his hands, accompanied by the explosion and entanglement of Conqueror's hockey. The impact caused by the black and red lightning instantly even caused a storm in the entire comm belt. Then let me see the strength of the Marine's top fighter. As Conqueror's entanglement, Sakura 10 and the dead tree swung instantly, and Rhine shouted at the same time, if you have the ability, catch this knife. Momo, 100 times slash. God avoid. Conqueror's entanglement is an advanced method of using conquerors by the world's top masters, and divine avoidance is an amazing slashing technique developed by pirates King Roger with the help of Conqueror's entanglement. The power of this attack is even comparable to that of Whitebeard at his peak, using Conqueror's entanglement and Shock Fruit's abilities to suppress him. At this moment, Rhine not only used divine evasion, but also amplified the slash. The shocking horror of the Momo fruit was fully revealed by Rhine. Feeling the deadly breath coming from the sky, the terrifying magma could not move forward at all. The huge pressure seemed to condense into substance, blocking the Dark Hound condensed by Sakazuki. However, what was even more terrifying was that the shocking slash that was about to fall from the sky at this moment, with just the pressure of the sword, could even cause a tsunami of 1,000 meters across the ocean. The terrifying power was like a doomsday scene, like Whitebeard activating the power of the shock fruit. But in fact, this was just a strange phenomenon caused by this slash, nothing more. When the scarlet flying slash passed through Sakura 10 and the dead tree, Sakazuki's observation hockey was alerted frantically, and his eyelids twitched violently, as if he insisted on taking this blow, even if he was a Marine Admiral, his life would be in danger. The sky collapsed and the ocean split apart. This was the slashing blow amplified 100-fold. It was a terrifying force that could truly make the gods retreat. Advertisement. Feeling the power of this attack, not only Sakazuki was attracted by the attack, but everyone on the battlefield was looking at the amazing slash that Rhine had swung. As this, the future captain of Lousy, descendant of the devil, Douglas Bullet narrowed his eyes, feeling the power contained in the slash. Bullet couldn't help but imagine, if he entered the large bullet form, could this blow easily wipe him out? The answer is yes. The terrifying power displayed by this attack is even enough to cut off the entire red line. Slashing, it seems, is no longer something that humans can master. God. Barrick Redfield took a deep breath. Although he already knew Rhine's identity as a dual fruit ability user in advance and chose to follow Rhine. But at this moment, Rhine truly exerted the power of the Momo fruit, integrating the Momo fruit with his own swordsmanship, and slashing out such a terrifying blow. Redfield. Only then will you be willing to surrender in the true sense. This power is like that of a god. Who in the world can compete with Rhine? This blow is enough to make it possible for a person with level 1 combat power to fall. On the Marine side, at this moment, whether it was Aoki Kuzan or Kizaru Borsalino, at this moment, they were feeling the breath emanating from Rhine, feeling that the terrifying power contained in the slash made both of them break into a cold sweat for Sakazuki. Even though they knew that Sakazuki's combat power was definitely at the top level among the Admiral class, they were really worried about Sakazuki in the face of this attack. Find out if Sakazuki can survive this attack. As for the Vice Admirals, they seem to have been in silence for a long time. First, he showed his dual fruit ability, and then completely suppressed the top fighter of Naval Headquarters, Akainu Sakazuki. Now, with the Momo fruit's hundredfold amplification, it has revealed the most terrifying new power in the world. Even the world's greatest swordsman, Jorakul Mahawk, would be ashamed of himself if he saw such a slash. Let's talk about Sakazuki, who was facing this attack. At this moment, he was facing the terrifying blow that seemed to be enough to cut him in two. An even more terrifying magma force emerged from Sakazuki's body. What a joke. Lousy won't die here so easily. Sakazuki's eyes flashed with amazing fire, and then his lower body turned into terrible magma, simulating the huge impact of a volcanic eruption. He actually didn't dodge but rushed towards the vegetable. Yin's slash met the attack head-on. Marine Admiral must not retreat, otherwise, wouldn't it mean that the power of evil has surpassed the righteous Marine? With this thought in mind, Sakazuki took a deep breath and tried his best to mobilize the power of Haki and the fruit in his body. Then, Sakazuki swung his right arm violently, as if to release all the strength in his body in an instant. No matter what kind of monster you are, since you have joined the evil camp of the pirates, you will definitely be defeated by the righteous side. Sakazuki murmured, then shouted, because, the victory of justice is inevitable. Great eruption. In the sky, looking at Sakazuki rushing towards the divine dodge, Rhine couldn't help but narrow his eyes, with a bit of surprise in his eyes. Has this guy's combat power reached a breakthrough again? With the help of the huge pressure, the aura displayed by Sakazuki at this moment even exceeded the scope of the Admiral level. Originally, Sakazuki was supposed to reach the peak level in 2 years, but he did it ahead of time. But even so, it seems that the power contained in Rhine's attack cannot be ignored even by the strongest at the peak level. The great eruption of hell and the hundredfold divine avoidance collided violently. The terrifying force caused an astonishing impact. Not only the ocean, but even the distant islands were affected. The shock caused by this collision caused me to be shaken. However, Sakazuki has done his best to achieve this. It seems that the lack of Conqueror's Haki to be able to do this is all Sakazuki has. Without Conqueror's entanglement to increase the power of the move, Sakazuki is now. G can't stop the slash at all. When the great eruption of hell was cut off and disintegrated, Sakazuki gushed out a mouthful of blood, and his body was also slashed by the flying sword, leaving a huge scar. His figure was heading towards the sea. The ocean fell away. Sakazuki. Qingji's pupils shrank, and he was about to go to help, but Bullet seized the opportunity and punched Qingji in the waist, causing Qingji to fly backwards. It crashed into a warship. Hey, it looks like we have a chance to keep at least one of the Naval Headquarters top fighters today. Chapter 53. All parties are shocked by the unprecedented double fruit ability. On the Marine side, with the fall of Akainu Sakazuki, one of the strongest fighters in the Naval Headquarters, it seems that this battle is already difficult for the Marine to win, because they no longer have anyone who can compete with Rhine. But in fact, they didn't know that at this moment, the strength in Rhine's body was almost exhausted. I have to admit that the power of the Momo fruit is indeed very terrifying, but, use Conqueror's Coil, swing the Divine Evasion, and use the Momo fruit to amplify the slash 100 times. If it weren't for his Admiral level physique, Rhine might have already revealed his flaws at this moment. But even so, the remaining strength in Rhine's body at this moment is definitely not enough to continue to delay with any Admiral level combat power. It seems that such a trick cannot be used casually. Rhine took a deep breath. The hundredfold increase in divine avoidance was indeed terrifying, but his physical strength had not yet reached its peak. Such a method could only be used as a super trump card. Although he was not drained of energy all at once, after performing divine avoidance, Momo's 100 times increase, Rhine indeed no longer had the strength to continue to clash with the Admiral level combat power. But, the power of Shinbi Momo increased a hundredfold, but Rhine was very satisfied. Although Sakazuki did not die, but was severely injured, this was enough. The hundredfold increase in divine avoidance was definitely qualified to be the most powerful move of Rhine, no doubt about it. Paramecia devil fruit is a type of fruit that consumes a lot of physical energy. It is impossible for Rhine to carry 2 top-level Paramecia devil fruits and perform such a method without any burden. Looking at Sakazuki falling into the sea, Rhine understood very well at this moment that even if he wanted to continue chasing and killing Sakazuki completely, it would be difficult to really seize the opportunity. However, at this moment, the Marines didn't know what was going on inside Rhine's body. Seeing Sakazuki fall, the Marines were extremely anxious. Not to mention getting Sakazuki out of the sea, how to deal with the members of the flying pirates in front of them became a huge problem. But at this moment, Rhine suddenly activated the ability of Lion Fruit 28, and a terrifying tsunami swept towards the underwater prison. Everyone in the flying pirates group showed a very puzzled look. Let's go, boys. Rhine looked calm as he looked at the remaining marine warriors and said calmly, if you want to save Sakazuki, you must first find a way to withstand the attack of these 10 waves of tsunamis. The next second, the huge Ragnarok fell from the sky and stopped on the first platform of the underwater prison. Seeing that Rhine had returned to the ship, the other members of the flying pirates followed Rhine without any hesitation. Shiryu Yu took a puff of his cigar and looked at the huge Ragnarok, his eyes full of excitement. Following such a strong man is definitely more interesting than beating up those powerless prisoners in the underwater prison. As for the king of evil government, needless to say, he came with the intention of joining the flying pirates, and the moment the ship arrived, he followed Kaijin's footsteps. Goodbye, everyone. Douglas Bullet grinned, looking at the top combat force of the naval headquarters who dared not to act rashly not far away, and couldn't help but sneered. Although I failed to completely kill a Marine Admiral, it seems that your Marine's top combat force has been crushed by my new captain. After saying this, Bullet jumped up and landed on the deck of the Ragnarok. Lone Red also glanced at Borsellino not far away with a very indifferent look, and jumped behind Rhine and returned to the Ragnarok. As for the others, they all returned to the deck, leaving only Enel facing the CP0 Supreme Angel, finding it difficult to escape. Enel, let's go. Rhine's amazing conqueror's haki erupted and suppressed the CP Angel, saying in a very cold tone, tell the 5 elders that I will return everything that the world government has given me, little by little, and let them wash their necks clean in Mariejois. Feeling the ultimate conqueror's pressure from Rhine, the angel dared not move at all. He was just a beginner in admiral-level combat power. Facing the terrifying strength Rhine had just displayed, the angel was naturally very clear that he was just a pushover. Watching the flying pirates Ragnarok rise high into the sky and disappear without a trace. The morale of many marine generals had already been completely crushed. But there is an even bigger trouble waiting for them right now. The thousands-meter-high tsunami swept by Lion Fruit is already approaching. If it is not resolved, today's losses will be even more severe. Naval Headquarters Marineford. At this moment, Marine Marshal Sengoku's expression was extremely solemn. The top 3 admirals from the naval headquarters went out together, and even the admiral-level forces from the world government CP organization took action, plus 16 elite vice-admirals, and more than 20 vice-admirals, but they were unable to stop the flying pirates. It would be fine if they just let the flying pirates escape. After all, Sengoku knew the power of Lion Fruit very well, but the problem was that they actually managed to severely injure Sakazuki. You know, Sakazuki's strength is definitely the most terrifying among the 3 admirals. Compared to Borsellino, who lacks physical skills and haki, and Aoki, who lacks destructive power, Sakazuki is definitely the only fully developed monster among the 3 strongest fighters. Advertisement. Top physical strength, top 2-color haki, and the terrifying destructive power of Lava Fruit. Even Sengoku couldn't guarantee that he would have more than 60% chance of defeating Sakazuki when facing him. But now we know that Sakazuki not only lost to Rhine, but was almost wiped out by Rhine. Defeating an admiral and killing an admiral are not equivalent. If it weren't for the other admiral-class forces and the rest of the Marines, in a one-on-one situation, Sakazuki might have been completely wiped out by the captain of the Sky Pirates, Lerona Rhine. What makes Sengoku even more frightened and unbelievable is that through Borsellino and Shinji's words, Sengoku has learned the identity of the Rhine Devil Fruit ability user. Paramecia Lion Fruit, Paramecia Grass Fruit. The 2 top-level Paramecia Devil Fruits, no matter which one, are the best, with terrifying abilities comparable to Shock Fruit. However, at this moment, the power of these 2 Devil Fruits is actually in Rhine's hands. In the meeting room, all the Marine executives were present, and everyone had an extremely solemn look on their faces. Regarding this operation, Marine can be said to have suffered a great defeat. The problem now is not only about losing face, but also about how to deal with the existence of the flight control pirates in the future. That guy must have the means to steal the Devil Fruit abilities of others. After hearing this, Garp couldn't help but frown and said, could it be a coincidence? Sengoku looked grim, took a deep breath, and continued, there can't be so many coincidences. Seeing Sengoku's resolute expression, many Marine executives in the conference room felt a somewhat unusual atmosphere. Sengoku continued, if this guy mastered the Lion Fruit ability of Golden Lion after Golden Lion's death, it can be considered good luck, it's a coincidence. So, how do you explain the Momo Fruit in Burndy World? At this point, Sengoku's eyes fell on Garp, and he said solemnly, Garp, don't forget that it was you who imprisoned Burndy World. Sent him to Impel Down and completely frozen. Before this, World was not dead, but after the flying pirates broke into Impel Down, World's life card was completely burned out, and the power of the Momo Fruit was transferred to Rhine. Let's not talk about why Rhine can master multiple Devil Fruit abilities. Just this point alone can make us suspect that Rhine may have the means to seize the Devil Fruit abilities of others. Listening to Sengoku's words, everyone present showed expressions of extreme shock. If Rhine really has the means to seize the devil fruit abilities of others, then what kind of devil fruit will Rhine choose next? The two devil fruit abilities may have reached Rhine's limit. The opponent may not continue to seize the devil fruit abilities of others. Otherwise, Rhine has encountered many people with special abilities along the way. Why didn't he seize their abilities? Xingji said solemnly. Perhaps it is because this ability has limitations, but what we really need to care about and pay attention to are those guys who escaped from the underwater prison and chose to join the flying pirates. The man whose name was erased by the world government, the Lone Red, Baloric Redfield. The Devil's Descendant, Douglas Bullet. Impel Down, the Warden, Rain Shiryu. The King of Evil Government, Avalo Pizarro. Except for Rain Shiryu, the other three of these four guys were all world-famous pirates in the past, especially Bullet and Redfield. The strength of these two guys is definitely at the level of Admiral. Now, they are all under the command of the Sky Pirates. Judging from the surface situation, the Sky Pirates now have at least 3 Admiral-level fighters. And one of them is able to severely injure Sakazuki, or even kill Sakazuki. As soon as these words came out, all the Marine generals looked gloomy. As Marines, it is their responsibility to fight against the pirates. After hearing about the power of the flying pirates, these Marines can't help but feel extremely worried. If they encounter the flying pirates in the sea in the future, I'm afraid they won't even have a chance to escape. After all, the flying pirates are different from the other 4 sea emperors. Those sea emperors stay in their own territories and basically do not appear in other sea areas. But the flying pirates are different. No one knows where they will suddenly appear while flying in the sky. Sengoku took a deep breath and said with a heavy face, I will try to explain to the world government. During this period, Sakazuki's physical condition needs to recover, so he shouldn't have too many problems. Besides that, let's prepare for the latest bounty on the flying pirates. A pirates group that surpasses the 4 emperors has emerged. World Government, Holy Land Mariejois. As Sengoku finished his report, the 5 elders all showed solemn and incredible expressions on their faces. Advertisement. That kid from the Lerona family can actually master 2 devil fruit abilities. The god of science defense, Jagolucia Satan frowned. Suo, with a flash of danger in his eyes, said, I thought the angel was trying to escape the punishment for failure, but it seems, the identity of the dual fruit ability user has been thoroughly confirmed. Paramecia Lion Fruit, plus Paramecia Momo Fruit, I'm afraid that Lerona Rhine will have the qualifications to step into the divine garbage in the future. Hearing this, Saint Marcus Moshe shook his head and interrupted Saint Satan's words. Impossible. Even with the blessing of 2 devil fruits, it is not easy to reach god-level combat power. 1. After thinking for a moment, Saint Mazi continued, if it is so easy to reach the god-level combat power, there wouldn't be only 2 people who have set foot at that combat power in all these years. Azamburn v. Nasujuro said, regardless of whether Lerona Rhine will be able to reach the god-level combat power in the future, the power he possesses now is already enough. Cannot be ignored. Marine Admiral Akainu Sakazuki's strength has reached the level of Pikatori, and he is only one step away from the old-time overlords. Lerona Rhine severely defeated 187 and might even be killed. Such strength is enough to prove that Lerona Rhine's strength has reached the king level. Topman Vochuli nodded and continued, this strength is no less than that of Roger, Whitebeard, and Garp at their peak back then. The most important thing is that the kings of the old times were all over 40 years old and only reached their peak for more than 10 years. But Lerona Rhine is only 21 years old now. If we allow it to continue to grow, even if it cannot reach the god-level combat power in the future, it will definitely be able to touch the existence of a replacement seat. After these words were spoken, everyone fell into silence. For them, the combat power above the big bird level is no secret, the world government has such combat power. Whether it is the Saint Nasu Shulong, or the commander-in-chief of the army, Kong, or the Saint Marcus Moshe, they have all reached the king-level combat power. This level of existence will only show its iodine pressure strength when facing a large bird-level combat force, and can kill a large bird-level strongman. And above the king level is the god-level combat power. In today's world, the only remaining god-level fighting force is the king of the world, Lord Yimu, who is hiding behind the scenes. Rhine was able to reach the king level at the age of 20, and he will definitely be qualified to touch the throne of God in the future. This is absolutely intolerable to the world government, so the world government is trying every possible means to eradicate Rhine. The world government today is extremely regretful. If they had chosen to kill Rhine directly, there would definitely not be so many problems today. But unfortunately, they have already missed the best opportunity to kill Rhine. The next time I find the flying pirates and see them taking action, I will kill them myself. Nasu Shulongsheng continued in a calm tone, someone needs to pay for the mistakes made by the 5 of us. Lerona Rhine must die. New World, World Economic News Agency. In addition to being the president of a news agency, Morgans is also the intelligence king, one of the 6 emperors of the underground world. With the passing of the Undersea Prison incident, Morgans has made all preparations at this moment. It really makes my blood boil. Morgans looked at the newspaper in his hand with great satisfaction. With the joining of the old monsters, the Marine Admiral was severely damaged, and the current strength of the Flying Pirates group is. Even the 4 emperors of the New World cannot be underestimated. And, the first dual fruit ability user in history, a man who possesses the two top Paramecia abilities of the Lion fruit and the Momo fruit. One day in the future, who knows, this guy might even be able to change the situation of the entire world. You are really my lucky star. Let this latest news help your name spread throughout the world. The 5th Sea Emperor of New World, mastering the two devil fruits. A powerful man. Rhine. Chapter 54. The ultimate vicious power, everyone's bounty skyrocketed. Open black lens bracket host. Rhine close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket age, 21 years old close black lens bracket. Conqueror's Hockey. Observation Hockey, top level. Listen to everything Armament Hockey, top level. Internal Destruction Conquerors, top level. King's Domain. Fruit ability. Paramecia Lion Fruit, Paramecia Momo Fruit. Kendo level. High level Great Swordsman normal, intermediate, high, top, peak. Physical strength. High level Admiral. Comprehensive strength. Peak Admiral level combat power. Evaluation. Congratulations to the host for successfully obtaining the second Devil Fruit ability, and with the addition of the World Destroyer legacy, his combat power has remained at the top Admiral level. However, the host's combat power is still slightly behind the world's top level, so please continue to work hard. Closing square bracket. Looking at the information on the panel, Rhine couldn't help but take a deep breath. A high-level Admiral level physique could only allow him to use the Momo Fruit's 100-fold increase in power once. I have to admit that the 100-fold amplification of the Momo Fruit is too alarming for the consumption of physical strength. Of course, if it is just ordinary means, the amplification consumption may not be so terrible, but what Rhine amplified is the strongest slash of Conqueror's Entanglement, Divine Avoidance. The limit is to perform a 100-fold amplification of Divine Repellence twice. The consumption of physical strength by the Momo Fruit is still a bit scary. It seems that the person who will inherit it in the future needs to have a strong physique to be the only choice. Rhine thought in his mind that maybe he should look for the giants to replenish his body. But it seems that the strongest of the giants is only at the level of Vice Admiral. How much improvement can be achieved even if such a physique is inherited? But the next second, Kai Yin suddenly realized something. There are two giants that have been ignored by Rhine. They are the giants that have fought for 100 years in a place called Prehistoric Island, located in the first half of the Grand Line. Red Ogre Brocky, Blue Ogre Dory. The strength of these two giants is definitely the best among the giants. In the future, these two will even appear in the New World and jointly launch the Elbaf Spear to severely damage the 5 elders who have the peak Admiral level combat power. With this thought in mind, Rhine did not hesitate at all and immediately turned around and drove towards the first half of the Grand Line. Nami, who sensed the change en route, was also a little confused. She looked at Rhine and asked, "Captain, aren't we going to New World?" Hearing Nami's words, the rest of the crew looked at Rhine, who said calmly, "Go to Prehistoric Island and hunt down 2 giants." Hearing this, everyone showed a puzzled look. Giants. They had heard of the Prehistoric Island, an uninhabited island located in the first half of the Grand Line. Could it be that there were traces of giants living on it? But, why did Rhine decide to hunt him down? Was there a previous grudge? Feeling the confused gazes of the crowd, Rhine said calmly, "The consumption of physical strength by the Momo Fruit is really huge. The method that severely damaged the Marine's highest combat power Akainu before, even I can only release it twice in a short period of time. I will not allow such shortcomings to exist in me." Hearing this, Barrick Redfield widened his eyes, took a deep breath and asked, "Captain, that means you can not only take away the power of the devil, but also..." "That's right." Rhine looked calm and said in a very nonchalant tone, "It's not just the power of the devil fruit. Whether it's hockey or kendo, as long as I want, I can take it and use it for myself." After saying this, Yin turned her gaze to the people of the Flying Pirates. As expected, at this moment, all the crew members of the Flying Pirates group looked at Rhine in fear. They didn't know that Rhine's ability required touching the bodies of the dead. They also believed that Rhine possessed some kind of extremely vicious devil fruit ability, and that he could directly take anything he wanted. "I've never heard of such a vicious devil fruit ability." Crocodile took a deep breath, his eyes flashing with disbelief. With such a terrifying ability in the hands of the captain, how terrifying will the Flying Pirates become in the future? Not only Crocodile, but the rest of the Flying Pirates also had the same thought in their minds at this moment. "Fortunately, we are the captain's followers. If we become the captain's opponents, how terrible it would be." Moria grinned and said, "But, it is precisely because of such outstanding and heaven-defying means that the captain was able to lead us to conquer the entire world and overthrow the corrupt rule of the world government, right?" After hearing this, the other members of the Flying Pirates also came to their senses. Douglas Bullet, who had just joined, said, "If I had not chosen to join, would the captain have taken away my fusion fruit, as well as my hockey and taijutsu that I have practiced for many years, just like he took away the power of the world?" "All right, Bullet." However, before Rhine could answer, Barrick Redfield said directly, "Since you have joined the Flying Pirates, you must have 100% trust in the captain." Bullet remained silent. It was obvious that Bullet still wanted to hear Rhine's personal answer. Rhine's eyes fell on Bullet, and he said calmly, "If I want to take away your power, it would be an extremely easy thing, but, compared to the power you possess, you are more worthy of me, aren't you? Even a high and mighty god needs his believers and followers. How could I attack my followers? This is also one of the ways to intimidate these monsters under his command. Rhine did not reveal what his means of seizing power were, but it made these monsters understand that the only path they could choose was to follow Rhine. Whether it is the Lone Red or the Devil's descendant. Even Shiryu of Rain, the king of evil government, and the two former 7 warlords of the sea, Rhine knew very well that these guys were all arrogant and would not be willing to be inferior to others for long. Advertisement. If you want to make these guys truly surrender, you can only use extraordinary means. And what Rhine used was an extraordinary measure. I believe the captain will not attack his followers. Bullet took a deep breath and said with an extremely serious look, I will also show my own value and will not let the captain down. Listening to Bullet's words, the others all knew very well that they would have to show their own value in the future. Otherwise, no one can guarantee that Rhine will not attack them and take away their power. At this moment, a news bird suddenly appeared above everyone's head, and newspapers were thrown down one after another. It seemed that Morgans did not choose to accept Bailey, but wanted to spread this news to the whole world in the fastest way. Nami reached out and grabbed the fallen newspaper, then opened it and looked at it. When Nami saw the contents of the newspaper, she couldn't help but be surprised. It's only been a few days, and the World Economic News Agency's newspaper has already been printed in full. Hearing this, the rest of the people also put away their thoughts. No matter how terrifying the power or methods Rhine possessed, they all understood through their time together that as long as they did not betray Rhine, then Rhine's methods of taking away his abilities would not appear on them. Ha 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 ha. Has the incident of the undersea prison shocked the whole world? Moria said proudly. This time we have done something that has shocked the whole world. Crocodile handed a cigar to Shiryu of Rain, and said calmly, attack the undersea prison and release the monsters of the old times in eternal hell. I'm afraid the whole world would not dare to think of such a thing, right? Lighting the cigar handed to him by Crocodile, Shiryu couldn't help but grin and said, only someone as ambitious as the captain would dare to do such a thing. How will the world government react? It's really curious. What other reaction could there be? The world government must be extremely anxious at this point, and they must be eager to capture us to avenge their previous humiliation, right? Hearing this, everyone burst into laughter. It was obvious that everyone was extremely excited about this operation in the underwater prison. Even though many days have passed, at this moment everyone is still very proud of what they have done. Miss Navigator, is there a bounty for us on it? Your bounty must have skyrocketed, too, right? Moria's eyes fell on Nami, waiting for Nami's answer. Nami was also flipping through the newspaper, and when she saw the bounty offered by everyone, she couldn't help but widen her eyes. Nami pulled out a bounty order and said in a shocked tone, are you kidding? Captain, can I borrow your head? Seeing that Nami's eyes seemed to have turned into Bailey's, everyone else burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha, you're really greedy for money, Miss Navigator. Moria couldn't help but laugh and said, apart from the Marine and the world government, I guess the only one in this world who dares to target the captain's head is Nami, right? Robin, who was standing next to Nami, looked at the huge number and couldn't help but say, Alala, no wonder Nami is so surprised, the bounty this time can be said to be more than doubled. Governor of the Sky Pirates, Lerona Rhine. Dead or alive, bounty, 4.368 billion Baileys. The Flying Pirates crew, Lone Red, returned to Rick Redfield. Dead or alive, bounty, 3.794 billion Baileys. Flying Pirates crew member, Devil's Descendant, Douglas Bullet. Dead or alive, bounty, 3.548 billion Baileys. A member of the Sky Pirates, Thunder God Enel. Dead or alive, bounty, 2.32 billion for 1 million Baileys. A member of the Sky Pirates, Crocodile. Dead or alive, bounty, 1.976 billion Baileys. Flying Pirates crew member, Gecko Moria. Dead or alive, bounty, 1.866 billion Baileys. Abba Pizarro, the king of evil government, a member of the Flying Pirates. Dead or alive, bounty, 830 million Baileys. Flying Pirates crew member, Rain Shiryu. Dead or alive, bounty, 822 million Baileys. Flying Pirates crew member, Rorano Azoro. Dead or alive, bounty, 340 million Baileys. Flying Pirates crew member, Daz Bonus. Dead or alive, bounty, 290 million Baileys. Flying Pirates crew member, Bentham. Life or death. Advertisement. Reward. 250 million Baileys. Flying Pirates crew member, Absalom. Dead or alive, bounty, 183 million Baileys. Flying Pirates crew member, Mr. 3. Dead or alive, bounty, 150 million Baileys. Flying Pirates crew, can wear it. Dead or alive, bounty, 130 million Baileys. Flying Pirates crew member, Perona. Dead or alive, bounty, 127 million Baileys. Flying Pirates crew member, Nami. Dead or alive, bounty, 99 million berries. Above, the bounties of all members of the Sky Pirates have been updated, and except for Navigator Nami, the bounties of all members have reached over 100 million. In fact, the bounty on Rhine skyrocketed to 4.368 billion Baileys. The bounty on Rhine has now surpassed that of the red-haired Shanks, one of the 4 emperors. There are only 3 people in the world whose bounties are more terrifying than Rhine's. They are the strongest man in the world, Whitebeard Edward Newgate. A terrifying man with a bounty of over 5 billion berries. The world's strongest creature, Kaido. Bounty. 4.611 billion Baileys. 4 Emperors Charlotte Linlin. Bounty. 4.388 billion Baileys. At the age of 21, I have only been at sea for a year. Rhine's bounty has reached the level of 4 emperors, surpassing most of the pirates in the world. Even the 3 great sea emperors of the old times only had a slightly higher bounty than Rhine at this moment. The world government really thinks highly of me. Rhine looked indifferent and said in a very calm tone, as the 5th sea emperor born. I guess the world government is now eager for us to enter the new world directly and have a conflict with the other sea emperors. Hey, my bounty has exceeded 100 million. Zoro's eyes sparkled with excitement, and he said to Daz Bonus, who was not far away, it's 50 million more than yours. Hearing this, Bonus's face darkened and he said unhappily, it's just a difference of 50 million Baileys. I will definitely catch up. Not far away, Crocodile held the reward of 1.976 billion berries in his hand and looked at Enel not far away. Damn it, this Raiden B***** D actually has a bounty higher than Lousy promised. That's really annoying. However, not far from Crocodile, Bullet couldn't help but grin when he heard this and said, San B***** D, the battle back then didn't end in a tie. Now it may not be easy for you to catch up with me and decide the outcome again. After all, you only have a bounty of 1.976 billion, and I have 3.548 billion Baileys. Hearing this, Crocodile became even more upset, and secretly vowed in his heart that he would fight against an admiral in his next operation, so that the world government could see his strength and increase his bounty. It seems that everyone is excited about their bounties, except. Woo woo woo. Perona and Robin both looked helpless, and for a moment they didn't know how to comfort Nami. Hey, who is bullying our Miss Navigator? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone noticed Nami crying, and they all frowned, with their expressions changing a little. The position of the navigator in a pirate group is absolutely above all other crew members. Sometimes even the captain has to listen to the navigator's words. What's more, Nami is the group's favorite on their ship. Now that the group's favorite is crying, these monsters naturally feel unhappy and think that Nami was bullied by someone. But they didn't know that Nami was crying because she was afraid of her skyrocketing bounty. After all, as a pirate, who wouldn't want a higher bounty? Only Nami didn't seem happy at all when he saw his bounty skyrocketing. Don't worry, Nami, it doesn't matter if your bounty is higher. After all, the captain will definitely protect you well. Hearing this, Nami looked up at Robin and said in a very unhappy tone, but, why is my bounty 99 million Baileys? In the entire Flying Pirates group, I am the only one whose bounty is not over 100 million. Everyone. Chapter 55 The Birth of the 5th Sea Emperor and the Traces of the Straw Hat Pirates. New World, Wanokuni Sea, Onigashima. At this moment in Kaido's base camp, watching the news from the World Economic News Agency, Kaido suddenly became furious. Is this a joke? Are those bastards from world government crazy? Kaido slapped the bounty order on the table and said angrily, this kid who has been out to sea for less than a year has almost caught up with Lousy in bounty. As Kaido spoke, the members of Beast's Pirates noticed the bounty order under Kaido's hand. Lerona Rhine. Bounty. 4.368 billion Baileys. There is no doubt that such a bounty has already reached the level of the Emperor of the Sea. Even the red-haired Shanks, who had become one of the kings of the sea a few years ago, had been completely surpassed by the newcomer, Rhine in terms of bounty. After all, even that guy red-haired Shanks only has 4.489 billion Baileys. It's much lower than the Rhine. One of the 3 disasters of Beast's Pirates, Flame Disaster Jin, frowned slightly, and then said, this bounty is just inflated, Governor Kaido does not need to worry too much. He killed 3 celestial dragons in public in front of the whole world, and he has a record of defeating Marine Admiral Akainu Sakazuki. Such a bounty is very reasonable. But what is surprising is that, a newcomer who has been at sea for only 1 year has shown such terrible strength. Hearing this, Quinn on the side also said quickly, in addition to killing celestial dragons, such a bounty may have a lot to do with this guy's identity as a dual fruit ability user. You know, Governor Kaido's bounty was earned by himself. Compared with this inflated bounty, Governor Kaido's bounty is more deterrent. However, even after listening to Jin and Quinn's words, Kaido still felt very unhappy at this moment. The next second, Kaido actually jumped up and turned into a blue dragon over 100 meters long, flying towards the sky. That guy hasn't entered the new world yet. Lousy should go to the Grand Line to see if this B***** D has the ability to become the Emperor. Hearing this, the Beast's Pirates were not surprised at all. They just looked at the broken ceiling and couldn't help feeling helpless. Another expense. New World, the world's puzzle. On Cake Island, Charlotte Linlin, who was watching the latest news, was just like Kaido at this moment. She was extremely skeptical about the bounty that Rhine, the newcomer, had. A097 kid who has only been at sea for a year is being offered a bounty of 4.368 billion berries. Is the world government kidding? Or is it that they have too much money and have nowhere to spend it? Charlotte Linlin looked very unhappy and kept tasting the dessert in her hand. Katakuri beside her said bluntly, public execution of celestial dragons in front of the whole world. For severely injuring Marine Admiral Akainu Sakazuki, the unprecedented dual fruit ability user, such a bounty is actually quite normal. That's just a fake reward. Charlotte Linlin frowned and said, however, he has already gained such a reputation after just 1 year at sea. This guy will definitely be able to become someone like Kaido in the future. It would be a good thing to build a relationship with him. Go contact the underground world and see if anyone can contact the flying pirates. If Rhine is willing to become Charlotte Linlin's son-in-law and form an alliance with our Charlotte family, tell him that after entering the New World, I am willing to help him take over a piece of land as his Fifth Sea Emperor's territory. If he refuses. Although Charlotte Linlin did not continue speaking, Katakuri already understood what Charlotte Linlin meant at this moment. Taking a deep breath, Katakuri knew very well that a monster like that would never form an alliance with the Charlotte family, but this was an order from Charlotte Linlin, so Katakuri had no choice but to go ahead and carry out the mission. I understand, Mom. New World, Beehive Island. This was once the base of the super overlord, Rock's pirate. Whitebeard Edward Newgate, Golden Lion Shiki, Charlotte Linlin, and even Kaido were once members of Rock's pirate. But after Rox's death, each of his pirate groups left and formed their own pirate groups, making a name for themselves on the sea. But now, Beehive Island is in the hands of Akoku, a former Rock's pirate cadre. Inside the Beehive Island base, Akoku was looking at the World Economic newspaper and the astonishing bounties of the flying pirates. He couldn't help but frown and look unhappy. What Fifth Sea Emperor? Morse is kidding. Akoku looked very unhappy. Ultimate, he had occupied Beehive Island for so many years, and he was considered a powerful pirate in the New World. He was an existence that even the four emperors did not want to be their enemy. But even so, Akoku was not able to become one of the four emperors, and now a newcomer has emerged, who has only been at sea for a year, and he is actually called the Fifth Sea Emperor. This is just nonsense. Even though Rhine has already demonstrated his strength by defeating and seriously injuring Marine Admiral Akainu Sakazuki head-on, he also had the experience of defeating the naval headquarters' top fighters, Kizaru Borsellino and Aoki Kuzan. But even so, Akoku is still very unconvinced. Once these guys enter the New World, they will realize how huge this world is, and understand how terrifying the real pirates are. Advertisement. Akoku looked indifferent as he looked at the newspaper in his hand. He was angry inside, but he had already made up his mind. As long as the flying pirates enter the New World, Akoku will immediately choose to go to war with them and announce to the world that even if a Fifth Sea Emperor is born, it can only be him, Akoku. New World, the Fishmen Island. At this moment, the Fishmen Island welcomed a distinguished guest, the protector of the entire the Fishmen Island, the Whitebeard Pirates. In the Dragon Palace, due to Whitebeard's arrival, a grand banquet is taking place at this moment. The whole palace is filled with singing and dancing, and a group of pirates are playing finger-guessing games and drinking. They seem to care nothing about anything happening in the outside world. It's been a long time since I last visited you, King Neptune. The Dragon Palace is still as beautiful as ever. Hearing what Whitebeard said, Neptune couldn't help but smile and said, Captain Whitebeard can stay in Ryugu anytime if he wants. Forget it, I'm old now. If I stay in a place like this for too long, I'm afraid I won't be able to adapt to it. Ha ha ha. Whitebeard smiled, but at this moment, a figure entered the Dragon Palace city. After noticing the presence of Whitebeard and others, the person couldn't help but stand there in a daze. Father Whitebeard, Marco, and everyone else. The man who came was none other than the captain of the Murloc Pirates, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, Sea Knight Jinbei. Seeing Whitebeard coming suddenly, Jinbei was very surprised and asked, why are you here at the Fishmen Island? Hey Jinbei, you look like you don't welcome us. Marco grinned and said, Dad wanted to come to the Fishmen Island, so we came. Isn't this a simple thing? As that's so, Jinbei took a deep breath and said, but, Dad Whitebeard, it would be best if you could return to New World as soon as possible. Jinbei handed the newspaper to Whitebeard and said solemnly, the Fifth Sea Emperor has been born and will probably enter the New World soon. Once they enter the New World, the current situation of the Four Emperors separatist regime will be instantly broken. If Dad doesn't stay in the New World, I'm afraid you. Kulalala, did you kill the kid from Celestial Dragons? The bounty is higher than that red-haired kid. Hearing this, everyone in the Whitebeard Pirates group showed an expression of disbelief. During this time they came to the Fishmen Island, but they were not very clear about the news outside. What happened? The Fifth Sea Emperor was born, and his bounty exceeded that of the 4 emperors' red-haired shanks. This is not a joke, right? It looks like I won't be able to visit the Fishmen Island for a while. Whitebeard's eyes fell on Neptune, and he said in a very serious tone, King Neptune, I'm afraid we have to leave. Thank you for your care during this time. What are you talking about? Ryugu City always welcomes the Whitebeard Pirates to visit us at any time. Neptune also understood the importance of the matter. Seeing Whitebeard and the others packing up and preparing to leave, Neptune couldn't help but ask Jinbei, what happened? Why do even the Whitebeard Pirates look so serious? Hearing this, Jinbei handed the newspaper to King Neptune. When Neptune saw the contents, he couldn't help but gasp and was horrified. No wonder. I'm afraid the situation in New World is about to be completely broken. The 4 emperors pattern will become history. I just don't know who the new emperor will choose as his opponent after entering the New World. Hey Shanks, your bounty has been surpassed. As soon as these words were spoken, all the red hair pirates looked towards the location where the voice came from. Yasop was holding the bounty, with an expression of disbelief on his face. He asked, "You've only been at sea for a year. Have you already grown to the level of a sea emperor? 4,368,000,000 Baileys. That's more than 300 million Baileys higher than Shanks." Everyone's eyes fell on Shanks. If it were the other pirates, they might have mocked Shanks for being surpassed by others at this moment. But for Rhine, no one could laugh. Because they know very well that this guy will break the red hair pirates' philosophy, which is to maintain the balance of the New World. The three sea emperors almost divided up New World. Even Shanks did not fight for territory in order to maintain stability. He just became a sea emperor who drifted around without any territory. Now, the fifth sea emperor has appeared, and the situation in the New World will definitely be disrupted. But who will he choose as his opponent after entering the New World? It's no longer possible to suppress him. This man has completely grown up. Taking a deep breath, Shanks said helplessly, "Beckman, do you think my philosophy is correct?" Hearing this, Beckman took a puff of his cigarette and said calmly, "There is no right or wrong in this world. You just did what you wanted to do to maintain the balance of this world. There is nothing wrong with that." Shanks couldn't help but feel sad when he heard this. Advertisement. He laughed, and his gaze towards the sea ahead became extremely confused. "Luffy, can you sail smoothly on this sea today?" However, Shanks didn't know that at this moment, Luffy, the Straw Hat Boy on whom he bet his future, had already set out to sea and arrived at the Grand Line. In fact, at this moment, the Straw Hat Pirates are at the next stop of the Flying Pirates. Prehistoric Island Hyphenation Point Little Garden. At the same time, Ingu Island Little Garden is located. Although Rhine intercepted the Straw Hat Luffy and took Nami and Zoro under his command first, even so, the Straw Hat Boy still found a group of very compatible companions, and help each other and come to Grand Line. Captain of the Straw Hat Pirates, Straw Hat Boy Luffy. Rosso, the swordsman of the Straw Hat Pirates. Straw Hat Pirates Chef, Sanji. Straw Hat Pirates Sniper, House. Straw Hat Pirates Navigator, Beth. Except for Nami and Zoro who were intercepted, the rest of the crew are the original crew. At this moment, the Straw Hat Pirates are at the prehistoric island Little Garden, meeting the newly acquainted. Two giants having a banquet. The Straw Hat Pirates provided drinks, and the giant showed off his barbecue skills, giving the Straw Hat Pirates a taste of authentic grilled dinosaurs. However, at the climax of the banquet, the sun in the sky seemed to be blocked by something. When everyone looked up, they found that above their heads, a huge battleship appeared. In addition, there were two equally imposing large ships approaching from both sides of the middle battleship. "Hey, is this the Grand Line? The ships can actually fly in the sky," Sanji said in disbelief, and upon hearing this, Navigator Beth quickly said, "Don't be ridiculous. Even the New World can't make ships sailing in the sky." It seems that this new navigator of the Straw Hat Pirates knows the Grand Line and even the New World very well. When he saw the huge battleship docked in the sky, he couldn't help but say. He said, "This must be some kind of devil fruit ability. Otherwise it is impossible to explain it. So many strong ones." However, before the Straw Hat Pirates could figure out what was going on, Dory and Brocky stood up and looked at the Ragnarok in the sky with a serious look on their faces. At this moment, the two observation hockey had already noticed that on that huge battleship, there were at least 3 people stronger than them, and there were also many people who could compete with them. The aura of a powerful being that can rival them exists. What is the origin? Dory frowned, his eyes flashing with a very solemn light, and said, "Brocky, have you ever heard of this kind of thing that can fly in the sky before?" "You haven't heard of it, so how could I have? But it looks like they are probably here to cause trouble." Feeling the hostility coming from above, Brocky looked serious and continued, "Perhaps our century-long battle will soon be decided." After hearing the words of the two giants, Straw Hat Luffy seemed to understand that the huge battleship in the sky was the enemy. In that case, Straw Hat Luffy said without any hesitation, "Since they are enemies, let's face them together." Hearing this, the other two members of the Straw Hat Pirates, Creator Rosso and Chef Sanji, stood up. Although it's a bit irrational to get involved in such trouble, since it's the captain's order, there's nothing we can do about it. Sanji lit a cigarette and said calmly, "Ms. Beth, remember to hide behind Usopp and let Usopp protect you." "Understood. Please Sanji, Rosso." Both of them nodded, but at this moment, figures jumped down from the Ragnarok and landed in front of the Straw Hat Pirates. Rhine's expression was calm, his eyes fixed on the two of them, but when he noticed the presence of the Straw Hat crew, Rhine couldn't help but narrow his eyes. In this timeline, has the Straw Hat Boy already arrived here? However, Rhine did not talk to the Straw Hat crew. Instead, he looked at the two giants and said calmly, "Hello, the two captains of the giant pirates, Red Ghost Brocky, and Blue Oni Dory." Chapter 56. Unbeatable Enemy, Straw Hat Crew's Disaster. After these words were spoken, Dory and Brocky looked at Rhine in disbelief. After all, the Legion pirates had probably been completely forgotten on the sea long ago after the two of them disappeared. But Rhine was able to accurately tell the names of the two people and their origins. This made Dory and Brocky realize instantly that there was a fundamental difference between Rhine and the people who had come to cause trouble before. That's right, Before Rhine, Baroque Studio also kept coming to Prehistoric Island, trying to make the two giants become part of Baroque Studio. But if he knew the strength of these two people, perhaps Crocodile would not make such a decision. Looking at Blue Ogre Dory and Red Ogre Brokey not far away, Crocodile couldn't help but light a cigar and said with a surprised look on his face, "I thought these two guys were just lost giants, but I didn't expect them to have such identities. 100 years ago, there was an extremely powerful group of pirates on this sea. Their dominance was not even a bit inferior to that of the New World Four Emperors today." Rhine spoke calmly and indifferently. The reason is that the two captains of the giant pirates, Blue Ogre Dory and Red Ogre Brokey, originally had a force that could not be ignored, but the two captains of the giant pirates had a dispute over the size of the sea kings they had captured, so they came to the prehistoric island and fought for 100 years. Now that 100 years have passed, I'm afraid you don't know what kind of life the members of the giant tribe are living now. As soon as these words came out, Dory and Brokey both showed very solemn expressions on their faces. As the Straw Hat Pirates listened to Rhine's words, they couldn't help but feel a strong interest in the two giants who were holding a banquet together. "Hey Dory, you guys were pirates before." Straw Hat Luffy looked excited, his eyes sparkling, and said, "And it looks like they are the world-famous pirates." But after hearing this, Dory stood in front of Rhine and said solemnly, "You came all the way here just to say these words. We will not leave this island until the winner is decided. Even the elders will understand us." However, upon hearing this, Rhine could not help but sneer. "Elder? Are you referring to Jorel and Jerul of Elbaf? About 60 years ago, they died at the hands of the same person." Dory and Brokey's pupils shrank upon hearing this. The Rhine in front of them actually knew the names of the two elders. But they couldn't believe that the two elders had died more than 60 years ago. You know, they have only been on the prehistoric island for 100 years. For the giants, a lifespan of 300 years is not necessarily the limit. I'm afraid the lifespans of the two elders are far from over. As for what Rhine said, that the two were killed by the same enemy, they could not believe that Jerul and Jorel could become the elders of Elbaf. Their strength was naturally recognized by the giants. "It seems that you don't believe what I said, but it doesn't matter." Rhine slowly raised his hand and said calmly, "Looking at your alert expressions, it seems that you have already noticed my intention." Snort. Hearing this, the red ghost Brokey looked unhappy, staring straight at Rhine, and said, "The murderous intent in you is not hidden at all. What? You want to kill us? This is something that even the world government couldn't do." Dory also said, "Do you think you are more powerful than the world government?" However, the next second, Rhine appeared in front of Dory, and his fist, which contained a powerful hockey, hit Dory's chest. Momo. 10 times more powerful. Bump. Boom. But in an instant, Dory was blown away and crashed into a volcano not far away. The violent vibration even caused the magma of Yamanaka to gush out. The 20-meter-tall magma hit the volcano. Coupled with the power exerted by Rhine, the entire prehistoric island could not help but shake, like a dragon turning over. It was unbelievable. "Hey, Dory." Brokey's face changed and he immediately called out, "Are you okay?" At this moment, Rhine showed his strength, and Rocky felt incredible. Dory, who was as strong as himself, was actually knocked away by Rhine's punch. This guy is only about 2 meters tall, how can he possess such terrifying power? This power seems to be more terrifying than those of the giants. Not far away, Dory pulled out a long sword from the dense bushes, then raised the shield on the ground and said solemnly, "Be careful of this guy, Brokey. There's something wrong with this guy's strength." Hearing this, Brokey raised his axe without saying a word, holding the round shield in his free left hand, and staring straight at Rhine. "I'm afraid the two captains of the giant pirates who were offered a bounty of 100 million berries 100 years ago still don't understand what kind of opponent they are facing." Advertisement. The Lone Red, Baloric Redfield said very easily, "The strength of these two people is indeed extremely terrifying. Their combat power has almost reached the admiral level, but they still haven't taken that step. However, I heard that the giants have mastered an extremely terrifying combined attack technique, the power of which can even add up the hockey of two people, showing a means far beyond their own strength." Hearing this, Crocodile suddenly became thoughtful, and after a moment asked, "It seems that I have also heard of this move. Is it a move formed by the gathering of hockey?" He. I saw that kind of trick in New World." Moria grinned and said, "Kaido and Charlotte Linlin used such a move back then. Who would have thought it originated from the giants? Should we deal with these guys?" Bullet looked at Rhine, who was preparing for the event not far away, then looked at the Straw Hat Pirates nearby, and said, "As fellow pirates, it's normal for us to meet each other on the sea and rob each other, right?" However, upon hearing this, Redfield sneered, "Forget it, since when did the descendants of the devil like to bully such a child? They are just a group of ants that have just come out to sea. Attacking them will only show that you are bullying the weak." Cut. Bullet was a little unhappy, and then continued, "It seems that I can only have an opponent to fight with me after I reach the New World." Fit. Boom. It must be admitted that the strength of Blue Ogre Dory and Red Ogre Brokey is only at the level of Quasi-Admiral when taken alone, but the two have been together for more than 100 years. The tacit understanding has already reached an unimaginable height. The two of them seem to be one, and if we didn't use some real means, it seemed that there was no way to completely suppress these two guys. With this thought, Rhine did not hesitate at all. The Sakura 10 and the dead tree in his hands instantly wrapped around amazing armament Haki. After sensing the strength of Rhine's armament Haki, Dorian Brokey immediately stepped back and said, "Don't underestimate this guy. His Haki is simply terrifying to the ultimate level." Hearing this, Brokey couldn't help but take a deep breath, his eyes flashing with solemnity. "I have never felt such a powerful armament Haki, I can't take it lightly. In that case, let's use that trick." As Dory finished speaking, the two of them reached the ultimate tacit understanding, and at the same time superimposed the long swords and axes in their hands. As the Haki in their bodies continued to condense, a halo formed by the power of Haki gradually appeared in front of everyone. Is it coming? The giant's specialty, the combined attack technique. Rhine narrowed his eyes. Facing this move that could even cut off the zone soul-devouring sandworm form that Shepherd 10 Pit Sanctuary fully released 2 years later, Rhine was also very interested. Elbaf's Spear Hakoku. Along with the amazing Haki entanglement, the terrifying blow came instantly. The powerful Haki shock wave formed by the continuous squeezing of the two people was enough to make any mountain in the world disappear without a trace in an instant. The power it possesses can even penetrate the red line, and it possesses unimaginable terrifying power. Feeling the power of the moves performed by Dorian Brockie, everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates was also amazed at this moment. So powerful. Is this the combined attack method of the giants? Although the Straw Hat Pirates were somewhat unable to move due to the strong momentum of both sides during the fight, it did not prevent them from sighing at the powerful means of the giants at this moment. If they are enemies, just shoot them away. Dory, Brockie. Straw Hat Luffy's shout made Rhine look at him involuntarily, but it was just a glance. No matter what the future growth space of the Straw Hat Boy is, Rhine doesn't care at all. If Rhine wants to, he can even wipe out the entire Straw Hat Pirates immediately. After all, compared to the Sun God Nika form that will be born in the future, the current Straw Hat Luffy has no ability to resist himself. I have to admit, this kind of power is really amazing. Rhine said calmly, then swung Sakura 10 and Deadwood, also wrapped with the amazing power of Haki, and swung the double blades to create an even more terrifying flying slash, Momo tenfold slash. Blanket. Boom. The violent collision triggered an unimaginable impact. Even under this impact, the Straw Hat Pirates were unable to stand steadily. They could only support each other or grab the trees nearby to barely stand. But even so, as the trees were blown away by the impact, the Straw Hat Pirates navigator Beth actually crashed directly into a boulder not far away, with blood constantly flowing out of her mouth. Dot 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 dot. This is the cruelty of the pirates' world. When the strong fight each other, the weak don't even have the qualifications to watch the battle. For Dory and Brockie, Hakoku being stopped by Rhine at this moment was even more incredible to them. Hakoku was stopped. Dory's eyes flashed with disbelief. You have to know that this was the strongest move that the two of them had condensed after pushing their Haki to ultimate and continuously compressing it. But even so, was he easily stopped by the other party? Advertisement. Brockie also looked unhappy. Even Hakoku couldn't hurt him. What should he do next? At this moment, the two giants no longer have time to care about the lives of the Straw Hat Pirates, because they know very well that if they don't fight against the Straw Hat Pirates with all their strength, even they themselves might die here. Although it's a little hard to believe, this has happened before. Brockie took a deep breath and said solemnly, "Be more careful next time, Dory." "Ah, I see." Dory nodded, staring at Rhine intently, not daring to let his guard down at all. As for Rhine, compared with the vigilance of the two giants, Shatian might be a little too relaxed. Feeling that the two giants seemed to be preparing to defend, Rhine did not hesitate at all and said calmly, "Since I caught your Hakoku, then next. How about you also borrow my tricks?" Hearing this, Dory and Brockie tightly grasped their weapons and stared at Rhine. "If we get in your way, will you just leave?" Hearing this, Rhine thought for a moment and chuckled, "Of course it's no problem, but the premise is, you can really block this attack." The next second, Rhine had already exploded with an extremely amazing Conqueror's Haki. Along with the appearance of Conqueror's Haki, black and red lightning even directly opened up the entire prehistoric island. Begins to fall apart. The powerful Haki wrapped around Sakura and the dead tree. The unheard of Conqueror's Haki made Dory and Brockie feel unprecedented pressure. Conqueror's Haki. This guy has the qualities of a king, and it looks like he's going to use Conqueror's entanglement. Brockie took a deep breath and said with a serious look, "Don't die, Dory." "I'm not going to die, Brockie." Although Dory's face was also solemn, he still responded to Brockie's words, "Even if I have to die, I will definitely last longer than you to prove that I am stronger than you." Because of it, it should be said that most people would seek a way out at this time, but only Dory and Brockie, even in the face of a huge threat, tried to determine who was better. Decide the winner. Rhine looked at the two who were already prepared, and without any hesitation, Sakura and Kumu swung their swords instantly, and the majestic sword intent soared into the sky, and the powerful conquerors. A stunning flying slash instantly attacked Dory and Brockie. God's evasion. 10 times slash. In order not to waste time, Rhine directly used Conqueror's entanglement and also applied the 10-fold amplification of the Momo fruit. Even Marine Admiral and Peak Admiral would not dare to take such a move head-on, but for the two giants, it seems that they have no choice but to take it head-on. The moment Conqueror's terrifying slash collides with the two's Haki, an astonishing white light instantly illuminated the entire prehistoric island. On the shattered island, Dory and Brokey seemed to have no strength left, but they gritted their teeth and kept on fighting even though blood was constantly flowing out of their mouths. Still trying to stop the advancement of the god. As the aura disappeared, Rhine slowly approached the two giants who were lying on the ground, severely injured and unable to resist, and prepared to use Sakura 10 in his hand to take their lives. But at this moment, three figures suddenly blocked Kai Yin's way. If these aren't the three strongest fighters of the Straw Hat Pirates, who else could they be? Are you going to stop me? Hearing Rhine's question, the Straw Hat Boy did not give any answer. Rosso just held the long knife and stared at Rhine. Only Sanji lit a cigarette. As friends, we will never sit idly by and let you kill Dory and Brokey. Come fight, the pirate's way. Straw Hat Luffy took a deep breath and said solemnly, if I win, you will leave here and you cannot hurt Dory and Bu Xuanji. However, in response to the words of the Straw Hat Boy, Rhine said with a very evil tone, you are really brave. I have heard of your name, Monkey D. Luffy, from the east. The new pirates of the sea have a bounty of 30 million Baileys for their first bounty. But, if you use the bounty to measure strength, then maybe I can give you a number. My bounty is 4.368 billion Baileys. Chapter 57. The Pirates' Queen's Thoughts, the dispute among the cadres of the Flying Pirates group. For pirates, bounty seems to be an important measure of strength most of the time. The Straw Hat Pirates have just arrived at the Grand Line, and the only one with a bounty is Luffy the Straw Hat Boy. But when Rhine calmly announced his bounty of 4.368 billion berries, the entire Straw Hat Pirates fell into silence. Are you kidding me? Not far away, Usopp, who was supporting Beth, looked horrified and said in disbelief, do we really want to be enemies with such a guy? Not only Usopp felt suffocated, at this moment, the three strongest members of the Straw Hat Pirates all took a deep breath when they heard of Rhine's terrifying bounty of 4.3 billion berries. The bounty of Straw Hat Luffy is not even a fraction of what Rhine offers. Can they really handle such an opponent? 4,368 million Baileys. What kind of terrifying monster is this with such a bounty? Rosso held a sharp blade, with a hint of worry in his eyes. It seems that the swordsman who replaced Zoro on the Straw Hat Pirates ship has foreseen the fate of the Straw Hat crew. Sanji put out the cigarette in his hand, and said solemnly, what a despairing number. Such an opponent is countless times more terrifying than the world's greatest swordsman that you faced back then, Rosso. Rosso did not answer, but he agreed with Sanji's words in his heart. But for Straw Hat Luffy, he didn't know what the bounty of 4.368 billion Baileys meant. Facing Rhine's words, Straw Hat Luffy didn't hesitate at all and said bluntly, so what? No matter who it is, if you want to hurt my friends, I will beat you away. Rhine looked as if he had heard a huge joke, his eyes full of sarcasm, staring at Straw Hat Luffy, and slowly said, 833, I really don't know where you get the courage from. You know, even if all of your pirates were put together, to me, they are just minions that can be destroyed at will. Straw Hat Luffy looked serious and was ready to take action. Then give it a try. However, at the moment when Straw Hat Luffy finished speaking, Rhine's fist had already landed on Straw Hat Luffy's abdomen. Severe pain and horrible force came from his abdomen, and Straw Hat Luffy's pupils shrank immediately, and then his eyes rolled back, and his body flew backwards. It was just a random punch. At this stage, Straw Hat Luffy had no chance to resist. Luffy. Seeing Straw Hat Luffy flying backwards and falling into coma, Sanji was suddenly shocked. He jumped up without hesitation and kicked towards Rhine. Rosso did not hesitate at all. Although he knew that the whole group might be destroyed today, as Sanji attacked, Rosso also held the sharp blade and killed Rhine directly. Ridiculous. Facing the two attackers, Rhine didn't even respond. The surging Conqueror's haki in his body instantly erupted. Just relying on the Conqueror's terrifying pressure, Luo Yuan and Sanji were instantly unable to move. As Rhine increased the power of Conquerors, even the three future Straw Hat Pirates could only face this irresistible momentum and fainted. It's been many years since I've seen that straw hat on Roger's head. Bullet spoke calmly, looking at the Straw Hat crew who were all knocked unconscious by the Rhine Conqueror's haki not far away, and slowly said, but shouldn't the guy who inherited Rogers will be Shanks? Why is this straw hat on this kid's head? Hearing this, everyone looked surprised. Rhine said calmly, many years ago, an incident occurred that shocked and disbelieved the entire world. Red-haired Shanks, such a strong man, actually lost an arm in East Blue, which is known as the weakest sea. No one knows what happened in East Blue, but since then, the youngest emperor has become a one-armed person. According to what the red-haired man said, he blocked his arm in the future. Now it seems, this kid is the one Shanks values and can inherit Roger's will. Hearing this, everyone was surprised, and Bullet raised his eyebrows and said in a strange tone, a kid like this will inherit Roger's will. Don't worry about it. What happens to the Straw Hat Pirates next has nothing to do with us. Even if the Straw Hat Pirates really grow up one day in the future, they are nothing more than guys that we can easily destroy. Rhine looked indifferent, and his eyes fell on the two giants not far away who were sitting up despite the severe pain. I'm sorry, both of you. Although I have no hatred towards you, but, after all, the power in your bodies is what I need. Dory and Brokey didn't say anything, but just looked at Rhine deeply. The next second, Rhine, holding Sakura 10, had already pierced through the giant Dory's head. With his palm pressed on Dory's shoulder, Rhine unceremoniously inherited the giant physique of Blue Ogre Dory. Congratulations to the host for inheriting the Blue Ogre Dory legacy and obtaining the giant physique in Hakoku Skill 2. Advertisement. Feeling the increase of strength in his body, Rhine couldn't help but take a deep breath, and his eyes fell on Brocky. You guys, the power you control is really terrifying. Feeling the familiar aura looming from Rhine, Brocky seemed to understand something. After a moment, Brocky continued, can I ask you for a favor? I can see that you are not actually an enemy of the giants. Hearing this, Rhine couldn't help but look at Brocky and ask curiously, ask me a favor. Why do you think I would do what you asked me to do? Because I believe you would do that. Brocky looked serious and continued, if there is a chance, I would like you to take care of the giant pirates. Even though Dory and I have disappeared for 100 years, I have always believed that the giant pirates have not been completely destroyed. If there really are still giant pirates out there, then, in consideration of the power that Dory and I have provided you, we will be able to help them once in the future when they are facing a catastrophe. After thinking for a moment, Rhine looked at Brocky, who looked serious, and couldn't help but chuckled. He said slowly, of course there is no problem. If necessary, perhaps in the future, the giant pirates will become a member of my large fleet. After saying this, Brocky's eyes flashed with helplessness, but he didn't say much. Looking at Dory, who had lost all his breath and power, Brocky couldn't help but sigh and said, after fighting for 100 years, I didn't expect it to end like this. But, I died later than you, Dory. If we were to see who could live longer, it looks like I'd already won. As soon as he finished speaking, the Sakura 10 in Rhine's hand pierced through Brocky's heart. Looking at the giant who had lost all his breath, Rhine unceremoniously inherited the power in his body. Congratulations to the host for inheriting the Red Ghost Brocky's legacy and obtaining the giant's physique and Hakoku skills. In this world, the giants are definitely gifted beings. After they grow up, each giant can master the strength of the Vice Admiral level. With their extremely strong physique, even if they don't master the power of Haki, they are still extremely terrifying. Dory and Brocky are the best among the giants. Their strength has reached the level of Quasi-Admiral. When they work together, they can even hurt monsters at the peak Admiral level. But what Rhine had been eyeing from the beginning to the end was not the strength of the giants, but their physique. In this world, who else has a physique more terrifying than that of the giants? Open black lens bracket host. Lerona Rhine close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket age. 21 years old close black lens bracket. Conqueror's Haki. Observation Haki, top level. Listen to everything Armament Haki, top level. Internal Destruction Conquerors, top level. King's Domain. Fruit ability. Paramecia Lion Fruit, Paramecia Momo Fruit. Kendo level. Top Swordsman normal, intermediate, advanced, top, peak. Physical strength. Peak Admiral level. Comprehensive strength. Quasi-King level combat strength. Relying on the strong physique provided by Demon Oz, Blue Ogre Dory, and Red Ghost Brocky, the host's current physical strength has reached the top of the world. Even the steel balloon possessed by Charlotte Linlin, the Emperor of the Sea with the most amazing physical talent, cannot match the physique of the host. Congratulations to the host for reaching the Quasi-King level in comprehensive strength. Please continue to work hard and reach the peak. Grand Line Calm Belt Sea Area. Amazon Lily, also known as Nine Snake Island. At this moment, in the palace of Nine Snake Island, Boa Hancock was watching the news with a look of shock and disbelief in his eyes. Celestial dragons are really dead. Moreover, it was a public execution broadcast live to the whole world. Although I didn't witness the live broadcast with my own eyes, I was looking at the content in the newspaper at this moment, and saw the photos of the bodies of the three celestial dragons, Saint Rosward, Saint Charlos, and Pallas Shalulia, appearing in the newspaper. Boa Hancock's heart was in great confusion. Previously, on the Beast Island northwest of the Nine Snake Island, the Nine Snake Pirates had encountered the Flying Pirates. At that time, Hancock was still unaware that the other party would actually do such a thing. They even offended the other party and became enemies. If Lerona Rhine had not shown the intention to kill, the entire Nine Snakes Pirates would have been wiped out. But now, facing the enemy of the Nine Snakes Pirates, the other party has become the destroyer of Boa Hancock's nightmare. The shadow of celestial dragons has been something Hancock could not mention and was unwilling to face for more than a decade. But now, the existence that was once the most unbearable to face actually died at the hands of Lerona Rhine. These guys are just crazy to the ultimate level. Next to Boa Hancock, the former Emperor of Nine Snake Island and former Rocks pirate crew member, Gloriosa, slowly appeared and said in a very serious tone, the attack on celestial dragons inevitably reminded me of that man more than 30 years ago. Hancock frowned slightly and his eyes fell on Gloriosa. Compared to her beauty at the peak of her life, Gloriosa is now just an ordinary old woman with short stature, and is extremely inconspicuous among the crowd. But you have to know that decades ago, when Gloriosa was still very young, her beauty flashed in Rocks pirate. Even Boa Hancock, the world's most beautiful woman today, may not be able to surpass her in terms of beauty. Advertisement. What do you want to say? Boa Hancock said in an unhappy tone. Besides, who allowed you to come to my bedroom? The next second, Hancock lifted Gloriosa up with one hand and said with a very unhappy look, get out of here. Outside Hancock's bedroom, Marigold and Sandersonia shook their heads helplessly as they watched Gloriosa fly into the sky. Mother-in-law is such a jerk. She knows that my sister hates others entering her room the most. Hearing Sandersonia's words, Marigold couldn't help but say, there's nothing we can do about it. Mother-in-law won't care about those things. But having said that, even though he is an enemy, I am really grateful to him. The two of them fell into silence for a moment. They all knew that the man who killed the celestial dragons was undoubtedly the true benefactor of the three Boa sisters. Even Rayleigh, who sent them back to Amazon Lily, could not match her kindness. Sandersonia, Marigold. As Hancock's voice sounded, the two of them came back to their senses and looked towards Boa Hancock. Get ready to go out to sea, I'm going to meet this man. After these words came out, the two of them looked at each other at the same time, but seeing Hancock's serious expression, they nodded and responded, I understand, elder sister. After the two left, Hancock took out Rhine's bounty order and looked at the young face. Hancock couldn't help but take a deep breath. For some reason, looking at this face, there is always a desire to claim it as one's own. Fit. Ding. Ding. The headquarters of the Sky Pirates is a huge floating sky island. This was originally the territory controlled by Golden Lion Shiki, but after inheriting the power of Golden Lion, Rhine did not abandon the island because of the perfect facilities on the island. Instead, he took control of it as his own territory. Ragnarok was docked on the platform, while the Golden Ark Maxim and Crocodile's vehicle Baroque Gustav were docked next to Ragnarok. At this moment, on the huge arena, Rorno Azoro is having an amazing battle with Daz Bonus. Both of them were going all out, performing armament hockey, swinging their swords against each other, and they both seemed to be enjoying the fun of fighting. Zoro's strength is improving really fast. Nami sat next to Rhine, handed the drink in her hand to Rhine 5.6, and asked curiously, how does Zoro compare to those Marine Vice Admirals now? Perona and Robin were enjoying their leisure time under a parasol. It seemed that for the flying pirates, this kind of rest time without having to worry about anything was not too much. After hearing Nami's question, both of them became very curious and their eyes fell on Rhine. With Zoro's current strength, he is stronger than the average Vice Admiral. Although he can fight him, it is not easy to win. Taking the drink from Nami, Rhine said calmly, even so, Zoro's improvement in strength is already amazing. After all, Zoro has been in East Blue since. Coming out of a place like that, in just 1 year, his ability has risen to the level of Vice Admiral, which is enough to prove his talent and hard work. Quote. Everyone nodded. Even the top fighters of the Sky Pirates had to acknowledge Zoro's hard work. Except for meal time, you can always see a figure floating on Sky Island, constantly practicing and improving his strength. He's a really hard-working guy, and he has a lot of talent. Maybe he can even become one of the strongest fighters under the captain in the future. Redfield spoke calmly, looking at Zoro and Bonus who had already decided the winner not far away, and continued, that dice fruit ability user is actually a good existence. Yes, but compared to Zoro, his talent still seems to be somewhat inferior. Quote. Rhine nodded, and at this moment, it seemed as if Rhine suddenly thought of something. Rhine sat up, and the sudden movement made the three women look at Rhine at the first moment. It's time to select the cadres. As soon as these words came out, everyone stopped what they were doing and looked towards Rhine immediately. Has this day finally come? Chapter 58. The battle for the strongest Logia ability, Thunder vs. Shasha. For the flying pirates, they have no one other than Rhine who can command these monsters. When selecting cadres, we must also choose those who can convince the public so that they can hold their positions securely. However, Rhine knew very well that if he spoke up and randomly selected cadres, those who were not selected would definitely be unhappy. Even if they would not say much in front of him, Rhine did not want to see people in the same boat having other thoughts. Rhine doesn't want to see the flying pirates become like the Rocks pirates decades ago, falling apart. Compared to selecting cadres, I think, you may need a competition to prove your strength. The strong will be promoted and the weak will be eliminated. Do you understand what I mean? After hearing Rhine's words, everyone's eyes were filled with excitement. The current flying pirates group, apart from Rhine, also has a lot of other high-end combat power. There are even admiral-level fighters such as Baroric Redfield and Douglas Bullet. Although these two have only just joined the Sky Pirates, they will not have any thoughts of betrayal. This is also the reason why we choose to use competition to determine the ranking of each squad leader. Seeing everyone's expectant expressions, Rhine did not hesitate and continued, the selection of cadres symbolizes the external combat power system of the Sky Pirates group, so the position of the 1000 Division must be held by the truly strong men in the Sky Pirates group. The rules are simple. It's 1-on-1. The winner gets to keep the ring and the loser steps down. If you want to rank high among the many cadres, you can only rely on your own strength. Let me feel your magnanimity. Let's start. As soon as the words fell, a figure instantly appeared on the stage. Accompanied by the terrifying flash of thunder, the person who came was none other than one of the top fighters of the flying pirates, the Thunder Fruit user, Thunder God Enel. The cadre's throne. I've been looking forward to it for a long time. Enel grinned and said, is there anyone who wants to challenge me? Let me tell you in advance about the ranking of cadres. I will not show mercy to you just because you are my companions. After hearing this, Crocodile couldn't help but sneer. I don't need your mercy. Crocodile turned into a cloud of yellow sand and then appeared on the stage. After extinguishing the cigar in his hand, Crocodile looked at Enel and said solemnly, "Come on, let me see whether the destructive power of thunder fruit is more amazing or the disaster of sand fruit is more devastating." Crocodile. Enel grinned, arcs flashing on his body, and said solemnly, "As a user of the same Logia ability as me, I am curious about how much power you can exert from the sand fruit." "That's enough for you." Crocodile's mouth also curled up, and then waves of yellow sand condensed between his palms, and he suddenly shouted, "Desert Sword." Crocodile waved his hand, and with the pulling of the yellow sand in his hand, countless sand and stones under the ring gathered and cut directly towards Enel. However, in addition to flashes of light in nature, the speed of lightning is also difficult to capture. When the Desert Sword was about to touch Enel, Enel's figure had already disappeared. With a burst of electric arcs, Crocodile's observation Haki also noticed Enel's approach. Crocodile swung his golden hook and swiped it towards where Enel was. Even Logia users can only block or dodge attacks wrapped in armament Haki. Blanket. Enel also condensed a golden long stick in his hand, and the powerful armament Haki collided with the golden hook in Crocodile's hand, and a powerful momentum instantly swept the entire ring. Getting close to a thunder fruit user is not the right choice. Electric arcs flashed around Enel, and the next second, terrifying thunder erupted instantly. A terrifying electric current passed through the golden staff. Seeing this, Crocodile did not hesitate at all. He condensed a stream of yellow sand into a sharp blade and stabbed it towards Enel's abdomen. Obviously, Crocodile was prepared to take the power of thunder and leave more injuries on Enel. Hey. Apparently Enel had not expected Crocodile's style of play. He frowned, and instantly disappeared without a trace. The attack missed, and Crocodile also relied on the observation Haki to lock Enel's position. He jumped up, surrounded by amazing dust, and gathered an arc-shaped blade, cutting towards Enel's head before Enel fully appeared. Crescent-shaped sand dunes. 30 million volts thunder net. Fit. Boom. Enel's strength is indeed amazing. The power and speed of thunder fruit make Enel inherently extremely powerful. But Enel seemed to have forgotten that the crocodile in front of him was no ordinary man. As a man who once dared to challenge Whitebeard, Crocodile, who had regained his confidence, no longer thought about relying on external things, but focused on improving his own strength. Advertisement. After a brief collision, Crocodile instantly turned the golden hook in his hand and swung it directly behind him. Enel disappeared again. It was obvious that even with the speed granted by the thunder fruit, he was not able to gain the upper hand in the battle with Crocodile at this moment. Ha, that Crocodile guy is really surprising. Moria looked at the situation on the ring and couldn't help but say, observation Haki has reached the top level, right? For ordinary people, observation Haki has been elevated to the top level. Not only was Moria surprised, even Rhine looked at Crocodile in amazement. I thought that in this battle, although Enel would not win overwhelmingly, it would definitely have the upper hand. After all, Enel, relying on thunder fruit and the improvements made during this period, has the strength to compete with admiral-level forces. Undoubtedly a quasi-admiral level combat force. What Rhine didn't expect was that Crocodile had also reached this level, the same level as Enel, but his combat experience was much greater than Enel's. It seems that this battle is not as easy to resolve as imagined. Shalon. Crocodile is well aware of Thunderfruit's advantages, and immediately chooses to launch a large-scale attack, constantly compressing the area where Enel can move. Enel looked solemn. The strength shown by Crocodile at this moment also made Enel understand that it would not be an easy task for him to win. Enel immediately swung the long stick in his hand and hit the thunder drum behind him violently. 80 million volt Thunderbird. A giant Thunderbird tens or hundreds of meters long emerged, flashing with astonishing and terrifying thunder power, and crashed straight into the sand mist. Violent vibrations and explosions swept across, and the terrifying power made the spectators squint their eyes. This is the power of the flying pirates. The two people who attacked casually all reached the quasi-admiral level of combat power. It's really itchy to watch. Bullet grinned, then his eyes fell on Crocodile, and he said slowly, that guy has made great progress, it seems that he is qualified to be my opponent. As a quasi-admiral level fighter, Enel won't be defeated so easily. Redfield looked calm and said slowly, the ability of Thunder Fruit is still too perverted. Even if it is just touched by a trace of thunder power, it is enough to make the body enter a state of paralysis. When fighting with Enel, Crocodile needs to be on guard against the thunder power that may be touched at any time. Fit. Enel, holding a golden staff, appeared in front of Clockwall at a terrifying speed. 80 million volt Thunder Dragon. With such a close range, Crocodile didn't seem to have any room to dodge. But just when everyone saw this and thought that Crocodile might suffer a huge blow and be defeated, Crocodile suddenly raised his hand, and the yellow sand hidden under the ring, which had already been condensed, rushed up into the sky. Desert Diamond Sword. The Thunder Dragon was cut off instantly, and the terrifying Diamond Sword instantly attacked Enel's abdomen. Fortunately, Enel reacted quickly, and the attack only hit Enel's arm. A wound was left behind. But Enel was in disbelief at this moment. He originally thought that apart from Rhine, the only two new members of the Flying Pirates who could compete with him were Zonglet and Redfield. I didn't expect that Crocodile actually has such a powerful hidden strength. Erosion Reincarnation. With the flying yellow sand, the entire ring, and even half of the ground of Sky Island, was turned into yellow sand by Crocodile. In such a desert, Crocodile's combat power was improved by more than a little. Sandstorm. Corrosive sand rain. Countless yellow sands, gathered under the armed color, continuously fell towards Enel one after another. There was nowhere to escape from such a large-scale attack. Even if Enel could dodge it through the teleportation ability of Thunder Fruit, it was definitely not what Enel wanted. At this moment, in Crocodile's yellow sand territory, Enel did not continue to hide his power. As the golden staff violently struck the thunder drum, all the hidden power of thunder was drawn in and then wrapped around Enel's body. And Enel himself also directly entered the elemental state and merged with the thunder in the thunder drum. The terrifying thunder covered the area, and the approaching yellow sand was completely dissolved in just a moment. This is enough to prove what kind of high temperature Enel has when he turns into the state of thunder at this moment. 200 million volts, Thunder God. Seeing Enel showing his true strength, Crocodile couldn't help but take a deep breath. Endless yellow sand floated around him, and then turned into huge sand blades, constantly attacking Enel. Erosion Blade. Advertisement. Like a crescent-shaped sand dune, this move can also absorb all the moisture in any object it touches. It is definitely one of the most powerful moves among Crocodile's large-scale methods. But facing Enel who has entered Thor mode, such a trick seems to have little effect. A huge lightning net covered with tens of millions of volts of terrifying lightning power instantly devoured the blade of corrosion. Then the long stick in Enel's hand turned into a spear. Under the gathering of thunder power, a spear wrapped with 200 million volts of lightning power actually stabbed directly at Crocodile. 200 million volts, Thunder God's spear. The situation was decided. Crocodile took a deep breath when he saw this. He saw Rhine had appeared in front of Thor's spear, wrapping Hockey's hand around his. Grasping the Thor's spear, he said calmly, "You've already lost, Crocodile." Crocodile didn't refute what he said, but said calmly, "Compared to the power, the Thunder Fruit is indeed more terrifying." Crocodile's performance in this battle was remarkable, but Enel's development of Thunder Fruit was too powerful. In addition, Thunder Fruit already has the reputation of being the strongest Logia, so it is reasonable that Crocodile is not its opponent when the strength is equal. But at this moment, the victorious Enel did not feel any happiness in his heart. Enel already knew that to deal with Crocodile, he had to enter Thor mode and use his strongest single move, Thor's Spear. So, facing the newest member of the Flying Pirates. As for those two guys, do I still have a chance of winning? I will not lose in the battles ahead. Even if I cannot take the top spot, mediocrity is not the destiny of me, Crocodile. Hearing this, Rhine smiled slightly and said, Enel has consumed a lot of his energy, so the next member will go up to the stage and continue the fight. The winner will compete with Enel, the loser will compete with Crocodile, and so on, to determine the final ranking. Hearing this, Yu Shiryu took a deep breath and appeared on the stage immediately. We must at least be among the top 5 cadres. Yuji Shiryu's eyes fell on everyone. Regardless of winning or losing, he would fight with all his strength at this moment. Hehehehe. Moria turned into a dark bat, and gradually appeared on the stage. At this moment, Moria's development of the Shadow Fruit has reached an unimaginable level. Elephant level. Even now, Moria is able to use the power of the Shadow Fruit to affect his main body, allowing himself to avoid harm like Logia. It's not easy to get the top 5 positions. If you want to get the top 5 positions, you have to ask me if I agree. Looking at Moria standing on the ring, Shiryu of Rain couldn't help but narrow his eyes, and drew out the little thunderstorm with extra caution. Although he has been in the underwater prison Impelton for a long time, it does not mean that Shiryu of Rain does not know the title of the strong man in the sea. How could Gecko Moria, who was once a member of the 7 warlords of the sea with Crocodile, be a weakling? An opponent worth a chop. Shiryu looked serious and continued, it's not that easy to stop me from taking the top 5 positions. He, let's talk about strength. Moria shouted, and countless shadow bats had already condensed. Scatter the bats. Countless bats flew towards Shiryu. The killing power of this move was not too great, but if too many bats bit him, it would expose a flaw and give Molly. Yaka takes advantage of this opportunity. Realizing this, Shiryu continued to swing the thunderbolt in his hand. In a split second, the powerful sword pressure actually cleared most of the countless bats. But just as Rain Shiryu was about to attack Moria, the severed shadow bats unexpectedly merged together again and turned into a sharp shadow blade. The one who left stabbed him in the back. Shadow blade. Thunder slash. As the collision breaks out, the battle between Shiryu and Moria officially begins. On one side is the user of the Paramecia Shadow Fruit, the man who once challenged Kaido the Beast. One side is a pure swordsman, whose sword skills are infinitely close to the level of a great swordsman, and with the strong haki, he can even fight against the elite Vice Admiral. However, for the people watching the game from the outside, the outcome of this battle seemed to have been foreseen long ago. It is almost impossible for Shiryu to defeat Moria without breaking through the level of a great swordsman. After all, Moria has regained his former confidence, restored his 2-color haki, and his strength has increased terribly. Even when facing an Admiral-level force, Moria can still rely on the Shadow Fruit to deal with it. Chapter 59. The 3 Great Disasters and the 10 Captains, the Surrender of the Pirates' Queen. The first half of the Grand Line, Sabayati Archipelago. At this moment, the world-famous 9 Snakes pirates, led by the most beautiful woman in the world, docked on the shore of island number 13 in the Sabayati Archipelago. Looking at the arrival of Boa Hancock, Rayleigh's face showed helplessness. I've already told you, Hancock, that even I don't have any way of contacting those guys from the Sky Pirates. Hancock looked very unhappy after listening to Rayleigh's words. He immediately said, I don't believe this. Didn't Lerona Rhine talk to you when she appeared in Sabayati Archipelago? It was just a conversation. Rayleigh was somewhat helpless and spoke slowly. And as far as I know, the captain of the Sky Pirates, Lerona Rhine, does not seem to be carrying a Den Den Mushi. Now it's not just you who is looking for him. Many people around the world are trying to contact the Sky Pirates and cooperate with them. Shaki, who was standing by, looked at the two people arguing and couldn't help but exhale a puff of smoke. He said calmly, we don't have the Den Den Mushi of the captain of the Sky Pirates, but, if we just contact the other party, there won't be any problem. After hearing this, Rayleigh looked at Shaki in surprise, and was very curious about how Shaki got the contact information. You have. Boa Hancock looked at Shaki with surprise, and then said, what are you waiting for? Give it to me. Alala, Hancock is really not cute at all when he grows up. Shaki shook his head and said calmly, this is a Den Den Mushi that can be used to contact Baroque Studio. It had some communication with Crocodile before, so it also left its Den Den Mushi behind. But I'm not sure if I can still reach Crocodile with this phone call now. As we all know, Crocodile has already left 7 warlords of the sea and joined the Flying Pirates. If Crocodile can really be contacted, then it is possible to talk to Rhine. With this thought in mind, Hancock took the Den Den Mushi from Shaki without any hesitation and left with the people from the Nine Snakes Pirates. Looking at Hancock going away, Rayleigh couldn't help but shake his head and said, those people are really dangerous elements. Is it really okay for you to hand over the Den Den Mushi to Hancock? However, Shaki was helpless when he heard this, and responded, I used to be the captain of the Nine Snake Pirates, and I know very well what every emperor of the Nine Snake Island has to go through. Neither Gloriosa, nor I, nor Hancock, could have prevented this from happening. Rayleigh naturally knew what Shaki meant, but looking at Hancock going away, Rayleigh finally shook his head, feeling a little helpless. For the emperor of Nine Snake Island, the biggest ailment is longing. If nothing unexpected happens, Hancock, who cannot contact the Flying Pirates, will be in a state worse than death, just like Shaki and Gloriosa in the past. Forget it. As an old man, I won't interfere in the affairs of young people. After taking a sip of rum, Rayleigh said calmly, I just hope that guy can treat Hancock well and not treat him the same way as Gloriosa. The headquarters of the Flying Pirates, where the floating Sky Island is located. At this moment, the competition between the cadres has ended. With the end of the competition between Bullet and Redfield, the cadre ranking of the entire Flying Pirates group has been completely determined. The leader of the 3 disasters of the Flying Pirates, the Lonely Red, Baloric Redfield. One of the 3 disasters of the Flying Pirates, the Devil's Descendant, Douglas Bullet. One of the 3 disasters of the Flying Pirates, Thunder God Enel. In addition to the 3 major disasters, there is also a captain for each. Captain of the 1st Division, Crocodile. Captain of the 2nd Division, Gecko Moria. Captain of the 3rd Division, the King of Evil, Avalo Pizarro. Captain of the 4th Division, Rain Shiryu. Captain of the 5th Division, Rorono Zoro. Captain of the 6th Division, Daz Bonus. Captain of Squad 7, Absalom. Captain of Squad 8, Bentham. Captain of the 9th Division, Mr. 3. Captain of Squad 10, Vacant. The above are the 3 disasters and 10 captains of the Flying Pirates, a total of 13 officers and crew members. Of course, Nami, Robin, and Perona are all independent of the captains. After all, although the combat power of these 3 people is not strong enough, they all have their own unique roles. Advertisement. The most important people for sea voyages are the navigator Nami and the historian Robin who can read the historical texts. As for Perona, to be honest, Perona's devil fruit has such terrifying abilities that even the 3 great disasters don't really want to provoke it. After all, when defense is hard to come by, the cost of a negative ghost passing through the body would be too high. In addition, the Flying Pirates group is currently lacking a ship doctor. Rhine had said before that all the missing personnel in the Flying Pirates group must be recruited before entering the New World, but until now no suitable ship doctor has appeared. After the selection of cadres was completed, Redfield came to Rhine immediately and said in a very serious tone, Captain, maybe I need to leave for a while. Hearing this, Rhine couldn't help but reveal a puzzled look and asked, What? I am too old. Even though my current strength is still at the admiral level and I can firmly sit on the throne of the first person under the captain, the time left for me is not long, so I need to find the fruit I once had. Redfield looked serious, as if the devil fruit was extremely important to him. Hearing this, Rhine couldn't help but chuckle and said, Zone Bat Fruit Mythical Beast Vampire Form. After these words came out, Redfield looked at Rhine in disbelief, and said incredulously, Captain, your observation color. My observation hockey follows the path of listening to everything, so I am not an observation hockey like you who can read minds naturally. The reason I know is just because of some of the information I have received. Rhine took a sip of the rum in his hand, then looked at Nami not far away and said, Nami, where is Shuigu town? Hearing this, Redfield said in disbelief, the fruit is in the ancient town of Shui. That place was not unfamiliar to Redfield, it could even be said to be extremely familiar to him. But I didn't expect that the devil fruit I dreamed of was actually hidden in Loguetown. Rhine nodded, and Nami, who heard Rhine's question, took out the map in his hand. We are now at the end of the first half of the Grand Line, at the location of Loguetown, on an island at the edge of the calm belt. It only takes about a day's sailing to get there. Hearing this, Rhine's eyes fell on Redfield and he said calmly, "Since you have chosen to follow me, I will not let my crew down." Redfield's eyes sparkled with excitement. If Loguetown could really find the devil fruit he had always dreamed of, then his strength would even be able to return to its peak. You know, the man who earned the name of Lone Red during his peak period and was comparable to the young Whitebeard and Roger was definitely not a joke. Even though Whitebeard and Roger may not have reached their peak strength at that time, they were definitely at the peak of Admiral level. Once you get that fruit, it means you will be able to regain your peak state, and your national strength may even surpass mine. Rhine glanced at Redfield and asked calmly, "I can give you the fruit, but how can I be sure that you won't betray me?" Hearing this, Redfield also fell into silence. Yes, that fruit can quickly restore me to my peak strength. If I really get the vampire fruit, would I really be willing to follow Rhine and just act as a butler? The legend that was famous on the sea back then, became a butler, and became one of the 3 disasters under Rhine. After he regained his peak strength, would he really be willing to continue like this? But suddenly, Shitdida thought of the horrific methods that Shityan possessed. That was a move that could take away the power of others. When he thought of this, Redfield reacted instantly. Even if he recovered to his peak state and his strength even surpassed Rhine, wouldn't it be easy for Rhine, who had the means to seize other people's strength, to surpass him again? Thinking of this, Redfield said to Rhine without any hesitation, "Please rest assured, Captain, even if I regain the power of my peak period, the promise I made before will never change. I am not someone who keeps my promises, but you are different, Captain. Lone Red is willing to submit to you forever and serve as your most loyal steward." Seeing Redfield's serious expression without any falsehood, Lane couldn't help but smile. "Nami, prepare to go to Loguetown and restore the power of our 3 major disasters to its former peak state." Hearing this, Nami also chuckled and said, "No problem, Captain." As for Bullet, after hearing the conversation between Redfield and Rhine, Bullet understood one thing at this moment. Redfield, who has returned to his peak form, may even be able to catch up with Rhine's current strength. It seems that his goal of challenging the Lone Red again and becoming the first of the 3 disasters will not be accomplished so easily. After all, Bullet had heard Roger mention the name of Beloric Redfield countless times during his prime. That is a person who can be on par with Whitebeard and Roger. What's more important is that the other party does not have any crew members, but he can be on par with Whitebeard and Roger with his own strength. This is enough to prove how terrifying the Lone Red is. Just as the flying pirates were heading towards the sleeping ancient town, the voice of Den Dan Mushi was heard from the arms of Crocodile who was resting nearby. Brew brew brew. Brew brew brew. Brew brew snap. Advertisement. Crocodile picked up the Den Dan Mushi and said in a very strange tone, "Who are you and why do you have this Den Dan Mushi?" Crocodile. "I'm the Queen of Pirates, Boa Hancock. We met before at the naval headquarters when you were still the 7 warlords of the sea." Hearing this, Crocodile frowned instantly. Why would the Pirates Queen suddenly contact him? You know, during the 7 warlords of the sea, I had no relationship with the other Shichibukai. Now the sudden contact from the Pirates Queen makes people even more suspicious. "I would like to see your captain." As soon as this was said, Crocodile immediately mocked. "Are you kidding? Is there anyone in this world who wants to meet our captain?" "Quite a few, but you may not be qualified for that." On the other end of the phone, Boa Hancock's expression also turned very ugly. After not hearing Boa Hancock's answer for a while, Crocodile sneered and prepared to hang up the Den Dan Mushi without any hesitation. Etc. At this moment, Hancock spoke again. "What if I say I want to join the Flying Pirates?" After these words came out, even Crocodile couldn't help but squint his eyes, and his sleep color changed a little. "I vaguely remember that when we were training on the Beast Island for 3 months, the Flying Pirates had encountered the 9 Snakes Pirates. And Nijin had already said at that time that for the 9 Snake Island, whose citizens all controlled the power of hockey, Nijin really wanted to bring it under his control. But Crocodile didn't expect that the Pirates Queen would take the initiative to make such a decision." Without answering Hancock's words, Crocodile hung up the Den Dan Mushi. Whether to allow the 9 Snakes Pirates to join still needs Kayan to make a decision. This matter was beyond Crocodile's ability to handle. Because of this, Crocodile stood up and saw Nami peeling oranges for Rhine not far away. He couldn't help but interrupt. "Captain, I'm sorry to bother you." Hearing this, Ijin Nami put the orange in her mouth and looked towards Crocodile. "The Pirates Queen, Boa Hancock, called the Den Dan Mushi that I left outside and said, she wanted to lead the 9 Snakes Pirates and join the Sky Pirates." After hearing this, Rhine couldn't help but feel a little surprised, and said in surprise, "Are you sure?" Crocodile handed the Den Dan Mushi to Rhine and said solemnly, "I just hung up the Den Dan Mushi. It would be better for you to talk to me personally about this matter." Taking the Den Dan Mushi from Crocodile, Rhine was very curious about what the Pirates Queen was thinking.
Just because I killed 3 celestial dragons, the other party came up with such an idea? To be honest, it is almost impossible for the 9 Snakes Pirates to join other pirates, because for the 9 Snakes Pirates, they go out to plunder, which is to help. Help the people of Nine Snake Island relieve the pressure of survival. The resources that the Nine Snakes pirates plundered every time they went out to sea were basically used for the survival of the people, so the Nine Snakes pirates were basically impossible to appear and join the other pirates.
Under your command, the decision to become a follower. Moreover, for the other pirates, even if they wanted to accept the following of the Nine Snakes pirates, it would be a very difficult thing. After all, Amazon Lily is in the calm belt. Choosing to subdue the Nine Snakes pirates is equivalent to providing the residents of Amazon Lily with a chance to survive. You know, once the Nine Snakes pirates join the rest of the pirates, Boa Hancock's status as 7 warlords of the sea will instantly become invalid, and Amazon Lily will be attacked successively by the world government and naval headquarters. There is even a high possibility that Amazon Lily will face a direct attack from Marine Buster Call. This is an official pirates group of a country. Once the Nine Snakes pirates join us, it means that the entire Amazon Lily will become our territory. Not far away, Redfield said solemnly. For ordinary people, it is not easy to protect Amazon Lily, because even the Sea Emperor, whose power is mostly located in the New World, has a very small impact on the first half. Amazon Lily is located in the first half of the calm belt. If it joins any force, it will be attacked by the world government and the naval headquarters. But, Captain, you are different. Join your army, and get protection. Amazon Lily will not need to worry about any threats. Because you, the captain, are the one who possesses the power of Paramecia lion fruit, at most you can just spend some effort and move the entire Amazon Lily to the New World. Can't we just find a place in the world? Hearing this, Kai couldn't help but smile. Originally, Kai was still thinking about how to provide shelter for Amazon Lily after subduing the Nine Snakes pirates. I didn't expect that it could be solved in such a simple way. As expected, those involved are confused, but those who are watching can see clearly. Thinking of this, Rhine did not hesitate at all and ended the call just now. Chapter 60. The Quasi-King level Lone Red, the strongest creature in the world is coming. Loguetown is located in the first half of the Grand Line, very close to an island in the calm belt. This is not a world-famous island, and it is not a place that any of the 7 major shipping routes need to pass through. Because of this, even the record pointer will not point to this island. At this moment, the ship of the flying pirates has already arrived above the island. Looking at the ordinary town below their feet, everyone is very curious. Will the devil fruit that Valoric Redfield wants really appear on such an ordinary island? Although this island is not too big, it will take a while to find it, right? Nami looked at the ancient town below her feet and asked, what does the devil fruit look like? It looks just like a normal zone, but it's slightly different from the zone devil fruit. It's covered with a layer of flame-like patterns. Listening to Redfield's answer, Nami couldn't help but sigh and said helplessly, it may take turning the entire island upside down to find it. That's not necessary. At this moment, Enel slowly opened his eyes. The powerful heart network had already enveloped the entire Loguetown. Even though the island was not particularly large, for most people, even someone like Redfield who possessed the special top-level observation hockey, it was impossible to cover such a huge island. But Enel is different. The coverage area of his awakened mind is huge. Coupled with the magnetic field provided by Thunder Fruit, everything on the island can be easily discovered by Enel at this moment. I have covered the entire island with the heart wire, but... Enel frowned slightly and said in a strange tone, I didn't sense any devil fruit's presence. Everything has its own aura, and devil fruit naturally has a special aura as well. Through some details, even with observation hockey, the existence of devil fruit can be detected without using the naked eye. But for most people, it is basically impossible to master such an ability. Only someone like Enel who was born with observation hockey that is strong to a certain extent can do such a thing. Listening to Enel's words, Valoric Redfield couldn't help but wonder if Rhine had remembered it wrongly, and the devil fruit ability he wanted to obtain was not actually on this island E. It can't be wrong. As if he understood Redfield's heart, Rhine said calmly, the devil fruit is in Loguetown. Let's go down and look for it. Anyway, the entire town of 760 is not that big. Everyone nodded and jumped towards the ancient town. Such a short distance was not a problem for them. But for the residents of Loguetown, seeing the huge island appear in the sky, they were already frightened and at a loss what to do. Some knowledgeable residents recognized that the island was flying in the sky, perhaps because of the power of the Paramecia lion fruit. As everyone knows, the power of the Paramecia lion fruit is in the hands of Caroline. He is known as the 5th Emperor of the Sea. Even if he has not entered the New World, no one dares to deny his status as the Emperor of the Rhine Sea. For a moment, the entire Loguetown fell into a huge panic. Facing the Sea Emperor who offered a bounty of over 4 billion berries, was there any way for the entire Loguetown to stop the other party's wanton behavior? However, what happened next surprised and unbelievable the entire Loguetown. As a man who was one of the 7 warlords of the sea, Crocodile did not wipe out their lives. Instead, he just drove them aside. It seemed that these people were going to look for something in the sleeping ancient town. Finally, on the 3rd night after the flying pirates arrived at the ancient town, a zombie soldier under Moria found a devil fruit and brought it to Rhine. Is that it? Everyone came back and looked at the devil fruit in Rhine's hand with curiosity in their eyes. Zone is a mythical beast species, a devil fruit that is even rarer than Logia. I didn't expect it to have such an ordinary appearance.
Redfield looked at the devil fruit in Rhine's hand with fiery eyes, and seemed to be impatient and ready to eat the devil fruit. It's definitely this devil fruit. Rhine's face was calm, and he slowly said, Zone bat fruit mythical beast species vampire form. The ability of this mythical beast species may not be the most powerful, but for you, Redfield, the power of this devil fruit is what you need most. Hearing this, Redfield took the devil fruit from Rhine and took a bite without hesitation. As the vampire-like ears appeared, Redfield's skin looked a little paler. Yes, that's the power. Redfield took a deep breath, his eyes flashing with excitement. After obtaining the vampire fruit, Redfield's strength has almost completely recovered to its peak state. As for the fact that the vampire fruit needs blood to keep the body young, Redfield didn't care at all. After returning to his peak state, finding a few beings with strong vitality to absorb blood and gain vitality, is it a difficult thing? What a powerful aura. Advertisement. Bullet on the side narrowed his eyes and stared at Redfield. Originally, there was not much difference between Bullet's strength and Redfield's, but at this moment, with Redfield obtaining the devil fruit ability, his combat power has returned to its peak state. Bullet also knew that it would be impossible for him to defeat Redfield in a short period of time. But before he could maintain his peak state for a minute, Redfield realized that something was wrong. The vitality in his body was constantly draining away, and his strength was rapidly declining. In just a moment, Redfield's strength fell back to that of an old man. What's going on? Everyone looked at Redfield in confusion. Even Rhine was a little confused. Could it be that Redfield's remaining vitality was no longer enough to maintain his peak strength? I need blood to replenish my vitality. Otherwise, it will be very difficult to maintain my peak condition. Redfield looked serious and continued, according to my feelings. I'm afraid I'll need the blood of a strong man with vitality comparable to that of Marine Vice Admiral to keep me at my peak for more than a year. If a battle breaks out in the middle of the process, I'm afraid this period will be even shorter. Hearing this, everyone frowned. Vice Admiral level vitality .014806028 Falu 1933625000. However, just as everyone was thinking about how to solve Redfield's troubles, Rhine smiled calmly and said, the number of humans in this world is far from comparable to that of Sea Kings. As soon as these words came out, everyone reacted, that's right. Although we cannot find anyone with the same vitality as the Vice Admiral in the short term, the Sea Kings hidden under the sea may have a much stronger vitality than the Vice Admiral. In this way, the problem of vitality is solved. Redfield took a deep breath and then passed through the observation hockey to feel whether there was a large Poseidon fistula under the ancient town. Perhaps because of good luck, at this moment there happened to be a large sea king swimming through the sea below Loguetown, but how to capture it became a huge problem. But at this moment, the large sea kings actually surfaced on its own initiative and opened its bloody mouth towards everyone. Island-eating sea kings. This is a rare species. Everyone was a little surprised and couldn't help but feel a little envious of Redfield's luck. This was really what he needed. I was originally thinking, it's all demon fruit power, how can I get the sea kings out, but now, it's actually an island-eating sea king that has surfaced to attack Loguetown. This is undoubtedly good news for everyone. Rhine drew out the Sakura 10 from his waist without hesitation, and with a fierce slash, he instantly cut off the head of the Sea Kings. Redfield could not wait to rush forward and absorb the blood in Sea King's body. With the replenishment of blood, Redfield was recovering his youthful appearance at a speed visible to the naked eye. Even his strength was constantly changing and gradually recovered to his peak state. The vitality of this Sea Kings is enough to keep me going for 3 years. Redfield's eyes flashed with excitement, and he slowly said, and these Sea Kings, Sifa, can be found everywhere, so there is basically no need to worry about the problem of exhausting vitality and needing to replenish it in the future. Hearing this, Rhine looked at Redfield and asked curiously, has your strength returned to its peak now? Feeling the strength in his body, Redfield nodded and said, it has fully recovered and is close to the quasi-king level of combat power. As soon as these words came out, everyone took a deep breath. Could it be that Redfield, in his peak state, possessed such a terrifying power? Close to the quasi-king level. Barrick Redfield took a deep breath and looked at Rhine. Just when Bullet and the others were curious about what choice the lone Red, who had recovered to his peak state, would make. This powerful man from the old times did not hesitate at all. He came directly to Rhine and said solemnly, the previous promise is no joke. Even if I return to my peak state, the lonely Red Redfield is still your most loyal butler. I'm glad you made the right choice, Redfield. Rhine smiled, feeling extremely satisfied that Redfield had not betrayed him. He continued, with your strength now, you have secured the position of the chief of the 3 disasters. Even if Bullet wants to take your position, it will probably take a long time for him to grow up. Bullet curled his lips when he heard this, but he did not refute Rhine. At this moment, Redfield was infinitely close to the quasi-king level of combat power. No one would want to offend him. Captain. At this moment, Enel's observation hockey seemed to sense the approach of the ship in the distance, and he slowly said, the people from the 9 snake pirates are coming. Upon hearing this, all the members of the flying pirates looked towards the sea in the distance, and saw a huge ship powered by 2 huge snakes slowly approaching the ancient town of Shui. This is already the 3rd day. Judging from the time, it seems that they did not delay on the road at all and headed directly to Loguetown. Crocodile lit a cigar, then looked at Rhine and asked, regarding the Nine Snakes pirates, Captain, do you really want to recruit them? However, without waiting for Rhine's answer, Moria said in a sly voice, Hehehehe. Boa Hancock is the world's #1. Beautiful lady, if you submit to the captain, you will be so proud if you tell others about it. Advertisement. Although that woman's personality is rather bad, her appearance is definitely qualified to be the captain's woman. Pirates, what is the purpose of going to sea? It's simple. Power, wealth, women. Now Rhine has both power and wealth in his hands, the only thing missing is women. That is why Moria said this. Hey Moria. However, at this moment, a cold and emotionless voice came, and Moria felt as if he was being stared at by a Shinigami. Turning around, I saw Nami and Robin both had dark faces and were looking at me unkindly. He, I was just kidding. Moria couldn't help but wipe the sweat off his face. It was obvious that he had not expected such a situation to occur. Rhine didn't care about these things, but said calmly, in Amazon Lily, basically everyone has the power of hockey, even if it's just the initial. The level of control and the deterrent power their country possesses are also very terrifying. If we can recruit Amazon Lily, it will undoubtedly be a great improvement for the entire Flying Pirates group. After all, up to now, apart from you, we, the Sky Pirates, do not have any followers yet. As soon as these words came out, everyone understood Rhine's idea. The Nine Snakes pirates could be taken in, and the entire Amazon Lily must also be in his hands. However, this matter is not a loss-making business for the Flying Pirates. After all, the physical fitness of the people in the entire Nine Snake Island is definitely one of the best. Otherwise, I won't be able to support the power of hockey. With a little training and cultivation, the women of Amazon Lily might become a powerful force known throughout the world like the Wanokuni Samurai Group. At the same time, on the deck of the Nine Snake Pirates on the sea. At this moment, although the distance was still quite far, through the telescope, Hancock had already noticed the flying pirates on the coast of Loguetown. Did you finally see it? Seeing Hancock's excitement, Marigold said helplessly, I don't know what happened to my sister these past 2 days. She was so weak just now. It seems like nothing happened now. Hearing this, Sandersonia looked at Hancock and whispered, this is what every emperor of Nine Snake Island will encounter. Back then, mother-in-law Gloriosa said, Sister. Master Zhu must have fallen in love with that man. Marigold's eyes widened in disbelief when she heard this. However, when she looked at Hancock's flushed face, she couldn't help but feel a little sorry for Sandersonia's words. Some recognition. When we met some time ago, we were still enemies. Marigold felt a little strange, and continued, do I have to call you brother-in-law when we meet this time? Marigold, Sandersonia, what are you discussing in private? Seeing the two people's strange postures, Hancock couldn't help but frown, and then said, hurry up and take a look, is there anything inappropriate on Yi Shen? The two looked at each other helplessly, and Sandersonia said bluntly, eldest sister, please don't have such thoughts. Your appearance is enough to make up for all your shortcomings. Cover up, not to mention that the elder sister herself has no flaws. As that's so, Hancock couldn't help but touch his face shyly when he heard that, and then he looked at the ancient town of Shui that was getting closer and closer in the distance, and his heart was extremely excited. After just 3 days of sailing, Hancock had completely completed his self-discipline and even began to think about his married life with Rhine. Even though the two didn't have much contact, and even became enemies during their only meeting, Hancock didn't care about those problems at all at this moment. However, at this moment, a huge figure suddenly fell from the sky, and its huge body suddenly landed in the sea in front of Loguetown. Huge waves swept in, seemingly sinking the entire ancient town. Finally found you, UB ******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** Rhine, a clash between sea emperors. A huge god-tier dragon hundreds of meters tall descended from the sky, and the terrifying conqueror's pressure swept the entire sleeping ancient town. A huge sense of oppression came, and even the officers and crew members of the flying pirates group all frowned and looked up at the sky. The strongest creature in the world, one of the New World Sea Emperors, 4 Emperors Kaido. Because of this man's appearance, the entire ocean was surging under Kaido's amazing conqueror's impact. The 9 Snakes pirates, who were preparing to sail over the sea not far away, also noticed the huge figure in the sky at this moment. The shocking sense of oppression even caused the 9 Snakes pirates to lose control of their ship, and the 2 Sea Kings did not dare to move forward. Damn it, why did 4 Emperors Kaido appear in the first half? Boa Hancock's expression suddenly changed, with a look of great worry flashing in his eyes, staring straight at the huge god-tier dragon in the sky. Hearing Hancock's words, Marigold on the side asked hurriedly, 4 emperors have appeared, sister, let's leave here first. Sandersonia was even ready to put up the sails, using Kaido's huge air pressure impact and the power of the snake to leave the ancient town as quickly as possible. However, Hancock's face darkened, and he looked at the location of the ancient town not far away. He said without hesitation, what a joke. How could I abandon Master Kaijin and leave like this? It's just a 4 emperors, pull the boat over. Hearing this, Sandersonia and Marigold's faces were very solemn, but due to the pressure from their eldest sister and the orders from the 9 Snakes Emperor and the captain of the 9 Snakes Pirates, even though Sandersonia and Marigold were very reluctant, they had to obey Hancock's orders. Restraining their innate fear, the two huge snakes continued to rush towards the location of Loguetown. At this moment, on the coast of the ancient town, Rhine couldn't help but show a look of surprise on his face as he looked at the figure that appeared in the sky. The devil's descendant, Douglas Bullet, frowned and said, "Why is this guy here? Obviously, he's here to cause trouble." Barrick Redfield looked calm, then looked at Rhine and asked, "Captain, are you going to do it yourself?" Hearing this, Rhine couldn't help but chuckle and said calmly, "They have come to my door in person. If I don't take action myself, wouldn't it be disrespectful to the older generation of 4 emperors if word gets out?" After saying this, Rhine pulled out the Sakura 10 and the dead tree from his waist and looked at the huge figure of Kaido in the sky. "Kaido, are you ready to fight me like this?" Following Rhine's words, Kaido did not hesitate at all. His huge body was covered by energy and gradually returned to his original shape. But even so, Rhine, who is 2 meters tall, is like a child in front of Kaido. It has to be admitted that most of the strong men in this world have reached unimaginable heights. Rhine's height of more than 2 meters and close to 3 meters is already the limit that ordinary people can reach, but Kaido's height has reached an astonishing 7 meters or more. Kaido was holding a huge mace, his eyes fell on Rhine. Seeing Rhine's calm appearance, Kaido actually grinned and said, "Little ghost, you haven't entered the new world for such a long time. Why, do you feel that you are not worthy of the title of the Emperor of the Sea, and you dare not enter the new world to clash with Laozi?" However, upon hearing this, Rhine simply smiled calmly and replied, "I should be free to enter the new world whenever I want, right? And, if the old generation of 4 emperors only have power like you, do you think I would be afraid of a clash with the 4 emperors? A sharp-tongued little devil." As the words fell, a powerful conqueror's aura instantly erupted, and a strong pressure instantly covered the entire flying pirates group. Seeing this, Rhine did not hesitate at all, and a conqueror's haki that was equally strong swept out, colliding with Kaido's conqueror's haki. A violent impact erupted instantly after the collision. The powerful conqueror's haki seemed to condense into substance. The black and red lightning even destroyed the reefs on the coast with ease. Because of the collision between the two conquerors, the sky was already dark and waves were rising on the sea. "Nice haki," Kaido commented, and then he held the mace in his hand, which was instantly wrapped with amazing haki, and swung it violently, but you can't become a strong man just by relying on conquerors. Thunder 8 trigrams. Slash wave. Facing Kaido's sudden attack, Rhine's reaction was also extremely fast. He instantly swung the Sakura 10 and the dead tree in his hands, and the equally amazing haki covered them, and suddenly collided with Kaido's mace. Please. In an instant, the terrible impact even overturned the surface of the earth. Intense energy was generated in the center of the collision between the two people, and it exploded instantly with a terrifying power that was enough to destroy the world. The two of them retreated at the same time, and after they gained their footing, they stared at each other. "You guys, are you really that advanced to this level?" Advertisement. Kaido also looked at Rhine in disbelief. Judging from the Conqueror's collision and the collision of armament haki just now, even if Rhine's strength is not as good as his, there will definitely not be a big gap. You know, Kaido practiced for decades to have his current strength and status, but Rhine has only been at sea for more than a year. Especially those flying pirates officers behind Rhine, each of them is a top-notch warrior known throughout the sea. Douglas Bullet, descendant of the devil, Rick Redfield, the lone Red Barrow, Enel, the god of thunder, one of the former 7 warlords of the sea. The overall strength of the Sky Pirates is indeed qualified to become a member of the Sea Emperor. Even among the old 4 emperors, no one can do it to fight against the 3 disasters of the Sky Pirates. After all, there are 2 admiral level ones among them. The strength of the world's strongest creature is somewhat astonishing. Rhine thought back to Kaido's strength just now and couldn't help but feel a little envious. Zone Demon Fruit Power, or the mythical beast species, the Azure Dragon form, the blessing of this devil fruit on the body is absolutely beyond imagination. Kaido's physique is definitely beyond most people in the world. Even Charlotte Linlin's steel balloon can hardly match Kaido in terms of physique. The blue dragon fruit plus Kaido's indestructible physique allowed him to be executed 40 times. No matter if he was chopped by a knife, chopped by an axe, struck by lightning, burned by fire, or soaked in poison or wine, he could not be hurt at all. In addition, the execution equipment would be damaged during the execution process. Because of this, Kaido is called the immortal monster. However, this kind of defense is not without weaknesses. Although Kaido has a very strong defense, it is not indestructible. About 20 years ago, Kazuki Oden left Kaido with 2 indelible huge scars, but Kaido's strength at that time was far from what it is now. Kaido, the beast, is definitely the most well-rounded and the most powerful of the older generation of 4 emperors. But, you are coming here alone and brazenly. Aren't you worried that these guys behind me will attack you at the same time? Rhine didn't quite understand Kaido's train of thought. If it was a one-on-one fight, Kaido's bravery would be fine, but he had to know that behind him stood 2 admiral-level fighters, the lone Red Baroric Redfield and the Devil's descendant Douglas Bullet. Especially Lone Red, after gaining the vampire form, Redfield's strength has recovered to a level close to the quasi-king level. With such strength, he is not weaker than Rhine and Kaido. Even facing such a luxurious lineup, Kaido dares to fight. It's simply, so what? Kaido couldn't help but grin when he heard Rhine's question and said, Laozi doesn't care whether you choose to attack Laozi or not. Come on, Let Laozi see the abilities of the new era's Sea Emperor. As soon as he finished speaking, Kaido jumped up, and the huge force shot Kaido's body out like a cannonball. Kaido waved the mace in his hand and let out bursts of roars. The amazing conqueror's haki continued to radiate, and Rhine couldn't help but narrow his eyes when he saw this scene. He had a deeper impression of the beast's pirate stubbornness. No wonder guys like the Shipping King appeared later, it turns out it's because the leaders themselves are all stupid. The next second, the Sakura 10 and the dead tree in Rhine's hand were also wrapped with amazing haki, and suddenly collided with Kaido's mace. The amazing force exploded, and even caused the entire sleeping ancient town island to fall into an extremely violent vibration. Should we take action? Bullet frowned, looking at the two people who were colliding with Kaido. In a short period of time, they had already fought nearly 100 times, and there was excitement in his eyes. However, upon hearing this, Redfield stood in front of everyone and said calmly, "The captain said this is his battle, we can't interfere. Just go back to the base camp and watch the battle." Hearing this, the rest of the crowd didn't say much. Bullet just took a deep look at the two people who kept colliding, and felt extremely excited in his heart. Only a battle of this level can make people feel excited and stressed, and thus gain more powerful strength. The collision between the two seemed to sink the entire town of Suigu. The conqueror's weapons kept colliding, Rhine's Sakura 10 and dead tree kept slashing, and Kaido was waving his mace. The two of them were extremely tacit in not using their fruit abilities, it was like a clash between physique and haki. At this moment, on the deck of the Nine-Snake Pirates ship, which was not far from the sea and about to approach the ancient town of Suigu, Hancock's face also showed excitement and admiration as he watched Rhine, who was constantly colliding with Kaido and not losing the upper hand at all. Is this the power of Lord Rhine? Even Kaido, one of the 4 emperors and the strongest creature in the world, can't do anything to the wooden golem. Hancock looked excited, as if he couldn't wait to throw himself into Rhine's arms. Sandersonia and Marigold were extremely troubled by the look of their elder sister. However, the other crew members of the Nine Snakes Pirates were all blushing when they saw Hancock like this. They secretly thought that Hancock's attitude was also full of charm. Bump. Boom. With another collision, the two did not retreat, but instead increased their strength to suppress each other. Kaido grinned, looked at the two famous swords in Rhine's hands, and couldn't help but say, "Little ghost, Jin." Advertisement. You use the two famous swords of the lion quite well. Having inherited the fruit and sword of the Golden Lion, is it possible that even his swordsmanship is so similar to that of the Golden Lion? Kaido, who once lived on the same boat with Golden Lion, is naturally very familiar with Golden Lion's kendo. Hearing this, Rhine couldn't help but chuckle and said, "The defense of the world's strongest creature is really terrifying. Even with such a slash, it is difficult to really have any effect on you. Is there any harm?" As the two of them continued to increase their strength, the energy in the center area could no longer be ignored. At this moment, the two of them did not hesitate at all. He stepped back suddenly, and tremendous energy instantly overflowed. Kaido did not hesitate at all. He covered the mace with powerful haki and swung it with great force. A haki energy that was like a flying slash instantly flew towards. Came straight at Kaiyan. Ming Di. Armament haki wrapped around Rhine's hand, facing the incoming flying attack, he slapped it away without any hesitation, and then swung the Sakura in his hand violently, the powerful tyrant. Under the entanglement of chi, the slashing attack was also swung out directly. Fit. Kaido also relied on his strong body to take the blow. The huge force made Kaido's body slow down for a moment, but it still couldn't stop Kaido. Kaido leapt up and in an instant, like a cannonball, he quickly approached Rhine in midair. The mace in his hand was swung again, covered with powerful haki and amazing power, and instantly smashed down towards Rhine's face. Rhine swung his sword from bottom to top, and the amazing haki and Kaido collided again. A huge roar erupted above the ancient town of Suigu. At this moment, the officers of the Flying Pirates group who were watching the battle on Sky Island also showed expressions of astonishment. As this the strongest creature in the world? It actually relied on its body's defensive power to take the captain's blow. Zoro's eyes sparkled with excitement. To Zoro, Rhine was the most terrifying swordsman he had ever seen. He is even a great swordsman who can rival Hawkeye. But even so, there was no wound on Kaido's body. The title of the world's strongest creature is no joke. Moria looked serious, watching Kaido's constant collision with Rhine, and her thoughts seemed to go back many years. At that time, I was also a well-known figure in the New World, and I had many clashes with the Beast's pirates. I also once faced Kaido of the Beasts. But now Kaido's strength is simply unmatched by Moria. Has this guy's strength reached such a level? Moria took a deep breath, his eyes gleaming with light. If he had not been confused at the beginning, but focused on improving himself, would he be able to compete with Kaido now? Question mark. Shiryu of Rain lit up a cigar and watched the violent collision between Rhine and Kaido not far away. The impact was as if it was enough to destroy the world, and it was like the end of the world. He said from the bottom of his heart, "Is this the most powerful force in the world? It's just like a monster. Who do you think will win this battle, the captain or Kaido?" Hearing this, everyone said without hesitation, "Is there any need to say it? It must be the captain. You know, the captain is an unprecedented dual fruit ability user. You haven't used your real means yet. But everyone seemed to have forgotten that Kaido had not yet used his true strength at this moment. As the two of them stopped, Rhine stood in midair and Kaido stood on the ground of the ancient town. They looked at each other and Kaido couldn't help but grin. It's been a long time since I had such a good fight. Kaido was seen waving his mace and suddenly said, if you continue like this, I'm afraid we won't be able to decide the winner even if we run out of energy. Go all out, Rhine. Let Laozi see the true strength of the new generation of Sea Emperor. Hearing this, Rhine did not hesitate at all. Since Kaido was not going to keep hiding it, he would have to show his true strength to continue to compete with Kaido. Contend. It is said that you are an unprecedented dual fruit ability user. Then let Laozi feel how the two devil fruit abilities can improve you. Chapter 62. The Clash of Fruits, Mythical Beast Azure Dragon vs. Double top-level Paramecia. Along with Kaido's roar, a terrifying atmosphere instantly covered the entire Suigu town. A huge pressure came, and even Rhine couldn't help but narrow his eyes, staring straight at Kaido. The next second, Kaido's arms turned into dragon claws, and his head stretched out to become a dragon head. With a leap of his feet, he turned into a giant god-tier dragon over 100 meters long. Then, Kaido suddenly raised his head and exhaled a breath of hot air towards where Rhine was. Come on, Rhine, let Laozi see what you are capable of. Along with a gust of wind, Kaido's mouth condensed a rolling wave of heat, and without hesitation, he aimed it at Kaien and sprayed it out directly. Hot breath. Kaido exhaled hot breath, and the attack range exceeded several kilometers. The extremely powerful heat wave swept out, as if it could evaporate a mountain in an instant, and could even easily penetrate an entire island. This is the terrifying thing about Zone Fish Fruit Mythical Beast Species Blue Dragon form. Feeling the heat wave sweeping over him, Rhine couldn't help but squint his eyes. This astonishing heat wave was even more threatening than Sakazuki's magma. Without any hesitation, Rhine flashed and pressed his palm on the sea surface. Lion Majesty Water Dragon. A huge water wall hundreds of meters high emerged under the power of lion fruit, and suddenly merged with the heat. But the scalding hot breath actually evaporated most of the sea water. Seeing this, Rhine couldn't help but be shocked by the power of Kaido's blue dragon form. This is the terrifying thing about the mythical beast ability users. Kaido has many more moves like the hot breath. The water evaporated, and the heat reached its limit, dissipating in front of Rhine. Kaido couldn't help but grin when he saw this scene. He raised his huge dragon head, then aimed at Rhine and spit out a shocking hurricane. Bad wind. The terrifying storm came, and the deadly breath coming from the 2 or 3 wind made Rhine feel terrified. The wind blade condensed by the bad wind is as sharp as the slash of a great swordsman, enough to cut through most things in the world. This terrifying method could easily flatten a mountain. Faced with this move, Rhine did not hesitate at all. He drew his 2 swords and swung Sakura 10 and Dead Tree violently. Lion. Thousand Slice Valley. The powerful sword pressure gathered, and the dense slashes collided with the bad wind, cutting off all the amazing wind blades in the hurricane. Kaido seemed to understand that he could not harm Rhine by continuing to use such means, so he transformed into a half-beast and exerted his strength to the peak. Round 2. Start. As Kaido landed, Rhine appeared in front of Kaido. Kaido didn't care about the terrifying slashing blow. Instead, he grinned and sucked the mace not far away into his hands. He held the mace tightly with both hands, and conquerors burst out instantly. Roaring Thunder 8 trigrams. Rhine was shocked when he saw this, and then he raised his arms and used Sakura 10 and Dead Wood, wrapped with the amazing armament Haki, to block Kaido's move. Then Rhine activated the ability of the round fruit without saying a word. Momo. 10 times the power. A huge force instantly filled Rhine's body, and he concentrated all his strength on his arms. Even Kaido's physique could not help but be suppressed by this tremendous force at this moment. World Destroyer's Momo Fruit. Feeling the change in the power in Rhine's body, Kaido narrowed his eyes and his expression became extremely serious. He is indeed a dual fruit ability user. Whether it is the lion fruit or the Momo fruit, they are both Paramecia's top-notch devil fruit. Rhine, who has mastered 2 top-level Paramecias at the same time, is not even easy for Kaido. Roaring Thunder 8 trigrams. He used the same method again, accompanied by the amazing Conqueror's entanglement, and actually relied on the explosive force to blast the 10-fold amplified Rhine away. After stabilizing his body with the help of lion fruit, Rhine looked at Kaido in disbelief. This guy's power is definitely a plot killer in the original novel, right? No matter how heaven-defying Straw Hat's talent is, it's impossible for him to defeat such a monster after awakening the devil fruit ability to the quasi-admiral level, right? But Rhine was only surprised for a moment, because at this moment Kaido had already attacked again. King Kong Dysprosium. Kaido was seen swinging the mace in his hand, and violent force and Haki were instantly hit out. With powerful force coming, Rhine also directly activated the ability of the Momo fruit. Momo. 10 times slash. Fit. Boom. Advertisement. A shocking collision broke out, and Kaido's figure emerged from the smoke, colliding with the 2 swords in Rhine's hands. This is the terrifying thing about the world's strongest creature, a monster with no weaknesses and combat experience that is beyond imagination. Such an existence is more troublesome than dealing with 2 admiral-level fighters at the same time. However, facing Kaido's continuous attacks, Rhine no longer hesitated. As the Lion Fruit's ability was activated, thousands of meters of sea waves instantly turned into tsunamis, rising into the sky and trying to wrap Kaido up in them. Then, the power of the Momo Fruit was activated at the same time, and the huge force blasted Kaido down. Kaido's figure fell into the sea like a cannonball. If he were an ordinary person with special abilities, he would be helpless at this moment. But for Kaido, it seemed that the sea water had no effect on him at all. Kaido leapt up and entered the half-beast state again. The Fengzhong mace was thrown towards the mushroom without hesitation. Rhine swung Sakura 10 in his hand suddenly, knocking the mace away, and Conquerors also exploded instantly. Entangled by the powerful Conquerors, Rhine directly activated the ability of the Momo Fruit. Momo, 10 times the speed. As if teleporting, Rhine's figure instantly appeared in front of Kaido. As Conqueror's entangled slash came, Kaido's pupils shrank, and he quickly reacted by gathering Armament Haki and Conqueror's Haki and throwing out 10 punches in an attempt to stop Rhine's fire attack. Fit. Kaido was instantly sent flying backwards. A violent collision was heard. The ancient town of Shuigu had already been completely razed to the ground. There was no longer any peaceful place on the entire island. Kaido stood up and looked at the wound on his hand with a look of astonishment in his eyes. This guy actually left wounds on his own body. When he thought of this, Kaido actually laughed out loud towards the sky. Ha 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 ha. He was actually able to hurt Laozi. Such power is indeed qualified to be called the Emperor of the Sea. But if you want to defeat Laozi, this is far from enough. Under the pull of the force, the huge mace that had fallen to the side reappeared in Kaido's hand. Seeing this scene, Rhine couldn't help but feel a little headache. How many times had this weapon been thrown out? Rhine almost suspected that Kaido was the one who had the ability of Lion Fruit, and he could easily take back everything he threw out. However, at the moment when Rhine was distracted, Kaido suddenly jumped up and swung his mace to smash Rhine's body directly onto the island of Shuigu town. In the huge smoke and dust, no one knew whether Rhine had been hurt. Even Kaido was not sure that his previous move could cause any harm to Rhine. Because of this, Kaido, who had succeeded in one fell swoop, had no intention of stopping. With the entanglement of Conqueror's Haki, the amazing power was launched again. The Third World, leading to Naraku. As one of the moves that Kaido mastered, named after the four great kings, Kaido jumped into the air, spun the iron rod while wrapping Conqueror's Haki around it, and suddenly launched a fierce attack towards the location where Rhine was. Lord Rhine. However, at this moment, Boa Hancock, who saw this scene, had already arrived at Shuigu town. The moment he saw Kaido's move, Hancock did not hesitate at all and directly activated the ability of the sweet fruit. Countless pink heart arrows flew straight towards Kaido's position. Kaido sensed the danger of those arrows and dodged them without any hesitation. When Kaido found out that the person who attacked was actually one of the 7 warlords of the sea, the Queen of Pirates, Boa Hancock, he couldn't help but frown and said in a bad tone, "Why do you want to interfere in the battle between Laozi and Rhine?" However, Hancock ignored Kaido's thoughts. He just saw Rhine being hit and falling to the ground. At this moment, Hancock was filled with anger and seemed to have lost his mind. UB********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* Facing the perfume femur that could petrify everything, Kaido, whose Haki was much better than that of an ordinary person, had no intention of dodging at all. He directly grabbed Hancock's calf and suddenly sent him flying. Steadying his body, Hancock was about to attack again, but Rhine's voice came out. "This is not a fight you can engage in. Stand down, Boa Hancock." Lord Rhine. Seeing Rhine was safe and sound, Hancock breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Let me help you deal with this guy." "No need." Rhine looked indifferent. He glanced at Hancock not far away, and his eyes fell on Kaido again. Although he didn't understand why Hancock helped him, Rhine didn't have time to think about the deeper reasons at this moment. After all, Kaido has not been resolved at this moment. Rhine twisted his shoulders and said solemnly, "Your strength is quite good, Kaido, the stick hit me a little bit." Kaido grinned at the safe and sound Rhine and said, "You are just like a monster. Your physique is not something that ordinary humans can possess. Even that old guy Garp can't match your physical strength, right? This feeling is exactly the same as Linlin's steel balloon." Hearing this, Rhine couldn't help but chuckle and said, "Isn't it the same for you? Half a day has passed, and only a scar is left on your hand. Continue." Kaido's eyes flashed with fighting spirit. Hearing this, Rhine responded without any hesitation, "Continue." Bump. Advertisement. Boom. The shocking collision broke out again, and the horrific impact was even a disaster for the crew of the Nine Snakes pirates not far away. It seems that apart from Empress Hancock, the other members of the Nine Snakes pirates are simply unable to resist such a clash. Fortunately, they still have good strength and willpower, otherwise the overflowing Conqueror's impact would be enough to destroy the entire Nine Snakes pirates. "Sister. Adult." Marigold looked grim and said, "We are too close here. The battle between the two sea emperors is not something we can participate in at all." Hancock was also very upset when he heard this. "It's ugly. Sandersonia is helping the members of the Nine Snakes pirates to block the impact of the collision between Rhine and Kaido. She looks very uncomfortable." Seeing this, Hancock gritted his teeth and said, "Damn Kaido, don't let me take advantage of this opportunity." However, at this moment, a voice sounded above the Nine Snake pirates. "If you want to watch the battle, you can come to the island." Violent collisions continued to occur, and the strength of the two seemed to be on par with each other, and neither could do anything to the other. If Rhine wants to break Kaido's defense, he must use Conqueror's Slash, but how can Kaido not be prepared for such a move? Kaido wants to defeat Rhine, but it is almost impossible to do so. With the Lion Fruit and the Momo Fruit, Rhine seems to be invincible. With the explosions one after another, the entire Suigu town seemed to be unable to continue to withstand this force and began to slowly sink. This island, which was not particularly large, was probably only about the same size as Kaido's Onigashima. In the battle between the two sea emperors, it could only become a victim. As for the residents on the island, I'm sorry, the weak in this world are so powerless. Rhine himself did not intend to hurt the residents on the island, but Kaido attacked in the sleeping. The ancient town instantly became a battlefield between the two men. Facing the clash of the two sea emperors, the residents naturally had no chance of surviving. Gundali Longsheng army. Kaido wrapped conquerors around the mace and swung it around. The powerful hockey impact and the amazing striking force of the mace even formed a circle around Kaido. A circle of terrifying energy that cannot be approached. Seeing this, Rhine narrowed his eyes, and Conqueror's sword entangled him at the same time, and a powerful slash fell instantly. It seemed that the great swordsman's slash was enough to destroy everything, but it only did. Let Kaido take a step back. Seeing that Rhine was coming, Kaido no longer held back. With the strong hockey in his body gathering, the Conqueror's mace wrapped around him flashed with amazing lightning. Great power thunder 8 trigrams. Feeling the enormous power contained in this attack, Rhine's pupils could not help but shrink, and then Conqueror's entangled Sakura 10 and Dead Tree were swung out instantly. Momo, 50 times slash. Boom. The Conqueror's weapons repelled each other, and the two weapons could not even touch each other. The black and red Conqueror's lightning continued to spread in all directions, and the two people collided with each other. The core area 2.3 has already condensed a huge energy that cannot be suppressed. The next second, a huge mushroom cloud spread out from the center of the collision between the two people. The violent explosion raised a cloud of dust. At this moment, the ancient town of Shui under his feet was completely covered with ashes. The bottom sank into the sea. The two people who saw this scene all showed happy expressions on their faces. It's been a long time since I had such a satisfying fight. Kaido transformed into a blue dragon, floating in the air with the help of flame clouds, and his eyes fell on Rhine not far away. At this moment, Rhine also used the power of Lion Fruit too. The body was half suspended in the air. Do you want to continue, Kaido? This island has already sunk. There is no more suitable battlefield for us to continue. Hearing this, Kaido couldn't help but grin and replied, that's all for today, Rhine, Lousy will be waiting for you in New World. Today's battle is a draw. When you arrive at the New World soon, Lousy will have to settle the score with you. Kaido suddenly flew into the sky, and when he disappeared, he left behind only one sentence. Lousy will be waiting for you at New World Wano-kuni. Looking at Kaido going away, a smile appeared on Rhine's face. Both of them still have more powerful means that they have not yet used, whether it is Kaido's fire dragon form or Rhine's divine avoidance, neither of them has used their real means. But even so, the battle between the two sea emperors still sank an island with a diameter of hundreds of kilometers. I will go to New World. You are worthy of your title as the strongest creature in the world. In a one-on-one duel, there are really few people in this world who can defeat you. Kaido. Rhine's eyes flashed with red Conqueror's hockey, and he said solemnly, but don't worry, I am different from your previous opponents. Next time we meet, I hope you won't lose. Too fast. Chapter 63. Supernova in the Evil Era. Ability worth 5 billion. The headquarters of the Flying Pirates has been officially named the Nibelungen Floating Sky Island. At this moment, everyone in the Flying Pirates group's eyes were fixed on the Pirate Queen, Boa Hancock, not far away, and the members of the Nine Snakes Pirates group behind them. The same is true for Rhine. At this moment, Rhine is still doubting that Boa Hancock appeared in Suigu town because of the previous contact between Rhine and Den Den Mushi. But why would this woman suddenly help him fight against Kaido? You know, that's the old 4 emperors of New World, the strongest creature in the world, and the governor of Beasts Pirates. If the empress didn't know the other party's strength, that would be impossible. Kaido's deeds had probably been remembered by most of the powerful people in this world and could not be forgotten. Even so, the empress still chose to attack Kaido. Wasn't she afraid that Kaido would use his great power thunder 8 trigrams to kill her? Lord Rhine is looking at me. Not far away, Hancock blushed as he felt Rhine's gaze, and he seemed to be in a strange state. This kind of gaze really makes me feel shy. Could it be that this is marriage? As soon as he thought of this, Hancock's face turned even redder, and the next second, the back of his hand touched his forehead and his body fell backwards. My dear elder sister, what's wrong? Marigold supported Hancock with some doubts, and Hancock's face became extremely dark when Marigold pulled him back from his fantasy. Marigold. Seeing this scene, everyone in the Flying Pirates expressed their incomprehension. Moria and Crocodile, former colleagues of Shichibukai, couldn't help but show strange expressions when watching Boa Hancock's actions at this moment. This woman has never shown such an expression before, has she? Moria frowned and asked Crocodile suspiciously, what's going on with this evil guy? You ask me, who should I ask? Crocodile was holding a cigar in his mouth. Although he looked puzzled, he acted as if he didn't care. He said calmly, God knows what's going on with her crazy look. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone seemed to have thought of something. They looked at Nami and Robin not far away, and then looked at the 28 Pirates Queen Boa Hancock. Hey, no way. Moria looked at him strangely, and continued, that Pirates Queen who hates men so much and has an unimaginably bad personality, could she actually fall in love with someone else? If it's the captain, it's not unacceptable. Listening to the conversation between Moria and Crocodile, everyone understood at this moment. From the posture of Empress Hancock at this moment, she really looked like those girls in love seeing their loved ones. Only, it was hard for them to imagine that this guy was actually the Pirates Queen, Boa Hancock. The woman who hated men so much and was said to have the worst personality in the world. In the previous Den Den Mushi episode, you told Crocodile that you wanted to lead the 9 Snakes Pirates to join the Sky Pirates. Rhine looked at Hancock, who was a little dazed, and seemed to understand something in his heart. He continued. If I remember correctly, the 9 Snakes Pirates are the pirates who protect the country of Amazon Lily. Once you join the Flying Pirates, there will be no one to protect Amazon Lily. Moreover, getting involved with this means you will betray the world government and lose your identity as the 7 Warlords of the Sea. If you lose your identity as the 7 Warlords of the Sea, Amazon Lily will be directly exposed to the world government and the naval headquarters. Have you thought about how to solve the Amazon Lily problem? Following Rhine's words, Hancock seemed to wake up as well. He looked at Rhine and said seriously, no matter how great the resistance is, I want to follow Kai Guan Tianja. So what if I left the 7 Warlords of the Sea and became an enemy of the world government and the naval headquarters? They may have forgotten that the reason I became a 7 Warlord of the Sea was because I was powerful. I am willing to lead the 9 Snakes Pirates and submit to Lord Rhine. In addition, the flag of the Flying Pirates can also be planted on the territory of the 9 Snakes Island. Hearing this, before Rhine could answer, Marigold on the side said directly, Sister, if you do this, wouldn't it break the rules that have been passed down for generations? Sandersonia also said hurriedly, Yes, sister, if we do this, the rules of 9 Snake Island will be broken, and... All right. Before Sandersonia could finish, Hancock looked solemnly, then looked at Rhine with an extremely gentle gaze and said softly, No matter what decision I make, the people will understand and forgive me. I only hope to stay by Lord Rhine's side. Hey, you guys. Not far away, Nami was about to say something, but Robin directly activated the flower fruit ability and covered her mouth with the arm that grew out of her body. It seemed that he was very clear about the significance of this conversation. Advertisement. Looking at Hancock's serious expression, Rhine thought for a moment and then opened his arms. Welcome to the 9 Snakes Pirates. The 9 Snakes Pirates are not weak in strength, and basically everyone has hockey. Currently, the Flying Pirates system is complete, and the 3 disasters and the 10 squad leaders are all commanders without troops, so the joining of the 9 Snakes Pirates can be regarded as a supplement to the entire Flying Pirates. After all, the surrender of the 9 Snake Pirates also symbolizes the surrender of the 9 Snake Island, and on the 9 Snake Island, there are countless beings who control hockey. What does it mean to have thousands of elite warriors who have mastered the power of hockey? This means that the 9 Snake Island's strength only needs a little training, and it could even surpass the Wanokuni samurai group. The first half of the Grand Line ends at Sabayati Archipelago. At this moment, the Flying Pirates arrived at the Sabayati Archipelago, and after completing the last supply, they were ready to enter the New World. I happened to be in Sabayati Archipelago to see if I would be lucky enough to meet a ship doctor suitable for the Flying Pirates group. While everyone was doing their job and busy with their own things, 4 women followed Rhine, making noise all the way, even giving Rhine a headache. Boa Hancock is so proud that he naturally won't allow other women to appear around Rhine. But before Hancock, Robin and Nami had already had in-depth exchanges with Rhine, so they would naturally not turn a blind eye to Hancock's provocation. So what if you're the pirate queen? Even if you're the most beautiful woman in the world, you can only be a latecomer here. Nami said in an unhappy tone, and directly grabbed Rhine's right arm. Her voice changed to a very sweet voice and said, Tell me, Nijin. Do you like me or that guy? Cut. Hancock was not willing to be outdone, so he grabbed Rhine's left arm and looked at her with anticipation. Behind the 3 of them, Perona was floating in the air, holding a parasol in one hand and a drink in the other. She looked at Robin curiously and asked, Why don't you react at all? Hearing this, Robin just chuckled and replied, It's already a foregone conclusion, what else do you need to react to? Throwing away the drink bottle in his hand, Perona looked at the 3 people walking in front of him and said unhappily, That guy's personality is not as likable as you and Nami. I still support you and Nami. Robin didn't answer, but just chuckled. For Robin, who has been on the run for more than 10 or 20 years, being able to live in such a safe place is already a very satisfying thing. What's more, on the ship of the Flying Pirates, he can also fulfill his dreams without worrying about attacks from the outside world. For Robin, this was enough to satisfy his heart, so he naturally had no intention of competing with Nami or Hancock for status. However, just as the group was noisily walking towards the Sabayati Archipelago souvenir shop, a group of figures suddenly appeared in front of them, blocking the way of Rhine and his group. Tisk tisk, I actually met such a big shot here. The man's eyes flashed with madness, staring straight at Rhine, and continued, since we meet one of the 5 emperors, Rhine, here, use your brain to help me become famous all over the world. However, listening to the other party's words, Rhine's expression was extremely calm. Even the 4 people beside Rhine looked at him as if he were a fool. Who is this guy? Perona said strangely. Are you looking for death by daring to challenge Rhine? Robin chuckled and responded, perhaps it's the pirates who haven't seen how big the world is. Oh, it turns out to be this guy. Robin opened the newspaper in his hand and read the contents. The Pirates Supernova with a bounty of over 300 million berries, Eustace Kid. Listening to Robin's words, Nami and Hancock looked at Kid unkindly. Pirates Supernova, what the hell, why did this guy show up at this critical moment when they were fighting? Seeing the murderous intent flashing in Kid's eyes, Rhine looked very calm and said slowly, pirates who have never seen the size of the world actually challenge me. This is really incredible. But I don't plan to do it here. If I accidentally let the island sink into the sea, I won't be able to see such a beautiful scenery anymore. Hearing this, Hancock leapt up, and with the help of armament hockey, he kicked Kid out. A giant red and white snake appeared beside Hancock. Hancock looked cold and said in a very cold tone, what kind of rubbish is it that dares to block my way forward? The Queen of Pirates, Boa Hancock. Standing up from the ruins, Kid looked at Hancock unkindly and said, this matter has nothing to do with you. If you don't leave, don't blame me. But before Kid could finish his words, Hancock appeared above Kid's head and stomped Kid's head into the dirt. Are the pirates going out to sea in the new era just a bunch of trash like this? Hancock sneered and said in a very unhappy tone, Marine actually gave a reward of over 300 million Baileys to such trash. With such strength, I'm afraid it's not even worth 100 million Baileys. Advertisement. Hancock directly activated the ability of the sweet fruit, preparing to use perfume femur to kill Kid. But at this moment, a figure suddenly attacked, and the sharp blade almost cut a hole in Hancock's cheongsam. The second in command of the Kid pirates, Killer Samurai Kira. Robin said. It's also a pirate with a bounty of over 100 million. A new thief. I'm so sorry, Kid didn't mean it. Kira's tone was serious, and the expression under the mask was hard to detect, but it was obvious from Kira's tone that this guy was definitely very good at sensing the aura of the strong. Super Kid. However, even so, Hancock had no intention of letting the other party go. A pink heart appeared in Hancock's hand. Just as Hancock was about to pull the trigger to release the arrow, Rhine appeared beside Hancock and pressed his hand. On Hancock's shoulder, Hancock's expression suddenly changed. The look that was cold and murderous just now turned into that of a kitten, and he immediately attacked Rhine. The ocean of the new era still needs these new pirates. It would be a pity to kill them, so let's keep them. Rhine looked calm, but he was thinking in his heart, at this point in time, the Kid pirates had already appeared in the Sabayati archipelago and offered a bounty of more than 300 million. According to the time calculation, even if the Straw Hat crew was as fast as they could be, it would take at least half a year to reach the Sabayati archipelago. However, the Kid pirates group showed up here half a year in advance, becoming one of the supernovas of the era of evil. However, Rhine also realized that the route chosen by Kid 847 pirates was far less challenging than that of the Straw Hat pirates. The two biggest challenges in the world, the Alabasta incident and the Ennies Lobby incident, were both made impossible by Rhine. Plus, Moria has also joined the Flying Pirates and left the 7 warlords of the sea, so, the Straw Hats and the pedestrians may have a very smooth voyage. Did my appearance cause the butterflies' wings to flutter? Rhine seemed to have figured out the reason, and then looked to the distance. Through observation hockey, Rhine had already noticed that there was no one on this island except Kid High. Besides the pirate group, there seemed to be other pirates whose aura could rival that of Kid. When Rhine looked across the street and noticed the group of pirates walking on the street, a smile appeared on Rhine's face. Let's go. The ship's doctor suitable for the flying pirates has finally appeared. Following Rhine's footsteps, Hancock and Nami started to compete with Rhine again, while Xuanxi chuckled and walked behind with Pequana. As for the Kid pirates, to be honest, let alone the Kid pirates at this point in time, even if they formed an alliance with Straw Hat Luffy and defeated the 4 Emperor's big moms, the German pirates were nothing more than ants that could be wiped out in one move by Rhine. As Kaijin and his group walked across the street, a group of pirates not far away also obviously noticed the arrival of Rujun and his group. As a pirate, who wouldn't remember Rhine's face with a terrifying bounty of 4.368 billion berries? What's more, at this moment, Rhine was followed by 4 top beauties, which made him even more eye-catching and attracted more attention. Trafalgar Law. Kaijin stopped in front of the Heart Pirates, his eyes fell on Trafalgar Law, and said in a very calm tone, the Sky Pirates need a ship doctor. You know what this invitation means, join the Flying Pirates, no matter what kind of hatred you have carried, I can easily help you solve it. Single quote. After a moment of silence, Law stared at Rhine. Even though there was a huge gap in strength, Trafalgar Law didn't know why. Still mustering up the courage to look directly at Rhine. Why me? The Flying Pirates need a ship doctor. Luo thinks there are countless doctors with extraordinary skills in this world, why would they choose him? You should be very aware of your own abilities. The ability of the op fruit. Your medical skills are among the best in the world. Isn't it normal for me to target you? After he finished speaking, Rhine also stretched out his hand and asked again in a very calm tone, so, what is your answer? After listening to Rhine's words, Trafalgar Law took a deep breath and said seriously, if you want to join the flying pirates, you need to abandon my crew, then I can join them, but only if they are also qualified to board the ship. Chapter 64 Heavenly Yaksha's Disaster. Artificial Devil Fruit is targeted. Rhine did not directly agree to Trafalgar Law's request, but instead set his eyes on the rest of the crew of the Heart Pirates. I can agree to your request and allow you to board the flying pirates ship with your crew, but the prerequisite is, you crew members need to demonstrate your strength and ability. Before Law could react, the Conqueror's hockey exploded, and a terrifying sense of oppression instantly overwhelmed all the members of the Heart Pirates. Even Trafalgar Law, one of the supernovas of the evil era, was unable to move or share under the Conqueror's oppression. Is this the terrifying power possessed by the world's most powerful being, the fifth Emperor Laron Rhine? Looking at Rhine standing there, his expression was calm to the extreme, as if nothing had happened. It's very simple. As long as your crew can hold out for 3 minutes without fainting, they can board the flying pirates ship with you. But if they can't even hold out for 3 minutes, then for the flying pirates, such strength is not worth my trying to win them over. Under the Conqueror's terrifying pressure, the Heart Pirates crew had almost no ability to resist, and most of them fell to the ground in an instant. Seeing this scene, Trafalgar Law felt helpless. He knew very well that even if he refused to join the flying pirates, they would not let him go. As for the crew members of the Heart Pirates, Law was powerless. Even if he wanted to take them to join the Sky Pirates, it seemed that there were big problems with their strength. Joining the Sky Pirates was not decided by him, but by the extremely hockey man in front of him. Nice guy. Rhine glanced at Beppo, the white bear who was trembling all over but not fainting, and said calmly, compared to the rest of the Heart Pirates, this bear is qualified to be a member of the Flying Pirates. After saying this, Rhine showed no intention of stopping and said, let's go, Trafalgar Law, take your pet with you. From today on, you two will be part of the Flying Pirates. Naval Headquarters Marineford. At this moment in the Marshal's office, Sengoku looked at the information in his hand and couldn't help but sigh. The 3 major forces in the world, Naval Headquarters, New World 4 Emperors, and 7 Warlords of the Sea, have all undergone drastic changes. The Naval Headquarters suffered a series of blows, and its ability to suppress the sea has been greatly reduced compared to before. The situation of the New World 4 Emperors will also be completely broken because of the emergence of the 5th Sea Emperor, Laron Rhine. 7 Warlords of the Sea. With the departure of Crocodile, Gecko Moria, and the Pirates' Queen, Boa Hancock, the 7 Warlords of the Sea seems to have become an organization in name only. There are 4 current members left, including the world's greatest swordsman, Joracle Mahawk. Captain of the Fishman Pirates, Sea Knight Jinbei. Heavenly Yaksha Don Quixote Doflamingo. Bartholomew Bear. Joracle Mahawk basically does not obey the orders of the world government and the naval headquarters. He keeps to himself and does not seem to care about anything. Although Sea Knight Jinbei is relatively obedient, he will not obey orders from the world government and naval headquarters on certain matters. Needless to say, Don Quixote Doflamingo was dubbed the Joker in the underworld and was known as the middleman of the underworld. As for Bartholomew Bear, although he is obedient, as he undergoes more and more transformations, he is gradually becoming a machine. I wonder if the current 7 Warlords of the Sea still has any deterrent power. Damn the Queen, she actually chose to betray the world government at this point in time, left the 7 Warlords of the Sea, and joined the Flying Pirates. Sengoku looked grim and said in a very unfriendly tone, aren't you afraid of Marine's Buster Call and attacking Nine Snake Island? The current situation in the world is about to go out of control. Whether it is the New World or the first half of the Grand Line, it seems that they are about to be completely messed up. The Vice Admiral sitting next to him looked calm and said slowly, when Crocodile left the 7 Warlords of the Sea, we should look for new pirates and let them become a member of the 7 Warlords of the Sea. I thought about doing that, but who else can I turn to? Sengoku stroked his forehead with a headache, and said helplessly, 3 Shichibukai positions are vacant. It is almost impossible to fill them in a short time. If we just look for some ordinary pirates to become Shichibukai, how can we do it? The 4 emperors and the naval headquarters are called the 3 major forces. Perhaps there is such a candidate, isn't there? Vice Admiral Suru said calmly, earlier, the Marine of Sabayati Archipelago sent a message saying that the traitor of the Whitebeard pirates, Blackbeard Marshal D. Teach, was ready to exchange the head of a pirate with a bounty of over 100 million for the throne of Shichibukai. Blackbeard. Hearing what Vice Admiral Suru said, Sengoku couldn't help but take a deep breath and spoke again, but even so, there are still 2 positions left to be filled. Advertisement. If we can, maybe we can win over that guy. Vice Admiral he picked up a photo on the table and said solemnly, it was once a product of scientific experiments. It has the genes of Golden Lion, Whitebeard, Stussy and many other Rocks pirate members. Hearing this, Sengoku's eyes fell on the photo in Vice Admiral Suru's hand. If it's him, then the status of the 7 Warlords of the Sea can indeed be raised to its previous level, but what about Zephyr? After these words were spoken, Vice Admiral he fell silent again. Obviously, there aren't many top fighters in the sea right now. If a Weevil Admiral level fighter could become a member of the Shichibukai, it would definitely restore the 7 Warlords of the Sea to their former dominance. But the biggest problem is that there is a huge hatred between Weevil and Admiral Zephyr, the former top fighter of naval headquarters. Thinking of this, Sengoku couldn't help but sigh and said helplessly, let's wait and see. Unless it's absolutely necessary, we'd better not invite Wabel to become a member of the 7 warlords of the sea. Otherwise, we won't be able to explain to Zephyr. New World, Dressrosa Island. The island of love, passion and toys, at this moment, is located in the heights of King Dressrosa. Looking at the latest information obtained by the Don Quixote family, Heavenly Yaksha, who seems to have mastered everything, actually has an expression of disbelief. What's wrong, young master? Tuolbal felt Doflamingo's tense mood and couldn't help but ask, what happened? Nothing. Doflamingo took a deep breath and looked in the direction of the first half of the Grand Line. Kaido of the Beasts personally fought with Lerona Rhine, but ended up in a tie. Having worked with Kaido for many years, Doflamingo was naturally very aware of how terrifying Kaido was. However, even a monster like that was not capable of defeating Lerona Rhine. This inevitably made Doflamingo feel a little scared. If the other party entered the New World, how would Dressrosa, who was not protected by the 4 emperors, and the Don Quixote family, who were not under the 4 emperors' power, survive in the rampage of the New World? Woo! At this moment, an alarm suddenly sounded in the King's Highlands, and Doflamingo's expression changed instantly. At Sunflower Heights, Don Quixote family cadre member, Diamante, looked at the huge monster appearing in the sky and raised the alarm without hesitation. Pika, Baby 5, Senor, Sucrose, Jorah, Gladius and other members of the Don Quixote family all appeared outside the King's Highlands at the first time. Looking at the huge black shadow appearing in the sky, everyone took a deep breath. The blue-green figure that was several hundred meters long and the terrifying sense of oppression came over them. At this moment, all the members of the Don Quixote family looked at the black shadow in the sky with expressions of fear. Even Don Quixote Doflamingo couldn't help but widen his eyes when he saw the black shadow appearing in the sky, and felt something was wrong. The next second, the huge blue-green dragon turned into a human body and appeared in the King's Highlands, standing in front of Doflamingo and many Don Quixote family cadres. The person who came was Kaido of the Beasts, one of the old 4 emperors of New World and one of the 5 sea emperors. Mr. Kaido, how come you suddenly have time to come to Dressrosa? Doflamingo had a smile on his face, as if even a guy like Heavenly Yaksha was very afraid of the man in front of him. Hearing Doflamingo's words, Kaido said with a cold expression, I just happened to be passing by here, so I came to see if you take our cooperation seriously. Mr. Kaido, you can rest assured that our Don Quixote family will put 100% of our energy into the cooperation with Beasts Pirates and do our best to fulfill the agreement with Beasts Pirates. Doflamingo waved his hand, and Radius took out a bill from his pocket. It records that recently, the Don Quixote family has been preparing to transport weapons and equipment to Wano Kuni, and the amount has exceeded the previously agreed amount by about 20%. Doflamingo took a deep breath and continued, in addition, in order to show my sincerity and make the subsequent cooperation more pleasant, I have specially prepared 2 zone devil fruits to give to Mr. Kaido. Kaido heard this and just glanced at Doflamingo silently, then couldn't help but sneer. Clown, are you really that kind? Please do not doubt it, Mr. Kaido. To survive in the New World, the Don Quixote family still needs to rely on the power of the Beasts Pirates. Doflamingo took a deep breath. He was not at all careless in the face of a monster like Kaido, because Doflamingo knew very well that once this monster got angry, the entire Don Quixote family would not be able to compete with him for even a moment. You should know the real purpose of my coming here. Kaido stared at Doflamingo and said calmly, I heard that you have a scientist under your command who can create artificial devil fruit. Doflamingo's expression turned ugly when Kaido mentioned what Guy had said. Advertisement. Geisa Current was one of the members who originally belonged to the illegal scientific research team MADS together with scientists such as Vegapunk and Vinsmoke Judge, and was engaged in weapons research. Later, Geisa joined the World Government Science class with Vegapunk, ranked 2nd, and was called the highest authority on weapons of mass destruction. Earlier, a punk hazard incident occurred. After the scientific accident, Guy was arrested directly, and finally escaped back to Punk Hazard, and secretly cooperated with Doflamingo to develop artificial devil fruit. No one should know such news, right? Could it be that Kaido has already been to Punk Hazard Island? Thinking of this, Doflamingo immediately thought of many excuses. It seemed that at this moment Doflamingo was not willing to cooperate more with Kaido. However, Kaido seemed to see through Doflamingo's thoughts and said in a very cold tone, Are you trying to find another excuse to make fun of me, Joker? Doflamingo's face suddenly changed, and he immediately responded. It is true, but Mr. Kaido, can you tell me why you got this information? This is obviously very important to Tang. For the Quixote family, this is the biggest secret. Hearing this, Kaido couldn't help but sneer. Do you think that scientist under you really submits to you and cooperates with you? Fortunately, that guy doesn't. What kind of honest existence is this? Otherwise, he wouldn't help Linlin study the means of human gigantism. I can't get such information from Linlin either. 10. Kaido leapt up and turned into a huge dragon flying high into the sky. At the same time, the voice of Jaduo also fell from the sky. Every month, provide the Bailu pirates with at least 10 artificial devil fruits. If you fail to do so, I think you should know the consequences. Watching Bailu Kaido walking away, Doflamingo finally breathed a sigh of relief. But as the pressure on Doflamingo dissipated, Doflamingo's face turned dark, as if he wanted to tear everything in front of him apart. Then evil, that guy, does seem to be a bit dishonest. Hearing this, everyone in the Don Quixote family fell silent. Doflamingo activated the string fruit ability, constantly connecting to the clouds in the sky. He said in a very cold tone, I will go to Punk Hazard Island in person. Before I come back, no matter what happens, try to avoid any trouble. Doflamingo was seen pulling the silk thread, using the silk thread that was constantly connected in the clouds to fly continuously in the sky, approaching Punk Hazard Island at an incredibly fast speed. And go. However, Doflamingo did not know at this moment that the Punk Hazard Island was not so safe now. This was previously one of the world government's scientific research bases, and the world-renowned scientist, Vegapunk, also conducted research here. The current Punk Hazard Island has not been completely changed by the battle between Qingji and Akainu. Although there is a layer of poisonous gas covering the entire island, the powerful existence or anyone wearing protective clothing can enter the central area of the island. Such a thick poisonous gas, what happened here? Nami leaned against Rhine, looking at the Punk Hazard Island below, and continued to ask. Besides, since this is the world government's abandoned scientific research base. What are you doing here? Everyone looked puzzled, but after hearing Nami's question, Rhine just chuckled and replied calmly, because there is a devil fruit is a rare treasure even for the current flying pirates. Quote. Hearing this, Nami's eyes lit up and she asked, can I sell it for money? Are we short of money? Rhine looked at Nami strangely, and then continued, the large amount of gold brought from the Golden Country should be enough to support us for a long time, right? Hey, 11. Nami didn't explain anything, but Lai Yin knew that it was just a casual remark by Nami. After all, the devil fruit was so precious that even Lai Yin wanted to take it for himself. Master. After all, apart from the color, the artificial devil fruit is exactly the same as the original one. Artificial devil fruit, zone fish fruit mythical beast species blue dragon form. Chapter 65. Artificial fantasy beast. Perfectly copied Azure dragon fruit ability. The deepest part of Punk Hazard Island, Scientific Research Institute. Geisa Current, a scientist who was once ranked second in the world government science class, is currently conducting a very important research. Charlotte Linlin, one of the 5 Sea Emperors, was unable to marry the giants, so she cooperated with Geisa in order to allow the giants to appear among the nations. Charlotte's family provided the research funds, while Guy provided the technology, and children captured from all over the world were used as test subjects for gigantic experiments. But it is obvious that the gigantic agent has a huge flaw. Although the children who have undergone the transformation have the height of giants, their bodies need to rely on a special drug to maintain their vitality and keep their mental state normal. At this moment, Geisa was also thinking about how to research so that those children could maintain their posture after becoming giants without relying on special medicines. It has to be said that although Geisa has developed many failed products, apart from Vegapunk, there are almost no scientists in the world who are more powerful than Geisa. Even Vegapunk was only able to suppress Geisa through the Paramecia brain fruit. Failed. Looking at the situation on the screen, Geisa couldn't help but sigh and felt an immense headache. There are less than 2 years left until the deadline agreed with Charlotte Linlin. If the side effects of gigantism are not resolved within 2 years, Guy will no longer be able to obtain financial assistance from Charlotte's family. This is not the most important thing. After offending the Charlotte family, Geisa not only lost a large source of funds, but the Charlotte family will not let a loser continue to survive in the world. It is for this reason that Geisa is so relentless in his research on gigantism, even though gigantic genetic research is not Geisa's area of expertise. However, at this moment, Guy's eyes suddenly noticed the surveillance screen nearby. In the surveillance video, a group of people were seen rushing towards the location of the laboratory. An intruder. Geisa frowned. Currently, Geisa did not have any high-end combat forces under his command. They were basically ordinary people who assisted in the experiment. If he wanted to deal with these intruders, it looks like I have to do it myself. Guy turned off the experimental equipment and floated out of the laboratory. As a Logia gas fruit user, Geisa also possesses extraordinary strength. As a Logia user of Grandmaster 2-color hockey, Geisa's strength is enough to compete with even some elite vice admirals. However, Guy didn't know that the intruders who came to Punk Hazard at this moment were not someone he could deal with. Even Charlotte Linlin behind Geisa, plus the presence of the Don Quixote family, may not be able to compete with this group of people. This is the strongest pirates group in the world today, the Flying Pirates. Captain Lerona Rhine has already reached the quasi-king level of combat power. The leader of the 3 great disasters, the lonely red Baroric Redfield, the peak admiral level combat power. One of the 3 great disasters, Douglas Bullet, a descendant of the devil, a high-level admiral combat force. One of the 3 great disasters, Thunder God Enel, a quasi-admiral level fighter. With such a configuration, plus the fact that the top 10 leaders of the Flying Pirates group are all extremely powerful, if the current Flying Pirates group cannot be called the strongest pirates group, then I'm afraid no other pirates group in the world can have this title. As this where the world government's scientific experiment base used to be. There was a hint of surprise in Bullet's eyes. It was clearly an abandoned laboratory, but why did it look like someone was still living there? It is indeed here. Rhine looked calm and spoke slowly. Vegapunk, once the world's #1 scientist and known for his wisdom that was 500 years ahead of his time, conducted scientific experiments and research on this island. It was also here that Vegapunk created an artificial devil fruit. After these words were spoken, everyone was stunned and looked at Rhine in disbelief. Artificial devil fruit. Can something like that be artificially created? Rhine continued. Through the genes of Kaido, the beast he captured in the past, Vegapunk combined those bloodline factors with the devil fruit factors to create a fruit with the same ability as Kaido. However, Vegapunk called the artificial devil fruit a failure. Hearing this, everyone nodded. If it can be artificially created, then with Vegapunk's world government, wouldn't everyone be able to become a demon fruit power? Even a being like Vegapunk couldn't successfully create devil fruit. Crocodile lit up his cigar and said solemnly, I have heard that the world government is conducting such an experiment, and it seems to have failed. Advertisement. It is not something that can be created through science. However, after hearing Crocodile's words, Rhine shook his head and said calmly, do you know why Vegapunk called the artificial devil fruit it created, CIBD, a failure? Everyone looked at Rhine in confusion. Wasn't it because he couldn't bring out the fruit's true power? Rhine continued, it's the color. The artificial devil fruit created through the bloodline factor is not the same as Kaido's zone fish fruit mythical beast blue dragon form. The abilities of the blue dragon fruit are also possessed by the artificial devil fruit created by Vegapunk. The reason why Vegapunk calls it a failure is because the color of the devil fruit is not perfect. In other words, except for the color, the artificial devil fruit made by Vegapunk is the real zone, the mythical beast, the blue dragon form. Hiss. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's eyes widened and they looked at Rhine in disbelief. Is Vegapunk really that powerful? He can actually create devil fruits and, through bloodline factors, copy Kaido's devil fruit abilities 1-to-1. They had witnessed the horror of the blue dragon fruit in Loguetown some time ago. It was because of the power of the blue dragon fruit that Kaido became the strongest creature in the world and was dubbed the king of single duels. Who would have thought that the world government would actually copy such a terrifying ability? Captain, what does the difference in color mean? Does Quartet Punk regard the replica as a failure just because of a slight difference in color? Bullet frowned. The abilities of the mythical beasts were extremely rare, even rarer than the Logia devil fruit. Even though the color of this devil fruit is different, it has replicated all the abilities of the blue dragon fruit on a 1-to-1 basis. So, it is impossible for the world government to abandon such a thing here, right? It's possible that the world government listened to Vegapunk's report on the failed experiment and didn't care about the existence of this devil fruit. Rhine looked calm and said slowly, let's go. One of the devil fruit abilities that is most suitable for our Miss Navigator is in this laboratory. Is it suitable for me? There was a gleam in Nami's eyes, and just as Rhine was about to draw the Sakura 10 from his waist and cut off the laboratory door with one blow, the laboratory door suddenly opened from the inside. Figures kept coming out of the laboratory, holding spears and pointing them at Rhine and his group. It looks like this place is not completely deserted. Crocodile smoked a cigar, glanced at the group of guards, and said in a cold tone, who would live in a place filled with poisonous gas like this? The second-ranked scientist in the world government science experimental class should be M. Guy Salin, who was once the second-ranked scientist in the world government science experimental class. Rhine looked calm as conquerors swept through in an instant. These guards, whose strength was not much stronger than that of ordinary people, fell to the ground with their eyes rolled back. Hee, this is really surprising. This island looks completely deserted and full of poisonous gas, but pirates actually broke in without knowing the consequences. However, before Geisa could continue to speak, a figure appeared beside Geisa, with a strong momentum and the entanglement of armed color, instantly pressing Geisa to the ground. Guy saw, who seemed to be in control of everything, suddenly changed his expression. Such a speed did not even give Guy Saw any chance to resist. Even if he could face the strength of Marine Vice Admiral. Plus the good ability of Logia gas fruit. At this moment, without much preparation, being pressed to the ground by Enel in an instant was an easy thing to gain points. A Logia user. Everyone noticed Geisa's presence. Enel held Geisa's head with one hand and pressed him to the ground, while Rhine slowly approached and looked at Geisa. Where is the artificial devil fruit that Vegapunk originally created? Guy tried to resist, but when he looked up and noticed the faces of Rhine and his group, he couldn't help but take a breath, with a look of disbelief in his eyes. The governor of the Flying Pirates, one of the 5-day sea emperors, is from Rhine. What happened to me recently? First, Charlotte Linlin's people came, then Kaido himself came, and finally Kaido left. The monsters from the Flying Pirates came again. What artificial devil fruit? Guy looked at Rhine standing in front of him and didn't dare to move at all at this moment. Facing one of the most powerful monsters in the world, Geisa knew that he would not be able to resist at all. Even Guy could sense that the guy who was suppressing him was far from someone he could handle. Don't play dumb. The world government spent a lot of money to capture Kaido's bloodline and gave it to Vegapunk for research. The artificial devil fruit was eventually created by Vegapunk. You should know where it is. Geisa reacted immediately after hearing this and quickly replied, the fruit is inside the laboratory, in the warehouse on the first floor of the laboratory. Please let me go, whatever you want is fine. When a person is dying, he will have an amazing desire to survive. At this moment, before anyone put pressure on him, Geisa had already told him many things in a timely manner. Advertisement. But isn't that devil fruit a failure? Why? Enel increased his strength and said in a very unfriendly tone, these things have nothing to do with you, lead the way. Yes. After a while, under the leadership of Guy Saw, everyone came to Punk Hazard's laboratory. The door of the room opened, and the scene inside appeared in front of everyone. Most of them were just scientific experiment materials. They were of no use to the flying pirates. Kaijin's eyes fell on the shelves. On top of an iron box. Kaijin opened the iron box, revealing the true appearance of the devil fruit inside. It looks like a red apple, but there are many strange patterns on it. After Rhine looked at this devil fruit, he couldn't help but exclaimed, it's worthy of being called a devil fruit. Vegapunk is known as a scientist who was 500 years ahead of his time. His wisdom is beyond imagination. A perfect replica of the mythical beast species, the blue dragon fruit. Such a top-level devil fruit can actually be artificially created. Hearing Rhine's words, Geis's resentment towards Vegapunk also emerged, and he immediately said, Lord Rhine, this devil fruit is just a failure. Vegapunk admitted it himself with that guy. Compared to Vegapunk, the devil fruit I made is actually more complete, although it can only make zone devil fruit, and once eaten, it cannot be restored. Although it has a human body, it can also exert all the power that a zone devil fruit should have. Guy said with a mean look on his face. So if Lord Rhine needs devil fruit, I actually have quite a few successful creations, but this kind of failure. However, before Geisa could continue speaking, Rhine interrupted Geisa. As a colleague of Vegapunk, you should know that Vegapunk has obsessive-compulsive disorder, right? Rhine looked calm and continued, the reason why Vegapunk called this devil fruit a failure is because the color of this devil fruit is different from what Kaido had. There are only differences in the azure dragon fruits that they possess. Quote. The color of the zone mythical beast blue dragon fruit is blue-green, and the color of the replica created by Vegapunk, after eating it, will transform into the appearance of a mythical beast. Pink. So, Vegapunk calls this devil fruit a failure. But in fact, the replica azure dragon fruit has all the abilities of the azure dragon fruit, and has no flaws except for the color. Do you still think that you are the best in the field of artificial devil fruit? Is the ability to surpass Vegapunk? Listening to Rhine's words, Geis's face also showed an expression of disbelief. Guy looked at Rhine in disbelief and murmured, it's just the difference in color, so it's called a failure. That's impossible. However, before Jisa could continue to speak, Rhine's eyes fell on Xiangmei and said slowly, do you want to eat this devil fruit? For you, maybe. It is also a good choice to buy a powerful devil fruit to improve your self-protection ability. Everyone looked at Li Mei. As a navigator, although he didn't need to be too strong, if he couldn't protect himself, the future actions of the flying pirates would be in jeopardy. This will put Nami, as a navigator, into constant crisis. Quote. Nami thought for a moment, imagining herself turning into a pink dragon, and then shouting out moves like Thunder 8 trigrams, Roaring Thunder 8 trigrams, and Hot Breath like Kaido. Nami rushed. He shook his head tightly. I don't want to become as muscular as Kaido, I'd better give this devil fruit to someone who needs it. Hearing Nami's refusal, Rhine couldn't help but shake his head. This fruit is definitely a top-level zone. Even though it is artificially made, its effect is just like the real blue dragon fruit. No gap. But since Xiao has refused, I should think of a way to find a new devil fruit for Na Xiao in the future. After all, the devil fruit that Rhine thinks is most suitable for Nami is not this artificial blue dragon fruit. Captain. At this moment, the captain of the 4th squad, Shiryu Yu, stood up, staring at the artificial blue dragon fruit in Rhine's hand, and said in a very serious tone, if Miss Nami. If I don't need this devil fruit, is it possible? Chapter 66. The Fuse of Summit War, Blackbeard vs. Fire Fist Ace. Obviously, Yu Shiryu knew very well how much his own strength would be greatly improved if he obtained this artificial azure dragon fruit. As for the color pink, for Shiryu of Rain, the difference in color is not important at all. Since it is a perfect one-to-one copy of the devil fruit, Shiryu believes that she can also master the many abilities that Kaido possesses through continuous practice. More importantly, it seems that except for himself, Zoro and Nami, everyone else in the Flying Pirates has demon fruit power. In the previous Cadre competition, Shiryu also felt that if he could have the devil fruit ability, his ranking might be higher. After hearing what Shiryu said, Rhine didn't say much and directly gave the devil fruit in his hand to Shiryu. In that case, this fruit is yours. Don't waste this top-level mythical beast ability, Shiryu. Rhine spoke calmly, and at this moment Shiryu looked at the devil fruit in her hand, and couldn't help but feel surprised and unbelievable. Rhine didn't even think twice. After hearing what I said, he directly handed me this top-level devil fruit. Taking a deep breath, Rain Shiryu suddenly grinned and said, thank you, Captain. I won't waste this top-grade devil fruit. In the future, Shiryu will become the sharpest blade in the captain's hand. No matter what kind of enemy it is, as long as the captain gives an order, even if it is the 5 elders, I will swing the blade without hesitation. Hearing this, Rhine did not say much. After all, Rhine was not afraid that these guys would betray him. If they wanted to become stronger, they still needed to practice step by step. Without several years or even decades of practice, it would be almost impossible to surpass Rhine's current strength. But don't forget that Rhine has the ability to inherit the legacy of the dead. For others, it takes many years of practice to improve their strength, but Rhine only needs to choose a target and inherit the opponent's power, and his strength will usher in a qualitative leap. As Shiryu swallowed the devil fruit, a huge amount of energy gathered in Shiryu's body the next second. Then, Shiryu's arms turned into pink dragon claws like Kaido, and his head turned into a huge dragon head. In a moment, Shiryu looked exactly like Kaido who had fought against Rhine in Loguetown before. There was no difference in appearance. Except for the difference in color between his body and Kaido, Shiryu at this moment looks like another Kaido. Very good ability. Shiryu felt the increase in power in his body, and then transformed into a human beast form. After entering the human beast form, Shiryu also felt the blessing given to him by this fruit. How terrible it is. It can be said that except for Haki, all aspects of itself have been improved several times by this devil fruit. Is this the power of the Azure Dragon Fruit, a top-level mythical beast? Tisk, he looks exactly like Kaido. Moria looked at Shiryu of Rain who was feeling the power in his body not far away, and couldn't help but say, although it is a man-made mythical beast, it has the same ability as Kaido. This is a real mythical beast devil fruit. With such a formidable force, the captain will have at least one more admiral-level fighter under his command in the future. That's right, Shiryu, who possesses the blue dragon fruit, is now qualified to advance to the admiral level in everyone's mind. Enel, one of the three disasters, looked at Shiryu's posture and couldn't help but reveal a look of urgency. It seems that I need to hurry up and reach the admiral level of combat power. If he doesn't reach admiral level combat power soon, he might be replaced by Shiryu in the future. Although Rhine said that the positions of the three disasters and the 10 squad leaders would not change, he also said that if Enel was surpassed by someone before he reached the admiral level, then the throne of the three disasters would naturally belong to the person who surpassed Enel. Thinking of this, Enel knew that if he didn't hurry up and improve his strength, Shiryu might really surpass him. Just as everyone was about to leave, a figure suddenly appeared in the laboratory. Guy, I need an explanation. The man's tone was cold, as if he wanted to tear Caesar into pieces. But when the visitor entered the laboratory and saw a group of people standing outside the laboratory warehouse, he couldn't help but freeze in place, his expression a little heavy. Under the orange-red sunglasses, his eyes were imperceptible, but from the awkward situation at this moment, the other party seemed to have known the identities of everyone. Hey, isn't this Heavenly Yaksha, Don Quixote Doflamingo? Moria grinned and said, why are you here? Did you hear that we are here and want to leave the Shichibukai and join the Flying Pirates? After hearing what Moria said, if it were before, Doflamingo might have refuted and laughed at Moria's weakness. But now, the aura exuded by Moria has even reached a level comparable to his own, which makes Doflamingo realize that Moria, who once competed with Kaido in the New World, seems to have regained his confidence. In addition, Doflamingo had told the Don Quixote family members countless times before that he wanted to talk to Rhine, but at this moment, when the monsters of the Flying Pirates really appeared in front of Doflamingo just wanted to stay away from these guys. Doflamingo. A voice came, instantly bringing Doflamingo back to his senses. Not far away, Geisa was tied up by Enel with an embarrassed look on his face. Doflamingo did not speak when he saw this scene. Even though Geisa was Doflamingo's man now, how could Doflamingo dare to move in the face of this group of monsters? I originally wanted to go to Dressrosa to see if I could find you there, but I didn't expect that we would meet here. Rhine looked calm, his eyes fixed on the ship doctor of the Flying Pirates not far away. You should be familiar with this guy, right? Advertisement. As soon as these words came out, a figure that Doflamingo was very familiar with walked out from behind Crocodile and the other monsters. The moment he saw the other person, Doflamingo's pupils shrank and he felt a little bit unbelievable. Luo. Doflamingo never expected that this little brat, Law, would actually join the Flying Pirates. However, after thinking about the power of the Op-Op fruit, Doflamingo understood that perhaps it was because Rhine knew the true power of the Op-Op fruit that he allowed the weak Law to become a member of the Flying Pirates. Do you want to take action? Seeing Trafalgar Law fall into silence, Moria couldn't help but grin and said, didn't you say that this guy has a deep hatred for you? Now is a good time to take action. We are all here, and we can ensure that Doflamingo, that B****************, D, has no ability to resist at all. As soon as these words came out, Doflamingo had already gathered conquerors, and seemed to be planning to use conquerors to attack everyone as soon as Luo said to take action, and then use the power of string fruit to leave the island as quickly as possible. As for Guy Saw, excuse me, no. However, to everyone's surprise, Luo actually looked at Doflamingo deeply and said in a very serious manner, I will improve my strength and go to Dressrosa in person. Revenge for Mr. Corzone. Before this, I will not rely on the power of others to help me complete my revenge. Hearing this, Doflamingo breathed a sigh of relief, but couldn't help but think to himself, Luo. If you don't have the help of the Flying Pirates, you will never be able to get revenge on me in this lifetime. Since you said so, then it's up to you. Rhine then looked at Doflamingo and asked in a very calm tone, in the underground world, your name Doflamingo Heavenly Yaksha Joker is also a very famous existence. How about helping me find the trace of a devil fruit? Hearing this, Doflamingo couldn't help but take a deep breath and said seriously, what fruit? Paramecia weather fruit. Rhine looked calm and continued, although it has only appeared once in history, I believe that the Don Quixote family, whose intelligence network covers the entire world, should be able to help me find the trace of the weather fruit. Hearing this, Doflamingo didn't want to help, but due to the pressure, he had to nod and said, "If I receive the news, I will contact Mr. Rhine as soon as possible." The Don Quixote family knows the contact information of Moria and Crocodile, so there is no need to continue asking for Rhine's contact information. Rhine and his group let go of Guy and slowly walked out of the laboratory. When passing Doflamingo, Rhine seemed to have thought of something, and gently patted Doflamingo's shoulder and said, "If you can find the weather fruit, then I can agree to one of your requests. I hope you can seize the opportunity. As a fellow fallen mortal, Doflamingo, do you want to see what those guys look like when they fall from the altar?" Watching the flying pirates go away, Doflamingo finally came to his senses after a long while, and looked at Rhine's back in disbelief. "We are both people who have fallen into the mortal world." The meaning of this sentence is extremely profound. Doflamingo's pupils shrank, as if he had thought of something. Lerona, I should have thought of it earlier." Doflamingo's heart was suddenly like a tsunami, and his eyes were filled with excitement. One of the 20 kings who established the world government, from the Lerona family. However, it is said that the Lerona family was completely destroyed a few years ago, which means that the power of the 20 kings has also collapsed. But Doflamingo didn't expect that Lerona Rhine would be of the same status as himself, or even more noble than himself. FFFFFFFFFFF. Next time we meet, would it be more appropriate to call you Lerona Rhine Saint? The first half of the Grand Line, the 7 water cities. After more than 2 months of sailing, the Straw Hat Pirates have now arrived at the world-famous shipyard, the 7 Waters City. Because Crocodile and Enel, the 2 super bosses of the Straw Hat Pirates in the early stage, have been conquered by the Flying Pirates, the Straw Hat Pirates have not encountered any major challenges on this route so far. However, it is worth mentioning that the Straw Hat Pirates navigator Beth was seriously injured by Rhine's conqueror's blow and was in danger of life. After leaving the collapsed prehistoric island, the Straw Hat crew arrived at the Drum Island and found Chopper, the ship's doctor of the Straw Hat Pirates. And in the desert kingdom of Alabasta, we also found a suitable historian. Even though he only had a vague understanding of the historical text, he was able to understand some of the content through some documents and dictionaries. Today, the Straw Hat Pirates have. They have already arrived at Water 7, and the number of crew members, including Straw Hat Luffy, has reached 8. Captain, Straw Hat Boy Luffy. Swordsman Rosso. Advertisement. Chef Sanji. Sniper Usopp. Navigator Beth. Ship's Dr. Chopper. Historian Julia. Shipwright Frankie. Previously, Eni's lobby had been breached by Rhine, and now Eni's lobby is under reconstruction, so Frankie did not suffer from the world government CP organization. The attack, the experience of joining the Straw Hat Pirates can only be said to be following the plot. At this moment, the Straw Hat Pirates have already made plans to leave Water City and head to the next stop after completing the construction of the new ship with the help of Frankie. However, the Straw Hat Pirates are currently lacking in many life-threatening adventures, so their overall combat effectiveness is weaker than that of the original work. At least one level, 0. But the real story is not located in the 7 Water City, but in the sea area of the 7 Water City, on a seemingly ordinary island. Banero Island. At this moment, the Blackbeard Pirates were confronting a shirtless man wearing an orange hat with 2 patterns, one crying and one laughing. Looking at the man in front of him, Blackbeard couldn't help but grin and said, "Ace, you should know that I admire you very much. How about joining Lousy's pirates? Question mark. Lousy can make you the vice captain of the Blackbeard Pirates, how about that?" Quote. Ace listened to Blackbeard's words without any change in expression. He looked at Blackbeard calmly and said in a very unfriendly tone, "You should know that the Whitebeard Pirates ship. It's just a devil fruit, why don't you speak up? As long as you ask, Dad will not refuse to give you the devil fruit. You can even ask Saki for it. Saki will also be willing to give it to you. Why did you attack your companion?" Listening to Ace's words, Blackbeard did not explain, but just grinned and said, "It has already happened, hasn't it? I have become a traitor, and now you are not. Are you going to hunt me down, Ace? However, I don't regret killing Thatch. This devil fruit means a lot to me. What do you think, Ace? The era of Whitebeard is over. It's the past, now a new era has arrived. Do you want to leave the Whitebeard Pirates, join Lousy's army, and turn the world upside down like Chazi?" Snort. Hearing Blackbeard's invitation, Ace couldn't help but look grim, and said in a bad tone, "Do you think I will join a guy like you? You only have 2 people now. You have 2 choices, Teach. Either you come back with me and admit your mistakes to your father, and let him punish you. Or, I'll beat you half to death and then take you back to Daddy to deal with you." Boom. Ace's body was instantly covered with red flames. Ace looked at Blackbeard calmly and said, "It seems that the evil that was robbed after killing Thatch is the real enemy. The magic fruit gave you confidence that did not belong to your own strength, Yao." Quote. "Who gave you the courage to speak to me like this?" Ace waved his hands, and green dots of light like fireflies gathered towards Blackbeard. "Firefly fire Daruma." As countless points of light gathered around Blackbeard, Ace shouted, and a terrifying explosion instantly rolled up, raising a blanket of smoke and dust, even covering Blackbeard. Among them, not far away, the members of the Blackbeard Pirates had no intention of taking any action. They just waited quietly for the 2 to start fighting. Thief, ha 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 ha. Blackbeard's voice came out from the smoke, and then the extremely dark energy swallowed up all the surrounding matter, even the flames released by the Paramera fruit. They were all swallowed directly into the darkness. Ace, what a shame. You come here alone to hunt down your opponent without knowing the strength of your opponent. The next second, Blackbeard slapped the ground with his hand and shouted, let me show you the ability I'm willing to take at all costs. Dark Cave, Earth.